Bai Ye crossed over to the era of great catastrophe 200 years later. Here, crises abound, the people are simple, and mutated beasts run rampant, but he is not flustered. Because he can stop time for 1 minute every day, if he doesn't use it today, it can accumulate and stack for tomorrow. When the world's time hits zero, he will be the only one able to move, he will be a god. From this, he deeply realizes that time is the essence of life. Faced with the brutal Wasteland ruler, Bai Ye earnestly advises, I really don't want to waste time killing you. How about you kneel and beg me, and we'll let this matter pass? Looking at the evil god lying in a pool of blood, Bai Ye sighs, do you know how much time I wasted to kill you? 10 seconds. A full 10 seconds, how many 10 seconds does a person have in their lifetime? Years later. Reporter, Mr. Bai Ye, as the terminator of the era of great catastrophe, people want to know why you are so successful. Bai Ye, cherish time. Reporter, you mean don't squander time on meaningless things, seize every minute and second to strive, and cherish the present to embrace the future. Bai Ye, yes, that's what I mean. Reporter, the new era has arrived, but many people have not yet adapted, they are very confused and at a loss. What do you think people should do today? Bai Ye, cherish time. Reporter, you misunderstood, I mean, what is the ultimate goal of people today? Ultimately, what is life for? Bai Ye, to cherish time. Chapter 1, Good News, Time Stops, Bad News, 1 minute. Bai Ye currently feels very complicated. There is a good news and a bad news in front of him. The good news is that although he has crossed over to the era of great catastrophe 200 years later, where civilization is shattered, resources are scarce, the people are simple, and there are radiation and mutated monsters everywhere, but he has a golden finger, and it is very powerful. Time stop. The bad news is 1 minute. Yes, 1 minute, his time stop ability is only 1 minute per day. What can you do in 1 minute? Not even enough to pull down your pants. The only consolation is that this minute can accumulate. If he doesn't use it today, after midnight, it will become 2 minutes the next day. Bang! The sound of gunfire interrupted Bai Ye's thoughts. Immediately followed by a group of savage cheers, he looked up and saw that the central square of the grey town was crowded with people. It was night, and the bright incandescent lights in the square illuminated countless moving shadows, combined with the wild cheers, resembling a chaotic dance of demons. Did they kill another one? That's already the third. TSK, don't these savages ever get tired of it? Bai Ye stretched lazily and moved his numb legs, the chains on his feet clinked with a crisp sound. Chapter 2, Who Reigns at the End of the Wasteland? The residents of the East District showed their surprise. They really didn't expect that there would be a fool coming out to deliver himself to death. You must know that this time the fate roulette is different from usual. Usually, you only need to win 1 round, but now you have to win until the taboo item is recognized. The magician from the West District, Li Youyan, won 3 rounds and fired 5 shots without being recognized, showing how difficult it is. Who is so brave? Everyone turned to look, and they saw a ragged youth slowly walking over, with chains on his feet. The boy's face was covered in mud, making it impossible to see his features, but his bright eyes were particularly striking, standing out from the dullness around him. In the eyes of these people, some were numb and dim, while others were cruel and greedy, but the light in the boy's eyes had never gone out. It was a flame woven from civilization and savagery. Bai Ye! Someone exclaimed. Wasn't he insane before? Of course, if he weren't insane, could he stand up at this time? I heard that when Bai Ye went hunting in the wasteland, he seemed to have gotten infected with something. After coming back, he went completely mad, constantly muttering that he was the god of the new era. From today on, I will stand in the heavens. And so on. Not only that, I also heard him reciting poetry, something like, Who reigns at the end of the wasteland? Upon seeing Bai Ye, all becomes void. The wind and snow weigh on me for 2 or 3 years, yet I tread through the snow to the mountain peak.
Chapter 3, The Winning Method of the Fate Roulette. Let go. I didn't he mean it? Li Yu exclaimed, shocked and angry, fearing that a big brawl would break out, and he would be killed on the spot. Oh, you didn't he mean it? You should have said so earlier. You almost made me misunderstand you. Bai Ye smiled and let go, stealing a glance at the clock. Damn! Only a minute has passed. Bai Ye's behavior made Li Yu's eyelids twitch. He looked helplessly at the black handprints left on his floral shirt. Who said he had returned to normal? He was still acting crazy. What kind of poisonous mushroom did this kid eat to have such a strong after effect? That little Bai. A cautious voice came from behind Bai Ye. It was Tanji. Are you sure you're completely normal? Or else, Bai Ye was worried about how to stall for time, and Tanji just walked right into his trap. He raised an eyebrow and angrily said. Or else what? You come instead. I hate it when people chatter behind my back. If you don't trust me, then you come yourself. Tanji's face instantly stiffened. As the leader of the East District, being publicly reprimanded like this made him feel utterly humiliated. He wished he could shoot Bai Ye right then and there. But he held back. The mutated creatures were lurking outside Grey Dust Town. And if they couldn't find someone to contain the breath of the bones, the whole town would be doomed. Chapter 4, 6 bullets, I bet they misfire. He took a deep breath, looking at the arrogant youth across from him, and said in a deep voice, let us play rock paper scissors. Seeing Liu's desperate stance, Bai Ye smiled. This smile made Liu's heart skip a beat, and an ominous premonition surged within him. No way. The devil's whisper came as expected, not enough. What the hell? 5 bullets. What kind of poisonous mushroom gives such a strong after effect? Bai Ye was playing with fire. Even the leaders of the East and West districts were stunned. They had seen the fate roulette several times, some had even participated when they were younger. But they had never seen anyone crazy enough to play with 5 bullets. This was 5 bullets. Almost guaranteed death. I can see it now. You're not here to gamble on the fate roulette, you're here to commit suicide. Liu believed he had seen through Bai Ye's intentions, and was very sure that the other party had gone mad. The odds of winning with 5 bullets were already below 60%, this touched his bottom line. If you're afraid to gamble, just hand over the forbidden item. Bai Ye's words made Tanji's eyes light up, and he quickly echoed, yes. If you're afraid to gamble, just hand over the forbidden item. As soon as the East District leader spoke, his subordinates began to shout in agreement. Chapter 5, Earlier you called me Little Bai, I won't bother you. Silence. A deathly silence fell, everyone froze in place, their faces filled with disbelief, as if time had stopped again. The scene of Bai Ye smiling and shooting seemed to be frozen in their eyes. It really misfired. After a long time, someone exclaimed in horror. This is impossible. Liu suddenly stood up, his eyes wide, filled with bloodshot from emotional agitation. More and more gasps were heard. What the hell? In the fate roulette with 6 bullets, even the King of Heaven would have to take a shot, and Bai Ye was completely unharmed. Can forbidden items misfire too? The quality is terrible. You know nothing. It didn't misfire, the forbidden item has its own consciousness. It must have recognized Bai Ye. Which is why it didn't fire. Look. The gun is glowing. Under the astonished gazes of everyone. The forbidden item, a breath of the bones, erupted with a dazzling blood light, which spread until it enveloped Bai Ye entirely, resembling a deity descending to the earth. Suddenly, Bai Ye felt a strange sensation in his heart. He looked at the breath of the bones in his hand, as if he were looking at his own right hand. Feeling a sense of bloodline connection. Chapter 6, The most important thing in life is to forget one's roots. Deputy Commander Bai. The mutated beast hasn't been dealt with yet, and food is really scarce. How about you save some and have a cockroach protein bar first? Tanji pulled out a long, black rectangular protein bar. On this protein bar, a few cockroach antennae were faintly visible. This was the daily food of the Wasteland residents, the cockroach protein bar. It even had simple packaging with rough advertising slogans, cockroach protein bar, tastes great. Meets your daily nutritional needs. Cockroach protein workshop. Bai Ye glanced at the cockroach protein bar, and instantly flew into a rage. This thing had appeared many times in his previous life's memories, considered a staple food, and although it looked disgusting, at least it was edible. The taste was like a person with sweaty feet wearing short stockings and snow boots, running 5 kilometers in the snow. Then stuffing the stockings into the snow boots and sealing them until spring, and then taking out the stockings to rub on the tongue. I ate cockroach protein bars every day before I became deputy commander, and now I'm a deputy commander, and still eating this. Isn't this deputy commander title just for show? Get this away. Even dogs wouldn't eat this. He waved his hand, directly knocking the cockroach protein bar off the table, causing it to fall into the crowd, leading to a scramble among everyone. Chapter 7, Magic Hands. Li Yu in the West District, in a shabby 2-story villa. Li Yu, pale-faced, knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. The West District leader, Wang Shi, sat in a worn leather chair, his expression cold. Li Yu, you fled here from another town, and I took you in, gave you food. But how have you repaid me? You previously promised me solemnly that if you couldn't contain the forbidden item, you'd come to me with your head. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Li Yu trembled even more fiercely and pleaded, Leader, you can't blame me. If it weren't for Bai Ye appearing out of nowhere, I would have contained it. Shut up, you worthless waste. Wang Shi coldly interrupted. I hate it most when people make excuses for their failures. People should look for reasons within themselves. Why can Bai Ye succeed while you cannot? Are you not human? Are you even human? Leader, please give me another chance. I still have use. I've practiced my right hand for over 10 years, mastering the art of deceit. I can help you win at the gambling house. To hell with it. Grey Dust Town is filled with a bunch of poor folks. Where can I open a gambling house? Since you don't want to be dignified, I'll help you be dignified. Chapter 8, Where do so many old sayings come from? The next day, Deputy Commander Bai, you're familiar with guns, and the mutated beast isn't small. We should be able to hit it at close range. How about we set out today? Tan Ji asked. Bai Ye impatiently waved his hand, Old Tan. It's not that I'm saying this, but there's an old saying, haste makes waste. Yesterday I practiced shooting at stationary targets, but mutated beasts aren't inanimate. They move. Today we practice moving targets. Tan Ji suppressed the anger in his heart and reluctantly nodded. The third day. Deputy Commander Bai, you've practiced moving targets. Today we should take action, right? I'm not urging you, but our food in the East District is almost gone, and we don't have many bullets left. If this goes on, we might not even last until we deal with the aberrant beasts. It's better if we set out quickly today. Old Tan. There's an old saying, haste makes waste. Bai Ye just started, but Tan Ji was about to explode with anger. Where did all these old sayings come from? Just as he was about to blow up, he heard Bai Ye change his tone, but there's another saying, time is of the essence, so we shouldn't delay. Let's set off quickly. Chapter 9, Bai Ye is still shooting. What are we waiting for? Brothers, follow your commander out of the city to face the enemy. Bai Ye waved his hand and led the way toward the city gate. He couldn't wait to test the power of the forbidden objects. Wang Shi and Tan Ji exchanged glances, silently signaling their subordinates to follow Bai Ye out of the city. Soon, a group of more than 30 people marched out of the city gate. The younger brothers nervously gripped their guns, their eyes scanning restlessly, fearing that a hyena might suddenly leap out from a corner. They formed a circle to protect Bai Ye, Wang Shi, and Tan Ji, inching forward. Faced with this scene, the hyenas in the distance remained indifferent until they were about 100 meters away from the city wall. Suddenly, several hyenas in the bushes began to bark wildly. Howl! 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 More and more beast roars echoed, and on the horizon, clouds of yellow sand swirled, revealing countless dark spots within. 1, 2, 3, 20. A full 20 or more hyenas charged toward them from the distance, their sizes far exceeding ordinary hyenas, almost as large as adult bulls. The ground reverberated with the sound of their thunderous galloping, shaking not only the earth, but also the hearts of Tang and the others. Chapter 10. Are you playing with your life? The wild murderous intent rushing toward them stunned Tang. How had he not noticed before that this kid had such a murderous nature? This was getting dangerously reckless. Deputy Commander Bai, the number of hyenas is still increasing. The hyena king is probably coming. We can't rush things, the brothers are barely holding on, and Wangxi's mechanical arm is almost out of energy. If this continues, old Tan, if you dare to waver the morale, I will be the first to take you down. Bai Ye was currently in a killing frenzy. His physical strength continuously increasing, how could he leave? Facing Bai Ye's furious gaze, Tang felt both shocked and angry. And amidst his shock and anger was a hint of absurdity. Who is the commander here, me or you? No, you, a powerless deputy commander, what are you playing at? Despite his anger, he couldn't explode, he could only patiently advise, Deputy Commander Bai, listen to me, I won't listen. Tang exclaimed, this is really out of line. You're almost drained, and you still want to kill. Seeing Bai Ye's unsteady posture, Tang's eyes turned red. If you want to die, don't take us with you. After we finish off the hyena pack, no one will stop you, but you can't die now. Chapter 11, Young and Reckless Deputy Commander Bai, it's not that I don't want to save them, but they are already dead. Can't you hear that the screams have stopped? Tang was sweating nervously. Then I'll go collect their bodies. Tang retorted, are you not understanding human speech? Wangxi and the others gathered around, trying every way to prevent Bai Ye from going out. Bai Ye sighed deeply, feigning a look of disappointment. The crowd watched his lonely figure as he walked away, feeling inexplicably melancholic. After a while, Tang spat a thick phlegm on the ground and cursed, madman. This kid is a complete lunatic. You don't know, just now, if I hadn't carried him back, he would have been drained to death out there by the forbidden object. His curses received no response. And the others silently threw stones from the city wall to drive away the hyenas outside, but thoughts of a different nature began to rise in their hearts. They also thought Bai Ye was a madman because in this wasteland, only a madman would sacrifice his life to protect unrelated people. They all heard Bai Ye's roar outside the city and remembered it in their hearts. But they felt that this madman was 100. Even 1,000 times better than the two current commanders. Chapter 12, Old Tan, you will regret this. A shadow crossed Tang's eyes, as the East District Commander. He felt like an ant in the eyes of the colossal figures in Dawn City. If war were to come, Grey Dust Town would be no different from cannon fodder. Wangxi continued, have you ever thought that this sudden appearance of the hyena pack is related to Dawn City? Oh? What do you mean by that? Deputy Commander Bai. A loud voice echoed in the Tire Tavern. Dozens of eyes turned to the entrance, where a weak Bai Ye was slowly walking in, supported by a younger brother. The younger brother, red-faced, whispered, Deputy Commander Bai, I've shouted as you instructed, don't forget to reward me with a piece of meat later. Feeling the attention of the crowd, Bai Ye patted the younger brother's shoulder with satisfaction, don't worry, I forgot. Huh? Deputy Commander Bai, you finally arrived, how are you? Are you okay? Tang greeted him with a big smile, personally helping Bai Ye to sit down. Do I look okay to you? Bai Ye glared at Tang in dissatisfaction. Tang wasn't angry. Ever since he accepted the fact that Bai Ye was a madman, his mindset improved remarkably. He wasn't even upset about getting slapped multiple times before. Chapter 13, what are you showing off? So what if you're extraordinary? A slight scratching sound suddenly interrupted the conversation in the room. Bai Ye squinted his eyes, looking toward the source of the sound, the window. His window had actually opened by itself. It was true, he wasn't mistaken. There was no one outside, no wind either. Strangely, the window opened on its own. As if an invisible hand gently pushed it. Bai Ye remained calm, still lying on the bed, quietly watching the window. Faced with this supernatural phenomenon, he didn't even bother to grab the breath of the bones next to him, knowing it wouldn't be of much use. He waited quietly, ready to activate time stop at the slightest hint of danger. After about 30 seconds, a piece of yellowed letter paper floated in through the window, moving without the wind, and hovered in front of Bai Ye, slowly settling. On it was a line of blood-red characters. At midnight tonight. Come to the northern woods of the town to meet me. Do not make a sound, this concerns your life. Damn! What are you playing at? The floating letter and blood-red text, such a bizarre scene didn't frighten Bai Ye, instead, it ignited his ferocity. With the ability to stop time for 53 seconds. He would dare to slap a god if one appeared, let alone now. Chapter 14. To become an extraordinary being, you need a mother. No, what I mean is, don't you want to know how I became an extraordinary being? Tell me about it. Then you promise. All right, I promise not to kill you, Bai Ye interrupted. Li Yu's heart sank, hesitatingly saying, you agreed so quickly, it gives me no sense of security at all. Let's do it again. Li Yu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and slowly said, after the fate roulette lost to you, the king snake, in a fit of rage, disabled my right hand and left me to fend for myself. The magic hand is my skill that I have painstakingly practiced for over 10 years, my means of survival. With my right hand crippled, I was filled with the desire to die. But thinking of my mother back home waiting for me to achieve something and return in glory. A flame ignited in my heart. I swore I could not disappoint her. I had to survive. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his brain, as if something was stirring inside. After the pain subsided, he discovered that his originally shattered right hand had actually healed somewhat, although he couldn't lift heavy objects. At least he could move it a bit. Moreover, an invisible arm had grown from his right hand. Chapter 15. I lost fairly, I understand. Li Yu's expression calmed down, and he fixed his gaze on Bai Ye, saying earnestly, go ahead and do it. Although I, Li Yu, am not a good person, I respect your character, and am willing to follow your wishes. After you deal with the hyena pack, we can cooperate to deal with the king snake and the others. However, I cannot guarantee that you'll still be alive by then. If you encounter danger, I can only say that I will help if I can. But I won't take risks to save you, because my mom is still waiting for me to return, and I can't put myself in peril. No problem. My mind is made up. Bai Ye stood with his hands behind his back, the cool moonlight casting a silver sheen over him. Li Yu was moved. I lost fairly to the fate roulette. Take care. No need to see me off. With rustling sounds, Li Yu vanished into the woods without looking back. Under the bright moon, Bai Ye stroked his chin, contemplating, is it really okay for me to deceive a disabled person like this? Though it can't really be considered deception, a gentleman judges actions, not intentions. The reason he disagreed with Li Yu's plan wasn't for the sake of Grey Dust Town, but rather to kill more hyenas under the protection of the king snake and Tanji, thereby enhancing his own strength. Chapter 16. The Crisis of Annihilation. Prepare. Tanji raised his left hand, about to give orders. Wait. Bai Ye suddenly spoke up to stop him. Tanji grew angrier, thinking Bai Ye was trying to usurp command. He shot him a furious glare, only to find Bai Ye was not looking at him, but furrowing his brow, staring at the hyena pack. Put away the guns. Bai Ye retracted a breath of the bones, and said to the crowd. Everyone was taken aback, somewhat confused. Tanji angrily questioned, Vice Commander Bai, what do you mean? Our enemy is not the hyenas, there's no need to waste bullets. Bai Ye's gaze passed over the hyena pack, locking onto the distant area where yellow sand was billowing. Not the hyena pack. Tanji thought Bai Ye was acting up again, feeling a surge of anger. But before he could explode, one of his subordinates suddenly exclaimed. The hyenas turned. What? Tanji quickly looked, only to see the aggressive hyena pack changing direction, avoiding Grey Dust Town and running off into the distance. Why are the hyenas running away? Did they get scared from the last fight? Many of the city defenders expressed their surprise, as they were not keen on battling the hyena pack. Compared to their simple thoughts, Wang Shi and Tan Ji felt that something was off. Chapter 17, The Limitations of Time stopped Buzz. A dazzling golden dial rose from beneath Bai Ye's feet, and the gears of time suddenly came to a halt. All sounds in the world seemed to peel away from his ears, leaving only his own breathing in the universe. Bai Ye, propelled by inertia, ran 2 meters forward before finally stopping himself. As is well known, it is difficult for a person to change direction rapidly while running at high speed. Which is why he chose not to forcibly turn around and shoot, but instead decisively activated time stop. When he turned back, he was met by a pair of pale, lifeless eyes, those of the grey sparrow. The eagle-like grey sparrow froze in mid-air 3 meters off the ground, its grey feathered wings spread wide. Sharp claws aimed directly at Bai Ye's head. Just a little more. If Bai Ye had been even a second slower in activating time stop, his head would have been blown apart. A surge of unnamed anger welled up in his heart. You want to blow my head off, huh? I'll blow yours off first. Crack! Breath of the Bones was loaded, the gun's muzzle aimed straight at the grey sparrow's head. At such close range, shooting at a stationary target would be impossible to miss, even for an elementary school student, and Bai Ye would certainly not miss either. Bang! A bullet with a glimmer of blood flew from the gun's muzzle, but the scene of a head exploding that he had imagined did not occur. Chapter 18, The Scholar and the Dog Slaughterer. Outside, the 5 grey sparrows circling in the air fixed their lifeless eyes on Bai Ye, attacking him from 5 different directions. Seeing this, Bai Ye directly pulled out a dagger from his pants leg, his gaze fierce. He did not care about the 5 grey sparrows above him, even if they had sealed off all his escape routes. When the 5 beasts got close, he activated time stop, easily slaughtering them. What really annoyed him was Old Wang. Because Old Wang refused to open the door, preventing him from obtaining bullets, and therefore he could not use Breath of the Bones to enhance his vitality. Which was a complete waste of time with no gains. You won't open the door, huh? Once I deal with the grey sparrows, I'll burn your tavern down and see if you still won't open it. Screech! The 5 grey sparrows let out piercing cries, diving toward Bai Ye with the force of an attack, their speed resembling 5 grey lightning bolts. Bai Ye gripped the dagger tightly, his eyes filled with increasingly fierce light, waiting for the grey sparrows to get even closer. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A sound of breaking air exploded in mid-air, and to Bai Ye's astonishment, the 5 grey sparrows seemed to be struck by an invisible force. Bang bang bang. Chapter 19, After All. I have no obligation to save you. Old Wang rolled and crawled out the door, landing in a way that left him covered in dust. His terrified eyes scanning the surroundings, trying to find Bai Ye's trace. But at that moment, the gunshots stopped. Old Wang was instantly filled with dread. The gunshots had stopped. Had Bai Ye died? Ah! Help! Help me! While Old Wang searched, a grey sparrow flew out of the building, its metallic claws piercing viciously into the flesh of his arm. Old Wang struggled violently, his eyes filled with terror. Just then, footsteps suddenly echoed from the alley. A glimmer of wild joy erupted in Old Wang's terrified eyes as he looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a young man stepping out of the alley, leaving bloody footprints and holding a revolver. Upon seeing the young man, Old Wang cried out in madness, as if he had found a lifeline, before he could finish. He was interrupted by the young man's casual voice. Oh, isn't that Old Wang? Bai Ye, save me. Please save me. Old Wang desperately grasped the grey sparrow's claws, his eyes revealing a pleading look of impending death. Bai Ye slowly opened the cylinder of the revolver, giving it a gentle flick, and 6 yellow shells dropped to the ground, making a crisp sound. Chapter 20, So handsome, you don't value your life. Bai Ye frowned slightly. What's wrong with you? The extraordinary ability relies on mental power, and my mental power has been severely depleted. You go inside first, leave these 2 to me. He gripped the dagger in reverse, staring intently at the two grey sparrows that had climbed up from the ground. The two grey sparrows shook their heads, then kicked off the ground, instantly transforming into two grey arrows rushing towards him. Bai Ye did not use time stop, with his current physical condition. Dealing with two isolated grey sparrows was not a problem. Just as he was about to make his move, a sudden sound of rushing footsteps came from the roof nearby. Immediately after, a crisp sword sound, reminiscent of a dragon's roar, echoed. A woman clad in black and shiny silver knight armor descended from the sky, abruptly entering Bai Ye's line of sight, accompanied by a sword light as sharp as lightning. Clang! The sword light flashed, cutting the two grey sparrows in midair into halves, blood splattering everywhere. The corpses of the grey sparrows fell to the ground simultaneously with the night woman. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened. That sword was so fast. He barely saw a shadow of the sword light before the two grey sparrows were shattered. It should be noted that with his now enhanced physical capabilities, he could barely see the trajectory of ordinary handgun bullets, yet he could not see the woman's sword light, indicating that her sword was indeed faster than a bullet. Chapter 21, Cayenne. The Silent Court is an organization composed of extraordinary individuals. Are you interested in joining? The girl with light brown eyes looked at Bai Ye and said. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. Is the Silent Court recruiting so casually? An organization of extraordinary individuals, and you don't recruit extraordinary people, but instead recruit me. He glanced at Liu beside him, and suddenly realized something, tentatively asking, Cayenne. The girl's eyes flashed with contemplation, clearly not understanding what Cayenne meant. She spoke again. I observed you before. Upon hearing this, a trace of killing intent flickered in Bai Ye's heart. Observed me? Could it be she knows the secret of time stop? Time stop was his biggest secret, and he would not allow anyone to know it. However, the girl's next sentence dispelled his killing intent. Although you are not an extraordinary person, you are a good person. I heard what you said when facing the hyena pack. Ah? No way, giving me a good person card on our first meeting. The Silent Court is indeed an organization for extraordinary individuals, but we value character more. We are looking for like-minded individuals. Bai Ye frowned slightly, from this meaning, and recalling the girl's actions to save others, so the Silent Court is a righteous organization. Chapter 22, Courage Sizzle. The harsh sound of friction erupted as the rear of the off-road vehicle swung wildly due to inertia, sending yellow dust flying in all directions, while the ground was ploughed with several charred tire marks. Bai Ye squinted his eyes, looking at Tanji and 5 of his underlings, who got out of the off-road vehicle. The group wielded machetes, their expressions fierce and menacing. Their guns were out of bullets, so they directly discarded them and switched to machetes. The rusty machetes glinted coldly under the sunlight, imbued with magical damage. Even if they didn't hit a vital spot, any wound on this drug-free wasteland would likely be fatal. Seeing the aggressive approach of Tanji and his men, Bai Ye knew things couldn't end well today. At this moment, Liu had basically lost his fighting ability. Even if he stayed, he would just be a burden. So Bai Ye had no intention of letting Liu fight. Li's were, they are coming for me, you go first, okay? Bai Ye. I will definitely take revenge for you. Liu's voice floated from afar as he dashed away, leaving a trail of dust on the yellow ground. Meaning he ran away quickly. Bai Ye, facing Liu's escape, Bai Ye didn't blame him. Previously, he had taken the risk to help, which was already generous. Now realizing the situation was untenable, it was only natural for him to run away early. Chapter 23, Why are you pressuring me? Damn, what a madman, kill him. Tanji waved his hand, and his underlings immediately rushed forward. Liu, who was back-to-back with Bai Ye, tensed his body instantly. Speaking rapidly, I will deal with the king snake, leave Tanji to you. Whether we can survive depends on fate. After saying this, he shouted loudly and charged towards the king snake, his trembling right hand swinging out, instantly sending several charging underlings flying backward, spitting blood. King Snake. Die. Liyu's face was drenched in cold sweat. His right hand felt as if it was burdened with 1,000-pound weight. Lifting it was incredibly difficult. But in the next moment, a slight cracking sound of bones echoed. Crack! His right hand drooped weakly, as if its bones had been pulled out, swaying in the wind. Damn it! Why at this time? Liyu was filled with anger and despair. His already injured right hand couldn't hold up any longer. And even the previously healed bone had cracked open again. Looking at the king snake 3 meters away, anger and despair surged in his heart. He was so close. Just a little bit more and he could attack the king snake, damn it. Suddenly, Liyu froze. Because he noticed the expression on the king snake's face had changed. The cold man, like a venomous snake, now looked as if he had seen a ghost. His face displaying a terror akin to falling into an ice pit, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Chapter 24, Worse than shit. How do you operate this thing? Facing the blood-stained mechanical arm, Bai Ye was troubled. His dagger couldn't cut through the mechanical arm. And since he didn't understand machinery, he couldn't open its interior. Lizwa, can you operate it? Liyu approached with a complex expression. Are you an extraordinary person too? The mentality of fearing for his brother's suffering, while also fearing his brother driving a Land Rover, was vividly displayed in him. Do you believe me if I say I'm not? Bai Ye retorted. Liyu wore an expression that said, do you think I look like a fool? What is your extraordinary ability? How did you kill so many people in an instant? I'm not telling you. Bai Ye didn't explain that he wasn't an extraordinary person. He truly wasn't, just an ordinary traveler. The ability to stop time was merely due to the differing flow of time between two eras. This isn't fair. I took you as a friend, and I've told you about my extraordinary ability. He. Bai Ye sneered, starting to expose his secrets. Although I fear for my life, I fear even more about the future. Brother, I was wrong, stop saying it, please stop. Liyu's old face flushed red, as he quickly begged for mercy. Chapter 25, Curly noodles. Haven't I eaten good food? Liyu immediately retorted, back in the days when I dominated the gambling houses. I won more money in a day than you have seen in your life. Have you ever had curly noodles? I bet you haven't even seen them. Those noodles twisted and compressed into a hard pancake, with patterns on them more complex than a sweater, boiled in hot water until golden. Not soft and mushy like ordinary noodles, but incredibly chewy, topped with an egg. The taste is simply. This is a delicacy that only city folks can enjoy. Curly noodles. Bai Ye showed a strange expression. The more he listened, the more it sounded like instant noodles. Not just like it. This is instant noodles. Looking at Liyu's face full of reminiscence, Bai Ye only felt a sense of disconnection and absurdity. He had traveled through time for a short period. Sometimes his thoughts still lingered in the civilized era, and now he felt a bit dazed. The instant noodles that he once despised as junk food had now become a delicacy that most people in the Wasteland had never seen in their lives. Seeing Bai Ye suddenly silent, Liyu chuckled, knowing that his words had given this inexperienced kid a slight shock. What's wrong? Are you craving it? Don't worry. In light of you saving my life, when we get to Dawn City, I'll treat you to 2 bowls, with 2 eggs each. Chapter 26, The 16-character mantra of Wasteland survival. Bai Ye nodded. You're right, not only are there mutated beasts in Black Mountain, but there are also even more dangerous mutated plants. Guns and cannons are very effective against mutated beasts. But their effectiveness will be greatly reduced when facing the vast array of mutated plants. Therefore, they want to use people's lives to explore and find the safest route. Analyzing this, he roughly sorted out the cause and effect. This 100-man team should have been on a mission to Black Mountain when they encountered fleeing residents from Grey Soil Town and then took control of them to act as scouts. Seeing that it was getting late, they decided to head to the nearest Grey Soil town for the night. These damn city folks don't regard our lives as lives at all. Liyu cursed in a low voice, and as he cursed, his expression turned sorrowful. This damn world is like this. Those high-ranking figures hide in their castles to wage war, and then all the civilians suffer the consequences. Bai Ye's eyes flickered. Li Yu's words made him think of many things. The previous disaster of mutated beasts and the current army were ultimately all due to a command from the big shots in Dawn City. Although the residents of Grey Soil Town lived a hard life, at least they could still live peacefully at home. But now they were first driven to madness by mutated beasts, and now forced to their deaths by soldiers. Chapter 27. No one understands humility better than me on the way. Li Yu suspiciously stared at Bai Ye and whispered, "Brother Ye, where's your forbidden item? I didn't see you throw it away." He didn't say the words forbidden item out loud, but formed the words with his lips. Bai Ye glanced at him, but didn't he answer. Of course, the forbidden item was still on him, and the reason it wasn't he found was simple. When the soldiers searched his upper body, he hid the forbidden item in his pants, and when they searched his pants, he directly used time freeze to hide the forbidden item in his upper body. If they found it, it would be strange. Soon, under the soldiers' guidance, the two arrived at the location of the main force, where the soldiers were setting up camp and building tents. The residents of Grey Soil Town were curled up in an open space, guarded by several armed soldiers. Bai Ye constantly observed, and among the soldiers, two individuals stood out, an officer in a high-ranking uniform, and a young man carrying a half-person-high silver metal box. The officer appeared to be in his 30s. With a cold expression mixed with arrogance. His legs and arms were replaced by mechanical structures, and the uncovered areas glimmered with a mercury-like silver shine. The complex and precise alloy mechanics clearly surpassed the mechanical arms of the king snake. Chapter 28. The Era's Secret, the Pangu Project. But what happens after we kill them? Naturally, we will rob the vehicles, guns, and money, and then leave Grey Soil Town at dawn. By then, we can sell the vehicles and guns, and with enough money, we can buy identities as residents of Dawn City. Brother Ye, don't act impulsively. That officer and the young man by his side look tough. We aren't in danger now, so why take the risk? Li Yu was almost in tears, desperately trying to awaken Bai Ye's scant rationality. Bai Ye interrupted, "You don't understand. Right now, there is no danger, but their goal is to push us all into the fire pit of Black Mountain, forcing us to our deaths. A true man born between heaven and earth cannot be coerced by others. I've made up my mind. I will sneak over and take out those two officers. Once chaos ensues in the camp, you will act immediately, and we will wipe them out in one go." After saying that, Bai Ye didn't give Li Yu a chance to persuade him further, and silently moved toward the dark corners under the surrounding houses. Brother Ye, don't act impulsively, think about the 16-character mantra. Li Yu sighed in despair. He anxiously watched Bai Ye moving forward in the shadows. And he didn't know if it was his eyes playing tricks on him, but in the blink of an eye, he realized he could no longer see Bai Ye. Chapter 29. The 12 zodiac signs outside the tent. Bai Ye quickly covered his mouth, almost gasping in shock. My goodness. Has the civilization era I was in developed to this extent at the end of civilization? But how is there still extraordinary evolution? The officer in the tent had the same question. Mr. Ying, I can understand the first few, but what else with the extraordinary evolution? Aren't extraordinary beings supposed to have appeared only after the Great Catastrophe? Could there have been extraordinary beings in the civilized era? Extraordinary beings did indeed appear only after the Great Catastrophe. The Great Catastrophe destroyed the civilized era in less than 3 years. During the 3 years of turmoil when civilization still existed, a batch of extraordinary beings emerged. And the people of the civilized era took advantage of this time to study extraordinary beings. In such a short time, they even cracked the mystery of the extraordinary and mastered a method to stabilize awakening. Hiss! The officer gasped again. You mean they accomplished in 3 years what we couldn't do in 100 years? In today's era, the awakening of extraordinary beings remains an unsolved mystery. Otherwise, the number of extraordinary beings wouldn't be so scarce. Mr. Ying shook his head. Not 3 years, but 2.5 years. Chapter 30, Bully the weak and kneel to the strong. The officer played the role of a foil so well that Bai Ye outside the tent was very satisfied. It was clear that the officer wanted to curry favor with Mr. Ying, so he kept flattering him. Because of the defensive facilities of Shelter 189. That technology far surpasses the era, and no one can break it. Only the tyrant might be able to breach the defenses of Shelter 189. And he is currently approaching Black Mountain. The officer's eyes lit up. So you mean that after the tyrant breaks through the defensive facilities, you will personally snipe him? And then the company people can smoothly enter the shelter to obtain the USB drive. Exactly. Once the tyrant is dead, who can compete with the company in Black Mountain? Brilliant. If Mr. Ying can kill one of the 10 kings, the tyrant, his ranking among the 12 zodiac signs will surely rise. And being at the top of the 12 zodiac signs won't be a problem. Hearing this, Bai Ye stopped listening because the rest of the conversation was devoid of substance, filled with flattery and compliments that flowed from the officer's mouth without repetition. It would be a shame if this person didn't go into comedy. He had already roughly understood the plans of the Apocalypse Company, which was simply to use the tyrant to eliminate him. Little did they know, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Chapter 31, No. Are you really eating? Liu frowned slightly, and before he could speak, several Wastelanders nearby swarmed over like locusts, each extending their muddy hands toward him. Give me something to eat. I haven't eaten for several days. Me too, me too. Looking at the eager faces of the few people, Liu paused for a moment and then took out a few cockroach protein bars to share with them. Unexpectedly, this action was like poking a hornet's nest. The few people who had finished eating suddenly lit up with excitement and eagerly asked for more. More and more Wastelanders noticed the situation and began to gather. He has food. Give me some. I'm starving. Get out of the way, don't block the road. Liu's brows furrowed into a frown. Although he had quite a bit of food, it was impossible to feed so many people. If everyone got a little, he would starve himself. There's none left. Everyone move aside, he shouted. However, the crowd, upon seeing the food, resembled hungry wolves spotting prey, their eyes gleaming with a greenish light. I saw it. His sack is full of food. Hand it over, we haven't eaten, are you trying to starve us? Chapter 32, It's not me, it's this era. Hello, officer. My name is Wang. No one cares what your name is. What do you know about the forbidden item? If you dare to speak nonsense, I'll shoot you. The officer's expression was one of disgust, pulling out a white handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose, seemingly trying to filter out the contaminated air from the Wastelander. The Wastelander, frightened, fell to his knees. I dare not, I dare not. Every word I say is the truth. Speak quickly. Yes, yes, yes. In the grey town where I was before, there is a forbidden item called Breath of the Bones, obtained by Bai Ye. I just saw Bai Ye in the crowd. What? A hint of surprise flashed in the officer's eyes. Are you saying someone in the refugee camp is carrying a forbidden item? Wait, that's not right. Everyone was searched before and no weapons were found. The Wastelander hurriedly replied, Officer, you have keen insight, every word I say is the truth. Bai Ye did indeed bond with the forbidden item, even if he isn't carrying it now, it must be hidden somewhere. Why didn't you say this earlier? Mr. Ying's gaze fell upon him, his hawk-like brown eyes flashing with a chilling light. Chapter 33, Did I let you go? Although the soldiers were apprehensive, seeing Mr. Ying's calm demeanor, they could not help but be influenced by his confidence that was entirely in control. Soon, the bullets were delivered to Bai Ye's hands. And he was not polite, loading them openly and then firing directly. Bang! The loud gunshot startled both the Wastelanders and the soldiers, but only Mr. Ying and the officer remained calm. Thud! The Wastelander, who had been standing next to Mr. Ying, fell to the ground, a huge blood hole in his chest. His eyes wide open in death. The Wastelanders were shocked by Bai Ye's audacity. He actually dared to kill someone in front of the officer. Mr. Ying casually glanced at the corpse on the ground, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. A snake-level forbidden item, its power is quite decent. If you survive the Black Mountain trip, I can offer you a chance to follow me. After saying this, he turned and walked away, completely unconcerned about Bai Ye's response. Perhaps in his eyes, no Wastelander would refuse to follow him, as it was a great honor. The officer sneered, "Kid, you're lucky." He also turned to leave, having no intention of seizing the forbidden item, not because he looked down on it, but because he had already learned from the informant about the containment method of the forbidden item. He would not engage in such a barbaric and crude containment method. Chapter 34. Who would have thought he was alive before he died? Once all the guns were taken by Li Yu, Mr. Ying said solemnly, "I have done as instructed. Now we can talk." Before Mr. Ying could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Bai Ye's sinister laugh. "I tell you to do something, and you just do it. Are you a dog?" Bang! The breath of the bones erupted with a loud roar, flames and blood bursting forth simultaneously, a blood-colored bullet accurately hitting Mr. Ying's right knee. He grunted and fell to the ground, his face pale from pain, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet he still gritted his teeth, refusing to cry out. At this moment, it was evident how different Mr. Ying, a genetically modified person, was from an ordinary person. If an ordinary person were shot, they would surely lose a leg, but Mr. Ying only had a bullet-sized hole in his leg, although he couldn't use his right leg for now. At least it could be treated. The soldiers' faces changed dramatically, preparing to rush in to grab the guns, but Mr. Ying raised his hand in pain. "Don't act rashly." After stopping the soldiers, he turned his head with difficulty to look at Bai Ye. "You didn't kill me directly, which means there's still something to discuss between us. I was abrupt before and didn't know there was such a powerful, extraordinary person hidden in the team. This time, I admit defeat. You can propose any conditions, as long as you let me go." Chapter 35. If you can speak, say more. Bai Ye furrowed his brows. He didn't expect to encounter another aberrant beast so soon. First hyenas, then grey sparrows, and now black snakes. How many aberrant beasts had emerged from this damned Black Mountain? "Li Yu, give them the guns, prepare for battle." Li Yu hurriedly called the soldiers to take the guns. At this moment, they couldn't afford to fight among themselves and had to deal with the black snakes first. Bai Ye pulled the officer aside and coldly said, "Have your men hunt down the black snakes?" "Yes, yes, yes." The officer nodded vigorously, knowing exactly what to do without needing Bai Ye to tell him, because facing Bai Ye, who was human, he could plead for mercy, but against aberrant beasts, nothing would be of use. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of rapid gunfire erupted as the soldiers, who got their hands on the guns, immediately joined the fight. If they didn't fight, they would die anyway. As for the Wastelanders, most were frantically fleeing, with only a few picking up stones from the ground and continuously attacking the black snakes below. But it was entirely useless. Fleeing would only lead to a quicker death. And stones couldn't kill the black snakes at all. Ah! Continuous screams echoed as a panicked Wastelander ran into the pile of snakes, only to see dozens of black snakes crawling up his pant legs and climbing up his thighs. Chapter 36. A gift from Mr. Ying. Bai Ye looked at everyone and found that all the Wastelanders had died, and over 30 soldiers had also perished, reducing the once large group to just over 60 people. The good news was that there were no injuries, as those bitten by the black snakes had all died from the poison. At this moment, many soldiers regained their senses and looked nervously at Bai Ye. Bai Ye sneered, "What? Have you all forgotten how Mr. Ying died?" The soldiers felt a chill in their hearts, recalling Mr. Ying's dying, unblinking state. The anxious officer hurriedly shouted, "Put down the guns. Anyone who dares to defy Lord Bai Ye will be dealt with according to military law." Bai Ye then began to reassure the soldiers, "As long as you escort me to the Black Mountain, I will let you go." He lied again. Once they reached the Black Mountain, they would all die, if even one of them managed to return to Dawn City alive. He would have to face the army of Dawn City, facing the retaliation of those damned 12 zodiac signs. After a simple mix of rewards and threats, the remaining group set off again. To prevent the soldiers from escaping, Bai Ye took away the guns and punctured all the tires, leaving only a transport vehicle for himself to drive, while the soldiers had to jog in front of the vehicle. Chapter 37. Who would have thought Mr. Ying was so strong? At night, the sky was pitch black, as if the stars had been erased, with only the bright moon hanging high. In the camp, a group of soldiers sat on the ground around several bonfires, their faces grim, as they looked at the number tags in their hands. Yes, they had been grouped by Bai Ye, just like they had previously dealt with the Wastelanders, 20 people in a group supervising each other. If one ran away, the entire group would die. The officer became the supervisor, and Bai Ye told him that if one person ran, he would cut off a piece of their flesh. The terrified officer didn't dare to blink, staring intently at the soldiers. On the transport vehicle, Bai Ye was staring blankly at a golden pocket watch. A selfless gift from the officer. 10:28, why is it still not noon? Ever since he gained the ability to stop time, he had been wishing for time to pass quickly. Currently, there was less than a minute of time available, which made him feel uncomfortable. Especially since they were camping in the wild tonight, the closer they got to the Black Mountain, the sparser the population became. And there were no towns nearby to rest in, so they could only camp in the wilderness. Brother Yi, we can't encounter any mutated beasts again today, right? Liu looked at the pitch-black night, feeling uneasy. Chapter 38. Arrival at Black Mountain. Bai Ye had heard of the technology of bullets curving in his previous life, but that only appeared in films. He didn't expect it to exist in reality. He glanced at the corpse of a mutated wolf on the ground and instantly felt relieved. Whatever, mutated beasts aren't scientific, or rather, they are too scientific, far exceeding his understanding of technology. After all, there were mechanical modifications, genetically modified humans, and extraordinary beings here. Are you guys here to protect a sniper like Mr. Ying? The officer dared not speak his anger. What do you mean by smelly fish and rotten shrimp? If my mechanical arm hadn't been dismantled by you, I would have shown you my strength. Actually, the officer wasn't weak, but his time-stop ability was too sinister, preventing him from using the power of his mechanical limbs, which had been removed. My lord, in fact, Mr. Ying doesn't need protection, we are merely cooperating with his actions. To kill him, one must get close, and no one can match him in long-range attacks. But in front of those eagle eyes, besides you, who else can get close to him? Bai Ye nodded. Indeed, in the face of time stop, strong and ordinary people are no different, they are all immobile targets. The night quickly passed, and the good news was that after the grey wolf fled, no mutated beasts appeared. Chapter 39. Don't worry. They won't let you go. Even as ghosts, the soldiers' faces turned pale. But they didn't dare resist due to Bai Ye's terrifying strength, and could only cautiously walk toward the grass. Rustle, rustle. The sound of military boots rubbing against the weeds was very slight, but at this moment, it sounded particularly harsh. As they delved deeper, the bloodstains on the ground increased, along with dragging marks. Those marks abruptly stopped under a large tree. My lord, the bloodstains end here, a soldier said, trembling. Come back. The soldier nodded repeatedly and hurriedly jogged back. Seeing the approaching crowd, he felt a little relieved. But just as he was about to come within 10 meters of them, he suddenly noticed the strange expressions on everyone's faces: shock, fear, astonishment. His heart dropped, and trembling, he turned around, his soul almost leaving his body. He saw a thick green vine, like a python, descending from the tree. At the top of the vine was a huge flower bud, which at that moment split open in the middle, revealing jagged sepals, resembling a beast opening its bloody maw, filled with sharp barbs. Ah! He yelled in panic, running madly toward the crowd, while the thick vine, with the carnivorous flower at the top, surged toward him like a living creature. Chapter 40. I don't know. I just walked in and saw them hitting the air like to eat, huh? Come and try this mechanical leg. Bai Ye directly threw a mechanical leg beside the tree. At this moment, more and more carnivorous flower vines hung down from the treetops. A violent color flashed in his eyes, his powerful physical quality erupted instantly. Nimbly dodging several attacking vines, then creating distance. He suddenly reached for his waist, his fingers expertly hooking the gun handle, with a forceful pull. The black revolver slid into his palm like a serpent. Then, he raised his right hand, flicked his wrist, and the revolver spun half a circle in his hand. The muzzle steadily pointing at the target. His middle finger swiftly hooked the chamber, pulling it back hard, the brass bullet clicked precisely into the chamber. And several dark red veins extended from the gun body into his palm. Immediately, his right index finger pulled the trigger, and with a loud bang, flames shot out. The bullet whistled away, all the movements were seamless, as if rehearsed countless times. But he missed. Bai Ye's face darkened, rolling to dodge the incoming vine again. And fired another shot, this time finally hitting. He performed a flourish with the gun, tucked the revolver into his waist, and turned to leave. Casually calling out to the dazed Li Yu beside him. Chapter 41, The fastest bird in the world. Yes, you're right, brother Li. Let us hurry up and run, Boss Gao repeatedly agreed, beckoning a young maid nearby. Xiao Kuei. Let us go. Weighing over 200 pounds. He hurriedly jumped onto the back of a girl who was less than 1.6 meters tall, dressed in a black and white maid outfit, her expression unchanged. Not even shaking as if he were carrying a feather. Behind the distant tree, Li Yu looked on in confusion. Brother Yi, what are they doing? Why did a feather suddenly fall from the sky, and now these people want to leave? That extraordinary person looks quite impressive, and that fat guy is really shameless. Making that little girl carry him. A series of questions left Bai Ye's head spinning. He couldn't be bothered to reply to Li Yu. Instead focusing on the feather that had fallen to the ground, feeling it looked somewhat familiar. The feather was entirely grey-black, with black spots and stripes, the tip dirty white. Together forming a unique pattern. He felt he had seen such a unique feather in the animal world. What was it again? Damn! Headshot! Li Yu suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, trembling involuntarily from the shock. Chapter 42, Playing the expert friend, as long as you can save us all. I'm willing to pay 5 million. Gao Bancheng urgently called out. A strange glint flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. He didn't expect this chubby man, who looked like a shady businessman, to be so righteous and willing to spend money to save everyone. Moreover, the fat man claimed to be the son of Gao Shanhe. In beaming, almost no one didn't know the name of Gao Shanhe. It wasn't because he was strong, but because he was rich, recognized as the richest man in beaming. Even the Wastelanders living in the towns had heard of his name, as the cockroach protein bars they ate daily were one of Gao Shanhe's businesses. 5 million is indeed something he can afford. Li Yu coldly said, deal. Then he leisurely began to unwrap the dirty bandage on his right hand. His expression focused and serious, as if he were doing something very important. Gao Bancheng was anxious. What are you doing? Didn't we make a deal? Please, sir. Hurry and help. Li Yu didn't even lift his eyelids, calmly saying, no rush, in front of my magic hand, no enemy can escape. Bai Ye was at a loss for words. Dude, are you addicted to acting? Do you design your own actions and lines? His original intention was to let Li Yu disguise himself as a master. And then he would use time stop in conjunction with Li Yu to take down the mutated falcon, which would help cover up the time stop and reduce his own presence. Chapter 43, It turns out to be the 10 kings face to face. Li Yu was equally confused. He raised his right hand, staring blankly at the mutated falcon in his hand. What is going on? How did the falcon just crash into my hand when I raised it? Yi Ji just told me to act cool, he didn't say to act this big. At this moment, Li Yu's figure suddenly became mysterious and tall in everyone's eyes. To them, it was just a wasteland person who had caught the mutated falcon that had been exhausting them. In an instant, this wasteland person was also an extraordinary being. What kind of ability is this? Is it an empty grasp? I thought it was something fast, but it turns out it's just like this. Realizing this, Liu quickly maintained his aloof persona, his tone mixed with 3 parts coldness, 3 parts pride, 3 parts sarcasm, and 1 part disdain. He loosened his right hand, and the barely breathing mutated falcon fell to the ground. Bang! A scarlet bullet shot out, accurately piercing the mutated falcon's head, blood splattering. Bai Ye silently put away breath of bones. This was agreed upon with Liu, that he would deliver the final blow. After all, it was a mutated beast, and its vitality couldn't be wasted. Forbidden item. Chapter 44, starting with inner wear. The atmosphere between the two became increasingly strange. At this moment, Gao Bancheng suddenly smiled and took out a check, breaking the deadlock. Mr. Li, this is a 5 million check, please take a look. The phrase 5 million check nearly caused Liu, who was pretending to be a master, to break character. He had never seen so much money in his life. He bit his lip tightly, afraid of laughing out loud, and just as he was about to reach out to take it, Bai Ye interjected, directly taking the money and smilingly saying, "Just give it to me, Mr. Li doesn't like such vulgar things." The corner of Liu's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt a pang of pain in his heart. Who said I don't like it? I do like vulgar things. He knew that once this money got into Yi Ji's hands, he would definitely get nothing for himself, it was all for show. Gao Bancheng nodded repeatedly, respectfully handing it over. Seeing the money accepted, Gao Bancheng relaxed his expression and said cheerfully, "Are you two heading to the 189 shelter?" Liu nodded coldly. "That's great. We're also going to the 189 shelter, why not go together?" To be honest, our team was also hastily assembled. Besides Li Xiao and my maid Xiao Kuei, the other companions were also encountered along the way, all skilled bounty hunters. Chapter 45, Qi and Blood Martial Arts. He. Brother Xiaobai is joking, this isn't underwear, it's Xiao Kuei's body structure. As you can see, Xiao Kuei isn't human but a robot. One left over from the era before the great catastrophe, found by someone from the shelter and later bought by me. Bai Ye was secretly astonished. A robot? Such an advanced robot. He felt even more that this world was distorted. Clearly, many people couldn't even afford food, yet the wealthy had bionic robots. By the way, Brother Xiaobai, I see your physical quality is pretty good, and there are no signs of gene serum injections. Have you practiced Qi and blood martial arts, or are you an extraordinary being? Gao Bancheng asked, seeing Bai Ye keeping up with the group easily, his expression unchanged. His physical quality obviously exceeding that of ordinary people. Qi and blood martial arts. Bai Ye was not unfamiliar with this term. His friendly exchanges with the officer had given him a lot of knowledge, including Qi and blood martial arts. It sounded mysterious, but in reality, it was quite ordinary. Simply put, it was exercising the body in conjunction with breathing techniques. After the great catastrophe, those who survived underwent a certain degree of mutation. Although their appearance was no different from ordinary people, they had something inside called Qi and blood, a form of biological energy. Chapter 46, What Pangu Project? Just a fantasy before dying. After the army of Dawn City discovered the 189 shelter, they repeatedly sent troops to Black Mountain to clear it. The mutated beasts here either died or fled, greatly reducing the threat level, otherwise, I wouldn't dare come here. Bai Ye nodded, that matched with what he knew. The mutated beast attack on Grey Soil Town was ultimately the fault of Dawn City. Then why haven't we seen the Dawn City army all the way here? Gao Bancheng laughed and said, because most of the army has withdrawn. Withdrawn? Mobilizing the army isn't a simple matter. Just the food issue is enough to give people a headache. Moreover, the dangerous aspects of Black Mountain aren't just the visible mutated beasts, but also poisonous insects, toxic miasma, and various unseen threats that are the most deadly. Although Dawn City is powerful, they can't inject gene serum into all soldiers. After all, trained soldiers are just ordinary people. They can drive away mutated beasts with firearms, but it's challenging for them to survive long-term in Black Mountain. It's said that Dawn City has been unable to open the door to the 189 shelter for a long time. And the commotion caused has led to leaks of information, attracting various forces, including some extraordinary organizations and bounty hunters, all eager to get a piece of the pie in the shelter. Chapter 47, Wait, Hold On, Stop. After being wanted, you not only have to guard against the Federation, but also against other extraordinary beings. Gene modifiers might take your life for money. With mutual suspicion, these people naturally find it hard to unite. To avoid being wanted is simple, just join various major forces and become a dog for those big shots, and you will be exempted. Strictly speaking, extraordinary beings like Li Yu are also considered wanted criminals by the Federation, but since he is not well known now, there is no bounty on him. This is a blatant conspiracy. A decree makes it hard for extraordinary beings among the people to grow. Some extraordinary beings even take pride in having a high bounty, specifically challenging those with higher bounties to raise their own. Li has been looking for him for a long time. I didn't expect to run into him in Black Mountain today, Li Xiao said coldly. Do you have a grudge against him? Gao Bancheng asked, confused. He hadn't heard anything about it. Li Xiao put down the binoculars, no grudge. Then you HMPH. It's just that I happened to kill a second-generation heir of a big family, and was given a bounty of 85 million, 2 million higher than Li S. It's truly a time without heroes, letting a brat gain fame. Gao Bancheng, Chapter 48, My father is Gao Shanhe. Brother Hu, you can't call me that anymore. It could get someone killed. But you only guessed half right. That sword just now is called Wait a Moment, but the last sword is not Stop. Bai Ye had a strange expression, and he had a faint guess in his heart. What is it called? Xiao Yi mysteriously smiled and said 3 words. I was wrong. Bai Ye, he was stunned for quite a while by these 3 words before he came back to his senses, giving Xiao Yi a thumbs up, impressive. Xiao Yi accepted it calmly. Wait a moment, stop. If the enemy is still not dead after these 3 swords, then I can only admit I was wrong. Hence the name I was wrong. How much longer are you going to chat? The recovering Black Panther angrily said, feeling completely ignored. Xiao Yi turned around. Do you still want to fight? The Black Panther, although wary, still refused to back down. It was just a sneak attack before. If we really fought, I might not lose. I'm a gene modifier, who has injected 3 doses of the serum. Oh, Xiao Yi feigned surprise, so you're a 3-dose powerhouse. Huh? Hiss? I'll kill you. Everyone, please remain calm. Give me some face, let's just drop this matter. We are all here in Black Mountain to seek fortune. There's no need to fight here. Gao Bancheng stepped forward, acting as a mediator. Chapter 49, Acting like a big shot. Do you think you are me? That's not it. I'm here at the shelter to find a few suitable swords. Gao Bancheng was taken aback. The technology of the old era was very advanced, mainly using firearms. If you're looking for swords in the shelter, I'm afraid. Xiao Yi shook his head slightly and smiled. That's not correct. I've heard that in the old era, there was a divine sword, its edge like a flash of lightning, without substance or blade. Anything it touched would vanish like snow thrown into boiling water. And anything within its light would melt. Is there such a divine sword? Gao Bancheng pondered for a long time, but couldn't find a suitable divine sword. On the other hand, Bai Ye was slightly taken aback. Isn't that just a laser sword? Xiao Yi was overjoyed. I didn't expect Brother Bai, despite his humble beginnings, to have such extraordinary insight, and even know about the divine laser sword. Bai Ye's face darkened. You can skip the part about humble beginnings. Ah, that's not right. As the saying goes, being born humble is not a disgrace, the ability to endure and adapt is what makes a man. In my view, Brother Bai, with his youthful talent and connections with Mr. Li, will surely achieve great things in the future. During this time together, everyone had learned some background about each other, including the incident where the magician Li Yu seized the mutated falcon. The laser sword is a high-tech weapon and probably doesn't meet your requirement for a sword. Chapter 50. The gathering of powerhouses. The shadow beneath Li Xiao's feet stood silently, sneering. Is that all you've got? The atmosphere in the arena suddenly became tense, with many people showing expressions of anticipation. Gao Bansheng was sweating anxiously and quickly stepped forward. Wait! Mr. Minghu, my father, clang. Before he could finish, a crisp sound of a sword interrupted him. Gao Bansheng was astonished as he turned around to see Xiao Yi's sword flying over his head towards Minghu. This action was directly seen as a declaration of war by Minghu and others, as 200 Jin warriors simultaneously drew their submachine guns, aiming at Gao Bansheng and the others. Hey! Come back! Xiao Yi dashed forward and grabbed Wait, smiling awkwardly at everyone. If I say this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me? The only response he received was the dark muzzles of 200 guns. Gao Bansheng was anxious, thinking about what kind of teammates he had found. Wishing Mr. Li was here, who never wasted words. Hey! Where are Mr. Li and Brother Bai? Just as a battle was about to break out, Gao Bansheng shouted, My father is Gao Shanha. A force named Fatherly Power suddenly spread, silencing the crowd. Minghu's eyes flashed with a strange color. He raised his hand to stop his subordinates from firing. Chapter 51. The Grand Stage of Black Mountain. Don't come here if you're not alive, girlfriend. Bai Ye's understanding was refreshed once again. Indeed, there are all sorts of oddities in the era of cataclysm. To be precise, it's a ghost girlfriend. You can't see her at all, just like a ghost. Others called him the ghost clown, with rumors that his ghost girlfriend might actually exist, which is his extraordinary ability. But it has never been confirmed. However, even if he isn't an extraordinary person, his strength shouldn't be underestimated. Do you know how much his bounty is? Gao Bansheng said mysteriously. How much? 17 million. What? Does that mean Li Xiao can't even match his tip? Li Xiao turned his head, casting a cold glance. Kid. Say that again if you've got the guts. Bai Ye didn't back down. What? Can't I speak the truth? If you have the guts, raise your bounty to 17 million too. Li Xiao was furious, but did not attack Bai Ye. It seemed he had some principles and only provoked the strong. Watching the angry Li Xiao, Bai Ye silently counted down in his heart, 321, 10 kings. The tyrant Yang Ji has a bounty of 1.29 billion. And once I defeat him, a bounty of over 1.5 billion is just around the corner. Bai Ye wore an expression that said I expected nothing less from you, knowing you would mention the 10 kings. Chapter 52. Robots. Half an hour later, the noise gradually subsided. Dressed neatly, Minghu walked out of the tent with the rosy-faced silver snake. This charming snake-type beauty appeared even more alluring at this moment. Finally out. But it took you a long time. The agreed time has passed. A thin old man with graying hair emerged from the north. Behind the old man were a dozen mechanical modifiers. Brother Bao, who was chatting with Gao Bansheng, whispered, He is Yi Qianjun, a powerful martial artist, an instructor of the Steel Brotherhood. I've heard that the 100,000 Iron Guards in the Brotherhood were all trained by him. Known as the Grand Tutor of the 100,000 Iron Guards, a single crane can resist 1,000 troops. Moreover, he is one of the few in the Steel Brotherhood who hasn't undergone mechanical modification. Gao Bansheng squinted his eyes slightly. I didn't expect him to come. It seems the Steel Brotherhood is determined to take Black Mountain this time. It's just a pity they are too far away and only brought such a small number of people. Minghu grinned at Yi Qianjun. You didn't perform well this time. The silver snake glared at him reproachfully, her soft, boneless little hand even pinching his chest muscles. He Qianjuan's face darkened. If the 12 Zodiac don't want to breach the 189 shelter, you can leave now. Chapter 53, Mr. Ying is still too weak. Gao Bancheng continued. Many years ago, there were mutated humans, but they were long since wiped out by humanity. In fact, mutated humans are very weak. They can only scare ordinary people. You must know that humanity's strength relies on intelligence, not brute force. Mutated humans lack brains and only have a savage physique. How can they withstand firearms? They are even weaker than mutated beasts. Bai Ye was slightly taken aback. It seemed he had watched too many zombie movies in his past life. A zombie crisis almost led to humanity's extinction, and now thinking back, it seemed unrealistic to assume that humanity's firearms were merely decorations. Do you know the origin of the Crimson Disease? And how the cataclysm came to be? Gao Bancheng rolled his eyes. Brother Bai, if I knew everything, would the Zhenfu Chamber of Commerce still allow my father to be its president? Bai Ye was silent for a moment. That makes sense. While the two were conversing, the battle had reached a heated stage. Perhaps due to the bullets running out, Minghu, Silver Snake, He Qianjun, and others actually engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the robots. Not only them, but also other famous powerhouses stepped forward, such as Li Xiao, Xiao Yi, the Ghost Clown, and the Night Girl from the Silent Court. Chapter 54, Minghu, you already have a path to death. This scene made Xiao Yi and others envious. Especially Li Baitian, Black Panther, and other bounty hunters who usually hung out in taverns. They hadn't even had a drink since arriving at Black Mountain, which they could endure, provided they didn't see others drinking. Gao Bancheng quietly took in everyone's expressions and thought, I'll go find them to buy some. Boss Gao, there's no need for you to spend on us. Once this matter is settled, there will be plenty of opportunities to drink in the future. Xiao Ilang was clearly someone who craved alcohol. Although he said otherwise, his gaze occasionally drifted towards Minghu. In the era of the Great Catastrophe, where spiritual civilization was lacking, alcohol had long become the spiritual support for many people. The harsher the living environment, the heavier the dependence on alcohol. You cannot change the cruel reality, but you can change your mood through alcohol, temporarily escaping from reality. Gao Bancheng laughed and said, to be honest, when I was at home, I spent all day drinking and partying. Now that I see people drinking, the craving in my belly has long been stirred up. Even if you don't drink, I'm going to drink. What is the point of being bored in this damn Black Mountain? Are we just going to stare at each other? Bai Ye watched this and secretly marveled at Gao Bancheng's emotional intelligence. It wasn't he that he wanted to drink, but rather that he didn't want to make things awkward for everyone, and intentionally framed it as his own desire to drink. Chapter 55, the classy Liu Xiao Ilang laughed and casually picked up a bottle of cheap liquor, saying, drinking isn't about the alcohol, but about who you drink with and where you drink. How delightful it is to share a drink with friends in the Black Mountain wilderness. Just now, Gao Bancheng defended them in front of Minghu and openly stated they were friends, which naturally earned their recognition of Gao Bancheng. Dun. Xiao Ilang directly downed half a bottle in one go, showing no signs of discomfort. His extraordinary physical condition was evident at this moment. As if infected by their boldness, more and more people picked up bottles and raised their glasses to drink. This group of bounty hunters was best at drinking and boasting. And once they picked up their bottles, they exuded a confident aura, as if they were back in their own territory. The conversation quickly opened up, starting with reminiscing about the past. Some even started a fire on the spot, taking out previously hunted game to roast. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively, and even Li Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of desire, but he maintained his cold demeanor as a master and refrained from taking action, refusing the bottles offered to him. Bai Ye secretly laughed. He rolled his eyes and raised his bottle to clink with Xiao Ilang's, loudly declaring, no wonder the sword-bearer has a bounty of 85 million. Not only is the bounty high, but his drinking capacity is also better than the average extraordinary person. Chapter 56. The youthful joy worth remembering for a lifetime. Ming Hu stared intently at Li Yu, his expression changing repeatedly. The playful smile on Silver Snake's face gradually faded as she looked at the scattered shards of the wine glass, a deep caution flashing in her eyes. She whispered. From the traces of the shards, the force was very slight, just enough to shatter the glass. But how could such a slight force possibly cross such a distance? It's as if someone shattered it from close range. Did you see anything? She had originally thought it was a small projectile like a stone. But if it was indeed fired by that bandaged man, such a distance could not have been achieved with such minimal force. It would have been detected due to its slow flying speed. Ming Hu shook his head. I didn't see anything. My beast instincts didn't even give a warning. Nor did I feel any movement in the air, as if nothing had happened, yet the glass shattered. Silver Snake was increasingly alarmed. How could one guard against such a strange and silent extraordinary ability? This time it was just a shattered wine glass. Who could guarantee that the opponent couldn't shatter a skull? The unknown is often the most terrifying. Ming Hu, don't act impulsively. We still don't know the depth of the opponent, and we have important tasks at hand. We must not complicate matters now. If we delay the company's major affairs, you know the consequences. Silver Snake said sternly. Chapter 57. The Tyrant. Yang Ji, a different entrance style. Ming Hu's heart stirred. He naturally understood what these people were thinking, as they were all competitors, strong individuals in the same tier. They could tolerate the weak who dared not come close, as it was useless anyway, but they could not tolerate a strong individual like Li Yu who did not contribute while present. Especially since Li Yu's methods were mysterious. What if he harbored ill intentions and sneaked an attack from behind? It was like a dozen people with ulterior motives were fighting at the front line, while another person, also armed, stood far behind, making anyone worry whether that person would shoot from the back. Thinking of this, Ming Hu couldn't help but come up with a plan. He suddenly turned back and said loudly, Magician Li Yu, with your strength, hiding in the crowd without taking action, are you trying to reap the benefits of the fisherman? His words subtly placed Li Yu in opposition to the others, and several strong individuals turned their gazes toward Li Yu, examining and wary. Silver Snake cleverly dodged a heavy blow from the robot, laughing lightly. Li Ji, even a weak girl has gone to the front line, and you, a big man, are still hiding in the back. The increasingly peculiar gazes made Li Yu stiffen. Sensing something was off, he realized he had become the target. However, he couldn't step forward to fight the robot. With his strength and his right hand still injured, charging forward would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Chapter 58. 10 Kings in the Sky. Yang Ji's fingertips tapped the chimney, and the steam train suddenly spewed out thick white smoke, like a black dragon swallowing clouds. The locomotive suddenly turned down and flew towards the open space where everyone was. Run! Someone shouted in panic, completely disregarding the robot and turning to flee. Others quickly reacted and ran away in a hurry. Who could withstand the terrifying crushing force of a train falling from the sky? In an instant, everyone had fled, as if a space had been cleared specifically for Yang Ji's arrival. Boom! The steam train landed steadily, and the ground shook violently. Those hiding in the surrounding woods could even clearly feel the tremor. Damn it, how did Yang Ji arrive so quickly? Ming Hu gritted his teeth. Can't you see? He came by train, of course, he's fast. Silver Snake's elongated eyes were fixed on Yang Ji descending from the sky. Her gaze filled with a glimmer of desire. The tyrant himself looked even more handsome than on the wanted poster. If I could sleep with such a man, I'd be willing to live 10 years less. She bit her delicate lip, her complexion flushed. Shut up, you wretched woman! Ming Hu snapped. About to say something when he suddenly froze, looking sharply at Li Yu hiding in the woods, his heart churning with waves of shock. Chapter 59. Ming Hu, Tyrant. You owe me an explanation today. He slowly raised his palm, crossing his middle finger and thumb in the air. Snap! A crisp sound echoed. The next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The pair of scarlet eyes about to shoot lasers actually exploded with a bang after the snap. Tiny red fragments scattered from the robot's eye sockets. Warning! Warning! Visual system damaged by external force, initiating biological perception mode. The robot continuously emitted a piercing alarm. So noisy. Yang Ji coldly raised his palm, gripping the air towards the robot. In an instant, the robot's massive body stiffened in mid-air, as if someone was choking it by the throat. As Yang Ji tightened his grip, the robot's alarms abruptly ceased, and the steel on its body creaked under the unbearable pressure, seemingly being crushed by an unimaginable force. Bang bang bang. The hydraulic rods at its joints crazily broke, and numerous tiny electric sparks erupted from its body. With a final loud explosion, the robot collapsed helplessly. Its form twisted like scrap metal. The entire area fell into an eerie silence. The pupils of Minghu and the others suddenly shrank to the size of needles. Looking in disbelief at the scene before them, the robot that had blocked their way for days was effortlessly killed in one blow by the tyrant Yang Ji. Chapter 60. The steel rings of the silver snake. Faced with such a vast numerical disparity, Yang Ji remained indifferent, slowly withdrawing his right hand from his crossed arms. Minghu's expression changed drastically, and he halted his steps, raising his palm in a gesture to stop. The 200 gene warriors behind him also came to a halt. Their expressions tense and uneasy, even daring not to look directly into those indifferent eyes. Unexpectedly, Yang Ji did not launch any attack with the raised hand. Instead, it slowly fell onto the crimson shoulder armor on his shoulder, gently brushing off the dust. The faces of Minghu and the others instantly turned ugly, and the atmosphere became awkward. The onlookers not far away showed strange expressions. Just a simple gesture had frightened the 12 Zodiac warriors and the 200 gene warriors into a standstill. The name of a person carries the weight of a tree's shadow. Is this the terrifying aspect of the 10 Kings titles? They even developed an illusion that, although Minghu and the others surrounded the tyrant, it felt more like the tyrant was surrounding everyone alone. A true king needs no sword, a name alone can command thousands. Don't you even have the courage to look me in the eye? How boring. Yang Ji shook his head slightly and turned directly toward the cave, not even glancing at them again. Chapter 61. We rush together, before Yang Ji exhausts his mental energy. Silver Snake. Minghu's eyes were about to burst with rage. He bore the blow from the robot and crazily rushed in front of Yang Ji, his fists clenched like hammers, crashing down heavily. Yang Ji's crimson shoulder armor automatically detached and silently floated, effortlessly blocking Minghu's heavy strike. His eyes turned blood red, fists raining down, while the armor on Yang Ji shed piece by piece, like countless swirling red rose petals, blocking all of Minghu's attacks. The onlookers in the distance were still immersed in the shock of Silver Snake being killed in an instant. Xiao Yi was puzzled. What is going on? Does Silver Snake have a bomb on him? How did his chest suddenly explode? Bai Ye was equally confused, but it was Bai Ye, a bounty hunter who had long been mingling in taverns, who revealed the truth. You clearly don't understand women. What do you mean? Bai Ye was somewhat unconvinced. He had seen a lot, even if it was through a screen. Do you know that women have steel rings in their undergarments? Steel rings? What steel rings? What do you need those for? Bai Ye glanced around and whispered, steel rings can shape and provide support, making them appear more upright. Bai Ye, another day of learning new knowledge. Chapter 62, the laser passage. The intense discussion abruptly stopped, and everyone looked at each other, momentarily creating an awkward silence. The courage they had finally mustered was sunk by Bai Ye's words. After a long period of awkwardness, someone hesitantly said, the tyrant surely wouldn't be interested in the junk in the shelter. He can't take everything inside, so let him take the big stuff. And we can pick up some scraps without any taboo. Damn it. Let us do it. The bold will survive, while the timid will starve. Several bounty hunters gritted their teeth and stomped their feet, walking out from the woods, heading straight for the cave. This triggered a domino effect. People might not get rich themselves, but watching others get rich was even more unbearable than being killed. More and more people walked toward the cave. What should we do? Gao Bansheng turned to ask Li Xiao and the others. Li Xiao remained silent and did not respond. The others also showed hesitant expressions. Their gazes unconsciously focusing on Li Yu, clearly regarding this mysterious powerhouse as their backbone. Li Yu was taken aback. Why is everyone looking at me? I definitely want to go in, that would be seeking death. That tyrant is not human at all. He wanted to look at Bai Ye, but didn't he dare to be too obvious. Chapter 63, The Black Knight. The few people behind the one-eyed man were terrified. Their bodies stiff for a moment before they quickly turned to flee, but the speed of the laser was too fast. By the time they turned halfway, they were instantly torn apart. Smack, smack, smack. Chunks of flesh fell to the ground, making dull sounds. The death came too quickly and was too brutal. The crowd outside the door was stunned for several seconds before coming back to their senses. The ones who had hesitated before showing a hint of lingering fear in their eyes. Just a moment's difference. It truly is a thought of heaven and a thought of hell. Is it a laser passage? Gao Bansheng exclaimed in horror, his face turning pale. Damn it! There's actually a laser passage here. How did the tyrant get through? Bai Ye slowly said, it's not surprising that the tyrant can pass through the laser passage. What is truly surprising is that he could easily destroy all the laser emitters with his ability to control metal, yet he chose not to. It seems he doesn't want others to enter. He probably looks down on attacking others, but he has no obligation to help others eliminate danger. What now? Gao Bansheng was already starting to retreat. This laser passage was not something an ordinary person like him could breach. Chapter 64, No, you have to live too. After a long time, someone murmured, what material is her sword made of that it can even block lasers? Look! He Qianjun is also moving. He Qianjun, who had not acted until now, also stepped into the laser passage with his hands behind his back, hunching his back. With the Black Knight paving the way. He had completely grasped the pattern of the laser passage, and naturally did not need to wait. If he didn't hurry, he would be overtaken by others. You guys can't pass through the laser passage with those iron gadgets on your backs. Stay outside to support me. Yes, instructor. More than a dozen mechanical modifiers replied loudly. He Qianjun nodded and then confidently entered the passage. Faced with the incoming lasers, he appeared even more calm and composed than the night girl, taking less time, and soon reached the edge of the laser passage. However, it was clear to those with discerning eyes that He Qianjun took less time, not necessarily because his strength was much greater than the night girl's, but more because he had prior knowledge of the laser trajectory. When he reached the edge, everyone wanted to see how he would pass the final barrier without the girl's sword, but He Qianjun stopped moving. He slowly straightened his back, and his muscles instantly bulged. His previously thin body suddenly became like a small giant. Chapter 65, I'll cry harder after you die her. There's clearly a long crack on Silver Snake's head. Why is there no brain matter? Did any of you see Silver Snake's brain matter? Everyone looked around, glancing at each other. How strange, the head is cracked, but there's no brain matter. Could it be that Silver Snake doesn't have a brain? Who said someone doesn't have a brain? The transformed corpse of Silver Snake suddenly spoke. This startled everyone, and they even dropped the corpse on the ground. In their shocked gaze, they saw the crack on Silver Snake's head growing larger, wet hair slowly oozing out from inside, accompanied by the tearing of skin, and the hissing sound of the body rubbing against the mucus. Gradually, a pale-skinned beauty's head emerged, followed by delicate arms, a torso, long legs, and smooth little feet. This was the Silver Serpent. The naked Silver Serpent slowly rose, her shed skin instantly shriveling and turning transparent, like a snake molting. The Gene warriors stared at her, their brains momentarily malfunctioning. Is she beautiful? The silver serpent displayed herself generously, her face full of smiles. Very beautiful. One person swallowed hard and said. Chapter 66, Hard-headed. Do you believe Mr. Lee can make you hard all over? The laser passage was like a filter for the strong. Despite the impressive names of this group, each possessing a strong presence, it was only after the tide receded that one could see who was swimming naked. Liu felt like he was stripped bare and hung before everyone, countless puzzled gazes directed at him, creating a sense of social death. Not only were Gao Bancheng and others confused, but passers-by were as well. Why hadn't he the esteemed magician Liu? A figure that even the Zodiac's dark tiger dared not offend, entered the laser passage yet. Liu was at a loss and had to grit his teeth and call out to Bai Ye. He led Bai Ye to a secluded corner. Everyone watching, but no one daring to eavesdrop for fear of angering Liu. Liu glanced around, seeing no one nearby and the cave pitch black. His expression instantly fell, the image of a strong man collapsing. Brother Ye, what should we do now? This group of freaks has ways to get through the laser passage. Even the humorous dart guy has a way, but I don't. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow and smiled. You don't have a way. Don't you think that in the whole Black Mountain, you're the one with the most ways? You've got everyone spinning in circles. Chapter 67, Only the likes of 10 kings are worthy of being compared to Mr. Lee. Liu's mouth twitched slightly. All right. He slowly walked to the crowd. The entrance of the laser passage leaving everyone with a mysterious silhouette. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, this magician slowly unwrapped the bandages from his right hand. The movement slow and steady, like tearing open the seal of a demon king. The atmosphere became tense, the darkness in the cave flowing like water, stifling. The blood-stained bandages fell like a twisting little snake, revealing a pale hand to everyone's eyes. Liu recalled the tyrant's might and then grasped at the void towards the laser passage. Time froze. When the enormous golden clock enveloped the world. The flowing time was pressed by a deity's pause button. Bai Ye shot out like an arrow, as if walking on flat ground, stepping into the laser passage. His method to help everyone through the laser passage was simple: destroy the laser passage. Just as he had thought before. He couldn't vanish into thin air in front of everyone and then pass through the laser passage, it would expose him. But since he didn't have the agility of a knightly maiden, if he couldn't solve the problem, he had to eliminate the root cause of the problem. He had observed for a long time, the lasers in the passage were emitted by laser emitters hidden within the silver-white walls, which had many deep small holes. Impossible to destroy from the side, blocked by the walls. Chapter 68, Wow! So many rambutan. The small door of the emergency passage had been violently destroyed. The traces fresh, definitely done by Yang Ji and others. The crowd rushed into the emergency passage, where the road was steep, almost at a 30-degree angle downward. And constantly turning, spiraling downwards. As they progressed, they found the passage becoming narrower and deeper, with everyone gradually shifting from walking side by side to a long line. We must be hundreds of meters underground now, someone murmured in the dark. Not just that, we've been walking for so long, I feel like it's over 1,000 meters. Look ahead, there is sunlight. Sunlight? How could there be sunlight underground? It should be lighting facilities. The first few people at the front reached toward the light. Discovering it came from the end of the passage. They squinted to adjust to the brightness, and once they saw the scenery behind the light, they were astonished and quickly stepped into the brightness. What is in there? The people at the back shouted loudly. After a long while, the shocked voices of those few came from the light. City. It's a city, there is sunlight. Chapter 69, A taboo item exclusive to the rich. Startled, Gao Bancheng quickly put the copper coin into his pocket. A taboo item of the Jiao level, buying life money. Can be used to buy life in case of lethal harm. Bai Ye's eyes sparkled, almost writing the words mine on his face. Gao Bancheng stepped back half a step. Little Bai, Don't even think about taking my buying life money, even if I give it to you. You can't use it. How do you know I can't use it if you don't give it to me? I'm serious. You don't meet the conditions for containing buying life money. I've contained taboo items before, even the breath of bones that gambles with life is nothing. Let alone the mere buying life money worth over 100 million. Bai Ye was momentarily speechless, then became furious. Isn't this bullying the poor? Not only that, but I also have to provide it with 1 million every month, and if danger rises, it's another charge. The greater the danger, the more money. Just like just now, within a month, I must provide it with 3 million more, or it will backlash. Why are you explaining so much? Do you think I'm the kind of person who robs friends' taboo items? Bai Ye reproached. Gao Bancheng, he. Chapter 70, Women in Revealing Clothing in the Refuge. Bai Ye stepped on the glass, the slight cracking sound underfoot making him frown as he looked around. What's wrong, Brother Ye? Li Yu quietly asked beside him. Everyone was busy searching for treasures, and no one noticed their conversation. Don't you find it strange? Li Yu nodded seriously. It is indeed strange. It's one thing that there are no corpses on the street, but there are also none in the houses. Bai Ye looked at him in surprise. It was the first time they had thought the same thing. Don't look at me with that caring for the mentally challenged gaze, okay? I'm at least a card shark. I won't say anything else, but my observational skills are definitely above average. Li Yu rolled his eyes. You're right, even though a long time has passed. Even if the people in Refuge 189 are long dead, they would have left behind corpses. As we walked, the streets were in ruins. But there were no corpses at all, not even in the houses. Given the size of this city, at least over 100,000 people must have lived in Refuge 189. Where did those 100,000 corpses go? Li Yu thought for a moment. Could it be, this is what I discovered first? Chapter 71, Divine Taboo Items. What on earth is going on? Divine? Pseudo-human? Divine Taboo Items. Crimson Origin. Bai Ye started playing fill in the blank. The experimental record book had decayed too severely, many pages stuck together. Divine Taboo Items. Gao Bancheng quickly squeezed forward, staring intently at the words Divine Taboo Items. Do you know about Divine Taboo Items? Gao Bancheng nodded solemnly. Most of the nouns written above are unfamiliar to me. But the Divine Forbidden Object is one I've seen more than once in the intelligence storage of the Zhenfu Chamber of Commerce. Bai Ye immediately became interested. What is a Divine Forbidden Object? Little Bai, do you know the levels of forbidden objects? Snake, flood dragon, dragon. That's right. Forbidden objects are divided into 3 levels: snake level forbidden objects, flood dragon level forbidden objects, and dragon level forbidden objects. The divine forbidden object, however, transcends the dragon level. It is said to be so powerful that it can invoke the caution of deities, hence the name Divine Forbidden Object. Bai Ye's eyes lit up. So there is a Divine Forbidden Object in Shelter 189. Perhaps even more. Gao Bancheng pointed at the writing in the experimental record book. Look. The Divine Forbidden Object appears more than once here, and it even has a serial number, indicating that there are likely multiple items in the shelter. Hey, little Bai. Where are you going? Chapter 72, Li Yu, just at this moment aim for the head. The weak point of the mutated human is the head. Li Baiyan pulled out dual pistols, and the bullets accurately shot into the heads of the mutated humans, causing the struck ones to fall to the ground. Facing the mutated humans attacking from the side, he swung his arms fiercely. The yellow-orange bullets actually traced 2 perfect arcs in the air, bypassing the obstructing buildings, hitting the mutated humans. Gunfighting skills. Bai Ye was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Li Baiyan, who had always been low profile, to have such a remarkable skill. Truly a seasoned bounty hunter. The powerful firepower instantly suppressed the mutated human army, but gradually, they realized something was wrong. Those whose heads had been blown off were actually getting back up from the ground. From the gory holes in their heads, countless fine bloodlines squirmed. And then the wounds began to stitch themselves up automatically. How is this possible? Black Panther was taken aback. Aren't mutated humans supposed to be much weaker than ordinary mutated beasts? How come bullets can't even kill them now? Furious and alarmed, he directly discarded his guns, extending sharp claws from his fingertips, his hands crossing in the air to create a diagonal cross, and a mutated human was instantly torn apart. The scattered limbs on the ground continued to squirm, with countless bloodlines extending from the wounds, weaving together like braided dough, and 2 seconds later, the mutated human stood up again, completely unharmed. Chapter 73, Brother Ye, I think I might be dying. Black Panther screamed in pain, tearing at his own body with both hands. His flesh was ripped apart by his sharp claws, blood and meat exposed to the air, and within the muscle fibers, bloodlines as thin as hair continuously squirmed. He desperately tried to pull out the bloodlines with his fingers, but they didn't break. Instead, they grew longer, completely exceeding the length his arms could stretch. Help me! He trembled, seeking help from everyone, but several bloodlines suddenly crawled up his eyes full of pleading and terror. In an instant, his eyes were completely covered by bloodlines, turning a deep crimson. It was as if someone was using needles to stitch red threads into his eyes. His screams abruptly ceased, and Black Panther's contorted body slowly stood up, his crimson eyes fixed on everyone, indistinguishable from a mutated human. Meanwhile, blood-red viruses the size of eyeballs floated in the air, flying towards everyone like a swarm of mosquitoes. Everyone's heart sank. The mutated humans were already difficult to deal with, and now it was even worse. These blood-red viruses could transform people into mutated humans, making them nearly impossible to defend against. Breakthrough. Bai Ye pulled out a mechanical leg from a torn sack and threw it out. This was the last leg of the officer. Chapter 74, Liyu's Last Wish and Lies. Bai Ye hesitated slightly while holding the syringe. Liyu's symptoms were indeed completely different from Black Panther's. The virus infected the magic hand, which was closely related to my mental power, and the virus crawled into my mind through the magic hand. I'm beyond saving. Then I'll inject the serum into your magic hand. He pushed aside Liyu's left hand and then stabbed the blood-red magic hand. Crack! The needle broke. He had forgotten that Liyu's magic hand was as hard as iron and could not be pierced by a needle at all. Looking at the remaining half of the needle, Bai Ye fell into silence. Liyu was on the brink of death to save him. Even though he didn't need anyone's help, Liyu still saved him. Liyu's pale face reflected in his pupils, his body temperature gradually dropping, exuding a coldness reminiscent of a corpse. The first opponent he encountered after crossing over, the first friend, was now about to die in this dark, abandoned corner. And he could only watch helplessly. If a person lives to 60, then in a lifetime, there are approximately 189, 216, 000 10-second intervals. I lost fairly in the game of fate. Take care. Chapter 75, Targeting Bai Ye's killing calamity. Liyu gasped heavily, but his eyes were filled with surprise. Great. Brother Ye, the blood vessels can retract, but I'm still not very skilled at it. Can't retract them all at once. Just wait until I practice a few more times. I definitely can. His excited voice suddenly stopped, his gaze trembling as he stared into Bai Ye's eyes. Brother Ye, your eyes. Bai Ye's heart suddenly surged with an ominous premonition. What's wrong with my eyes? Bloodlines. There are bloodlines in your eyes. Liyu shouted in panic, his voice somewhat distorted. Damn! Bai Ye cursed inwardly, pulling out a dagger and holding it in front of his eyes to observe. The clear blade reflected his eyes, and he saw a bloodline, like a worm, squirming in the sclera. Upon seeing this, Bai Ye hesitated not at all. He raised his finger and forcefully stabbed it into his eyeball. As his finger touched the surface of the eyeball, he resisted the urge to close his eyes, pinched the squirming bloodline hard, and then pulled with all his strength. A bloodline half a meter long was brutally yanked out from the eye socket, along with a spray of blood. Chapter 76, the mutated human Bai Ye. Blood pooled at Bai Ye's feet, theoretically. This kind of action would be unsustainable even for a transcendent's physical quality, but he endured it. It wasn't that his physical quality was strong enough, but rather that the blood-red virus was at work. Mutated humans infected by the blood-red virus possess terrifying regenerative abilities that are nearly immortal. Now, Bai Ye, who was gradually transforming into a mutated human, although his recovery ability was not as strong as that of a mutated human, had already surpassed that of a normal human. It was precisely with the support of this regenerative ability that he could clear the bloodlines from his body. A minute later, he collapsed to the ground, nearly exhausted. The regenerative power brought by the blood-red virus was not a perpetual motion machine, it came at the cost of draining his vitality. In that short minute, his vitality had been completely depleted. At this moment, Bai Ye's face was as pale as paper, but the corners of his mouth were smiling. A mere virus dares to attempt to slay a god. I am a god of the new era. He smiled silently, feeling that the serum in his body had reached a certain balance with the blood-red virus. Previously, the bloodlines proliferated too much for the serum to counteract. But with the clearing of the bloodlines, the serum finally began to take effect. Oh no. Time. Bai Ye's smile abruptly stopped, his expression changing drastically as he hurriedly closed the time stop, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Chapter 77. How can mere mortals comprehend fate? I command causality to determine the universe. What about Li Yu? Wait for me, Yi Ge. I'll go with you, we can take care of each other on the way. Li Yu rushed over. At that moment, the scarlet virus floating in the street suddenly stopped like an insect that had found its prey. And after a strange pause of 1 second, it flew towards Li Yu in unison. Damn it! Yi Ge, run! Bai Ye did not escape, but directly closed the door. Standing alone in front of it, the scarlet viruses halted in front of him, quietly swirling around his body, some even landing on his hands. Their tiny red tendrils writhing in the wind, but they did not penetrate his skin. Just as expected, Bai Ye was increasingly ecstatic, without the threat of the scarlet virus. He could save a lot of time. But why couldn't Li Yu do the same? Yi Ge, what are you doing? Hurry and come in. Li Yu's anxious voice came from inside. I'm fine. The scarlet virus seems to see me as a pseudo-person and won't attack me. Li Yu immediately reacted. Is it because you've already been infected with the virus? But why can't I? Is it just because I was infected with the magic hand and not my body? Yi Ge, move aside, let me try with the magic hand. Bai Ye slightly turned to the side, and the door was quickly opened a crack, followed by an invisible giant hand with scarlet veins slowly reaching out. Chapter 78. The son of a rich family does not sit in a low hall, the ruler of a nation does not enter a dangerous situation. Bang! Ah! The painter cried out in pain, clutching his stomach and vomiting up the rabbit leg he had just eaten. The man in the black suit silently retracted his fist. Jiu Huangquan. What are you crazy about? Why did you hit me? The painter cursed angrily. Jiu Huangquan replied expressionlessly, you ate my rabbit meat and still cursed me. You deserved it. I was just composing poetry. Yes, you were composing poetry to curse me. After walking for more than 20 minutes, Bai Ye noticed that many pseudo-person corpses had appeared nearby. These pseudo-persons seemed to have been severed by some sharp weapon, all with a single fatal blow. The opponent had used vital energy to smash the vital energy on the pseudo-persons, preventing them from recovering. Looking at the familiar wounds, the figure of the night girl emerged in his mind. These sword wounds resembled those made by the pure silver cross sword in the girl's hand. Bai Ye felt a surge of joy. The night girl was the first to break into shelter 189 after the tyrant. And her goal must also be the Pangu USB drive. Now that he had discovered the girl's trail, it meant he was on the right path. He quickened his pace, following the traces of battle along the way. Chapter 79, Birth. It's all about birth. The experimental subject with a shattered arm roared. A blazing scarlet light surging from its body, with dots of light converging at the broken arm. Then, amidst the scarlet glow, the severed muscles, bones, and skin quickly grew back, restoring to their original state in the blink of an eye. The silver snake's enchanting face was now devoid of a smile. The tyrant had forcefully broken into the experimental base and shattered the confinement devices inside, unexpectedly releasing so many experimental subjects. It was unclear what the people of the old era were actually researching. Every monster they created was comparable to a transcendent being with a bounty over 100 million. The dark tiger exerted force with both hands, grabbing the arm of the attacking experimental subject and flinging it away like an ant lifting an elephant. Time could not be wasted. They had to find the Pangu USB drive before the tyrant. Go. He dropped to all fours, his muscles bulging violently, and seeing this, the silver snake immediately leaped, her small, muddy feet landing on the dark tiger's back. The dark tiger acted as a mount, crashing through, while the silver snake struck fiercely, her pale, slender arms like soft, boneless poisonous snakes, each strike tearing off a large amount of flesh from the experimental subjects. With their combined efforts, they quickly broke through the encirclement and charged into the massive hole created by the tyrant, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 80, Forbidden Object, Number 001, Undescribable, Unrecordable, Uncontainable. Is this a mobile phone screen? He saw a rectangular, semi-transparent screen quietly lying among the rubble, covered in cracks. He picked up the phone screen and examined it closely, only to find that hidden within the cracks was a precision circuit board. It shouldn't be a phone screen. It was too thick. This thickness resembled a mobile phone instead. Could this be a mobile phone from the civilized era? Just a simple screen. Looking at the cracks, Bai Ye lamented. He used to love playing with mobile phones before he crossed over, playing every day, and after crossing over, he even experienced withdrawal symptoms. Now, he had finally found a high-tech phone, but it was broken. He fiddled with it for a while, but since he didn't know how to turn it on, he could only stuff it into his pocket, hoping that one day he might have the chance to repair it and play with the phone again. The appearance of the phone inspired him. Although he couldn't enter the experimental base, he could still scavenge outside. After all, so many explosions had just occurred, and many walls had been blown apart. Perhaps other good things had been blasted out along with the rubble. Bai Ye couldn't help but glance at the place where everyone had entered. That was where the most explosions had occurred, and the rubble was also the most. Since he had nothing better to do, he might as well go treasure hunting. Chapter 81, Forbidden Object, Number 169, Twin Monkey Statue. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion resounded. Bai Ye was startled and quickly looked towards the experimental base, his pupils contracting suddenly. He saw a large hole directly opened in the roof of the experimental base, with thick black smoke billowing upwards, and within that black smoke, a gigantic hand, covered in black scales and resembling a dragon's claw, burst through the hole. Countless fragments flew, and dust rose as if it were raining stones from the sky. This hand was enormous. Just one hand was comparable to an experimental subject. What kind of monster is this? Just as he was astonished, countless metal spikes shot out from the hole, piercing through the black-scaled giant hand, followed by another loud bang, resembling the sound of some huge object colliding. The black-scaled giant hand fell back into the hole, and the experimental base collapsed even more severely, with the sounds of battle growing more intense. It was the tyrant Yang Ji fighting against it. Bai Ye recognized that ability to control metal. From the commotion, it was clear that the owner of the black-scaled hand possessed terrifying strength, able to battle the tyrant Yang Ji to such an extent, which was telling. Bai Ye was increasingly grateful that he had not gone inside. It was too dangerous. Even 2 minutes and 25 seconds might not guarantee survival. Chapter 82, Life Exchange. Clang! The pure silver cross transformed into a sharp silver light, and the alloy door broke apart in response. The furnishings inside the room were exposed to her eyes. She frowned slightly because behind this door were only some discarded computers, hard drives, mobile phones, and other electronic products. It was a complete mess, like a storeroom. She searched through the pile of junk with her sword for a while, and after confirming it was all waste, immediately walked towards the last alloy door. After one swing of her sword, the alloy door opened, revealing a pitch-black monkey-like statue. The statue was placed on a metal pedestal, covered by a square transparent glass dome. It was a monkey with its arms wide open, grinning broadly. The metal pedestal was engraved with the text, "Forbidden Object, Number 169, Twin Monkey Statue." Forbidden Object. A trace of disappointment flashed in the night girl's eyes. While forbidden objects were indeed precious, they were not her goal. She slowly exited the room and then kicked a stone. Whoosh! The stone accurately shattered the glass cover, hitting the monkey head squarely. The twin monkey statues fell to the ground, completely unharmed, showing no signs of any anomalies. The night girl remained silent for a moment before turning to leave. After a moment, she returned holding an arm that she had previously severed from the test subject. Chapter 83, and Bai Ye realized that he did not possess the memories of the night girl. So he had no idea where this place was within the experimental base, nor did he know how to get out. Holding onto the mindset of a dead horse being treated as a live one, he prayed that the night girl had a map, and hurriedly began to search. The girl's black dress had hidden pockets, and when he reached in, he felt a bunch of miscellaneous items. When he pulled them out, his expression instantly fell. What is all this? Why is it all chocolate and fruit candies? There's not a single useful thing. Gululu. Bai Ye unconsciously swallowed, feeling a craving for the candy from the girl's body. Eat, 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 all you know is to eat. Angrily, Bai Ye stuffed a piece of fruit candy into his mouth. Damn. It's strawberry flavor, I hate strawberries the most. While eating the candy, he rummaged through another pocket, and surprisingly pulled out a ring and a full-face sunscreen mask. Sure enough, women never forget about sunscreen. He put away the mask and examined the ring. It was made of alloy, engraved with a small dove, ready to take flight. A ring? A forbidden object. Or what? Chapter 84. Hello, human, I am Bai Ye. Jiu Huangquan fell silent for a moment. Unfortunately, such a terrifying figure is about to die soon. The painter smiled slightly. You are mistaken, the truly terrifying figure is not the tyrant. Who is it? Me? Jiu Huangquan, even a powerful tyrant will die at my hands. Doesn't he that prove the point? The painter suddenly let out a scream, his body curling up like a shrimp, clutching his stomach tightly. Jiu Huangquan. Why are you hitting me again? Jiu Huangquan expressionlessly retracted his fist. I don't know why either, but as soon as I saw your expression just now, I couldn't help it. There are dead mice here, cut by a sword, which means an Xiaotong came through here. As long as I follow the traces of battle, I should be able to get out soon. Bai Ye followed the trail of blood down the dark corridor. After about 5 minutes, he finally exited the passage and arrived at a hall resembling a cafeteria. The hall was filled with dust and cobwebs, along with some rotten food remnants. There were 4 doors in the cafeteria, which puzzled Bai Ye. Which door did an Xiaotong come in from? Chapter 85. You smell so good, why are you chasing me? Aren't you looking for knowledge? Bai Ye interrupted with a smile. In terms of knowledge and thought, few can compare to Miss Xiaotong. I have no knowledge or thought at all. I was a failure in my past life, repeated a year before getting into college. If that counts as having knowledge and thought, then what does? Bai Ye suddenly realized that Bai Ye was right. He came from a civilized era. From the era of information explosion, where one could know everything without stepping outside, and could travel the world through the internet. In novels, he experienced the vastness of the world, and in films, he tasted the complexities of love and hate. He had fought in the land of runes, killed zombies in Raccoon City, acted as an assassin in the medieval period, been a cowboy in the West, and a gangster in the city. Gradually becoming the strongest Asura of the Yuata. He had even burst through the heavenly palace, slaying countless deities. Suddenly looking back, the myriad worlds, ancient and modern, both domestic and foreign, paved the way for him. If that doesn't count as knowledge and thought, then what does? Having become accustomed to it in his own era. But in the current cataclysmic era, isn't he someone with knowledge and thought? Chapter 86, Viewing Humanity from a Divine Perspective After Running for a Long Time. Bai Ye finally found the traces of twisted metal. He directly, and continued to sprint along the metal traces. After passing a corner, he saw the corpse of a gigantic monster. This monster was covered in pitch-black scales, with a massive crocodile head. Even in death, its terrifying aura remained undiminished, sending chills down one's spine. Bai Ye immediately recognized this monster as the one that had previously broken through the roof of the base and extended its dark-scaled hand. At that time, the tyrant was engaged in a fierce battle with this black-scaled monster, and now that he had seen the monster's corpse, the tyrant couldn't be far behind. Huh? Why hasn't Bai Ye caught up yet? While running, Bai Ye suddenly felt strange, as he had already, logically. Bai Ye should have appeared quickly, just like before. Could it be that the distance is too far, and he can't smell the fragrance on me? Or is he intentionally playing hide and seek? Bai Ye couldn't care less now. He had wasted too much time escaping. And now he only had 1 minute and 26 seconds left. If he couldn't deal with Bai Ye, he would surely die. Where on earth is the tyrant? Chapter 87, Bai Ye's Self-Hypnosis Dam. Time-stopping clearly isolated the contamination of the scarlet eyeballs. Is it because I have already been contaminated? Bai Ye tightly held his head, and the girl's beautiful face began to twist. Vaguely, he heard the whispers of the evil god in his ear. He couldn't understand the meaningless syllables, but he could grasp their meaning. The evil god seemed to be saying, "You have seen the filthy nature of humanity. Only by believing in me can you find liberation." The voice of the evil god was extremely beautiful, bringing hope and redemption to people. Only those who have truly experienced it can understand that beauty. To outsiders, the evil god's murmurs were strange and wicked, but once you truly understood, you could gradually comprehend everything. That wasn't an evil god. It was a benevolent and compassionate true god. He was trying to save you, trying to pull you out of the body of a cockroach and make you human again. The rift between cognition and reality deepened gradually, and Bai Ye struggled against the intense desire to become human again, constantly reminding himself that everything was fake. If he couldn't overcome this cognitive pollution, he might never be able to live as a human again. He would become a monster. Monster? No, no, no. That's not a monster, that is a true human. As long as I believe in him, I can become a true human. Chapter 88, Tyrant. As long as you become my woman, there are many legends about the Eye of Ashes. Some say it is the eye of a deity. Others say it is the eye of the first infected by the crimson virus, and there are rumors that it is a forbidden object. You can believe whichever version you like. Saying it is the same as not saying it. Bai Ye pouted. Tyrant, you admit that I saved you once. Shouldn't you repay me? Facing the bold request of the girl in the black dress, Yang G's eyes flashed with a strange color. He had never encountered such a woman. In the past, the women I encountered either admired me, hated me, or feared me. Only the woman before me treated me with such indifference, as if I were completely insignificant. How do you want me to repay you? In this experimental base, I have an enemy that you helped me deal with. Fine. Aren't you going to ask who the enemy is? It doesn't matter who it is, Yang Ji said indifferently. TSK, the humorous dart thrower, learn from others. This is called effective posturing. Seeing that the tyrant was so easy to talk to, Bai Ye began to take liberties. There's one more thing. Have you found the Pangu USB drive? No? Okay, then when you find it, hand the Pangu USB drive to me. Got it? Then we'll be even. Chapter 89, Hard Drive. Hard drive. I need a hard drive. Bai Ye suddenly raised his head. He finally knew how to deal with Bai Ye. In this world, it's not only talented individuals who possess memory and knowledge. Computers and phones can also store vast amounts of information, and their capacity far exceeds that of the human brain. Computer, phone. Where are the computers and phones? Bai Ye kept scanning the laboratory until he finally spotted an abandoned computer. He wasn't sure if his judgment was correct, but he had to try. So he picked up the abandoned computer and threw it directly at Bai Ye. Bang! The computer hit Bai Ye hard, and this time it did not pass through directly. Bai Ye seemed like a virtual person, with strange ripples appearing on his body. It worked. Bai Ye was ecstatic and quickly raised the computer to smash it again. But this time it passed right through Bai Ye. Huh? Did it fail? Could it be that the information in the computer collided with Bai Ye and was extinguished? Without any hesitation, Bai Ye turned and ran. He needed to find another storage device. The moment of time freeze was about to end. And there were only 10 seconds left. While running, Bai Ye glanced back and was pleasantly surprised to find that Bai Ye had actually frozen in place, with shimmering blue ripples continuously appearing on his body. Countless tiny blue light points scattered from Bai Ye, and once they were half a meter away from his body, they vanished into the air. Chapter 90. Take this display screen slap. Bai Ye's face turned ugly. This time, he lacked the memory of his all-night study of foreign languages. Who doesn't know that knowing foreign languages is important? But after Bai Ye's interference, he ended up wasting a whole foreign language lesson. Anger surged from his heart. He gasped heavily, yet his eyes filled with endless ferocity. You want to kill me? You're not worthy. Bai Ye picked up a display screen with both hands and swung it hard toward Bai Ye's head. Bang! Bai Ye's head shattered with a sound, turning into countless tiny blue light points, which were also frozen in time, motionless and suspended around his neck. Time was released. Bai Ye released the time freeze. He knew that when Bai Ye was hit with information shock, he would become stiff like a computer crashing, so there was no need to waste time. His obsession with time was almost ingrained in his bones. Even in perilous situations, he never forgot to cherish time. As time resumed, the floating blue light points around Bai Ye's neck began to slowly gather, gradually piecing together the shape of a head. Bang! Another slap with the display screen. Bai Ye's newly formed head shattered again. He. Bai Ye's eyes were filled with fierce light as he laughed sinisterly. Chapter 91. You are not an Xiaotong. Who are you really? Come over here. Jiyu Huangquan frowned slightly. There are only the two of us here. Are you afraid someone will hear us? What I mean is, come over and help me pull out the white hair. If others see this, where will I put my face? Jiyu Huangquan, exit. Exit. Bai Ye, who was running wildly in the experimental base, finally saw a glimmer of hope. The cold moonlight streamed through the large hole where everyone had entered, shining on the silver alloy floor like spilled mercury. For some reason, ever since dealing with Bai Ye, he felt that his luck seemed to improve, amidst his reckless charge. He actually found the way out. Finally, he could leave this hellish place. Bai Ye's face was filled with joy. He didn't know how long it would take Bai Ye to recover, so it was best to get as far away as possible before that. Bai Ye was more troublesome than the tyrant Yang Ji. After all, Yang Ji was still within the realm of humanity, and could be dealt with using time freeze. But Bai Ye was immortal and indestructible, unable to be attacked or defended against, and he could even teleport. That was too abnormal. Even this kind of monster was only numbered 039, there were still 38 more bizarre divine objects ahead of him. Who would want to stay in such a ghostly place as this experimental base? Chapter 92. Xiao Bai is here. Night should be in Xiaotong's extraordinary ability. And Xiaotong had never revealed her true appearance, whether in Black Mountain or Grey Soil Town, indicating that she wanted to hide her identity. To this end, she was willing to continuously consume mental energy to maintain night. Bai Ye was also hiding his identity. He was clearly a member of the Silent Court, but disguised himself as a bounty hunter and even acted separately from Xiaotong. This shows that hiding identities should be a rule of the Silent Court. After all, as an organization that executes justice, they have too many enemies, which is understandable. The problem lies here: the real Xiaotong, even if she can't maintain ignite, would definitely use other methods to conceal her face, such as the full-face sunshade mask in her pocket. Previously, Bai Ye thought the mask was for sun protection. Now he realized it was to prevent unexpected incidents and conceal her face. If she had put on the mask before meeting Bai Ye, the other party wouldn't easily suspect her, but now it was too late. However, the exposure was just right. Bai Ye didn't want to be a spy. He needed help now. I am indeed not Xiaotong, but I advise you not to shoot, because this body is genuinely Xiaotong, Bai Ye explained. Chapter 93. What have you done to my body? X2 Xiaotong was surprised to find that this frail body contained unimaginable recovery abilities. The previous blow had clearly injured her internal organs, but within moments, the injury began to heal. Bai is here. A sudden, piercing shout rang out. A strange color flickered in Xiaotong's eyes. It was Uncle Li's voice. Bai. It's Bai Ye. Bai is here. Bai is here. Bai Ye shouted until his voice was hoarse. He flipped his hand, pulled out a bottle of liquor, and started pouring it into his mouth. He casually tossed the microphone to Bai Ye. Brother Bai, shout a couple of times. I've smoked too much, and my throat is bad. Your throat is bad too. Bai Ye rolled his eyes, took the microphone, paused, and said, with such a loud voice, and Xiaotong must have heard it long ago. If she hasn't come out, she must be in danger. No, I have to save myself. Xiaotong. Is that you, Xiaotong? Bai Ye suddenly put down the liquor bottle, surprised. Bai Ye looked in the direction of the sound and was overjoyed. I finally got out. A figure completely wrapped in black and silver armor slowly walked out from the large hole, holding a pure silver cross sword, with spots of blood on the armor, resembling a victorious knight. Chapter 94. Another of the 10 kings, presiding judge of the Silent Court, Bai Ye directly reached out his hand to Xiaotong. Xiaotong glanced at him, confused. What is going on? The list of forbidden objects, I found it, of course it's with you. Bai Ye said with a look of disdain, thinking how foolish this crazy woman was. It's not with me. Xiaotong replied calmly. Huh? Where is it? Bai Ye's eyes widened. You brought too many things. I couldn't carry a pile of junk to the experimental base, so I threw it all away. What did you say? Bai Ye exclaimed, what do you mean junk? You barbaric woman, do you know that is the crystallization of technology from the civilized era? The torch of humanity exploring the unknown, the beacon illuminating the foggy universe, the cloud of innovation beyond imagination. Bai Ye's continuous string of words left Bai Ye stunned. And he hurriedly interrupted, we need to get back our bodies first. This place is deserted, it definitely can't be lost, I'll go pick it up. Before long, he returned with a pile of junk. Clatter. The junk was thrown at their feet. Bai Ye rummaged through it for a moment and finally found the scorched list of forbidden objects. He flipped to the page of the twin monkey statue and pointed, look. This is all the content for 169. The containment method has long been burned, it only says the containment difficulty is D. Chapter 95. What's wrong with hugging myself? Bai Ye's face suddenly changed, quickly pulling Bai Ye and frantically signaling him with his eyes, little Bai, no, Bai Ge, you're my brother. You can't joke like that. If Xiaotong finds out what it means, she'll definitely go all out against you. Xiaotong frowned slightly. But a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. What are you talking about? What does 169 mean? Bai Ye turned back, giving a dry laugh, nothing. Little Bai is just joking. Bai Ye said in surprise, Old Li, what nonsense are you talking? I was showing you the words behind the number. Bai Ye paused. Looking at the text. Forbidden object, number 169, twin monkey statue, a pair of monkeys embracing each other, soul containment difficulty D, twin monkey statue, a pair embracing. What's wrong with that? Go on. The two monkeys embracing each other. Bang. Bai Ye suddenly clapped his hands. That's the sentence, two monkeys embracing. Earlier. And Xiaotong and I both came into contact with the separated monkey statues at the same time, so the souls swapped. Chapter 96, No words needed for judgment. Death is the verdict. Bai Ye was stunned. You want me to join the silent court? And Xiaotong nodded calmly. The best way to keep a secret is naturally to become one of us. What if I say I disagree? Are you two going to take action against me? And Xiaotong's delicate brows furrowed slightly. The silent court does not indiscriminately kill the innocent, we only kill the wicked. So principled. Bai Ye was somewhat skeptical. He was used to having no principles or bottom line, and suddenly encountering two people who adhered to principles in the Wasteland felt a bit uncomfortable. Believe it or not. But since you're not one of us, let us handle this matter officially. The twin monkey statue has half of me, either you pay to buy mine. Or I pay to buy yours. 100 million. Bai Ye directly opened his mouth wide. Bai Ye couldn't stand it anymore, little Bai. You can't treat us like high-priced cattle. If you really don't want to sell, you can join the silent court, and then you can use it freely. Moreover, joining the silent court has no drawbacks for you. The presiding judge is one of the 10 kings, and there are many extraordinary individuals within the organization. With such support, most troubles in beaming can be resolved, and all you have to do is execute justice with us. Chapter 97, That year at 18, Black Mountain Shelter. Standing like a minion, no one knew why the experimental base exploded, nor did anyone know what happened inside. Can you let me down first? Bai Ye knocked on Xiaotong's armor with his knuckles. And Xiaotong glanced at him, then released her grip. Bai Ye rubbed his ribs, gasping in pain. And when he pulled up his shirt, it was all bruised. Couldn't you be gentler? Sorry. And Xiaotong replied calmly. Bai Ye was taken aback, his eyes slightly widened. Did I hear wrong? This crazy woman actually apologized. It must be the explosion that hurt my eardrum. Then Xiaotong continued. I didn't expect you to be this fragile. Bai Ye, he felt as if his psyche had been dealt a heavy blow. It was one thing to be saved by a woman, but now she was criticizing him for being too fragile. The wind kicked up by the explosion blew. But it couldn't sweep away the desolation on Bai Ye's face. That year at 18, Black Mountain Shelter, standing like a minion, damn it. Little Bai. Thanks to you stopping us, otherwise Xiaotong and I would have been in danger, thank you. Bai Ye grabbed Bai Ye's hand, looking very grateful. Bai Ye chuckled dryly a couple of times, it's nothing, no need to thank me. Chapter 98, Except for the Black Knight this is bad. No one can leave now. Xiao Ye's face looked exceptionally grim, as he controlled the situation. Wait. I was wrong, and slowly came to a stop. Once he stopped, the crimson virus, like blood-colored dandelions, surged into the city. From the distant shadows, the low roars of several doppelgangers could be heard. Seeing this, everyone could only temporarily hide in the nearby abandoned buildings, using the walls to block the invasion of the crimson virus. Inside the room, Bai Ye asked the most concerning question, who took the Pangu USB drive? Xiao Ye replied solemnly, I don't know, no one saw the Pangu USB drive. Only the furious tyrant, who seems to feel deceived, is convinced that someone stole the Pangu USB drive. Bai Ye frowned slightly. How did he come to that conclusion? The news of the Pangu USB drive appearing ISNT the first time, perhaps this time, like before, it's just a rumor. Maybe there isn't even a Pangu USB drive in Shelter 189. Did you see the black obelisk in the tyrant's hand? Xiao Ye pointed through the window at the tyrant in the sky. Bai Ye focused his gaze and saw that a figure in crimson armor was holding a black obelisk over half a meter tall, looking strange, with no discernible material. Chapter 99, Tyrant. You have already chosen the path to death. What is going on? What happened? It's the tyrant. The tyrant is destroying the city. Countless people were so frightened that they lost their souls. At this moment, they fully understood why the 10 kings were called the 10 kings. Previously, when they boasted in the tavern, they never felt the gap between themselves and the 10 kings was so far. The tyrant is human, and they are also human. The tyrant is extraordinary, and among them, there are also extraordinary individuals. How much can the difference be? Only after witnessing it firsthand did they understand why the 10 kings were called the 10 kings and realized that the gap between people is much larger than the gap between humans and dogs. The most typical example is the humorous dart thrower Li Shao. He had always thought that even if the tyrant was stronger than him, how much stronger could he be? Under his full effort, there might still be a chance of winning. Li Shao, now like a wild dog with broken legs, hid alone in a corner, staring in shock and even daze at the tyrant standing against the sky, performing his miracles. The tyrant Yang Ji was indifferent. He extended his palm towards the city below and grasped the air. Boom! Several dozens of meters-high buildings seemed to be hit by an invisible heavy pressure, crazily collapsing inward, turning into ruins in an instant. Chapter 100. The last 20 minutes. Bai Ye was increasingly astonished. Was the mutated scarlet virus really a virus? Could it infect Liyu's magical hand and even robots? It was definitely not that simple. By the way, Brother Bai, weren't you with Mr. Li? Where is Mr. Li? Gao Beeching anxiously looked around. Mr. Li was his mainstay. Now that the mainstay was gone, how could he be at ease? I'm here. A calm voice rang out from a corner of the ruins behind everyone. They turned to see magical hand Li stepping out slowly from a window of a collapsed house. Great! Mr. Li, you are safe. Everyone felt a surge of relief. Bai Ye looked at Liu suspiciously, seriously doubting that Liu had just arrived. He suspected he had been hiding in the ruins all along. Damn, Liu was cunning, while everyone was surrounded in the center of the ruins. He found a gap to hide in. I'll say it for the last time, hand over the Pangu USB. Yang Ji's indifferent voice overshadowed the crowd, instantly causing the atmosphere to freeze. Tyrant! You were the first to enter the core laboratory. How could we possibly have the Pangu USB? The battered Ming who shouted angrily. He had been injured from his previous battle with the tyrant, and after slaughtering many experimental subjects in the lab, he bore serious injuries. If he did not receive treatment soon, it could threaten his life. Chapter 101, Li Shao, tell Bai Ye I am not useless. If the enemy he faced were not the tyrant, but the other 10 kings, Li Shao might have had the courage to fight to the death. But facing the tyrant, an existence he had always viewed as a rival, when the gap was too great, his mentality would instantly collapse. Now, the poor Li Shao could only hide behind the crowd, trembling. But how could Bai Ye let him have his way? Hurry up and buy me some time. Humorous dart man. Bai Ye shouted, causing the dazed Li Shao's gaze to ripple. Do you want to be a coward for life, or a hero for a moment? Li Shao's heart trembled. He instinctively clenched his fists, feelings of shame, fear, resentment, and struggle intertwined on his face. Your current retreat will become a thorn in your heart in the future. Even if you survive today, in the countless sleepless nights ahead. Today's nightmare will resurface one by one. You will see yourself curled up in the shadow of cowardice, listening to your inner voice repeatedly questioning. Why did you not have the courage to try even once? Li Shao trembled even more, as if a certain flame was rising in his eyes. Seeing this, Bai Ye was overjoyed. The motivational speeches from his past life were not in vain, and he immediately intensified his efforts. Chapter 102, Bai Ye. I have a plan to slay the tyrant. After a reign of rebar, people were either dead or injured, pushed to the edge of a cage, gazing in fear at the tyrant on the silver dragon. Some terrified individuals even knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy. Please spare me. Tyrant. Please spare me. I really don't have the Pangu USB. Don't kill me. Tyrant, I am also from Floating Light City, we are from the same hometown. Facing the pleas for mercy, Yang Ji remained indifferent, his eyes showing neither joy nor sorrow, like watching ants. He lightly raised his palm. And the steel bars stuck in the ground trembled wildly, being yanked out by an invisible force, rising again like swords of Damocles, pointing directly at the crowd. Seeing this, everyone was horrified. With the tyrant's power, how many of them could survive with thousands of steel bars hovering in the air? The courage they had mustered to face the tyrant dissipated in the face of absolute strength, leaving only fear that surged like a tide, almost choking them, making it hard to breathe. I'll give you one last minute to consider. Hand over the Pangu USB, my promise still stands. If not, death. Chapter 103, 5 seconds. The 10 kings will kill for you. For him, facing death was a peculiar feeling. As the countdown to death began, adrenaline surged through him like boiling magma. And Bai Ye trembled with excitement. In his glossy black eyes, a wildfire of defiance burned, a madness that knew it would die, but still sought a way to survive. Trampling life and death underfoot. 5 seconds, just 5 seconds. The 10 kings will kill for you. At that moment, a silver figure stepped forward. As everyone avoided Yang Ji like the plague, the knight in armor, and Xiaotong, stepped out of the crowd with a sword. The slender pure silver cross sword scratched a long mark on the ground. Like a dragon-slaying hero facing an evil dragon from a fairy tale. No one expected this black knight from the silent court to be so courageous. Yang Ji's hand paused, he looked indifferently at Xiaotong, remaining silent. Clang! And Xiaotong raised the pure silver cross sword, pointing the blade directly at the tyrant, the pure silver sword reflecting the cold moonlight. Yang Ji curled his lips into a cold smile. He always had a lot of patience for this woman, and wanted to see what this interesting woman would do. And Xiaotong was silent for a moment before slowly saying, the one who took the Pangu USB should be the hidden mouse, let them go. Chapter 104, Tyrant. You are not worthy to know my identity. What surprised Bai Ye was that Li Xiao's black mask was actually a forbidden item. A GL-level forbidden item, black underworld mask. After putting it on, he learned the name of the forbidden item. It was a living entity. Although it could not speak, it could actually communicate. Just like a dog you raise, you can't understand its barking, but when you see it anxiously scratching the door and spinning in circles, you know it wants to go out to pee. Bai Ye didn't know the containment conditions for now. But the faint desire emanating from the black underworld mask for his face made him speculate. He ignored the forbidden item and silently walked towards the tyrant. Just to get a little closer and save some time. Seeing Bai Ye able to make the mutated scarlet virus and the pseudo-humans avoid him. The amusement in Yang Ji's eyes deepened. Interesting, not only do you not flee, but you also dare to approach me. He slowly raised his hand. And the steel bars in the sky were ready to launch. Bai Ye stopped. He was now 700 meters away from the tyrant. But he knew he could not move any closer, or the tyrant would definitely act immediately. The second act begins with a bang. Under the gaze of the crowd, Bai Ye stood firm, recalling the feeling of being a god when facing the eye of calamity. Chapter 105. The shocked tyrant Yang Ji stared intently at the black-clad figure. As one of the 10 kings, he certainly would not be intimidated by Bai Ye's few words. Even if the other party had indeed used some means to erase his memory. Perhaps he couldn't defend against such bizarre tactics. But he could deal with the person using them. He almost forgot that Bai Ye suddenly changed the topic. I seem to have left something in your memory, he. There have been too many memories consumed over the past century. I often forget things, don't take it to heart. Yang Ji frowned tightly. Too many memories consumed over a century. Often forgetting things. He had never heard of this person's methods within the Baimang realm. Could it be that you are from the 189 shelter? Seeing that Yang Ji was successfully misled, Bai Ye knew that the fourth act of misdirection was complete. Bai Ye smiled slightly. Who I am is not important, what matters is who you are. Who am I? Yang Ji inexplicably felt a chill. A chilling fear that made one ponder deeply. Memory is the most important component of a person. It's not an exaggeration to say that who you are is determined by your past experiences, and it is memory that carries these experiences. Chapter 106. Now you have finally piqued my interest. That night, Tang Juo and he drank a lot, and neither of them spoke a word. The next day, Tang Juo was dead, and he was the one who killed her. Tang Juo said, I don't want to die at the hands of those in the organization. I hope the one who ends my life is you. Tang Juo's death brought about his awakening, resulting in a cold and brutal tyrant, Yang Ji, who was renowned throughout the world. The mysterious person's words plunged Yang Ji back into a past memory, the most important memory of his life. But now the mysterious person claimed to have tampered with this important memory. Rage instantly filled his chest. Yet, at the same time, Yang Ji felt a strange fear. He wasn't afraid of the mysterious person's methods, but rather feared that his hatred was fake. Deep within his heart, an unrealistic fantasy surged forth. Could it be that my current memories are false? In fact, the teacher had always treated me and Tang Juo well. Perhaps the teacher died while on a mission, and so did Tang Juo. That's right, we were raised by the teacher. How could the teacher harm us? The mysterious person said he didn't like bland stories, so the teacher and Tang Juo dying on a mission must be bland to him. Chapter 107. Iron Flow Heavenly Puppet. Damn it. You finally understood the concept of gratitude and resentment. Bai Ye was so angry his teeth itched. It was the same when he saved Yang Ji at the experimental base, and now guiding Yang Ji to break through was the same. How could a person be so heartless? Bai Ye wanted to say a few more words and chat with the tyrant, but the tyrant, after breaking through, was clearly filled with fighting spirit and directly attacked. Blade Prison. Yang Ji's fingers suddenly tightened, and the surrounding metal instantly collapsed, rebar, iron filings, and metal fragments floated in the air. Under the overwhelming mental power, it transformed into a 100-meter-high silver tornado spinning rapidly. Countless tiny metal blades sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, and wherever they passed, buildings collapsed and rubble turned to dust. The terrifying silver metal storm, carrying the breath of death, surged towards Bai Ye. This was the first time Yang Ji had used a technique developed based on his extraordinary abilities since fighting in the Black Mountain, even when facing a crowd siege before. He only simply manipulated metal for basic offense and defense. This showed how much he valued Bai Ye. However, Bai Ye did not want such attention. The silver metal storm continued to magnify in his eyes, and the sharp metal pierced his body painfully. He didn't check the time. He knew it wasn't time yet because the time in his soul hadn't increased. Chapter 108. Tyrant Yang Ji, I would call you the strongest. A farce. Bai Ye's words instantly filled Yang Ji in the iron flow heavenly puppet with a sense of crisis. It left Yi Qianjun and the others dumbfounded. The tyrant displayed such terrifying power, and in this person's eyes, it was just a farce. I admit your methods are mysterious and far surpass all the extraordinary beings I have seen, but to defeat me, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Yang Ji's grave voice echoed from the steel giant. This showed how successful Bai Ye's act had been. Even the tyrant was wary. However, what the tyrant said was different from what Bai Ye imagined. Under such circumstances, he should have said, I, Tyrant Yang Ji, am willing to call you the strongest. All right. Since you won't say it, then I will. Tyrant Yang Ji, in this era, you are indeed worthy of being called the pinnacle of the age. I am willing to call you the strongest. Bai Ye's calm voice carried a hint of relief, like an elder watching a promising younger generation. But he suddenly changed the topic, with a hint of regret mixed in his relief. But this is merely limited to the current era. The limitations of the era have bound you, preventing you from seeing the true scenery at the absolute peak. The absolute peak. How exciting it is to look forward to. Within the iron flow heavenly puppet, Yang Ji felt no fear, instead, he felt a long-lost surge of blood boiling. The fighting spirit he had before becoming one of the 10 kings when facing formidable enemies. Chapter 109, The Death of the Tyrant. Time passed second by second, and Bai Ye's heart began to bleed. Only those who truly needed time to solve problems would know how fast time flies. It felt like during an exam when there were 10 minutes left, and you still hadn't written your final essay. Under the frozen gazes of everyone, this mysterious powerhouse, who made even the tyrant wary, was shamelessly climbing atop the steel giant's head. Although his posture was unsightly, his speed was definitely not slow. Fortunately, no one saw him. Otherwise, Bai Ye would truly have no face to see anyone afterward. Huff! Amidst heavy breathing, Bai Ye's eyes glinted with ferocity as he swung his sword fiercely. Swish, swish. Swish. The head of the steel giant was sliced open under the pure silver cross sword as if it were tofu. The tyrant is dead. Bai Ye was momentarily stunned. Inside the metallic head was actually a smaller metallic head. Swish, swish, swish. The smaller metallic head was sliced open, revealing an even smaller metallic head. Damn it, tyrant, are you playing nesting dolls with me? Feeling the time rapidly slipping away, and exasperated Bai Ye slashed his sword desperately, peeling away layer by layer like an onion. Chapter 110, The Mysterious Obelisk. Among all the people present, perhaps only An Xiaotong was closest to the truth. She was also shocked but, amidst her shock, looked at the pure silver cross sword in her hand with confusion. Was the warmth coming from the hilt an illusion? At that moment, Bai Ye turned around, and the black metal mask came into the view of everyone, although he bore no terrifying aura. It frightened everyone to the point where they forgot to breathe. I don't like crowds. A calm voice emanated from beneath the black mask, like a divine decree, awakening everyone. Ultimately, it was the older He Qianjun who understood the situation. He hurriedly bowed and said cautiously, "Thank you, sir, for saving our lives. We will leave immediately." The others quickly reacted, repeatedly expressing that they would leave at once. Some exaggeratedly even knelt on the ground, tearfully expressing their gratitude and thanking him for their rebirth. Some were genuinely grateful, while others sought to show off, trying to get closer to the mysterious powerhouse. In the midst of everyone's countless thanks, the mysterious figure in the black robe silently disappeared from the spot. The crowd looked at each other, some wanted to say something, but were firmly pulled back by their companions. Hurry up! Didn't you hear what that lord said? If you want to die, don't drag me with you. Chapter 111, Li Xiao, has the tyrant already been dealt with by my shadow dart? Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly echoed through the passage of Shelter 189. Countless surging flames erupted from the entrance, scaring everyone into dodging. What's going on? Why did it suddenly explode? Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, a silver light broke through the flames, and An Xiaotong's figure suddenly rushed out, dressed in silver knight armor, reflected by the flames. She looked like a knight breaking free from hell, stepping through the rolling heat waves back into the world. Bai Ye's gaze flickered as he watched An Xiaotong's figure, and he roughly guessed what had happened. It should be that An Xiaotong was worried that the mutated scarlet virus would escape from Shelter 189 and harm the world. So she destroyed the entrance. Bai Ye was not surprised. This was An Xiaotong's style. Saving people in Grey Dust Town, threatening the tyrant with her life in Shelter 189 to release everyone, and now blowing up the entrance. This night girl had been executing justice in her own way from start to finish. Sealing the entrance was not something that only An Xiaotong thought of. Many people had thought of it, such as Silver Snake and other genetically modified individuals. The closest place to Black Mountain, Dawn City, was their territory. If the scarlet virus invaded, they would be the first to suffer, yet Silver Snake did not blow up the entrance. Chapter 112, The Painter in a Frenzy. Wait a minute. He suddenly realized that all of this might be related to the time freeze because he touched the black substance while in a time-frozen state. And the black substance ignored the time freeze, transforming into a towering black tree. This also meant that to unravel the mystery of the black substance, he might only be able to do so in a time-frozen state. Thinking of this, he felt a deep itch in his heart, restless and impatient. After the battle with Yang Ji, his time was running out again, with only 3 seconds left. He certainly could not waste time exploring the secrets of the black substance. He could only wait. At the top of Black Mountain, the painter stared dumbfounded at the canvas before him, on which the scarlet figure had already vanished. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, looked at the canvas again, then rubbed and looked again, repeating this until tears flowed. I didn't expect you to have such a good relationship with the tyrant. You're crying even after he died. Jiyu Huangquan said expressionlessly beside him. I'm really curious now. How much did Apocalypse Company pay you to take on the task of killing your beloved friends? The painter wiped away a tear, his eyes red, and said seriously, this is not the time for jokes, the tyrant is dead. Chapter 113, Forbidden Thoughts. My car is parked at the foot of the mountain. Let's spend the night in the car, and head to Dawn City first thing tomorrow. Gao Bancheng panted. As the saying goes, it's easy to go up the mountain, but hard to come down. He was just an ordinary person, and overweight, after walking for half a day. He was already drenched in sweat. He cautiously glanced at Xiao Kuei, who was crossing her arms, and longed for the days when she carried him. Fatty! What are you staring at me for? Xiao Kuei said with a face full of disdain, her eyes showing a hint of impatience. Gao Bancheng was startled and quickly explained. I didn't mean anything. Even though I'm a gentle, lovely, and naturally beautiful maid, I only do what a maid is supposed to do. Don't think that just because you paid to bring me home, you can do those excessive things to me. Gao Bancheng was dumbfounded. Sister, you made of metal. How can I do anything excessive? Xiao Kuei, you misunderstood. I just wanted to, don't even think about it. Just thinking about it is a crime. Xiao Kuei instantly flared up like an angry kitten, fiercely declaring, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You want to take me to a deserted place, tie me up, and then. Chapter 114, Li Xiao, what? It's actually that senior. Li Xiao, who was unconscious, slightly moved his ears, clearly having heard something. Xiao Yi thought for a moment, is it possible that others don't have masks, so? Bai Ye's face darkened, but the Black Knight also has a mask, right? Then is it possible that because the Black Knight is a woman, her mask is smaller? You damn. Bai Ye took a deep breath. No matter what, Li Xiao has indeed attracted the attention of the mysterious powerhouse. One can imagine that after tomorrow, the name of the humorous dart thrower will resound throughout the world. Cough cough. Suddenly, a coughing sound emerged, and Li Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Acting poorly, where is this? Everyone, Bai Ye was overjoyed. He knew how to handle Li Xiao perfectly. We are about to leave Black Mountain, you finally woke up. Quickly tell us about your relationship with the mysterious powerhouse. After all, among us, only you have had contact with him. When he took your mask, did you see his true face? What mysterious powerhouse? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Li Xiao said blankly as he got off Xiao Yi's back. As if he really didn't know. In fact, he knew everything, during this act of pretending to be confused. The most discussed topic among the crowd was the mysterious powerhouse killing the tyrant, and he had heard it all. Chapter 115, Thank you for making me happy. Noticing Bai Ye's gaze, Li Xiao cleared his throat. Such a trivial matter is nothing to me. I didn't not absorb it because I'm afraid of pain, but because I respect that mysterious powerhouse. That's his thing, how can I take it for myself? That's why I haven't absorbed it. Hearing this, Bai Ye turned and walked away, distancing himself from Li Xiao, as he couldn't listen any longer. Let whoever wants to listen do so. As everyone listened to Li Xiao brag, they continued on. Bai Ye was silently pondering, cutting off my face. No wonder when I put on the black dark mask, I felt its thirst for my face. Doesn't this mean that after absorption, I can't have a face anymore? What are the downsides? It seems like there are no downsides. For others, losing one's face equals disfigurement, but for me, it's nothing. With my strong recovery ability, I can recover quickly after cutting off my face. However, I can't do it now, otherwise even a fool would know I'm the mysterious powerhouse. After a long time, everyone finally found the car that Gao Bancheng mentioned at the foot of the mountain. There were a total of 6 modified SUVs, belonging to Gao Bancheng and those who traveled with him, but most of those people had died, making the cars quite abundant. Chapter 116, Pangu Plan Executor Bai Ye. After a moment, the leader seemed to adjust his mindset and said, "It seems that Apocalypse has invited the other 10 kings to take action. Interesting." The Apocalypse Company, which always viewed extraordinary individuals as heretics and considered genetic evolution as the ultimate direction of human evolution, would also rely on the power of extraordinary individuals in the end. Which of the 10 kings did they invite? He Chengjun's expression grew increasingly strange as he glanced at the little brother beside him, thinking that he couldn't let the leader continue guessing, or it would severely affect his prestige. After all, the leader has always been portrayed as someone who strategizes behind the scenes and decides victories from afar. It's not the other 10 kings, nor the Qianxi Company. The one who killed the tyrant is someone else. Leader, this time, the silence on the other end of the phone lasted even longer. Who is it? The leader has learned to be clever this time and stopped guessing. He Qianjun straightened his body slightly, his face serious, as he spoke about the mysterious person. Silence. A deathly silence. The silence was so profound that He Qianjun even thought the leader had already hung up. Leader? I'm here. A ripple appeared in the leader's calm voice, mirroring the unrest in his heart. He took a deep breath. Are you sure the mysterious person killed Yang Ji in one move? You all were there. And not a single person saw how the mysterious person acted. Chapter 117, Hurry and notify the Federation. Arrest the mysterious person who killed the tyrant. Yinshi said nonchalantly, it was a mysterious powerhouse who killed the tyrant in one move. Ding! A loud sound of something falling to the ground came from the microphone, causing Yinshi to frown and pull the phone slightly away from his ear. Following that was the sound of rummaging, as the chairman picked up the phone again. Chairman. What happened? Wasn't he the man in the black mask sent by you? No. The chairman's voice was mixed with heavy breathing. The shocking news made his aging body feel a little short of breath. The person I sent doesn't wear a black mask. And it's impossible for him to kill the tyrant in one move. Quickly, tell me in detail what happened. Yinshi explained everything that happened in Heishan thoroughly. Then it was heard that the person on the other end had already started using a breathing machine. Countless chaotic voices sounded, and it seemed a medical team had arrived. Get away, I'm fine. The chairman shouted angrily, then continued, hurry and notify the Eastern Federation to issue a wanted notice for the mysterious person who killed the tyrant. This person not only possesses extraordinary strength, but also took the Pangu USB drive from Heishan, posing extreme danger. The Federation must prepare early. Yinshi squinted his eyes, a glint flashing in his narrow pupils. Chairman, is the Pangu USB drive really with the mysterious person? I saw the hidden mouse at the 189 Shelters experimental base. Chapter 118, You really are full of yourself. About an hour later, the sun had completely set, and as night fell, the convoy finally arrived at the real Dawn City. Bai Ye was stunned after just one glance. Is this a city of an era? After seeing the decay of the satellite city, he had actually lost all expectations for Dawn City, but the neon tide surged under the night sky, giant advertisement screens covered entire building facades. And several young girls dressed in cool outfits were dancing on the screens. The streets flickered in the neon frenzy, as if plunging into an endless electronic psychedelic show. The pedestrians on the road were like living art installations, leather trench coats adorned with sharp studs, torn fishnet stockings, and mechanical limbs spray-painted in fluorescent orange and cobalt blue gradients. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dawn City. Gao Bancheng parked the car in front of a luxurious hotel. The colorful neon lights flickered on the plump figure, and he laughed heartily, giving everyone a warm welcome. Under Gao Bancheng's lead, everyone stepped into the hotel named Floating Gold Pavilion. The splendid hall seemed to be hosting a gala, filled with gentlemen in suits and ladies in gorgeous evening gowns. Chapter 119. Have I become the leader of the 10 kings? Huh? Everyone was taken aback, casting shocked glances at Bai Ye. Bai Ye wiped his mouth nonchalantly and said, "Don't misunderstand, that thing isn't worth a dog's attention. I just wanted to set it aside and watch. This is called remembering hardships to appreciate the sweetness. The food at Floating Gold Pavilion is all tasteless broth, it's bland. But if I put a cockroach protein bar next to it, even a piece of shit could taste sweet. Phut, ha ha, Brother Bai's insights are indeed different from ordinary people." Amidst the laughter, the invisible constraints that pervaded the high-end venue seemed to be completely shattered. Everyone ate and drank, and in a daze. They returned to the time when they sat on the ground in Heishan, drinking poor-quality liquor. Heishan and Floating Gold Pavilion seemed no different. It was still the same group of people, still eating and drinking. Soon, noodles, scallion pancakes, steamed buns, and cockroach protein bars were served. Bai Ye held the cockroach protein bar under his nose, took a deep sniff, and immediately ate 3 more bowls of rice. Breaking news is coming in. Bai Ye paused in his eating, looked up, and saw a huge wanted notice filling the screen. What the hell? Chapter 120. There are no levels in extraordinary ranks. Black King Bai Ye resolutely stood up, raising his wine glass. Everyone reached out to clink glasses, splashing wine everywhere. The aroma of alcohol filled the air. Bai Ye shouted loudly, "Cheers to the Black King." Tun tun tun. After everyone finished a drink, they realized the news was still playing. And this time it was a bounty for someone else. Silent Court Black Knight bounty. 450 million crimes are extremely heinous. Life or death not to be considered. Ghost Clown bounty. 390 million crimes are extremely heinous. Life or death not to be considered. Magic Hand Liu bounty. 330 million crimes are extremely heinous. Life or death not to be considered. Mr. Li, there's a bounty on you. Gao Bancheng exclaimed in surprise. Liu, who was originally immersed in good wine, looked up in shock, as if struck by lightning. The wanted notice featured a cold-faced Wasteland person standing under the remnants of the sunset wrapped in smoke, his tattered robe fluttering in the wind. His eyes downcast as he unwrapped the bloody bandage from his right hand. Upon seeing himself on television, Liu was instantly numb. A 0, 2 zeros. 3 zeros, why are there so many zeros? It's over, all over, I'm doomed. Just thinking about having so many zeros on his head made him too afraid to close his eyes. Fearing that several bounty hunters or federal law enforcement would suddenly jump out of the dark and take his head. Chapter 121, Black Gun Little Bai the Swordsman Xiao Yi. Although he seems a bit out of touch, his strength is absolutely at the billion level. When he fought against the Black Panther, if he hadn't held back, he could probably have killed the Black Panther with one strike. The gap in strength at the billion level is quite large. People like Ming Hu, Yin Shi, and Xiaotong, He Qianjun, and Ghost Clown are all between 1 billion and 10 billion. But if he had to rank them, he would definitely put Ghost Clown at the top. Although Ghost Clown has the least presence and never communicates with others, and even has a lower bounty than An Xiaotong, this person is definitely not simple. The most direct proof is that even when fighting the tyrant, he was actually holding the hand of an girlfriend. As a result, Ming Hu died. But he didn't. So, among this group, the weakest is definitely Ming Hu, of course, excluding the Black Knight. Without the tyrant's leniency, the Black Knight would probably have died early like Ming Hu. As the one who understands Xiaotong's body the best, he admits that Xiaotong is indeed very strong. But still not strong enough. At least it can't compare to the underworld tiger. The underworld tiger is a being that survived being hit by a train and has faced the tyrant twice. It was severely injured the first time and only died the second time. And what about Xiaotong? She was subdued by the tyrant in one move. Even if there was an element of surprise, it doesn't hide Xiaotong's inherent weakness. Chapter 122, Witnessing the Past. Bai Ye concentrated his thoughts on the black substance. And in an instant, his consciousness was suddenly pulled from his body by an invisible thread, plunging into a chaotic halo. All his senses disintegrated and reassembled in an instant. And space no longer followed the familiar three-dimensional laws. The walls of the world dissipated like thin gauze, and the originally formless time flowed like liquid metal. The boundaries between the past and the future collapsed with a loud bang, appearing simultaneously in Bai Ye's eyes. At that moment, he seemed to be in the river of time, with countless intricate timelines intertwining, flashing wildly before him. It worked. High-dimensional matter was born. Bai Ye saw a dozen researchers in white lab coats gathered in the laboratory, their faces full of ecstasy. The circular quantum lights projected a cold blue light, illuminating the several-meter-high nanoglass curtain wall, within which a mass of continuously twisting black substance suddenly unfolded with nebula-like patterns. The detection instruments in the laboratory emitted a piercing buzz. And a waterfall of data frantically washed over the holographic screen, with those wildly jumping emerald-green numbers rewriting the boundaries of human cognition. Bai Ye was momentarily dazed. Were people from the civilized era studying black matter? 100 years ago. Chapter 123, Unlocking New Time-Based Abilities at the Top of Black Mountain. The painter stood on the edge of the cliff, wielding his brush. On the canvas, the scene of Yang Ji fighting with others was vividly depicted. Bai Ye watched for a while and suddenly sneered, "Good, no wonder I've been so unlucky since arriving at Black Mountain. It turns out you two bastards are behind it." He secretly noted their appearances, planning to deal with these two bastards when he encountered them later. Buzz? Time resumed. Bai Ye dared not look any longer, there wasn't enough time. He thought he had only watched for a few seconds, but it turned out dozens of seconds had passed. Time flies when immersed in peeping into others' privacy. He had only 40 seconds left. Damn it. What use is knowing the name of black matter? No matter how powerful it is, it can't be used by me. Bai Ye secretly regretted, as he had no idea how to use black matter. Feeling a sense of impotence akin to a eunuch facing a stunning beauty. Perhaps the Pangu USB drive is the key to using Pangu matter, otherwise. Why would people from the old era store these two items together? This also implies that the Pangu USB drive is definitely not just a simple knowledge storage device. Damn. Those few seconds were truly wasted. Something's not right. Very much not right. Chapter 124, Now I can truly flow through time in an instant snap. Bai Ye snapped his fingers, and the flow of time instantly returned to normal. When he said he had ample time, it wasn't because he had eaten a poisonous mushroom, but because time really was abundant. The time consumed by stopping time and at 0.5x speed is completely different. In a time-stopped state, 1 minute can only be used as 1 minute, but in a 0.5x speed state, 1 minute can be used as 20 minutes. Only by further reducing the flow of time would more time be consumed. With his shallow understanding of time, Bai Ye initially grasped the secret of time slowing down. The lower the flow of time, the closer it is to a stopped state, and the ratio of time consumed approaches 1:1. At 0.5x speed, 1 minute can be treated as 20 minutes, with a ratio of 1:20. At 0.25x speed, 1 minute equals 10 minutes, with a ratio of 1:10. At 0.125x speed, 1 minute can only be treated as 5 minutes, with a ratio of 1:5. When time is completely stopped, 1 minute is just 1 minute. With a ratio of 1, 1. This is akin to running. The energy consumed when sprinting is certainly different from that consumed while walking. Sprinting for 1 minute can tire you out, while walking for an hour is no problem. Chapter 125, Little Deer and Little Tong are. Bai Ye was taken aback. Realizing that Li Xiao didn't want his bounty to be cancelled, which is why he nominally didn't join the Zhenfu Chamber of Commerce. What a talent! What kind of things does the humorous dart thrower think about all day? At this moment, Gao Bansheng looked at Xiao Yi again. Brother Xiao, I know you want to find the divine sword laser, but your efficiency alone is ultimately limited. I can mobilize the intelligence system of the Zhenfu Chamber of Commerce to help you find it. Xiao Yi immediately raised his glass and said, Boss Gao, you are righteous. I'll drink to you. Bang bang bang. Bai Ye watched in astonishment. He initially thought Xiao Yi, although a bit cunning, still had some of the spirit of an ancient knight, and usually spoke eloquently. He never expected that with those thick eyebrows and big eyes, he wouldn't show any restraint, and would directly bow down at the feet of capital. At this moment, Bai Ye felt a poke on his thigh. He turned slightly and found that Li Yu was subtly signaling him. Fortunately, Bai Ye was not colorblind and understood Li Yu's hint. He knew that Li Yu was seeking his opinion. After thinking for a moment, Bai Ye had his answer. His target was the Pangu USB drive. Whether to deal with Bai Ye, become an extraordinary being, or control Pangu matter, he must have the Pangu USB drive. Chapter 126, Damn, you took apart your ribs. Your waist is so thin. And Xiaotong nodded helplessly. Her friend was great in every way, but a bit too clingy. The distinguished Lu Yao didn't lack friends wearing false masks. If she were a bit foolish, it wouldn't matter, but unfortunately, she was smart. Able to distinguish between sincerity and falsehood, yet unwilling to wear a mask like everyone else. In the end, all she could get was the loneliness of being out of place. Thus, she treasured in Xiaotong, her only friend, like a treasure. Lu Yao immediately beamed with joy, wrapping her arms around Xiaotong like a koala, hanging onto her. In this way, Little Deer and Little Tong walked into the bathroom together. Steam rose from the bathtub, and the milky mist flowed over the seams of the marble floor, enveloping the entire bathroom in a hazy warm veil. Petals of roses, jasmine, and peonies floated on the amber-colored water, making the figures of the two girls appear faintly. Dewdrops clung to Lu Yao's eyelashes, as she stared wide-eyed at Xiaotong across from her. Wow, Little Tong, how do you maintain yourself usually? Your figure is so good. I wish I had long legs like you. The 1.6-meter-tall Lu Yao envied Xiaotong's legs the most. And Xiaotong plucked the petal stuck to her collarbone and said, Eat fewer snacks, maybe you'll grow taller. Chapter 127, Little Tong, why are you having a nosebleed? Little Tong, are you okay? What are you talking about? Why is your face so red? You're having a nosebleed. After a long while, the crystal chandelier poured warm golden light, bathing the Baroque-style living room in a soft glow. On the vintage and exquisite carpet, two women wrapped in silk bathrobes leaned against a dark brown sofa. The woman on the left wore a cream-colored embroidered bathrobe, casually tying her wet hair up, with droplets of crystal-clear water on the ends, holding a gilded teacup in her hand. The woman on the right is wrapped in a smoky purple bathrobe, curled up slightly, with her delicate ankles exposed at the hem of the robe, her toes nervously clenching, as if in a bit of a panic. A few strands of hair stick to her cheek, her fair skin flushed with a post-bath pink hue. The only unsightly detail is that her nose is stuffed with 2 wads of tissue. The air is filled with the steam and fragrance of her bath. Xiaotong, your body is too weak, you're not even as good as I am. Look at me. I've been soaking for so long without getting dizzy or having a nosebleed. Drink some water. Lu Yao handed the gilded teacup in her hand to Bai Ye. Bai Ye took a tactical sip of water, his brain racing. Just now, he had used dizziness as an excuse to fool this unnamed woman. Chapter 128. Understanding Lu Yao continued, I don't know why, but when you were staring at me just now, I felt uncomfortable all over. As if a man was undressing me. Cough cough, Bai Ye hurriedly interrupted, fearing that she might guess the truth if she continued. You should go blow dry your hair. Keeping it wet will make you sick. What about you? I'm still a bit dizzy, I'll rest for a while. With coaxing and deception, Bai Ye finally managed to get Lu Yao into the bathroom. He walked barefoot back and forth on the carpet alone. Should he wait here or go to the floating gold pavilion? Forget it, waiting here is better, within Xiao Tong's impulsive personality. She definitely won't be able to resist coming to find him. And Xiao Tong at the floating gold pavilion was also pondering the same question. Xiao Tong, why don't you go find Bai Ye and swap back? Li Baiqian, half awake from drinking, was feeling a headache and occasionally glanced towards the private room. Come on. Hurry up and go, it's rare for a fat sheep to treat me to such a high-end place, what are you still doing here? And Xiao Tong hesitated. Given Bai Ye's restless personality, I think he might come looking for me. If I leave now, I'll probably miss him. Chapter 129, and Xiao Tong is like a ghost. Whoosh! A figure in a dark red long dress sped away like a gust of wind, flickering like a dancing flame. Her long black hair flowing like dark silk ribbons. Confirm the target location. Confirmed. The target is currently located in Villa 7 of a block in Moxiang Yuan. Likely looking for her classmate at Chiming Academy, and Xiao Tong. Is it just the two of them? Yes, my subordinates have checked. And Xiao Tong lives alone and has no servants, but Lu Yao has quite a few bodyguards, some of whom are genetically modified, spread around the villa. In that case, wait until I arrive to act. Remember not to alert anyone. Yes, sir. In the greenery near and Xiao Tong's home, a big tree quietly responded into a walkie-talkie. Yes. It was a tree speaking. But if one looked closely, they would find that the surface of the tree seemed to have faint human features and limbs. Just as the tree was about to hang up, it suddenly froze. A figure in a dark red dress rushed out from the villa's main door. The figure in the dark red dress took 2 steps before suddenly stopping, glancing around with a dazed expression. Chapter 130, The Weak Black Knight. The black-robed man's sadistic humor left his subordinates speechless. Don't come any closer. My father is a director at Tianchi Company. If you dare to hurt me, he will never let you go. Lu Yao threatened the black-robed man with a trembling voice. Unfortunately, her tearful appearance had no deterrent effect. Resembling a small dog yelping in anger after having its tail stepped on. Of course I know your father is Lu Yunshao, why else would I have captured you? The black-robed man slowly reached out his claw-like hand, covered in black leather gloves, appearing to Lu Yao like a demon's claw reaching from hell. Ah! She screamed, closing her eyes and flailing her arms wildly. Oh, are you trying to swat the air around you, hoping to suffocate me? What a cruel method, the black-robed man sneered. Then grabbed Lu Yao's flailing hands. Lu Yao became even more frightened and finally burst into tears. At that moment, she desperately hoped for a night like the ones in stories to make a brave entrance, shouting, "Let that girl go!" And then wielding a sword to slay the villain and save her. Unfortunately, she knew that was impossible, only as a child did she believe in the tales. And now that she had grown up, she understood that the stories were all fake. Chapter 131, and Xiao Tong's combat wisdom. The pure silver cross sword stabbed straight into the air, while the cat's eye had already appeared behind and Xiao Tong. Lifting his hand, the black-gloved palm tightly gripping her neck and lifting her up. Thanks to the protection of the knight's armor, she did not sustain any substantial harm. But her movements were restricted. She deliberately grabbed cat's eye's hand with both hands, pretending to struggle, while her peripheral vision darted towards the window where Lu Yao was. At that moment, Lu Yao was tightly gripping the curtain, nervously watching the knight, who was being restrained. You can't be the Black Knight, can you? Cat's eye mocked. I originally thought you were a fan of the Black Knight. having tailored an identical outfit to imitate the Black Knight's pursuit of justice. But just now, I clearly saw the crossed sword that was stuck in the sofa turn silver grey and disappear, only to reappear in your hand. Such extraordinary ability is exactly like the Black Knight. But I clearly remember the Black Knight is supposed to be a woman. Did you use a voice changer like I did? You're right, I am the Black Knight. A calm voice came from beneath the silver-white mask. I froze for a moment, surprised that Xiaotong actually admitted it. He wasn't sure, as he had just been testing her. Chapter 132, The Zoo Director. Beautiful lady, are you alone? Bai Ye turned to the red-haired man. Are you also alone? The red-haired man nodded excitedly. A wicked smile appearing on his lips, yes. But the next second, he froze. Realizing that the woman in the red dress was displaying an even more wicked smile than his. That's just wonderful. Moments later. The red convertible parked beside a trash can roared back to life, its long body passing by the trash can, revealing a garbage can with 2 legs. Bai Ye whistled as he drove the convertible, glancing at the trash can receding in the rearview mirror. TSK, when out and about, boys must protect themselves well. It's best to travel in pairs and never let strangers into the car. After driving for a while, Bai Ye was finally close to Mo Xiang Yuan. And as the distance diminished, his white dove ring began to react, warming slightly. But as he continued towards Mo Xiang Yuan, he strangely found the warmth from the white dove ring gradually fading. Screech! The red convertible stopped at the roadside, leaving 2 dark tracks on the ground. And Xiaotong left Mo Xiang Yuan. Bai Ye frowned slightly. No, wait, since she left Mo Xiang Yuan wearing the white dove ring, why didn't she come to find me? I can sense her, so she must be able to sense me too. Chapter 133, Defilement. Only those from the zoo can freely inject the Type 2 gene serum. Nowadays, the only gene serum available on the market is Type 1. And the vast majority of gene modifiers are also using Type 1 injections. Only major factions, or extraordinary organizations, have the capability to obtain Type 2. As for Type 3, it is unique to the apocalypse and never circulates in the outside world. Sir, the letter is ready. Along walked over with the letter in hand. Kedai took the letter and, upon seeing it, instantly showed a look of disdain on his face. The gene is written incorrectly. It should be basic gene, not machine. Understand? Sir. I'll fix it right away. Along's face flushed with embarrassment, having suffered from a lack of education. What are you going to fix? You're supposed to scribble on the extortion letter. Do you want to make Lu Yunxiao laugh to death? Rewrite it. Yes, I will rewrite it. Moments later. Along brought over a new letter. Are you an idiot? The Lu in Lu Yunxiao is the deer character, not the road character. You can't even get the target of the extortion right. This makes us seem very amateurish. Yes, sir, I will rewrite it. After a while. What can I say to you? Where's the address? The trading address. Do you want Lu Yunxiao to burn the formula for me? Chapter 134, Since you can't keep her. Then I'll take her. The hand resting on the chest continued to slide down, and Xiaotong's hair stood on end. As she gathered silver light in her right hand, preparing to form a pure silver cross sword, she suddenly felt her body loosen. Kedai actually helped her untie the ropes. Come on, handsome. Let's play a game called hide and seek. Kedai smiled and took out a black lace strip from her pocket, tying it over her eyes. She intended to catch Xiaotong with her eyes closed, just like an ancient tyrant who deliberately blindfolded himself to catch his beloved in the grand hall. And Xiaotong's face darkened as silver light flickered in her hand. The pure silver cross sword instantly took shape. She held the sword behind her and aimed it at Kedai's chest. Kedai's light and soft body twisted like a real cat, easily dodging the incoming sword strike. And Xiaotong seemed to have anticipated the dodge, so the sword was merely a feint. As the sword thrust halfway, it suddenly changed direction and slashed horizontally. Good combat experience. But unfortunately too slow. And Xiaotong only felt a blur before Cat Eye's figure vanished. Then, the sword's tip dipped. And a foot clad in black leather boots lightly landed on the pure silver cross sword, smiling mockingly. Chapter 135, Is This the Fleeting Light and Shadow? A moment of 1,000 melodies. Shoot! A black-clad man shouted in panic. In the next moment, dozens of handguns spat fire, and countless yellow-orange bullets shot out. The sound of gunfire erupted. Bai Ye gently raised his hand seemingly transforming into a series of afterimages. Once the black-clad men emptied their magazines. His hand also came to a halt. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, he slowly spread his palms, and the crisp sounds of metal clashing rang out. Dozens of bullets fell from those pale hands. The ground was littered with metallic shells, reflecting his nonchalant smirk. In the face of true power, firearms are nothing but children's toys. A glimmer of intoxication flashed in Bai Ye's eyes, the power contained within, and Xiaotong made him dizzy. It was a force unlike the mystery of time suspension, not supreme, but incredibly simple and brutal. Her blood value has exceeded 10,000. A black-clad man wearing a blood value detection glasses shouted in trembling disbelief. The green numbers on the lenses jumped wildly. 19,800. Everyone was instantly horrified. A blood value exceeding 10,000. In this wasteland, anyone with a blood value over 10,000 is a big shot worth over 100 million. Who exactly is this seemingly frail girl and Xiaotong? Chapter 136. Not only do you not run away, but you dare to walk towards me. Bai Ye let out a low, sinister laugh. The thrill of bullying the weak made him unable to stop, lost in ecstasy. He hated battles of equal strength. He preferred to crush. And Xiaotong, in his arms, looked at Bai Ye's so-called blood defense, feeling somewhat unable to watch. There was no skill involved. Just a simple covering of a lump of blood over his fingers. Not only was the blood thin, but it was also extremely wasteful. The leopard was so frightened by the evil girl in front of him that his heart skipped a beat. He urgently changed his attack. His hands forming a hugging gesture, as he fiercely slashed at the girl's neck with his claws. At this moment, a hand appeared like a butterfly dancing through flowers. Suddenly appearing at the leopard's neck and then gripping tightly. The leopard's movements came to an abrupt halt, his neck twisted and deformed instantly. Blood that could not flow accumulated in his face, causing it to turn red. His eyes were filled with blood vessels, almost popping out. He was lifted into the air by Bai Ye, desperately trying to pry off that slender, pale hand. But it was as futile as trying to bend steel with bare hands, not budging at all. The others were too terrified by the terrifying blood waves emanating from Bai Ye to approach, feeling a direct encounter with death's horror. Chapter 137, This world is truly filled with countless heroes. Ah! Cat Eye screamed in despair, a large patch of hair missing from her scalp, resembling a bald spot. Bai Ye released his grip, a large clump of chestnut-colored hair falling from his hand. Cat Eye's eyes nearly bulged out, for both cats and women. Their hair was of utmost importance. I am going to kill you. Her unmatched sharp claws slashed fiercely at Bai Ye's calf, the claws wrapped in scarlet blood. Their power far beyond that of the leopard and others. With this claw, even Xiaotong herself wouldn't dare to take it head-on with her blood defense. Because although Cat Eye's blood wasn't as strong as hers, it also exceeded 10,000, and with the added power of the claws, it couldn't be blocked without using Ignite. And Bai Ye. He didn't need to defend at all, once the 0.5x speed kicked in, Cat Eye's movements appeared as if in slow motion to him. The girl in the red dress stood firmly in place on one leg, her right foot arched into a sharp line. And then she raised it high at a 180-degree angle. The dark red skirt tightened with her movement, resembling a suddenly opened dark red folding fan. In the next moment, that folding fan snapped shut. Bang! A black princess shoe crashed down onto Cat Eye's face, instantly distorting her beautiful and charming features. Her head colliding with the cement ground, causing it to shatter. Chapter 138, Let's Play Hide and Seek. And Xiaotong, are we really just going to let her run away like this? Bai Ye smirked, let her run 100 meters first. Outside the factory. The bright moon hung high, the cold moonlight spilled over the forest, and the leaves cut the moonlight into tiny silver shards. Cat-Eye dashed through the woods, the fragmented moonlight flowing like water over her disheveled figure. Behind her, the entrance of the abandoned factory loomed darkly, like a giant blood-filled mouth. Occasionally, screams echoed from within, sending a chill down her spine. Damn and Xiaotong. Who the hell is this crazy woman? She felt that tonight was really too dramatic. When the Black Knight appeared, she thought it was over, but she didn't expect the infamous Black Knight to turn out to be such a fake. When Xiaotong showed up, she thought it was another person coming to deliver something, but she didn't expect this seemingly weak girl to be so perverted. With not only her strength being abnormal, but her personality as well. Cat-Eye even suspected that Xiaotong had injected herself with a Type 3 gene serum, which was why she possessed more beast-like wildness than herself, a Type 2. Having run this far, Xiaotong shouldn't be chasing after her, right? Today's events must be reported to the director quickly, so that the director can send someone. Chapter 139, Dual Soul Spirit Fusion Break Limit Duet. Thank you for saving me today. Can you tell me your name? Lu Yao lowered her head, biting her lip, and asked. Bai Ye. Xiaotong said with a complex expression, as she thought about how to explain today's events to Lu Yao. If she didn't explain it well, the identity of the Black Knight might be exposed, which would be detrimental to her upcoming tasks. Bai Ye. Lu Yao murmured it twice, then lifted her head, clenched her small fists and smiled. Thank you, Bai Ye. My name is Lu Yao, with Lu as in the deer, you can call me Little Deer. Looking at the adorable little deer, who only reached her chest, Xiaotong smiled slightly. She was about to reach out and pat her soft hair like before, but suddenly froze, looking at that distinctly boned right hand, and discreetly put her hand down. Lu Yao noticed Xiaotong's movement, her ears slightly reddening, and hurriedly looked elsewhere. Ah, Xiaotong is back, she exclaimed, looking at Bai Ye's blood-stained long skirt, revealing a hint of worry as she rushed forward. Xiaotong, are you okay? Are you hurt? Which personality do you have now? Do you still remember me? Little Deer's small mouth was chattering, and hearing her, Bai Ye frowned, just as Xiaotong walked over and grabbed his hand. Chapter 140, Your second personality isn't a boy. Right? That's amazing. Little Deer clenched her small fist, her eyes sparkling, as if little stars were rising. She didn't understand supernatural abilities, but she felt that this name sounded very impressive. Xiaotong was momentarily at a loss for words. The inspiration for this name came from Bai Ye's flowing light and shadow, instantaneous 1,000 layers, although the name was a bit exaggerated. It was quite suitable for deceiving those who didn't understand the supernatural. Lu Yao's identity was sensitive. Her father was Lu Yunxiao, one of the directors of the Apocalypse Company. If she couldn't deceive Lu Yao, her identity would definitely be exposed. No wonder I felt like you seemed to have become a different person while showering before. It turns out it was the second personality. Eh? Lu Yao seemed to realize something, her face suddenly turning red. In a voice as soft as a mosquito, your second personality isn't a boy, right? No? Xiaotong decisively lied. But I always feel that the second personality is also a girl, just with a somewhat twisted personality. You saw it just now. She was very violent and even a bit perverted. Sometimes I can't control her appearance, so Little Deer, if you see my second personality next time, you must stay far away. Chapter 141, You have the bearing of a 10 kings. Who would have thought, Gao Bancheng said, is she a very beautiful woman? Bai Ye nodded again. A woman with long hair, very long legs, and still very young. Wow. Bai Ye was stunned. No, can you really read minds? Gao Bancheng stifled a laugh and pointed behind Bai Ye. Bai Ye turned around and immediately darkened his face. Across the bustling street, A girl with long black straight hair stood gracefully. The warm wind lifted a corner of her red skirt as she walked slowly out from the shadows of the buildings beside the street. Her features seemed to have been carefully sculpted, her eyes a calm light brown, with long eyelashes that didn't flutter, just quietly gazing ahead. It was Xiaotong. Why did this crazy woman come? Hello, I am Xiaotong, Bai Ye's girlfriend. Xiaotong naturally stood next to Bai Ye, linking her arm with his. Everyone looked surprised. No one knew where Bai Ye had found such a beautiful girlfriend, especially since this guy had just arrived in Dawn City yesterday. No wonder Bai Ye disappeared during the drinking session. It turned out he wasn't interested in those purple sisters, and went out to find a girlfriend himself. Impressive. Chapter 142, Xiaotong, I'm fine. Bai Ye, I'm fine too. The three discussed for a moment, and eventually, Bai Ye also left. He needed to report this matter to the presiding judge of the silent court, as it concerned the director, one of the 10 kings. And it wouldn't be too excessive to take it seriously. Finally, only Xiaotong and Bai Ye were left staring at each other. Let's go. Xiaotong turned to leave. Where to? Shopping. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. You really intend to be my girlfriend? Xiaotong turned around. The hem of her red long skirt spinning with her, revealing her slender ankles. She looked at Bai Ye calmly and said, I was seen hugging myself by little dear. She believes we are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, and she lives in Moxiang Yuan, so we will have to interact often. To facilitate our relationship. Let's tentatively set it as boyfriend and girlfriend. Then why go shopping? I hate wasting time, even with a girlfriend. The urgent matter now is to find a way to lift the curse. Shopping is to lift the curse. Half an hour later. Bai Ye looked at the neon sign in front of him, a cut of heart, and said speechlessly, so cutting hair can lift the curse. Xiaotong walked into the barber shop without looking back. No, I just want to cut my hair. After all, I've been wandering outside for a month. And my hair needs some care. Chapter 143, Justice that doesn't understand adaptability is not true goodness. Whoosh. The gods of the new era fled in panic. The two walked quickly out of the Street of Charm, not looking back, with the whispers of the women still echoing in their ears. Bai Ye awkwardly scratched his foot, glancing at Xiaotong, only to find that although she looked calm, her ears were slightly red. It seems that hugging is not a necessary condition. Xiaotong said nonchalantly while removing her disguise. Indeed. Bai Ye seriously agreed. The two serious expressions seemed as if they were studying a profound topic. But yesterday's exchange clearly happened because they hugged at the same time. Could it be that there was still some necessary condition missing? Before the exchange, you said something. Xiaotong's suspicious gaze had already turned to Bai Ye. Bai Ye's reaction was extremely swift. Realizing that something was off, he immediately took the initiative, before the exchange. Did you do anything else? Xiaotong was taken aback, falling silent for a moment. After a while, she slowly said, It seems we should both have guessed that condition. Bai Ye no longer pretended. Since the words were on the tip of his tongue, he might as well say it out loud. You go first. Let's say it together. Okay. The next moment, the two spoke simultaneously. Chapter 144, How could Bai Ye not know about Pangu? Bai Ye was taken aback. Common knowledge. When did this happen? How is this possible? After Apocalypse Company obtained the Pangu USB drive, they would definitely try to hide it. How could it become common knowledge? Isn't that insane? Xiaotong was increasingly astonished. You were there at that time. Ah? Bai Ye's expression became strange. You can't be talking about the Black King, right? Yes. Who doesn't know that the Pangu USB drive is in the hands of the Black King now? Unfortunately, the Black King is too mysterious. No one knows his true identity, or where he is. Even if someone knew, it would be useless. With his terrifying strength, I can hardly imagine anyone being able to snatch the Pangu USB drive from the Black King's hands. Bai Ye coughed a couple of times tactically. I think the Pangu USB drive might not be in the hands of the Black King, but rather at the Apocalypse Company. Didn't you suspect one of the 12 zodiac signs, the hidden mouse, before? And Xiao Tong explained, I did suspect the hidden mouse. But if the Black King really is someone from Shelter 189, from the old era, how could the mere hidden mouse possibly steal the Pangu USB drive right under his nose? Chapter 145, The Exchange Mechanism of 169 compared to Xiao Tong's panic. Bai Ye was much calmer. After all, this wasn't the first time he had experienced something like this, and he had long been accustomed to it. His thoughts were more focused on the exchange mechanism. The sudden interchange had made him vaguely grasp the key point. It wasn't about taking a shower. He had showered at the floating gold pavilion before, and even for quite a while. Recalling the sudden excitement he felt earlier, he suddenly raised his head. I might know. Bai Ye was stunned. His voice actually came from Xiao Tong's mouth, and his gaze shifted as well. Switched again. No, I clearly didn't. He was dumbfounded, looking at Xiao Tong, who occupied his body. It's her. It turns out a one-sided switch is also possible. So what was the reason for their last exchange? Was it because he drank with the purple sister? Or was it because Xiao Tong was hugging Lu Yao during her shower? It must be Xiao Tong. The non-stick property continued to exert its force. Xiao Tong stared blankly at the silver-white figure in front of her. Under her gaze, the silver-white armor disintegrated inch by inch, turning into a sky of silver-grey. Remembering the inexplicable excitement she felt last time, when she thought of Bai Ye while showering, and this time, she seemed to have a vague understanding of what the exchange mechanism was. Chapter 146, Gene Serum. Even dogs won't inject it. Xiao Tong nodded. Although injecting the Type 3 gene serum will grant powerful strength, it will ultimately be influenced by beastly instincts. Unless one has an extremely strong mental will and a high degree of identity with their human self, it is difficult to suppress the beastly instincts. As soon as Bai Ye heard this, he suddenly felt a bit tempted. No need for cultivation, just getting a shot can grant powerful strength. The only side effect is the beastly instinct. I feel like this is not a big deal because I have an unparalleled identification with my identity as a god of the new era. If I can even shake off the eye of catastrophe, can I not suppress the mere beastly instinct? I should be able to, right? Can becoming a genetic modifier also awaken extraordinary abilities? Xiao Tong was a bit surprised. You're already an extraordinary person, why are you still concerned about this? You aren't worried that the gene serum will make your extraordinary abilities ineffective, are you? Don't worry, it won't. Although extraordinary people who inject gene serums are rare, they do exist. As for whether becoming a genetic modifier can awaken extraordinary abilities, it is indeed possible, but it is very difficult. Such individuals are 1 in a million. Why? Bai Ye was puzzled, wondering why it wouldn't work the other way around. Because the beastly instincts in the genes will affect a person's mind. The awakening of extraordinary abilities relies on mental aberration, but once beastly instincts are added, it's like introducing impurities, making aberration much more difficult. Therefore, only extraordinary people can inject gene serums. Very few genetic modifiers become extraordinary people. Chapter 147, I'm either 1 in a million genius. Bai Ye frowned slightly. Do I have to meditate? The posture isn't fixed, just relax your whole body. Why didn't you say so earlier? Bai Ye directly laid back on the sofa. Xiao Tong's long eyelashes trembled a couple of times, feeling somewhat speechless. You're too relaxed like this. It's easy to fall asleep while meditating. Bai Ye waved his hand. That's impossible, let's get started. Xiao Tong took a deep breath to adjust her breathing. Her initial chest rising and falling slightly. Follow my breathing rhythm. Bai Ye, lying back, stared unblinkingly at Xiao Tong's slightly parted lips and the rising and falling of her chest. Gradually, their breathing rates began to synchronize. Now close your eyes and feel the scent of spring in the snow. This will help you quickly enter a meditative state. Hearing this, Bai Ye closed his eyes, concentrating on his nose as the scent of spring in the snow filled his nostrils. And Xiaotong's calm voice drifted over. The scent of spring in the snow is not strong, it's like just pushing open a snow-covered window. The first breath carries a chill of ice shards. Imagine this, you step out of your door into a world covered in ice and snow. And suddenly see a splash of crimson in the snow, a whiff of plum blossom fragrance rushing towards you, bringing warmth and vitality. Chapter 148, Injection. Injecting the gene serum. Seeing and Xiaotong respond so decisively, Bai Ye couldn't help but ask again, "Are you sure?" "I am sure. Maybe you just haven't seen it. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There is indeed a color I haven't seen, but that color can't possibly exist in the world." Bai Ye's heart suddenly leaped with joy. So it turns out I am a genius that doesn't exist in the world. What color? White. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Before Bai Ye could feel happy, and Xiaotong continued, that is the color of the spiritual space of people from the old era, before the great disaster. Because it was not contaminated by the crimson disease, so it is white. Bai Ye's expression froze. Are you saying that all people from the old era are white? And Xiaotong nodded, yes, they are all white. Bai Ye's heart sank. He was no longer the extraordinary novice and naturally understood the principle of extraordinary awakening. In the civilized era, people subjected to mental stimuli would only become mentally ill, but in the era of the great disaster, people subjected to mental stimuli would become extraordinary beings. The reason for this difference is the crimson disease. Doesn't that mean that people from the civilized era can never become extraordinary beings? Chapter 149, and Xiaotong, hit me. The next morning, as dawn broke, a light but persistent knock on the door woke Bai Ye from his sleep. And Xiaotong, what are you doing so early in the morning? He angrily opened the door, wherein Xiaotong, dressed in light grey yoga clothes, retracted her hand and calmly said, "It's time to practice. It's not even 5 o'clock yet. Do you know I've only slept for 3 hours since yesterday?" And Xiaotong nodded calmly, "I know. From today on, you can only sleep for 3 hours each day." Huh? Bai Ye's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't understand how someone with a temperature of 37 degrees could say such cold-hearted things. Isn't our plan to change the kidnapping of the Apocalypse director and decide to inject the gene serum? Is it really necessary to push this hard? Because you decided to inject the gene serum, you need to seize the time to practice. The selection for the Zodiac candidates starts in half a month. And the minimum requirement for injecting the type 3 gene serum is a blood value over 100. If the blood value is not over 100, the body will not be able to withstand the injection of the type 3 gene serum. At that time, it will lead to genetic collapse and death. The safest bet is to reach 200, but time is too tight. 200 isn't realistic. Apart from meeting the blood energy requirements, candidates must also undergo life and death trials. Only the strongest among them can be selected as candidates for the 12 zodiac signs. Chapter 150, Instant Mastery. And Xiaotong was somewhat surprised. For some reason, she felt that when Bai Ye mentioned the phrase wasting time, there was a hint of gritted teeth in his tone. Reflecting on her past interactions with Bai Ye, she suddenly realized that he seemed to have a deep obsession with time, as if wasting his time was akin to taking his life. She thought to herself, talented people can achieve results in a day, or even less. If you don't want to waste time, then find your rhythm as soon as possible. Bai Ye seemed stimulated by her words. His expression tightened as he closed his eyes. With each breath, the scent of spring in the snow from An Xiaotong enveloped his senses. Despite his body being in a state of extreme exertion, his heart quickly calmed down. Boom! The flames in his dantian were suddenly ignited. And Xiaotong's mouth slightly opened in disbelief. So fast! Ignited in an instant. She stared blankly at the meditative Bai Ye and suddenly felt that he wasn't without his merits. Although he loved to curse, was arrogant, and quite shameless, he definitely valued time more than most people. And Xiaotong also disliked wasting time. She always believed that people should use their limited time to do more meaningful things, so that they wouldn't leave behind regrets when they died. Chapter 151, On the Correct Way to Use and Xiaotong. How much difference is there between my cultivation speed and yours? Under such a scorching gaze, and Xiaotong felt somewhat uncomfortable. 3 times, I suppose. Bai Ye grinned, his gaze on and Xiaotong growing even hotter, as if he were looking at a rare treasure. What do you want? And Xiaotong felt a bad premonition rising in her heart. I thought of a brilliant shortcut for cultivation. You don't mean for me to cultivate for you, do you? No way. Absolutely not. And Xiaotong shook her head repeatedly, and just thinking about the previous exchanges made her ears flush. Xiaotong, one can't be so selfish. Bai Ye placed a hand on Xiaotong's shoulder, causing her to stiffen slightly. He spoke earnestly, do you think I'm trying to be lazy? Actually, you are. Too shallow, your thoughts are too shallow. Think carefully, isn't it true that the stronger my strength, the easier it is for me to pass the selection for the 12 zodiac signs, and the lower the risk of injecting the genetic serum? Yes, but, there's no but. If you want to obtain the Pangu USB drive to lift the curse, you should cultivate for me. With your control and proficiency over blood energy, you can absolutely help me reach 200 in half a month. Chapter 152, Use people forward, not backward. Bai Ye didn't expect that Xiaotong could endure so much. Her body had already been trained to its limits, and even with a recovery ability like a pseudo-human, she couldn't take it anymore. Yet she continued to endure with sheer willpower. If it were an ordinary person, they would have already collapsed from exhaustion. A refreshed Xiaotong glanced down at Bai Ye, who lay at her feet. You asked me to help you train. Bai Ye was about to curse, but before he could open his mouth, his head tilted and he fell asleep. And Xiaotong's expression changed, and she quickly crouched down to place her hand near Bai Ye's nose. Relieved to find he was still alive, she let out a sigh of relief. She picked Bai Ye up in a princess carry, took him back to the villa, and tossed him onto the bed before going to take a shower. The next day, Bai Ye groggily woke up, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Xiaotong standing by the bed like a ghost. Damn! He was startled and reflexively threw a punch at Xiaotong. Xiaotong gently raised her hand to block the punch, released Bai Ye's hand, adjusted her black-framed glasses, and calmly said, Not bad. Your blood energy value has increased by 5 points. 5 points? Is this a blood energy value detection glasses? Bai Ye then noticed that Xiaotong was wearing glasses today. With her hair tied in a ponytail, the frames curving gently against her ears, with small nose pads resting on her bridge, leaving shallow marks, adding a touch of cuteness and tranquility. Chapter 153, 7 minutes and 38 seconds. After Xiaotong left, Bai Ye trained alone. Although he usually appeared carefree, he worked harder than most when it was time to put in effort. Because only by striving to become stronger could he save time. During the week that Xiaotong was training for him, he seemed to be slacking off, but in reality, he had been continuously utilizing Xiaotong's body to cultivate armor and a feather. While an ordinary person would need a year to master armor and a feather, he only took a week, akin to having cheat codes. His cheat code was Xiaotong, with the enhancement of 19,800 blood energy. He could recklessly waste blood energy during cultivation. It was like a primary school student needing 6 years to finish a curriculum, while a mentally normal adult could complete it in less than a year. Compared to the fragile armor, Bai Ye made significant progress in cultivating a feather, as he loved the speed increase it provided. If he had known feather during the battle against the tyrant, he wouldn't have needed to waste a single minute. 30 seconds would have been enough. In just 30 seconds, he could rush in front of the tyrant and finish him off. Hours later, Bai Ye returned to the villa, dragging his exhausted body, yet the joy on his face never faded. It wasn't because he had made any groundbreaking progress in blood energy martial arts, but because of time. Chapter 154, the first of the 12 zodiac signs, Sunlong. The painter smiled slightly. So many years have passed, yet you still love wearing suits so much. Is it to constantly remind yourself that you are human, not a beast? To let this set of dignified clothing become the last thin layer wrapping your wildness? The curator ignored the painter's sarcasm and coldly said, "What are you here for?" Ah, how distant we've become. The painter's smile deepened, but his gaze gradually sharpened. Is this how you treat your lifesaver? Sunlong. Boom. An unimaginable violent surge of blood energy shot up to the sky, shattering the clouds that had obscured the sun. Golden light pierced down like a sword, illuminating that cold and furious face. Thousands of mutated beasts roared in unison. Almost unable to contain their urge to rush up and tear the painter to pieces, as they sensed the king's wrath. I said not to mention that name again. A voice, suppressing its icy killing intent, squeezed out from the curator's throat, his veined hand tugging at the tie around his neck. Although I wear a suit and haven't fought for a long time, if you want to die, I don't mind sending you on your way. The painter smiled and waved his hand. Don't be impulsive, Sunlong. I won't mention the name Sunlong anymore, okay? Just forgive me once more for the sake of the help I once provided you, Sunlong. Chapter 155, and Xiaotong's Lie. Chiming Academy is the highest institution in Dawn City and a cradle for cultivating talents for the Qianxia Company. It is divided into two schools, the Literary Institute, where students learn subjects such as mathematics, physics, chemistry, and business management. Those who excel academically can join the Qianxia Company as workers upon graduation. The Martial Institute teaches knowledge of firearms, combat, and military command. Those who excel can join the genetic troops or law enforcement agencies upon graduation. In Dawn City, the Apocalypse Company is like the sky, the only law that rules. And being able to work for the Apocalypse Company is akin to reaching the heavens for the residents of Dawn City. Therefore, within Chiming Academy, there are prodigies among the commoners and second-generation elites from the higher-ups of the Apocalypse Company, but there are no ordinary people without background or talent. With her backpack, and Xiaotong stepped into the school gate she hadn't seen in a long time. Walking through the beautiful campus, she kept her gaze straight ahead. Her steps light as she moved through the scenery. Her youthful face, free of makeup, attracted the attention of countless students. While admiring the scenery, she herself was the most beautiful view in the eyes of the students. Xiaotong. In the spacious and bright classroom, Lu Yao, already seated, immediately noticed the entering and Xiaotong, and waved her small hand excitedly. And Xiaotong smiled slightly, as if the classroom became brighter. The male students, who were chatting quietly, lowered their voices unconsciously. Chapter 156, Bai Ye lies okay, I'll think of a way. Lu Yao readily agreed. The Type 3 gene serum cannot be taken out of the core laboratory. To inject it, one must participate in the zodiac selection for substitutes. Although the candidates have already been determined, I can ask my father, he will definitely get Bai Ye a spot. Thank you, Xiaolu. Leave it to me. My father dotes on me the most, he will definitely agree. However, a trace of worry flashed across Lu Yao's face. I heard the selection is very dangerous. Bai Ye. He? And Xiaotong shook her head. He is not afraid of danger, he is only afraid of being powerless like last time. Lu Yao was instantly moved. The image of that cold and resolute young man appearing in her mind. I understand. I will find out the content of the selection assessment. It will also repay the life-saving grace from last time. Done? And Xiaotong didn't expect it to go so smoothly. So smooth that she didn't need to make too many requests. Lu Yao took care of everything. At that moment, a tall and handsome boy approached, interrupting their conversation. He held a rose and a pure white envelope, mustering his courage to stand in front of Xiaotong. Chapter 157, Lu Yao's Lies, and Xiaotong fell silent. She realized she really didn't understand Bai Ye at all. She initially thought he was lazy, undisciplined, and fond of taking shortcuts, otherwise. He wouldn't have thought of having her practice for him to be lazy. Now it seemed she was terribly wrong. After she left, he not only didn't slack off, but instead doubled his training, even pushing himself to the point of vomiting blood. It turned out he hadn't lied before. Having her practice for him was truly not for laziness, but to become stronger faster. A man like him. If he hadn't been born in the Wasteland, but in one of those noble families, with his talent, his current strength would likely not be weaker than mine. Bai Ye. You should let me help you train in the future. You have no foundation and no one to teach you. Practicing hard on your own will get you hurt. After saying that, and Xiaotong bent down to clean up the leftovers on the ground. Bai Ye let out a sigh of relief, finally getting through it. Damn dark mysterious mask. If it weren't for the ability to change his appearance, he would have been exposed this time. His face had not fully healed. The reason he could return to his original appearance was that dark mysterious mask could change looks and even alter body shape. Chapter 158, 15 minutes and 38 seconds. Even if your father is a director of the Apocalypse Company, he has no authority to take the Type 3 gene serum out of the core laboratory. Only the chairman of the Apocalypse Company has such power. If you really want to help them, then let Bai Ye participate in the Zodiac selection for substitutes. Lu Yao let out a sigh of relief, almost revealing her secret, but fortunately, her goal was achieved. What is the selection content? Lu Yunshao replied helplessly. The selection is very dangerous. First, it requires a blood value and gene test. After meeting the standards, all participants will be divided into groups of 20. Signing a life and death contract. Then, they will be released in batches to the Lake Heart Islands, where they will need to fight each other. With only one person allowed to survive from each group. The surviving person can enter the core laboratory to inject the Type 3 gene serum. Lu Yao's face turned pale. She naturally knew what the Lake Heart Islands were. In the southwest corner of Dawn City, there is a large lake with several small islands. Known as the Lake Heart Islands. It is home to various mutated beasts used for research, and many failed experimental products are dumped there. Ordinary people cannot survive even an hour there, let alone defeat the other 19 at the same time. Chapter 159, I never make mistakes in love. On the most prosperous commercial street in Dawn City, Bai Ye walked arrogantly down the street with a dismissive attitude. Unable to see anyone even though the street was crowded, as if he were above everyone else. And Xiaotong, beside him, covered her forehead with her hand. Discreetly creating distance from Bai Ye, pretending to be an unfamiliar passerby. Why are you standing so far away? It's a privilege to stand by my side. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow, well aware of the importance of keeping a low profile, so he didn't directly refer to himself as a god. And Xiaotong was increasingly speechless. She didn't understand why Bai Ye seemed like a different person. Had he developed a problem after being stuck at home for half a month? Do you really have to walk like that? What's the problem? I'm afraid you'll get beaten up. You don't understand anything, this is called momentum. By the way, let's wait a bit before going for the test. I need to buy clothes. The clothes from that chubby guy are too tacky and don't match my identity. The test is about to start. If you don't go now, you'll be late. That's exactly what I want. Don't you know the main character always makes a grand entrance? And Xiaotong silently rolled her eyes. What kind of clothes do you want to buy? Of course, the most expensive and luxurious ones. Do you have any recommendations? Chapter 160, Grand Entrance 2000. Someone exclaimed, the strongest participant in our selection, Feng Changming, is only 1200, I doubt Yang Yusin's group will be much higher. Isn't this bullying the weak? Who says otherwise? I estimate that the people coming this time will be about the same as Yang Yusin's group. Damn it. Please don't let me be grouped with him. Damn. There are already so few spots, and now these people with connections are taking some of them. Bai Ye nodded seriously. I also hate people who use connections, and I also hate those who don't let me use connections. Nearby students burst into laughter. Classmate, you're right. Who wouldn't he want to use connections if they could? Exactly, please make way, I'm going to use connections. Bai Ye said flamboyantly, pushing through the crowded crowd. The people around were instantly stunned, turning to look at the young man in the wine-red suit, brightly dressed and strikingly handsome. Who is he? Why haven't I seen him before? Of course, he is the one coming to use connections, didn't you hear him admit it? Look at the 3 stars on his clothes. This outfit I saw in an advertisement, it's the latest model from Xingshuo Company, and it costs 200,000 for just one piece. Chapter 161. It turns out I'm immortal. Stepping into the laboratory, the alloy door closed automatically. Don't be nervous, just lie on the bed. Pei Qingyu pointed to the silver bed beside her, where there was also a testing device resembling a cover above it. This is a gene testing instrument, mainly used to detect whether your genes are suitable for injecting type 3 gene drugs, as well as what type is suitable for injection. Type? Bai Ye pondered. Just like the 12 zodiac signs, each person's injected type 3 gene drug is different. For example, Yinxi has a high compatibility with snake-type gene drugs, so she injects snake-type drugs. Compatibility is crucial. If you inject an incompatible gene drug, it could affect your future development at best, or lead to genetic collapse at worst. Pei Qingyu patiently explained. Bai Ye suddenly became interested. Which gene was he compatible with? No need to ask. It must be the legendary dragon. Is there a dragon in the 12 zodiac signs? Pei Qingyu smiled. Of course there is, I belong to the dragon sign. You damn. Who asked what you belong to? If it weren't for Pei Qingyu helping him earlier, he would have cursed. Haha, just kidding, there isn't a dragon in the current 12 zodiac signs. I heard there used to be one, but all the files about dragons have been sealed, and I don't have the right to view them. Chapter 162. No one can hurt the gods, except the Black Knight. Bai Ye was suddenly delighted. He didn't expect such a benefit. He only knew that his recovery ability was very strong, but he didn't know how strong it was. Because no one can hurt the gods, except the Black Knight. During Xiaotong's training, he suffered from muscle strains and fainting every day. Pei Qingyu continued, besides this, after you become a genetic modifier, you won't need to inject stabilizers, which will save a lot of money. You should know that many people don't dare to buy gene drugs even if they save enough money, because the subsequent purchase of stabilizers is a bottomless pit. As long as you are alive, you need to keep buying them. This is also why Qianxia is selling type 1 gene drugs on a large scale. Once you become a genetic modifier, you have to keep sending money to Qianxia. Bai Ye secretly clicked his tongue. Isn't this similar to buying a car? Saving enough for the down payment is just the beginning. And then you have to pay monthly loans, plus maintenance, fuel, insurance, and parking fees. Is only Qianxia Company selling stabilizers? Pei Qingyu shook his head. Initially, only Qianxia Company had them, but during the Great Cataclysm era, there was no patent protection. Stabilizers were long since cracked, and any large city, or even a decent wasteland town, has them for sale. After all, this is a guaranteed profitable business. Chapter 163. More reckless than gods in Xiaotong's villa. Have you prepared everything I asked for? Bai Ye asked. And Xiaotong nodded, taking out a black suitcase from the room and handing it over. It's ready. But are you sure you want to do this? Bai Ye took the suitcase, opened it to check, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. Of course I'm sure. But Xiaotong hesitated to speak. There's nothing to hesitate about. I'm not violating any rules. Which rule in the selection assessment states that you can't do this? That's true. But it feels like it might affect things negatively. If it's not written, then it's fine. If the regulations don't prohibit it, it means it can be done. By the way, you should go find that person. What's her name? Who? Bai Ye thought for a moment. That dear, what is her name? And Xiaotong was somewhat speechless. It's a shame that Lu Yao has been concerned about your injuries, and you even forgot her name. With her status, she should be able to participate in the betting, right? Go tell her to bring out all her pocket money, and by the way, steal some money from her dad to bet on my win. And you, give her all the money you have, and mortgage this house to let her place a bet. After we win, we'll split the winnings 20%. Chapter 164, Only 200 health points. Such arrogant words, mentioning the board of directors, made even the usually tough instructors tremble. They knew of Bai Ye, but they didn't know his specific identity. After all, when the big shots above issued orders, they wouldn't explain anything to the subordinates, at most saying to arrange for someone to come in. They thought it was the same as before, assigned by those big shots for training, but Bai Ye's arrogant attitude made them vaguely aware that this person was different from before. With this thought, the instructors dared not speak. Their job was to arrange groups and send contestants to the island, selecting each person's position on the island to ensure the viewing pleasure of the dignitaries behind the monitors. For example, grouping friends or classmates together, or letting males and females land on the same spot to see them team up to kill everyone first, and then turn on each other. Those big shots had long been tired of pure slaughter, so they wanted to increase the story's appeal. Being those who serve the powerful, they naturally did not dare to offend someone suspected of having power. Don't block the way. Bai Ye swaggered through the crowd, walked to the table, and casually signed his name, Bai Ye. Chapter 165, Anyone can be killed. Does that include instructors? Soon, all the group members entered the military base to wait for the boats to arrive. Each group was led by an instructor into a separate room. Bai Ye was in Group 4, so he entered Room 4. The layout of Room 4 resembled a classroom, with a podium. Contestants sat in their seats, while the instructor stood at the podium, starting to explain the rules. Hand over any items you have. No items are allowed on the island to prevent cheating. The instructor said this while looking at Bai Ye, because among the 20 people in the classroom, only Bai Ye brought a black suitcase. The others had long understood the rules, so they didn't bring anything. Bai Ye, hand over your suitcase. The instructor saw that Bai Ye had no reaction, and walked directly to his side. He reached out to take it, and Bai Ye did not stop him. What is in your suitcase? He wanted to open it, but found there was a password lock on it. It contains 1 million in cash. Now the suitcase is in your hands, and if the money inside is less, you'll be held accountable. The instructor's face darkened. He didn't believe Bai Ye's words at all. Who would bring 1 million to participate in the competition? He said stiffly, I'll keep the suitcase for you. And when you come back, it will naturally be returned, provided you can come back. Chapter 166, Crazy, Lawless. Bai Ye. Who are you calling garbage? A weakling with health points, not even reaching my fractional amount, has no right to speak arrogantly. Feng Changming's eyes were icy as he slammed the table, his killing intent fierce. Ha ha ha, Bai Ye laughed wildly, his smile reckless and flamboyant, as he scanned the angry faces of everyone, speaking slowly, don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting you, what I mean is, all of you here are garbage. What did you say? Say that again if you dare. The 20 contestants all slammed their tables and stood up, their angry gazes almost ready to tear Bai Ye apart. Bai Ye, however, remained indifferent. Glancing mockingly at the instructor, oh, I almost forgot, you're garbage too. Bastard. The instructor exploded in anger, do you want to die? If it weren't for the big shots behind the monitors wanting to watch the competition, he would have wanted to rush up and twist Bai Ye's head off. Various curses filled the air, the scene was exceptionally chaotic. Behind the monitor, in that lavish hall, well-dressed dignitaries laughed heartily. This madman is truly amusing. I've figured it out. He isn't here to compete, he's here to commit suicide. Chapter 167, Fast forward to the divine dawn, city in ruins and lives lost. Cheating. This is blatant cheating. I want to file a complaint with the organizer. Boss Chen, whose pants were soaked, shouted in a fit. The explosion earlier had startled him so much that he spilled red wine all over himself. He didn't cheat. The usually quiet Lu Yao suddenly spoke up, her soft voice cutting through all the noise. Even the furious boss Chen fell silent. He couldn't afford to offend the daughter of Director Lu. There was no rule stating that one couldn't take action before arriving on the island, nor was there a rule against using bombs. As there were indeed bombs among the supplies on the island. Lu Yao slowly stood up, her youthful face showing the first signs of authority. Calmly gazing at everyone, Bai Ye's actions did not violate any rules, so he is not cheating. Everyone had different thoughts. They suddenly remembered that Lu Yao had just spent 300 million to bet on Bai Ye winning. Oh no. We've been played by capital. This young lady Lu must want to make some pocket money and deliberately set up such a scheme. Bai Ye's arrogant provocation led them to bet blindly, while Lu Yao's platform made them dare not voice their anger. Sister Lu Yao is right, Bai Ye did not cheat, on the contrary, he was very clever. Exploiting the loopholes in the rules, and winning was well deserved. Miss Yu laughed in agreement. Chapter 168, The Apocalypse should have the surname Lu. Soon, the instructor ran back. His gaze towards Bai Ye was complex, mixed with a hint of fear. Since you've won, just wait for the notification. Bai Ye grabbed the instructor by the collar and coldly said, I had a black box with 1 million in cash that I entrusted to the instructor of Group 4. But he didn't keep it safe. You want to send me off without compensating me? The instructor was furious and incredulous, unable to believe that someone could be so arrogant and shameless. Don't you know what's in your black box? Bai Ye impatiently interrupted. How much money do you have on you? Just 10,000. The instructor was only thinking of placating the situation. This person was insane. And with Miss Lu Yao protecting him, he couldn't afford to provoke him. Hand it over. Bai Ye snatched the money from the instructor's hand, smiling as he patted his stiff shoulder. I'm a kind-hearted person. I don't want to make things difficult for others, so I'll forgive you the remaining 990,000. Aren't you going to say thank you? Chapter 169, Color Collision. Recalling the last piece of information about Bai Ye, dressed in a 200,000 starry outfit, intimidating others. I thought he was just a person who relied on others for power, using his outstanding appearance to get close to Xiaotong. But now it seems this person is truly bold and unconventional. His style of action is out of the ordinary. Such a bizarre approach is something that ordinary people wouldn't even think of. And even if they did, they wouldn't dare to act on it. Yet Bai Ye not only thought of it, but actually did it. Was he sure Xiaotong would ask Lu Yao for help? Director Lu, how do you think this matter should be handled? Although Bai Ye's actions did not violate any rules, they had a very bad influence. If not strictly punished, it might encourage others to imitate. I'm worried that before the competition starts, or even within the school, someone might assassinate other contestants. What do you think of Bai Ye? Lu Yunxiao asked. The assistant glanced at Lu Yunxiao's expression and cautiously replied, this person is excessively arrogant and reckless. Using such means to win a competition is truly despicable. Lu Yunxiao smiled slightly. You're mistaken. I actually think this person is very clever. The assistant's heart sank. Oh no, he said the wrong thing. He thought Lu Yunxiao looked down on people like Bai Ye from the lower class, so he tried to belittle him. Chapter 170, and Xiaotong stops practicing the next day. Substitute player and Xiaotong went to school. Bai Ye stayed home alone, starting to stir up trouble. He didn't go out to spend the 300 million to avoid being schemed against again. After all, he had just been set up during the genetic testing. If it weren't for Pei Qingyu being on his side, something would have definitely gone wrong. He had already received notification that the day for injecting the Type 3 genetic agent was tomorrow, so in order to ensure nothing went wrong, he decided not to go out today. As for stirring up trouble, it naturally involved the Eye of Desolation in his mind space. Ever since he saw the Eye of Desolation during his last meditation, Bai Ye had felt like there was something stuck in his throat. This thing was lurking inside him like a ticking time bomb. Who knew when it would cause trouble? So he had to get to the bottom of it. Lighting the spring message in the snow, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air. Bai Ye lounged on the sofa, completely relaxed. He gently closed his eyes, entering meditation with a calm heart. Before long, he fell asleep. In a half-asleep, half-awake state, he once again arrived in the pure white mind space. So white. Bai Ye sighed, this shows my mind is very pure. With this one sentence, he cured his mental turmoil of feeling like a muggle. Then, his gaze crossed the clock of time and the hourglass of time, landing on the Eye of Desolation curled up in the corner. Chapter 172, Xiaotong. Come and understand the mysteries of life with me. Bai Ye entered the mind space with his thoughts, having no physical form. His current state resembled the legendary soul. A swirling mass of white smoke that vaguely resembled his appearance. With a thought, two illusory hands began to explore his body, eventually finding a hot hard object in the position of his left eye. Get out here. He yanked hard, pulling out a crimson eyeball, which was indeed the Eye of Desolation. Looking at the Eye of Desolation, he was filled with anger. If it weren't for the fact that he was in a thought state, he would have definitely stomped it underfoot. Watching the constantly rotating golden second hand, Bai Ye couldn't think too much and directly threw the Eye of Desolation towards the clock of time and the hourglass of time. The Eye of Embers bounced off the wall like a rubber ball, landing directly in the corner. Time resumes. Buzz. The great force of time suddenly dissipated. The external time began to flow, while the second hand on the clock of time came to a halt. 17 minutes and 01 seconds. It had just wasted another 37 seconds. The previously frantic Eye of Embers retreated back into the corner, just like before. What the hell is this, damn painter? Bai Ye cursed a few times and returned to the outside world. Chapter 173, Grandpa Goes Wild. Wuda was not the strongest in their group, but he was the most unscrupulous. In this life and death battle, he spared no effort, begging on his knees, poisoning, using mutated beasts to eliminate opponents, and ultimately achieved victory. The three of them were the most typical representatives among the winners of the selection match, and past winners were basically of these three types, possessing similar traits: strength, belief, and lack of morality. Having any one of these traits provided a foundation for success. At this moment, the fourth winner arrived. Bang! The classroom door was kicked open violently. A figure in burgundy entered the classroom, the bright color complementing the youthful exuberance on the boy's face, resembling a flame. Bai Ye, with a cigar in his mouth, scanned the room and frowned upon seeing only three winners waiting. Where are the company people? They arrived later than me and still want to do this. Li Hu frowned deeply, looking at Bai Ye with disdain. This despicable person actually came, and the company didn't punish him, damn connections. He had won the competition fairly and naturally looked down on someone like Bai Ye who relied on bombs for victory. In his view, a person without strength and without morals being able to inject the Type 3 gene serum was simply absurd. Chapter 174, the 19th heartbeat of the silver snake inside the carriage. Li Hu lowered his head in silence, Chen Enz was immersed in sorrow, Wuda focused on flattering. And Bai Ye accepted it all. They were finally heading to the core laboratory. Pangu USB, here I come. A smile crept onto Bai Ye's face. As long as he found the most mysterious core laboratory, he could get his hands on the Pangu USB that he had been longing for. At that time, everything about the extraordinary, immortality, genetic modification, and the secrets of the great disaster would all be under his control. He even believed that there would be forbidden knowledge about time in the Pangu USB. After all, the example of Pangu matter was right here. People from the civilized era could produce Pangu matter, and it was impossible that they had no research on time. With knowledge about time, he could use more time-related abilities. He would become a true god of the new era. He couldn't wait any longer. Although the carriage sealed off the perception of the outside world, he and Xiaotong had already made preparations. That was the locator of the silent court, the white dove ring. He was currently wearing Li Baiqian's white dove ring. While Xiaotong, hidden in the shadows, could track him from a distance and determine the location of the core experiment. After about an hour of travel, the vehicle gradually came to a stop. Click! A man in black opened the carriage, and the glaring white light burst into the dark carriage like a sword, shining on everyone's faces. Chapter 175, Bold. Daring to desecrate the divine. A flicker of dissatisfaction flashed in the silver snake's eyes. She had finally felt a thrill and wanted to chat a bit longer, but she didn't dare offend Dr. Jian. Dr. Jian was the leader of the core laboratory. Although he didn't hold power, he controlled the Type 3 gene serum. He was the founder of the Type 3 gene serum. And such a talent was treated with great respect even by the board members. "Hey there, let us chat after you inject the gene serum," she said, slipping a small note to Bai Ye, her delicate fingers even scratching his palm. "This has my address, remember to come find me." Bai Ye immediately felt a chill. Was he being flirted with? "Damn Silver Snake, how dare you desecrate the divine, you have sealed your fate. Everyone, follow me." The Silver Snake turned and left, leaving the crowd with a mesmerizing silhouette. The others followed behind, heading into the military base. Only then did Li Hu dare to look directly at the Silver Snake. Unabashedly staring at her enchanting figure, his gaze sweeping back and forth. As his gaze lowered to the Silver Snake's thighs, he couldn't help but breathe heavily. The sequins at the edge of her silver dress had caught on her stockings, creating several small holes at the root of her thighs, exposing her fair skin and adding a touch of allure. Chapter 176, Silver Snake. I'm on fire right now. For the first time, Bai Ye felt troubled by being handsome. The Silver Snake was simply a beast. In plain sight, in front of everyone, she dared to openly harass him, which was even more troublesome than being discovered for something abnormal. The consequences of being discovered would simply be to throw caution to the wind and start a massacre. Then look for another way to find the core laboratory. But how could he resist being sullied? How could his 202 health points resist the Silver Snake? Time stop would directly lead to exposure. Now, Bai Ye faced only two paths: either not resist and watch himself be sullied, or resist and lose access to the core laboratory. Enduring for a moment was possible, but he feared that if the Silver Snake's beastly nature flared up, the more he endured, the more she would take liberties, and she might just take him right there. As he saw the Silver Snake's hand getting closer, Bai Ye could no longer hold back. His privacy had only been touched by the Black Knight, and even then, it was done secretly during the body-switching process. Time stop. Buzz? The Silver Snake became a frozen beauty, completely still, with her hand paused at Bai Ye's abdomen, almost reaching into his pants. Damn! Bai Ye's eyes were blazing with anger. He never expected that one day he would waste time because of a woman's teasing. Chapter 177. How can someone be so bold? Qianchi Company placed great importance on the core laboratory. They were not 100% confident in the true shadow mirror, worried that some special objects could evade the true shadow mirror. Therefore, even if the detection was accurate, they still wouldn't allow any suspicious items to be carried. What's wrong? The Silver Snake, in high spirits, walked over and asked. The staff replied respectfully, Silver Snake, Chen En's violated company regulations by carrying a suspicious earring. Oh? What is suspicious about it? He's a man, and he doesn't have pierced ears, yet he carries an earring, which is quite suspicious. And my subordinate also detected mutated beast gene samples from the earring. The Silver Snake nodded and turned to the nervous Chen En's, handed over. Chen En's eyes turned red, and he refused to back down. This is the only relic of my girlfriend. It's just an ordinary earring. And as for the mutated beast gene, that is because, his eyes welled with tears, but he couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. The earring had mutated beast genes, because Ruan Qing had perished in the jaws of a mutated beast. He had wanted to retrieve her body, but only found a ground full of flesh and bones, along with this blood-stained earring. Chapter 178. Human Nature Anchor Point. Bai Ye's heart stirred slightly, as he remembered Tan from Grey Earth Town. Old Tan. Old Tan was also a genetic modifier. Although he was the worst kind, having only injected a single dose of type-I gene serum. However, he did not exhibit the beastly traits of the 12 zodiac signs. Perhaps he did, but it wasn't obvious. It seems the difference lies here. Type 3 gene serum is stronger, but it also contains greater beastly traits. Yinshi continued. To successfully inject type 3 gene serum, one must find the anchor point of their humanity to ensure that their humanity is not consumed by their beastly nature. Otherwise, even if injected, one will only become a thorough beast. The purpose of the selection competition was also based on this reason. Do you really think Apocalypse Corporation lacks money for gambling? Bai Ye frowned slightly. You mean the selection competition is actually to stimulate the anchor point of humanity? You're quite clever, Yinshi said, kissing her palm and blowing a kiss to Bai Ye. It's hardening. My fists are hardening. Once I find the Pangu USB drive. The first one I'll take down is you, you despicable person. Although this was our first meeting, I could roughly judge your anchor point of humanity, like Li Hu. Li Hu, who was named by Yinshi, was jolted, finally receiving the attention of Lord Yinshi. Chapter 179, The Fortress of the 10 Kings in the Steel Fortress. Bai Ye silently followed behind the others, his eyes darting around. Is this the core laboratory? It doesn't look like it. A circular steel city wall enveloped the fortress, stretching endlessly like a coastline. Every few meters along the wall, armed soldiers were stationed, and there were even several machine guns resembling Gatling guns. The defense inside the wall was even more exaggerated, with almost every 5 steps having a guard post, and teams of soldiers patrolling, making it impossible to find any blind spots. There were no birds chirping, no insects buzzing, only the sound of the wind and the low hum of machinery. Get in the vehicle, Yinshi said, stopping in front of an armored car. Get in again. Bai Ye frowned immediately. He hadn't done anything else that day except being teased and riding in cars. Just a moment ago in the car, if it weren't for his wit, he would have been pounced on by Yinshi. The core laboratory isn't here yet. What you see now is just the outer military defense. Not there yet. Bai Ye felt his patience was about to run out. The meticulousness of Apocalypse Corporation was infuriating. Sensing his impatience, Yinshi smiled and said, "This can't be helped. After all, one of the 10 kings, the director, has been keeping a close eye on the type 3 gene serum. So the company naturally has to prioritize the security of the core laboratory." Chapter 180, Dragon. Dr. Jian, the 4 candidates for the 12 zodiac signs have been brought in. Yinshi said respectfully, pushing open the door to a laboratory and addressing the white-coated man behind the experimental equipment. The man in the white coat frowned tightly as if he hadn't heard, still staring intently at the computer screen. About 30 seconds later, he finally looked up. The crowd could finally see his appearance. Around 35 years old, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with slightly curly hair, looking cultured, but with deep wrinkles on his forehead. Obviously someone who often frowned. Dr. Jian didn't even look at the crowd, instructing, "Bind them up." After saying that, he continued to lower his head, immersing himself in research. Yinshi seemed to be used to this, pointing to a row of pristine white beds on the left, saying, "Get on the beds. There are handcuffs and leg irons by the bedside, remember to secure them." Wuda's face changed slightly, fearing that he would become an experimental subject. He bent down and asked, "Lord Yinshi, what is this?" After seeing Dr. Jian, Yinshi also became serious, coldly stating, "The type 3 gene serum will invade your genetic sequences, causing disruption and reorganization. The process will be a bit painful, and to prevent you from moving around, you need to be tied up. See that stick over there? Remember to bite it, so you don't accidentally bite off your own tongue." Chapter 181, The Most Suitable Gene. Before Bai Ye could finish his sentence, he felt a cool liquid merging into his blood, followed by an unimaginable pain sweeping through as his cells began to tear apart. But this pain lasted only half a second, then his cells began to rapidly repair. warmth surging through him. Not painful. Is the mutated scarlet virus at work? He increasingly realized the power of the mutated scarlet virus, upon reflection. It was indeed a product of the civilized era. The type 3 gene serum was a product of the cataclysm era, after all, merely a case of borrowing from others. Can infection with the mutated scarlet virus grant immortality? Can injecting type 3 gene serum do the same? Although it wasn't painful. Bai Ye had to put on a show to avoid appearing too special, lest he be singled out as a lab rat. He closed his eyes tightly, swaying. While everyone else trembled, if he didn't, he tremble too. How out of place would that be? A flicker of surprise crossed Yin Shi's eyes. She hadn't expected Bai Ye's willpower to be so powerful, almost inhuman. As an injector of type 3 gene serum, she knew all too well the pain during injection, which surpassed the limits of what humans could bear. Every cell in the body felt like it was being stabbed with needles, and not just one at a time, but continuously stirred within the flesh, and the needles were still red hot. Chapter 182, The Scapegoat of the 10 Kings. Whether it was an illusion or not, Bai Ye felt a powerful force filling his body, significantly stronger than before. He intended to break free from the restraints like Li Hu and the others. But when he exerted force, only the bindings on his legs opened, while the bindings on his hands only cracked a small opening. All right, it was an illusion. Or rather, not strong enough yet. However, he did inherit the characteristics of a rabbit, which included strong hind legs. His legs became light and powerful, as if he could leap up 5 floors in one bound. Yin Shi helped him undo the restraints, looking at Bai Ye with curiosity. Could it be that the little rabbit has no beastly nature? Dr. Jian suddenly interjected, not at all. Beastly nature isn't just about the predatory instincts of wild animals. Their living habits, reproduction, and behavior are all part of beastly nature. Just like birds can fly, horses can stand as soon as they are born, and humans cry without being taught, these are all instincts inscribed in our genes. Injecting gene serum will add animal instincts to the human body. And if one cannot overcome it, they will ultimately be consumed by their beastly nature, and become a complete beast. Bai Ye understood the meaning behind his words. What he once thought of as being swallowed by beastly nature was akin to a rabid dog that bites anyone it sees. Chapter 183, Bai Ye. You have the potential to surpass the 10 kings. Dr. Jian remained immersed in his own world, the first of the 12 zodiac signs, the Azure Dragon. Bai Ye frowned slightly. Azure Dragon. Never heard of it. Dr. Jian continued, now he has become one of the 10 kings, the director of the zoo. Director. Bai Ye was taken aback, now he had heard of it. Your name is Bai Ye, right? Your physique and mental will are simply the perfect candidate for a dragon. I just looked at the experimental data. Dr. Jian excitedly grasped Bai Ye's arm. When you injected the gene serum, there was no rejection reaction at all. And beastly nature cannot affect you. Wait. Bai Ye interrupted, I've already injected the rabbit-type gene serum, how can I still become a dragon? Isn't it true that you can only inject one type of gene serum? Dr. Jian showed no dissatisfaction and asked, do you think there are dragons in this world? Bai Ye was slightly taken aback. Dragons? In his memory, there were indeed no dragons in this world, at least he had never seen one. Dragons were more of a symbol, a spiritual totem, existing only in myths and legends. However, he couldn't be sure that there were really no dragons in the world. Perhaps dragons did exist a long, long time ago. After all, 11 of the 12 zodiac animals exist. So it wouldn't make sense to single out a dragon that doesn't exist. Chapter 184, What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a dragon? Dr. Jian couldn't wait to pull out a scalpel from his pocket, but just as he was about to act, he paused slightly. No, you just injected the gene serum. And your energy value hasn't stabilized yet. The data obtained now must be inaccurate. He sighed repeatedly, seemingly unwilling to wait even a second longer. Bai Ye silently withdrew his hand, almost ready to punch Dr. Jian in the head. How long do I have to wait? Your energy value is currently fluctuating between 700 and 800. It will probably take another day for it to stabilize completely. I know you can't wait to become a dragon. But be patient for just one more day. After one day, I will dissect you, and after obtaining the data, I will personally design a plan for you to become a dragon. One day. That is enough time for me to get the Pangu USB drive. Once I have the Pangu USB drive, becoming a dragon will be a piece of cake. Just as he was thinking, Bai Ye suddenly froze. Wait. 700 to 800. Why has my energy value only increased by 500? Rabbits are small herbivores, so naturally, they can't compare to creatures like tigers. Although your energy value has increased relatively little, your agility must exceed theirs. Bai Ye wanted to ask more, but Dr. Jian seemed to short-circuit like a robot, standing still for a second before quickly pulling out a large mobile communication device. Chapter 185. I report that the silver snake has defiled the experimental subject. Silver Snake was horrified. She never expected Bai Ye to have the potential to become a dragon. You should know that among the 12 zodiac signs, she had never slept with a dragon. Since the Azure Dragon's betrayal, the position of the dragon has been replaced by other zodiac signs. Although there are still 12 individuals, how can the substitutes compare to the real dragon? For a moment, she couldn't help but tighten her legs and swallow hard. The buff has stacked up. Good-looking, arrogant, adorable, little rabbit, the future dragon hit her heart precisely at every point. Now her desire to sleep with Bai Ye had surpassed that of the tyrant. At this moment, Dr. Jian added, remember, you must protect Bai Ye. Even if you die, he must not die. After his energy value stabilizes, I still want to dissect him myself. The heat in Silver Snake was immediately doused with a bucket of cold water. Dissect? How could anyone who ends up in your hands be fine? How am I supposed to sleep? Dr. Jian, do you want Bai Ye to stay in the core laboratory until he becomes a dragon? Yes. Dr. Jian nodded, seemingly never considering asking for Bai Ye's opinion. In his eyes, Bai Ye was never seen as a person but rather as a perfect experimental subject. Silver Snake was in a panic. How could she sleep if he was kept locked in the laboratory? Chapter 186. Are you teaching me how to do things? Bang! The room plunged into darkness again. Bai Ye's face was shrouded in the dark, silently smiling with his pearly white teeth. Dog? He, you still don't understand the value of a god. The apocalypse is indeed a colossal entity standing on the land of beaming, controlling the fates of countless people, but in front of him, those high-ranking directors are no different from ants. He got off the bed and started moving around. Having just obtained 1/15 of the dragon's gene, he still needed to adapt. Bai Ye leaped lightly. Wow! His figure suddenly appeared at the ceiling. If he hadn't raised his hand in time, he would have almost hit his head. This room is about 3 meters high, and he jumped 3 meters without even exerting force. If he jumped with full power, he could probably reach 10 meters. Then he started running around the room. The air was suddenly torn into blurred lines, and Bai Ye's figure was like a stretched flame tail, moving swiftly and lightly. His speed was so fast that it created afterimages, and more strangely, the trajectory beneath his feet made it seem like he was sticking to a vertical wall. His knees slightly bent, running upward with inertia. He was clearly running on the wall, but felt as if he were walking on flat ground. Chapter 187. It's simple. I just need to transform into a dragon. The middle-aged man's cold sweat poured down. He dared not speak. It was a slip of the tongue. He hurried to open the door, muttering to himself, why is the doctor's temper so bad today? Did he fail again in his research? Ding! The door opened. Bai Ye entered. This was a somewhat spacious experimental area, with dozens of researchers bustling around, each appearing to be of considerable age, some even with grey hair. Dr. Jian, you finally arrived. The 1478 experimental subject just opened its eyes. Our research direction is correct, please come and take a look. An elderly researcher rushed over, excitedly gesturing. Yinglong. Why is there another dragon? Who cares about dragons? Where's my Pangu USB drive? To avoid exposing his identity, Bai Ye allowed the elderly researcher to lead the way. Soon, he was on the elevator, which went straight down. Inside the elevator, the elderly man excitedly recounted various experimental parameters about Yinglong, making Bai Ye's scalp tingle. Can you speak human language? He didn't dare to interject, fearing exposure of his knowledge. By the way, what happened to that thing we brought back from Black Mountain? Bai Ye interrupted the elderly man's endless chatter. Chapter 188, Dr. Jian's speech. Dr. Jian, Yinglong just opened its eyes. Look, here are the experimental data. A researcher excitedly handed over a thick stack of A4 papers. Bai Ye calmly took the experimental data, casually flipping through a few pages, feeling a bit dizzy. He nonchalantly said, the experimental data is about what I expected. The researcher was taken aback, a hint of fervor flashing in his eyes. You even predicted the experimental results. Truly impressive, Dr. Jian. Dr. Jian. Will you also watch the experimental video? Bai Ye was taken aback. Video? That's good, I want to see the video. After all, I can really understand that. Then let's watch it. Subsequently, under the guidance of the researchers, he walked into an observation room filled with experimental instruments, where the glass wall faced Yinglong's dragon head. Dr. Jian, please take a look. This is the video of experimental subject 1478 piloting Yinglong. The researcher quickly clicked a few times on the computer, and immediately, the screen displayed the footage. In the video, the experimental cabin where Yinglong was located was lit with harsh white light. The alarm sounded sharp and piercing. And a cold mechanical arm forcefully dragged a young researcher toward the eerily metallic Yinglong. The young researcher's clothes were labeled with number 1478. Chapter 189, full of confidence. In short, our next step is to continue maintaining good momentum, further refine our work measures, strengthen responsibility implementation, and steadily advance the subsequent experimental stages, striving for the successful implementation of the Yinglong project. Do you all have confidence? Yes. We have confidence. Clap, clap, clap. The researchers applauded wildly, feeling that Dr. Jian's words were excellent, simply insightful and profound. Every sentence had deep meaning, and upon careful reflection, one felt it was profound and difficult to grasp its meaning momentarily. It must be that our level is insufficient, which is why we cannot appreciate Dr. Jian's depth. Bai Ye patted the shoulder of the researcher next to him. Keep up the effort, the future is yours. After saying that, he ignored the crowd's excitement and turned to leave. After leaving the experimental area, Bai Ye's expression darkened. Where exactly is the Pangu USB drive? This group of researchers actually doesn't know. The Yinglong project is the most important project in this core laboratory, yet Pangu is still missing. No. I can't keep wandering around like a headless fly. If Dr. Jian comes out of the lab, it will be exposed. After thinking it over, Bai Ye decided to find Dr. Jian. If anyone in the core laboratory is most likely to know about the Pangu USB drive, it must be Dr. Jian without a doubt. Chapter 190, Dr. Jian, I am gradually understanding everything. Can you now quietly listen to me finish speaking? Dr. Jian's nature is very strong-willed. Even if life and death are beyond his control, he only has anger and no fear in his eyes. Bai Ye smiled slightly. Do you know what the most desperate way to die in this world is? That is to fall before dawn. You have already found the candidate for the dragon and seen the dawn of surpassing your mentor, but if you die now, your plan to create the dragon will be completely shattered. You will never be able to surpass your mentor in your lifetime. Dr. Jian's pupils suddenly constricted, and a look of resistance and fear appeared on his face. Bai Ye released his hand, and Dr. Jian collapsed heavily into his office chair, gasping for breath. He stared intently at Bai Ye. What do you want to do? Which director sent you? Dr. Jian is very clear about Silver Snake's character. Silver Snake has no spirit of resistance, she only adheres to hedonism, living for the day, and taking what she can. Without the backing of other directors, it is impossible for her to go against herself, let alone take action against her. What I want to do is not important, who sent me is also not important. What matters is what you want to do. Bai Ye smiled mysteriously and patted Dr. Jian's shoulder heavily. Chapter 191, The Pangu USB Drive. Just like that. It was taken out. Since you already have the foundation to create the dragon, why do you still want to pull me in? Hooked? Bai Ye secretly laughed. Being able to ask this question means Dr. Jian is already tempted. On one side is the dying chairman, who does not value the new dragon. And on the other side is the young apocalypse director, who can create a candidate for the dragon, and is willing to wait 10 years. It is obvious whom to cooperate with. We can indeed create a new dragon, but we cannot guarantee that the new dragon will possess powers surpassing Yinglong and Sanglong. While you are different. Bai Ye grasped Dr. Jian's shoulders, his gaze intense. You are a once-in-a-century research genius. It's just that you were born at the wrong time. Your brilliance has been overshadowed by your mentor before you have fully grown. Talent, diligence, determination, experience, you lack nothing but an opportunity to prove yourself. As long as you join us, combining strengths, we will surely create the most perfect dragon in the world. A dragon that surpasses all your mentor's works. The chairman does not support you, but we do. The chairman can't wait 10 years, we can. Dr. Jian's mind was shaken. And he even felt a bit afraid to look directly into Bai Ye's fiery eyes. Chapter 192, Is It Destined? Dr. Jian showed a look of disdain. As if looking at an illiterate, in short, I cannot crack the Pangu USB drive, and the chairman will naturally not hand it over to me. You damn. You can't crack it, and you're proud of it. Where could the Pangu USB drive be? How would I know? The Pangu USB drive is of great importance. I'm afraid only the chairman knows about it. All the personnel involved in the research must have been imprisoned, cut off from the outside world. Bai Ye was extremely frustrated. After wasting so much time, he still had not found the Pangu USB drive. He had only increased his vitality by 500, gained super hearing. Super speed, 1/15 of the dragon's genes, the formula for the 3-type gene potion, seen the hidden trump card Yinglong of Apocalypse. And had his identity and status elevated, the future head of the 12 zodiac signs, the dragon. Apart from that, he gained nothing. Damn. Damn. The patience of the gods has been completely exhausted. All right, you like to hide, huh? Only the chairman knows, right? I am going to kidnap the Apocalypse chairman tomorrow. I want to see how you can contend with the gods without Yinglong in the bright city. Silver Snake, I have already shown my sincerity. Isn't it time to let me join? Chapter 193, Tomorrow I'm definitely going to get the Apocalypse chairman. Dr. Jian walked into the Yinglong laboratory as usual. Greeted warmly by the researchers coming towards him. Dr. Jian, your speech today was truly wonderful, resonating loudly. One researcher admired. Dr. Jian frowned slightly. Speech. He recalled carefully that he indeed said a few words during the morning meeting. But they were just very normal sentences, nothing different from usual. His expression turned cold. Instead of spending time flattering, it would be better to do more research. The researcher's smile froze, and he awkwardly scratched his head. Yes, yes. Yes, you are right, Doctor. The researchers left in disappointment, and the others around looked at each other, eager to try. They had recorded Bai Ye's profound remarks in their notebooks, and some parts were hard to understand, originally thinking of asking about it. But now they didn't dare to ask. Dr. Jian walked into the Yinglong control console with a cold face. The scientists discussing 1478 immediately surrounded him upon his entry. Dr. Jian. Today there are several issues with the 1478 experiment reaction, Dr. Jian coldly interrupted. From today on, no one except me can enter the Yinglong control console. Chapter 194, Get In. Get out. Suddenly, the sound of roaring cars came from the street in the distance. Bai Ye looked up and saw a cobalt blue sports car speeding towards him, its sleek lines resembling rolling waves. With a screech, the tires violently rubbed against the ground, producing a sharp screeching sound, accompanied by smoke rising in a heat wave as the cobalt blue sports car swung around at an almost exaggerated angle, its rear wheels leaving a charred arc on the ground. Finally, with a slight jolt from inertia, it came to a steady stop in front of Bai Ye. Inside the car, and Xiaotong's bangs were slightly disheveled by the wind, adding a touch of carefree beauty. She lightly brushed her hair and tilted her head slightly. Get in. Bai Ye sized up the cobalt blue sports car, looking at Xiaotong suspiciously. When did this little rich girl buy a sports car? He did not open the car door, but lightly leaped into the passenger seat. Vroom. The cobalt blue sports car buzzed and sped away. Bai Ye. Sister-in-law. Drive slowly on the road. Wuda chased from behind, waving his hand as he ran until the car disappeared around the corner, then he finally stopped. Chen Enz watched everything silently and walked into the darkness deep in the street, disappearing from sight. Only Li, who was still sleeping on the ground. Chapter 195. The chairman of Qianche's press conference, Sister Pei, has long told me your gene testing results. Little White Rabbit and Xiaotong sat on the sofa, holding a steaming rabbit mug, her tone calm but deliberately elongated. That's just temporary. Do you understand it's temporary? What's up with the rabbit mug in your hand? I remember you used to use a gilded teacup. Oh, this. And Xiaotong shook the cartoon rabbit mug in her hand and calmly explained. The little white rabbit is so cute, so I bought a little white rabbit mug. What do you think, isn't the little white rabbit on it adorable? The triple blow of the little white rabbit hit Bai Ye's heart like 3 heavy hammers. Cute my ass. You scheming woman, once I transform into a dragon, you will know that the little white rabbit isn't my dark history, it's south just the road I came from. Alright, let's get down to business. And Xiaotong said, as she took a small sip from the little white rabbit mug. Bai Ye's eyelids twitched at the sight, and he decided to throw the little white rabbit mug away once Xiaotong fell asleep that night. I've found the location of the core laboratory through the Dove Ring. It's in a military base in the northeast corner of Dawn City. I stopped tracking you at the perimeter of the military base because it's heavily guarded and hard to infiltrate. Chapter 196. The Lies of God and the Deceived. Xiaotong. With this thought, Bai Ye interrupted the rambling and Xiaotong. Xiaotong. And Xiaotong paused, her expression somewhat awkward as she looked at Bai Ye. Can I trust you? Bai Ye asked seriously. And Xiaotong seemed to be influenced by Bai Ye, her expression gradually becoming solemn. She didn't answer but nodded. However, the seriousness conveyed in her light brown eyes was like a vow. Bai Ye took a deep breath. I've decided to tell you a secret about my true identity. True identity. And Xiaotong's expression was slightly strange. I know your true identity, aren't you the Black King? Huh? Bai Ye was shocked. How did you know? Phut. And Xiaotong almost couldn't hold back her laughter at how serious Bai Ye was acting. You said it yourself last time, Uncle Li said if he didn't know better, he would think you were the leader of the 10 kings, and you said you were. Bai Ye's face darkened, thinking his identity had been exposed. Stop laughing. I'm talking about another true identity. I know your other true identity too. Huh? The god of the new era. And Xiaotong pressed her lips tightly together, trying not to laugh out loud, but her shoulders trembled slightly. Chapter 197. Dragon-level forbidden object. Soon, a table full of unappetizing dishes was ready. Looking at the black, unidentifiable stir-fry in front of him, Bai Ye silently put down his chopsticks. Although Xiaotong was perfect in many ways, her cooking was unbearable. So they usually bought meals from outside. Why aren't you eating? This is important, Xiaotong. You said I risked my life to obtain the formula for the type 3 gene serum. Shouldn't he, the silent court, show some appreciation? Bai Ye rubbed his hands together, feeling guilty, and Xiaotong immediately replied without thinking, "What do you want? As long as the silent court has it, I can give it to you." "Oh? Does your master know you sold the silent court like this?" Bai Ye thought for a moment. Besides the Pangu USB drive, what he wanted most was to enhance his power. "I want the fastest way to enhance my power. Is there a method that can make me stronger than you overnight? Preferably without any effort, and with a pleasant process." And Xiaotong's face darkened. "The method you mentioned, I've only seen in the novels collected by Little Deer." Bai Ye was stunned. Was there such a method in the novels? Chapter 198. You can always trust the Black Knight. This time, Bai Ye did not lie. He truly trusted in Xiaotong, and this trust surpassed everyone, even Liu couldn't he compare. His trust in Xiaotong was not about feelings, but about her character. Although Xiaotong could be scheming, gluttonous, petty, and often inexplicably angry, this night girl who always upheld justice possessed qualities that were enough to earn trust. Bai Ye knew Xiaotong would never be greedy for the formula. She would fulfill her promises even at the cost of her life. In this brutal wasteland, you can always trust the Black Knight. This was the recognition from the god of the new era. By the way, what abilities does that dragon-level forbidden object have? Bai Ye asked. And Xiaotong shook her head. "I don't know, I've never seen my master use it." "Why not?" "Because no one can make my master use forbidden objects." "Ha ha, keep bragging." The last person who bragged like this was called the tyrant. Bai Ye realized that the world was a huge game of winning. Anyway, before the fight, whether human or ghost, everyone was winning, all incredibly powerful. If it really came to a fight, if you killed the enemy, that was fine. If not, and let the enemy escape, it wouldn't be long before all kinds of versions came out. Chapter 199. And Xiaotong's awakening. The girl was half hidden outside the warm yellow glow, the pink corners of her mouth involuntarily curling up into a small arc. When she noticed Pei Qingyue's gaze sweeping over, that arc immediately disappeared, and she calmly said, "This time it was just his luck." "Oh, just luck?" Pei Qingyu playfully mimicked in Xiaotong's tone. "It seems love makes people speak contrary to their hearts. My little Xiaotong has become proud. You're being modest for your boyfriend, but in your heart, you must be extremely proud, right, Sister Pei?" And Xiaotong's face flushed slightly as she scolded. "Ha ha ha, all right, little Xiaotong is shy, I won't say anymore." After the joke, Pei Qingyu immersed herself back into the formula, turning the mouse wheel as countless academic characters flowed like water across her glasses. The more she looked, the more shocked she became. In short, he is indeed a genius. His research ideas are imaginative yet interconnected, truly a prodigy. He has added many designs on top of his mentor's foundation, making the type 3 gene serum more perfect. Unfortunately, he still cannot eliminate the design flaws. So those who inject the type 3 gene serum still need a special stabilizer to maintain the genes. Chapter 200. Scheming and calculating. Lu Yunxiao's waist was a bit sore. Looking at the silver snake wrapped around him like an octopus, his face turned pale. "I am getting old. Sigh, being in a position of power is like this. There are many things to consider. If you don't meet the needs of your subordinates, how can you make them work hard? Unlike the people below, who only need to follow orders. The demand for Silver Snake is somewhat special, just like some men prefer aloof female CEOs. Silver Snake has a similar obsession with men of different identities. He was originally resistant, but unexpectedly, Silver Snake actually achieved a great feat today. He persuaded Dr. Jian to join his side. In the face of such a tremendous achievement, no matter how unwilling he was, he had to sacrifice a little and reward himself to Silver Snake. However, Lu Yunxiao still held a skeptical attitude towards Silver Snake's words. He had previously tried to recruit Dr. Jian, but failed. If he couldn't persuade Dr. Jian, how could Silver Snake easily do so? Silver Snake likely said this to claim all the credit and take the opportunity to ask for a favor. Lu Yanxiao gently pushed the sleeping silver snake aside, put on his pajamas, and went to the desk, planning to smoke a post-coital cigarette. However, when he opened the cigar cabinet, he was momentarily stunned. Chapter 201, Xiaotong. This is called dedicating oneself to justice. Director Lu, Bai Ye wants to sell you the formula for 10 billion. Okay. Lu Yanxiao agreed to Bai Ye's terms without a second thought. Although the formula was originally given to him by Jian, Bai Ye was highly valued by Jian and was a potential dragon, so this 10 billion could be considered an investment. It would be best if through this 10 billion, he could truly pull Bai Ye to his side. Previously, he only valued Bai Ye because of an Xiaotong behind him, but now things were different. A future dragon. That is a future king. Such a strong presence would be a stabilizing force in any faction. However, I don't have that much cash on hand right now. So I can only make installment payments over 10 years, 1 billion a year. Pei Qingyu calmly nodded, but in her heart, she was sneering. Bai Ye transforming into a dragon in 10 years, and you want to tie him down with money over 10 years. This way, when you encounter danger in the future, even if Bai Ye disregards feelings, he will help you to avoid your death, leaving no one to pay the subsequent money. Moreover, a 10-year transformation period is too long, and unforeseen events are bound to happen. If Bai Ye dies midway, the remaining money naturally doesn't need to be paid. Director Lu, isn't 10 years too long? Lu Yanxiao smiled mysteriously. After all, I am just a director, not the chairman. 10 billion is not a small amount for me. 10 years is indeed a bit long. But who can say for sure about the future? It's possible that I could raise enough funds in just a few years. Chapter 202, Bai Ye. You are a big jerk. And Xiaotong glared at him coldly. Then why don't you sacrifice a little? Nonsense. Bai Ye said righteously, as a god of the new era, what is the point of me exposing myself? And Xiaotong became even angrier. So you mean to let me expose myself? That's not impossible. You? She was so angry her face turned slightly red. You are shameless and vulgar. Bai Ye, you are a jerk. A shameless big jerk. The Black Knight rarely swore unless he couldn't help it. The two were at a standstill again. Bai Ye saw it was almost noon, and in 3 hours, the press conference would start. He became increasingly anxious. Chairman Tianqi had only appeared once with great difficulty. If he missed this opportunity, where would he find it again? He sat down next to An Xiaotong, his body close. And Xiaotong could even feel the warmth coming from Bai Ye through her clothes. She was a bit flustered. What are you going to do? Of course, I'm going to switch bodies, otherwise. Why would I be so close to you in this hot summer? You're not hot, but I certainly am. And Xiaotong was so angry she gritted her teeth. She couldn't stand Bai Ye's attitude of getting benefits while pretending to be innocent. Chapter 203, Thief's Hand. Stop rambling. I'm infiltrating, not breaking in, nothing will happen. Besides, with my speed, if I want to leave, the 12 zodiac signs can't stop me. Bai Ye's attitude was firm as he turned and left. He really couldn't wait any longer. He was determined to get Chairman Tianqi. The Black King said so. Then bring the forbidden item. Swish. Bai Ye turned around again. What forbidden item? Where is it? Hurry up and give it to me. Li Baiyan helplessly shook his head. Bai Ye must be a dog, changing his face so quickly. Of course, it's the dragon-level forbidden item that the judge promised to give you. He flipped his palm, and a pair of black leather gloves appeared in his hand. My dimension always carries large communication equipment. Coincidentally, when Dr. Pei sent me information, I was next to the judge, otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten this treasure so quickly. Bai Ye was puzzled. Your storage space has a signal. Of course, there's no signal, but the silent court has a fixed communication time. As soon as it's time, I'll take out the communication device to receive information. You should take a look at this forbidden item, it's called. Before Li Baiyan could finish speaking, he suddenly felt empty in his hand. He looked at Bai Ye, who was wearing the black gloves, with a wry smile. Little Bai. At least let me finish speaking. Chapter 204, Bai Ye's Night. What is the misunderstanding? A hint of confusion flashed in Xiaotong's eyes. Ah? And Xiaotong's words left both of them speechless. Bai Ye hurriedly changed the subject. It's hard not to be discovered. After all, thief's hand enters the soul. And even if a person is asleep, they will be awakened unless drugged. So usually, the ability can only be stolen through the voluntary actions of the one being stolen from. By the way, little Bai, you just used thief's hand. You should be able to feel how many cards you can store at the same time, right? Bai Ye's eyes moved. He did feel that his mental power could only store 3 cards at the same time. However, he wasn't an extraordinary person. So his mental power had to be weaker. He couldn't directly say 3 kinds, or wouldn't that expose his identity as a muggle? He thought for a moment. 5 cards. What the hell? Bai Ye was shocked. I can only store 3 cards. You, a newly awakened extraordinary person, can actually store 5 cards. You have extraordinary talent. Bai Ye was slightly taken aback. A seasoned extraordinary person like Bai Ye could only store 3 cards. Just like him. Doesn't that mean my mental power is not inferior to that of ordinary extraordinary people? Chapter 205, The Judge's Extraordinary Ability. And Xiaotong turned her head and said irritably, I'm not like you, who likes to brag. My master doesn't need to borrow others' abilities to be the strongest. She paused, except for the Black King. Bai Ye pouted. What do you know about the 10 kings, little girl? You think you understand the Black King better than I do. It's obvious that you've been brainwashed by the judge's teachings. At this moment, Bai Ye suddenly said, Little Bai, actually, Xiaotong is right. You haven't seen the judge, so you don't understand his strength. With his power, he indeed doesn't need to borrow others' abilities. Great. Another one brainwashed by winning studies. Bai Ye was too lazy to argue with them, just as he was about to leave. He heard Bai Ye say again, if you don't believe me, take a look inside thief's hand. Besides the night card you just stole, there's another card. That's the judge stealing his own ability, specially reserved for your protection. He thinks that a dragon-level forbidden item isn't as good as the 3-type gene agent formula, so he gave you an extra skeleton card. Bai Ye was momentarily stunned. Another skeleton card. From the silent court judge. As one of the 10 kings, what abilities does the judge possess? Bai Ye was a bit curious and immediately flipped his palm, revealing a card that was completely different from the night card. Chapter 206, Divine Arrival of throne.Bai Ye. What a nice name. The female reporter felt that he lived up to his name, being both fair and glossy. Thank you. Bai Ye mischievously imitated Bai Ye's demeanor and smiled. He deeply detested the divine object 039 Bai Ye. Aside from the painter, he found Bai Ye the most annoying. Although the painter was a bit sinister, at least he could be blamed for things. What use is Bai Ye? He stole the valuable knowledge that Bai Ye had accumulated over the years, and just thinking about it made him gnash his teeth. So today, Bai Ye deliberately used Black Underworld mask to turn into Bai Ye's appearance, letting this guy take the blame. The female reporter was so enchanted by Bai Ye's smile that she nearly turned into an embryo. She never expected there could be such a perfect man in the world. To the point that she forgot to ask her questions. She stammered, feeling embarrassed as she forgot everything she wanted to say. In her anxiety, she began to babble, Mr. Bai Ye, are you here to attend the press conference too? As soon as she finished speaking, her face turned as red as fire. Oh no. Why did I ask such a stupid question? Aren't all the people here attending the press conference? What else could they be doing here? Chapter 207, Chairman of Apocalypse Hidden Mouse and Ghost Horse. Bai Ye didn't know them, but perhaps because the occasion was formal, they were dressed appropriately. With silver name tags hanging on their chests. One read Hidden Mouse, and the other ghost horse. Hidden Mouse wore a white suit, was handsome and tall, completely contrasting with the old rats in the dark corners of the sewer. The characteristic that identified him as Hidden Mouse, aside from the name tag, was probably the tiny white mouse standing on his shoulder. Hidden Mouse even tied a small black bow tie around the little mouse's neck. In contrast, Ghost Horse looked more like a rat, his short and thin body covered by a black robe, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. He wore a black hood, obscuring his face, with only a pair of shadowy eyes that seemed capable of piercing through the shadows beneath the hood. Did only 2 of the 12 zodiac signs come? Bai Ye thought there should be more. Perhaps other zodiac signs were hiding nearby. Hidden Mouse and Ghost Horse should be the 2 people Qin Songting trusted the most, which is why they had the qualification to stand behind him, closely protecting him. However, it didn't matter. Even if all 12 zodiac signs were present, they would still be here to serve. An elderly yet powerful voice echoed through the hall from the microphone. Chapter 208, The Black King Returns Temporarily. Below the podium, Bai Ye listened in astonishment. Wow, did this old man study at a performing arts academy? If I hadn't seen those human experiments in the core laboratory, I might have really believed you were a good person. This is just too convincing. Right and wrong are in the hearts of people. What the Azure Dragon says is merely trying to use the Pangu USB drive to instigate conflicts between various forces and apocalypse. This impassioned speech drew everyone in. And some emotional reporters even secretly wiped away tears. In their eyes, Qin Songting was no longer the chairman of Apocalypse, but a desperate old father betrayed by his son. Just then, a calm voice suddenly rang out from the audience. Since you say the Pangu USB drive is not in your hands, then where is it? This question stirred up a wave of astonishment. Everyone turned back in surprise. No one expected that, at the press conference of the chairman of Apocalypse, someone would dare to interrupt Qin Songting's speech before the free questioning session had even begun. Who? Do you want to die? Qin Songting's speech came to an abrupt halt. He frowned slightly and, like everyone else, looked toward the source of the voice. The speaker was a man dressed in a black suit. Chapter 209, The Divine Proclamation, No Firearms Allowed Here. Some people can intimidate the world merely by their name. The Black King is one of them. Thanks to the Black Pot from Apocalypse and the high bounty and publicity from the Eastern Federation, the Black King is essentially equated with the world-destroying demon in the hearts of the people. But now, this world-destroying demon has brazenly descended upon the heavily guarded site of the Apocalypse press conference. In an instant, the people around Bai Ye scattered in all directions. The enforcers retreated in panic, their cold firearms providing no sense of safety whatsoever. One person, however, did not flee. It was Li, the reporter who had previously interviewed Bai Ye. She seemed stunned, sitting in her seat with her head held high, gazing up at the pitch-black figure, as if her brain had gone blank. Her mind was still echoing with the recent interview. I am here to kidnap the chairman of Apocalypse. Because I am the Black King. His gentle and calm voice formed a stark contrast with his now indifferent and mysterious figure. So much so that the first feeling Li experienced was not fear, but the realization that what he said was indeed true. It turns out he really is the Black King. He is not scary at all, and is even quite gentle. Chapter 210, I don't like people standing and talking to me. Kneel down. The Black King. He is the real Black King. In the crowd, someone screamed in shock. Not everyone wearing a black mask is the Black King. Some smart people speculated that Bai Ye was a fake trying to cause trouble. But when the miracle descended, everyone realized that the Black King had truly arrived. Ah! Run! I don't want to die. Let me get out of here. The crowd surged toward the exit, many people being knocked down in the process. They panicked and ran blindly, wishing their parents had given them more legs. There were also some fearless reporters madly taking pictures. They knew that today's events would become a shocking headline in Beiyang, and every photo could be sold for a fortune. Bai Ye paid them no mind. His target was only Qin Songting. When his indifferent gaze landed on the podium, Qin Songting felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Even though he was the one with the larger group and had so many powerful protectors around him, he felt no sense of safety whatsoever. "Quick, get the chairman out of here." Ghost Horse instantly transformed into a blur, almost teleporting to Qin Songting's side. "Chairman, I apologize." Saying this, Ghost Horse was about to carry Qin Songting away. Bai Ye said slowly, "Qin Songting cannot leave." Chapter 211, A Sword Made of Gold. Bones paved as a path. Swish. 6 heads soared into the sky. One move. With just one move, 6 people were killed. No matter how strong the enemy. It seemed the Black King could slay them with a single sword. In the enemy's line of sight, the Black King seemed to be surrounded by an invisible net of swords. Anyone daring to approach within a 2-meter radius would have their body instantly torn apart, turning into a pile of flesh. As he drew closer, the number of corpses beneath his feet increased. In just a brief moment, hundreds of guards had already suffered over half casualties, the ground soaked with thick blood, and severed limbs scattered everywhere. Despite such a painful price, they couldn't even halt the steps of the Black King. Golden swords, bones as roads. This is the Black King Bai Ye, the leader of the 10 kings. Previously, people had only heard rumors about the Black King, having not experienced the Battle of Black Mountain or witnessed the Black King's prowess in eliminating tyrants. Now they saw it firsthand. The legends were not exaggerated, but rather severely underestimated. They began to feel fear, wondering if such an enemy was truly one they could defeat. At this moment, the hidden mouse took action. He made no movement, but whispered softly to the little white mouse with a black bow tie on his shoulder. Chapter 212, directly stopping time to freeze him. Then struggling to win. The hidden mouse said gravely, "Don't be impulsive. Are you confident?" The Ghost Horse grinned with a bloodthirsty smile. "I've never feared anyone in my life when it comes to speed. The head of the 10 kings, the former principal, couldn't keep me, and neither can the Black King." But then his smile suddenly froze as a tall shadow was cast over him, completely enveloping his small frame. That was the shadow of death, the shadow of the Black King. Fear pierced through him instantly, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The Ghost Horse incredulously raised his head, the dark, eerie face reflected in his eyes, and he could clearly see the cold metallic gleam at the edge of the black mask. Beneath the black mask, indifferent dark eyes looked down at him. Meeting those eyes, the Ghost Horse's pupils shook, fear uncontrollably flickering in his gaze, his boiling blood instantaneously cooling. "This is impossible. How could this be? When did he appear before me? Why did I not sense anything? Why couldn't I even see his footsteps clearly?" At that moment, his pride in speed and battle intent were shattered before he could even make a move, completely obliterated. "It seems your courage is as great as your foolishness." When the Black King's indifferent voice rang out, alarms blared in the Ghost Horse's heart. Chapter 213, Such a Weak Apocalypse, Where Does the Courage to Provoke Me Come From? The charm fox died, perishing from gazing at the divine. In its final moments, its blood-stained lips silently whispered, filled with unspeakable fear and reverence. The god. The charm fox's death was unclear and abrupt, to the point that the ambushing earth dragon was oblivious, still immersed in the fantasy of about to slay the Black King. Time froze. The grim smile on the earth dragon's face was frozen in place. A golden sword pierced down from above, entering through his forehead. Huff! Bai Ye took a deep breath. Damn. That was close. He had guessed that there were still 12 zodiac signs lurking nearby, but he hadn't expected one to be hiding under the table and another beneath the ground. Moreover, the assassination techniques of the two seemed to have undergone countless rehearsals, leaving no gaps, providing the enemy with no time to react. Under such exquisite coordination, even he had no choice but to activate time stop to counter this strike. The premise was that the Eye of Calamity helped him break the charm fox's hard control, or else he wouldn't have been able to activate time stop in time. Originally, he had thought of finding an opportunity to remove the Eye of Calamity, to avoid it constantly draining his energy, but now he didn't want to. The existence of the Eye of Calamity could at least help him resist mental attacks. Chapter 2:14, Rivers of Blood. True dead soldiers do not consider themselves as such. They are simply repaying the grace of their Lord, their lives not their own, and everything they see is for the sake of death. These dead soldiers indeed helped Qin Songting with many unspeakable deeds. In the eyes of the world, they were lackeys, executioners. But in their own eyes, this was gratitude. To repay the Lord's intentions on the golden platform, to uplift the jade dragon for the Lord's death, this is a truth even the wicked understand. The 5 bodyguards revealed their animal fur, their human hands transforming into sharp claws, fiercely pouncing towards Bai Ye. Bai Ye smiled slightly, not bad, very courageous, but clang. The clear sound of swords rang out, 4 heads flew into the sky, and the headless corpses fell, splattering blood on Qin Songting's face, causing him to scream in shock. That's all. The golden sword slowly descended, crystalline droplets of blood dripping down the blade. Drip, drip. The sound was not loud, but in the dead silence of the hall, it was clearly audible. No rush, take it slow, Bai Ye said to the stunned Qin Songting. He stood right beside Qin Songting, calm and unhurried, giving the opponent ample time to mobilize forces. It wasn't that he was being arrogant, but rather the effect of words become law had not yet worn off. Chapter 2:15, The boring farce should come to an end. No. This is impossible. Qin Songting screamed in despair, suspecting he had fallen under an illusion. How could there be such a powerful person in the world? No, wait, this is not even human. It's simply a god. He even doubted that even if he summoned the entire army of Dawn City, he still wouldn't be able to dirty the hem of the Black King's clothes. The golden sword in Bai Ye's hand slowly dissipated, transforming into a sky full of golden light. The night card was used up. Though this battle did not involve fierce confrontation, with the enemies standing clean-necked in place waiting for him, every time he severed an enemy's armor, the golden sword consumed a portion of its power. After killing the Wolf-Fang unit, the power of the golden sword was completely exhausted. This was still under the condition that Bai Ye did not use the night card to manifest night armor, otherwise, it would only consume faster. However, he did not regret it. As long as a thief's hand was present, skeleton card was not a problem to have as much as he wanted. He just had to make it a bit tough for Xiaotong. Xiaotong was so generous, she shouldn't mind, right? At worst, he could go back and let Xiaotong touch his thigh. But next time he borrowed night, he wouldn't take it all away, causing Xiaotong to fall into a weakened state, but only borrow a part, enough to condense a night sword would be sufficient. Chapter 2:16, The Divine. Opening its eyes in the mundane world. Boom. The heart of the world seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, and the heavens and earth trembled violently. The wind stopped. The swirling dust froze in mid-air, like solidified amber. The chaotic breaths of tens of thousands of soldiers abruptly halted, as if throttled by the throat. Only a dull, heart-pounding hum reverberated within their skulls. Time seemed to fall into a state of pause once again, a formless, weighty pressure, heavy as ancient mountains, descended without warning. That pressure did not act upon the flesh, but directly crushed the souls of all living beings. The air instantly turned bone-chillingly cold. The terrifying chill penetrating heavy bulletproof vests, reaching the marrow, freezing the flow of blood. Countless soldiers' expressions of tension and seriousness also froze, then transformed into a colossal fear, incomprehensible to living beings, stemming from their instincts. Everyone was immobilized by fear. The sniper who originally intended to fire found himself rigid, terrified to discover that he had no courage to pull the trigger. He didn't even dare to look through the scope at that terrifying figure. To be precise, it's not that I dare not look into those eyes. The right eye remains as dark and calm as a deep pool. But the left eye is no longer one that a human could possess. The sclera is completely stained with a thick, blood like crimson, and within the depths of the pupil, twisted black patterns linger, as if some ancient and evil totem is slowly swirling. Chapter 217. A head can be severed, but a hairstyle cannot be disheveled. Life may be lost, but prestige must not fade. With a fervent shout, the last thread of vitality dissipated in his roar. The high-ranking officer fell straight down. And until death, his gaze remained devout and fervent as he stared at Bai Ye. Bai Ye was not the least bit surprised by this. When he first encountered the Eye of Desolation, he felt the same way, thinking his body was decaying and disgusting. As if the soul of a person was sealed within a cockroach. Only by tearing apart the skin and accepting the outstretched hand of the divine could one be liberated. Or perhaps, wouldn't he becoming a god himself be the solution? At this point, no one else stood on the battlefield except Bai Ye. In the distance, many soldiers were gathering, and the reporters who had fled were frantically taking pictures under the protection of the soldiers, with many figures resembling generals holding binoculars. Their faces filled with horror. Is this the legendary Black King, the leader of the 10 Kings? Is this still a human? Director Liu, what should we do now? Are we just going to let the Black King take the chairman away? Liu Yanshao looked solemnly at the generals, their fear completely unmasked on their faces. He sighed deeply. But inside, he was overjoyed. Chapter 218, Number 033 in an abandoned basement. Bai Ye stared vacantly at the ceiling, as if he were a shell from which the soul had been extracted. Meanwhile, Qin Songting lay on the ground like a dead dog, in a state of unconsciousness. Qin Songting had suffocated in the other space, which had limited oxygen, and was a sealed environment, so he quickly lost consciousness due to lack of oxygen. Bai Ye felt regret, as he still had 11 minutes left. Today's performance wasted him over 8 minutes. He had never been so extravagant since his debut. Infiltrating the press conference, using the skull card, killing the 12 zodiac signs, killing law enforcers, killing wolf teeth, these were all minor issues. The real time waster was the Eye of Desolation. Meditating to open the Eye of Desolation takes time, and meditating to close it takes even more time. Afterward, fixing his hairstyle, polishing his shoes, and striking poses takes even more time. Time is like water in a sponge. When you squeeze it, you find there isn't much left. Bai Ye vowed that from now on, he must find a piece of forbidden clothing that won't wrinkle or get dirty. He glared fiercely at the unconscious Qin Songting, thinking it was all your fault. Why couldn't you just wait to be kidnapped? Why resist? Chapter 219, Number 010 The Eye of Desolation. It's your turn to come out. He entered a meditative state and picked up the Eye of Desolation that he had just kicked away. Blowing off the non-existent dust, good treasure. I didn't kick you too hard, did I? The Eye of Desolation, that's right. Bai Ye's method is to use the Eye of Desolation to ward off disaster. Since death is unavoidable and will come regardless, let it fall upon the big eyeball. He doesn't believe that the Eye of Desolation, which even 039 Bai Ye dares not approach, cannot suppress that death's scale, which is also in the 3-digit range. Although the Eye of Desolation doesn't know its number, the divine-like power it possesses, and its unseeable characteristic definitely place its number within the top 10. The indescribable, unrecordable top 10. Oh no, to be precise, only the top 9 are unrecordable. The 10th has been recorded in the roster, but it was burned. Bai Ye slightly bent his knees, leaning down to align his left eye with the grey radiance that represents death. Time resumes. In the next moment, a blood-red pupil suddenly appeared, and the twisted black patterns within the depths of the pupil slowly rotated. The grey radiance shot forth, instantly piercing towards the Eye of Desolation. But just as the grey radiance was about to touch the eyeball, the black patterns sped up their rotation, and an indescribable divine might suddenly spread forth. Chapter 220, The Black King is still alive. How can I live? Chairman. The assistant exclaimed in shock, quickly helping Qin Songting lie down. Then pressing the activation button for the sleep chamber. The cabin cover slowly closed, casting shadows that gradually swallowed the old man's face. His face was no longer calm, but filled with disbelief and fear. 033 was his strongest trump card. It had been invincible for so many years. And anyone targeted by 033 could not survive. But now, not only was the Black King alive, but he also took 033 away. Who exactly are you, Black King? Click. The sleep chamber closed, completely isolating Qin Songting's terrified murmurs. In this battle, he suffered greatly, losing so many subordinates. And not only failed to kill the Black King, but even lost 033. He didn't care about the losses, as long as he could achieve his goals. Any loss was acceptable. Not worrying about immediate gains or losses was Qin Songting's consistent style, and one of the reasons he weathered countless storms over the years. What truly mattered to him was that the Black King was still alive. That man, who resembled a god and could not be killed even by 033, was still alive. How can I live if the Black King is alive? Chapter 221, The moment the Black King appears, Bai Ye disappears. As the sky darkened, a car slowly drove into Moxiang Garden. The atmosphere in the car was very silent. Xiao Tong, don't worry, there hasn't been any trouble in the core laboratory. Right? This means that little Bai must be fine, Bai Ye comforted. And Xiao Tong nodded silently. She had been waiting near the military base surrounding the core laboratory for a long time, but had not seen Bai Ye come out. Perhaps little Bai had already gone home. Sizzle, the car slowly slowed down, and before it came to a complete stop. And Xiao Tong jumped out and ran straight to the door. She perked up her ears and showed a look of surprise. She heard a voice coming from inside the house. She suddenly opened the door, and saw a girl with exquisitely beautiful features sprawled on the bright living room sofa, eating ice cream. The girl heard the sound of the door opening, slightly raised her gaze, and lazily waved her hand. Oh, you're back. And Xiao Tong's heart instantly settled down. She quickly walked to Bai Ye, looking him up and down. Seeing no injuries, she finally felt completely at ease. Little Bai, you really came back. You have no idea, Xiao Tong was so anxious. We waited for you outside the core laboratory for half a day. Chapter 222, I can't afford to waste time on this. Bai Ye frowned slightly. It is a bit coincidental, but using a sword doesn't prove anything, right? It's possible that the tyrant is too weak for the Black King, so he doesn't find it worth using a sword. Uncle Li, you're right. But so many coincidences together make me suspect Bai Ye sighed, pretending to be profound as he stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. Since you've guessed it, forget it. I won't pretend anymore. I'll lay it all out. Actually, I am the remnant spark of the old era, the mutant scarlet virus liberator, the subverter of orderly civilization. With a bounty as high as 2,960,000,000, the first person ever to be wanted by Beaming, who killed the tyrant Yang Ji in seconds. Kidnapped the chairman of Qianxia, and is the Black King, ranked at the top of the 10 kings. And Xiao Tong, Bai Qian, the previously serious atmosphere instantly became awkward. Bai Qian scratched his head. Little Bai, aren't you tired of saying so many names in one breath? Bai Ye gasped, a little. Chapter 223, The Unrecordable Black King. The next day, countless newspapers fluttered down like snowflakes over the land of Beaming. Golden reporter Li from Mingjing News Agency had an exclusive interview with the Black King. The number of newspapers is limited, first come, first served. Shocking. The chairman of Qianxia kneels before the Black King. And the reason behind it is that one of the 10 kings, the zoo director, announced a declaration of war against Qianxia last night. The Black King, the leader of the 10 kings, descends upon Dawn City, slaying 1,000,000 troops and capturing the chairman of Qianxia alive. The Eastern Continent Federation declares that they will spare no effort to capture the Black King. Give me a newspaper. I want one too. Don't snatch, this is mine. Today, the owners of major newspapers were all overjoyed, as if it were the new year. Newspaper sales skyrocketed, and as soon as they were printed, they were snatched up. Those who could afford it stayed home and watched the television news. In the era of great disasters, television was a luxury, as slight changes in fundamental physical rules made signal transmission exceptionally difficult. The television itself was not expensive, but the costly part was laying down specialized lines to transmit signals. Most ordinary families simply couldn't afford it. After getting up in the morning, Bai Ye and Xiaotong sat on the sofa, holding milk and bread, eating while watching the television news. Chapter 224, 4 billion. The television host was not the only one feeling numb. Countless viewers watching the news were also stunned. At that moment, many people were watching the television news, some even having breakfast like Bai Ye and Xiaotong. As a result, a bizarre scene unfolded, with a sense of horror spilling through the screen. No one knew how many cups and plates fell and shattered on the ground at that moment. Those lower-class citizens who couldn't afford televisions also felt this shock. They stared in disbelief at the newspapers in their hands, where the photos of the Black King became blurry, until they disappeared. Terrified, they hurriedly threw the newspapers on the ground, fearing they would be cursed. Everyone thought the Black King incident would come to an end. But as the news spread, the situation escalated. In fact, for those who had never seen the Black King in person, no matter how powerful he was, he ultimately only appeared on television and in newspapers. After people saw it, they were amazed, but it wouldn't affect their peaceful lives. However, when extraordinary events break through the dimensional barrier and truly happen around you, that shock is 100 times stronger than words or images. Numerous experts and scholars urgently expressed their opinions on television news, naming this incident the Black King incident. Chapter 225. The Black King is the hidden manipulator behind the era. Isn't it so? Of course not. Professor Xi's tone suddenly rose. The people of the world have been blinded by the Black King. I suspect he has never been asleep, but has been active in today's era. Even since the beginning of the Great Disaster, the establishment of the new human order, and several pivotal moments concerning human survival, the shadow of the Black King has been present. The host was startled by Professor Xi's passionate rhetoric. Professor Xi, what is your basis? Professor Xi took a deep breath and asked the audience in front of the television a question. The basis is very simple. It has now been confirmed that no known means can record the true appearance of the Black King. So I want to ask all the viewers in front of the television, how do we know about the Black King? We only knew about him after he put on the mask, but what about before? Before the Black King wore the mask, he was still the Black King. But no one could know. Even fewer know what he has done hidden behind the era all these years. Because history cannot record him. What can be remembered now is because the Black King wore a mask, leaving behind a symbol called the Black King. But if we discard the symbol of the Black King, then he is a person who does not exist in history. Chapter 226. The conspiracy behind the scenes. Upon seeing Along, a hint of doubt appeared in Bai Ye's eyes. Did Along, who had escaped a calamity, not inform the director about this matter? Logically speaking, shouldn't the director have sent someone for revenge? But so much time had passed, and no one had come. Thinking this, the scene changed again. In the abnormal paradise. In that abandoned city filled with mutated beasts, Along knelt on one knee, reporting to the man on the throne. The man wore a black suit, with a cold and rugged face, standing over 2 meters tall. His bulging muscles filled the suit, emanating the aura of a top predator. He was indeed one of the 10 kings, the zoo director. Director, you must avenge Boss Cat's eye. Along said with tears in his eyes. The director pondered. The Black Knight is a man with a blood value of only 69. How is that possible? It's true, director, I saw it with my own eyes. The director shook his head. No, I have seen the Black Knight before. She was following the judge. Although she wore a mask, she was very young and had great potential, and she was a woman. You just said that the one who killed Cat's eye was a girl with a blood value close to 20,000. I think she looks more like the Black Knight. Along wanted to say more, but the director didn't give him the opportunity and dismissed him. Chapter 227, The Death of Bai Ye. How dare you harm me like this? Anger twisted Bai Ye's handsome face into an unusual contortion. The skin on his face silently peeled off, and shards of skin slowly fell, shattering into countless tiny crystal blue light points that scattered with the wind before they could touch the ground. I harmed your mother. If it weren't for Bai Ye not being able to hear, Bai Ye would really want to point at his nose and curse. I'm 10,000 miles away from you. How could I harm you? Do you think I'm an artist who can take the blame from afar? 10,000 people, 100,000 people, 1,000,000 people actually remembered me. Damn it. You really should die, Bai Ye. In his furious helplessness, the ethereal crystal blue light erupted from Bai Ye, like strands extending into the endless void, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this, Bai Ye seemed to understand something. He seemed to know Bai Ye's weakness. Divine Object 039, the Forgotten One. It turns out the answer was hidden in the literal meaning. The Forgotten One fears being remembered the most. Bai Ye's passive ability is to be forgotten. But if more people remember him, it will frequently trigger his passive ability, then crazily consume his power. Bai Ye chuckled. No wonder Bai Ye was so abnormal at 039. It turns out he had two such fatal weaknesses. As long as one knows the weaknesses, an ordinary person can deal with him. Chapter 228, Time Flow Variation 0. 25x Speed. He wanted to see who killed Xiaotong, but he couldn't see anything at all. It was like asking someone to find the tiniest grain of sand in a desert, completely impossible. He could see Xiaotong's death among the vast future, because he was closely related to her, after all. He could only see the past and future that were more closely related to himself. Moreover, the high probability of this event occurring allowed him to see it. Bai Ye turned off the time stop, and darkness enveloped him. He almost fainted on the bed, feeling as if his head was about to split open. Yet the gloom that lingered in his heart wouldn't dissipate. About 10 minutes later, he managed to get up from the bed. Bai Ye walked out of the room. And Xiaotong was still sitting on the sofa, looking lively and vivid. She was curled up with her legs, her red silk pajamas slightly rolled up, revealing two smooth white calves, her knees pressed against her chest, a half piece of toast in her mouth, and her hands holding a little rabbit water cup, fully focused on the television. The sofa sank slightly, wrapping her in a warm, soft embrace, the little rabbit water cup on her knees gently swaying with her breath. She caught a glimpse of Bai Ye from the corner of her eye, hurriedly and discreetly took the toast out of her mouth, and casually said, "You woke up so soon." Chapter 229, The Butterfly Effect Caused by the Black King Xiaotong. I'm leaving now, remember what I told you before. Don't go out on rainy days, it's dangerous, just look at my photo if you feel threatened. Drowsy and Xiaotong turned over. One of her white little feet slightly lifted and shook, indicating she understood. For her safety, Bai Ye didn't hesitate to sell his looks and took a handsome photo to give to Xiaotong, instructing her to only look at it in case of danger, and not to view it frequently to avoid getting bored. Bang! Bai Ye opened the door. Master Bai. You haven't had breakfast, have you? I got it for you, eat in the car. Wuda said with a big smile, quickly opening the car door. All right. Since you're so considerate, I might consider making you a director in the future. Bai Ye patted his shoulder and casually made a promise. Wuda knew it was just talk, but still smiled brightly. Thank you, Master Bai, for your support. Being a director. How could I possibly become a director at Qianchi? The 12 zodiac signs are already a stretch. No, maybe there's a chance with the 12 zodiac signs since the Black King has killed 3 of them, leaving plenty of vacancies. He hid his little thoughts and seriously started driving. Chapter 230, Welcome Meeting Chiming Academy, Martial Arts Institute. In a huge lecture hall. It was already filled with people. Everyone here were students who had received the 3-type gene injection. Today was supposed to be a welcome meeting for the new students. But due to the influence of the Black King, the process of the welcome meeting had changed. In the past, after the welcome meeting, there would be group assignments and training for the new students, and those who passed the assessment after a year could join the enforcers. But now, there was no training. No assessment, just simple training followed by immediate employment, learning and practice. It was evident how desperate Tianchi was for personnel. Not only those killed by the Black King, but more so because the war had arrived, requiring a large influx of new recruits. Next, let us welcome the Student Council President Ji Yun to speak. Under the host's introduction, a silver-haired boy with curly hair walked slowly onto the podium with his hands in his pockets, yawning. His eyelids were half lifted, and he casually scanned the students in the audience, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, as if even lifting his gaze was a charity to them. His nonchalant demeanor sparked fury in the principal sitting in the front row, who silently mouthed, "If you dare to cause trouble, I won't let you off." Just read from the script. Chapter 231. Do I have a habit of arriving early? Whispers erupted from the audience, and Ji Yun on stage frowned tightly. A talent like him should naturally stand in the spotlight, enjoying everyone's attention, instead of having his thunder stolen by some unknown kid. Just as he was about to speak up, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. The previously furious principal suddenly sprinted toward Bai Ye, his face all smiles. "Oh, Mr. Bai. Why did you arrive so late? I was about to send someone to find you." The principal's fawning demeanor shocked everyone, after all. As the principal of the Martial Arts Institute, he had students all over various departments, holding a very high position. Yet, this high-ranking figure was groveling to a new candidate. Bai Ye glanced at the principal, his expression cold. He knew very well why the principal was so attentive. Lu Yunshao and Dr. Jian, who was claiming to be a director, were backing him up, and the road had already been paved. "Do I have a habit of arriving early?" His arrogant voice echoed throughout the hall. "Yes, yes, yes, Mr. Bai, please sit down, please sit down." The principal hurriedly led the way. Bai Ye swaggered toward the front row, a white smoke trail wafting from the cigar in his mouth. Chapter 232. This is Tianchi's Bai Ye. Not joining the workforce. Fine. I won't serve anymore, Ji Yun said, as he was about to tear off the Student Council President badge hanging around his neck. "Oh, what are you doing? You were just speaking so well. Even if you don't consider yourself, think about me, the principal. I have a few years left until I can retire in peace." Under the principal's repeated pleas, Ji Yun reluctantly returned to the podium to continue his speech. At this moment, he wished for his speech notes, but unfortunately, he had torn them up himself. "Come on, continue from where you said they were pigs," Bai Ye impatiently urged. He had heard Ji Yun's speech while he was outside. It was so arrogant. How could this be? He would not allow anyone in Dawn City to be more arrogant than him. If genius has levels, then I was born at the top, Ji Yun said with a pale face. The same words coming out of his mouth at this moment sounded completely different. Previously, he was full of spirit. Now, it was quite comical. Many in the audience were holding back their laughter. "What are you laughing at? Do you understand respect?" Bai Ye said unhappily, and the laughter in the room suddenly ceased. Chapter 233. Because of you, your director can receive my call. Hu Zeng frowned. And before he could speak, the principal of the Martial Arts Institute rushed over. "Xiaohua, didn't you hear Mr. Bai's words? Hurry and call the director of the investigation bureau." He frantically gestured to Hu Zeng, fearing he would offend Bai Ye. Hu Zeng remained silent for a moment. "I don't have the director's number." "Oh, you should have said so earlier." "I have it. Mr. Bai, please wait a moment, I'll make the call." Moments later, the principal ran over holding an encrypted communication device. "Mr. Bai, here is the call from Director Tan of the Investigation Bureau." Bai Ye took the phone, glanced at Hu Zeng, and said blandly, "Because of you, your director can receive my call." Hu Zeng frowned slightly but said nothing. "It's me, Bai Ye." Bai Ye spoke unceremoniously into the phone. How did the board notify you? Do you still want to keep your position as director? The person on the other end of the line, Director Tan of the Investigation Bureau, was startled and hurriedly said, Mr. Bai, is something wrong? HMPH. Your team leader from the 6th Investigation Group has such authority, daring to assign me team members. Do you think I, Bai Ye, am not even worthy of being a team leader in your eyes? Crash! A chair fell over on the other end of the line, clearly indicating that Director Tan had stood up abruptly. Chapter 234, The favor of Bai Ye isn't fully paid off. Vice Captain Wu De. Team members Chen Enz and Li Hu. In the crowd, Li Hu's face suddenly changed drastically. As Bai Ye's team member, was he still alive? He hadn't recovered from the kicks he received last time, and he even suspected he might be disabled. No. I disagree, I don't want to go to Team 1. Li Hu shouted anxiously. Bai Ye said calmly, whoever can convince this kid, I might consider letting him join Team 1. As soon as these words were spoken, a few quick-witted students rushed out of the crowd and began to pummel Li Hu. Already injured, Li Hu found it hard to fight back against 4 hands and was soon knocked to the ground, screaming in agony. Ah! Stop hitting me. I agree. I want to join Team 1. Li Hu surrendered too quickly, so fast that when Huazeng was about to stop it, he had already knelt down. This was mainly because he had been psychologically scarred from the last beating. He knew Bai Ye was ruthless, and that refusing to back down could get him killed. Very well, you few are now part of Team 1. The faces of those few people immediately lit up with joy. Vice Captain Wu De's expression darkened, and he shouted, What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and call the captain. Only then did they react and hurriedly shout respectfully, Captain. Chapter 235, The Awakening of the Extraordinary Gene Modifier. Brother Chen, what have you brought us? It smells so good. Inside the Chunwei orphanage, a group of ragged little children happily surrounded him, most of them around 6 or 7 years old. There were also a few older ones, about 12 or 13. The smallest was still being held in someone's arms, unable to walk. Although these orphans looked thin and malnourished, their eyes were filled with the unique innocence of children, like 2 freshly washed black grapes. Upon seeing the children, Chen Enz, who had been cold-faced, finally smiled. He patted the head of a chubby little one, who was digging through his food and said, Today, Big Brother brought you delicious food from the best restaurant in Dawn City. The children didn't know what the best restaurant in Dawn City was. They just thought Chen Enz was amazing. Come on, everyone. Let us eat together. The children rushed up, and at that moment, a 12-year-old girl, as thin as a stick, came over holding the smallest child in the orphanage and scolded, Go wash your hands. Didn't you forget what Principal Ruin said? You have to wash your hands before eating. She seemed to be the leader of the group, and the children were all afraid of her. Reluctantly looking at the food, they obediently went to wash their hands. Chapter 236, The Judge is Mute. Chen Enz let out a painful scream, collapsing to the ground as strength drained from him like a receding tide, leaving only endless pain, every cell feeling as if it were being pierced by needles. What on earth is happening? He struggled to get up, but couldn't he stand? A man in a deep brown coat reached out and slowly helped Chen Enz up, explaining in a calm and steady voice, Your spirit has been stimulated, awakening extraordinary power. It seems you have a kind of frenzy ability. Although you have gained strength, this power will burn your sanity, and has serious side effects. Awakened extraordinary. Me? Chen Enz gritted his teeth against the pain. Awakening extraordinary powers did not make him feel happy, rather, it would only make his situation more difficult because the apocalypse forbade the extraordinary. Who are you? How do you know so much? The man in the deep brown coat smiled gently, his smile warm like spring sunshine, but not blinding. My name is Fang Bai, and I'm a lawyer. A lawyer? How could there be a lawyer like you in this world? You are also an extraordinary, right? Chen Ens didn't he believe it at all. What kind of lawyer could see through his awakening of the extraordinary at a glance? And he didn't he even know what means had been used to wake him up. Chapter 237, the second words follow the law. Hey, Xiaotong. Tell me more about the judge's deeds. What case made your master lose his tongue? And Xiaotong's face turned slightly red. What love, Xiaotong? My master will be here soon. Don't talk nonsense. Bai Ye was taken aback. No, is it not okay for me to call you Xiaotong? I just said a couple of words about your master. You are too petty. I can't be bothered with you. And Xiaotong, you woman with a heart smaller than a needle. Bai Ye was furious. If he weren't unable to defeat An Xiaotong, he would really want to pin her down on the sofa and give her a couple of slaps on the butt. Suddenly, a light laugh echoed in the villa. Young people really have a lot of energy. The two were startled and looked over at the sound. A middle-aged man in a deep brown coat had appeared in the living room without them noticing. Master! A hint of joy flashed in An Xiaotong's eyes. This is the judge of the silent court. He looks a bit ordinary. Bai Ye thought the judge resembled a homebody, someone who stays home, likes reading, gardening. Warm and refined, without sharp edges. But it was merely an appearance, because his 1/15th dragon hearing didn't he even catch when the judge arrived. Chapter 238, the judge's past and the location of the Pangu USB drive after a few rounds of drinks. Bai Ye asked the judge about his purpose for coming to Dawn City. Fang Shubai said, Dawn City has descended into chaos. Although chaos is not evident within the city, the satellite cities outside have long been immersed in the mire of war. I came hoping to stop this war. Although the apocalypse is decaying, it cannot just be destroyed by war. What it needs is thorough reform and to replace the high-level officials with those who genuinely care for the people. Bai Ye had a different opinion. If the reform is not thorough, it is equivalent to no reform at all. The problem of the apocalypse cannot be solved simply by replacing the high-level officials. The satellite cities are engulfed in flames of war, while the city is filled with song and dance, indulging in luxury. The people in the city even look down on those stationed in the satellite cities from the bottom of their hearts. This is not just a problem with the high-level officials of the apocalypse, it is a problem with their mindset from top to bottom. It's not just the apocalypse. This era is like that. If you want true reform, you can only break before you build. A glimmer of light flashed in Fang Shubai's eyes, and he narrowed them slightly. I didn't expect my son-in-law would have such insights at such a young age. I only realized this reasoning in recent years. I used to think the decay was at the top, but later I slowly discovered that it was not the case. Chapter 239, even if the whole world is against Xiaotong, the only one to lose will be the world. Shubai, look at you. It's hard to come all the way here, and you're discussing such heavy topics. Pei Qingyu said reproachfully. Fang Shubai smiled helplessly. What is there to be happy about in this world? By the way, Master, your tongue should be able to recover, right? Words follow the law, can't it allow you to restore it? Bai Ye felt it was strange that he kept speaking with ventriloquism. Fang Shubai shook his head. Words follow the law, cannot restore my tongue. You should have a deep understanding of this ability since you have used it. Bai Ye had previously deceived An Xiaotong, claiming he used the words follow the law skeleton card in the core laboratory to cover his tracks and gather intelligence. Words follow the law is essentially a power to change reality, like when a sword is summoned. Clang! The clear sound of a dragon's roar echoed, as a sword shimmering with cold light gathered from the void and landed in Fang Shubai's hand. I used words follow the law to achieve the effect of creating something from nothing, but this sword fundamentally shouldn't exist in reality. Its existence contradicts the laws of reality, and is entirely supported by my power. Once I stop supplying power, it will dissipate. If I want it to exist continuously, I need to consume mental energy to maintain it. Chapter 240, Kiao Xiaotong, I didn't lie to you, my master is really a good person. And Xiaotong said sweetly, clearly still immersed in her little world against the world. Bai Ye stroked his chin, seemingly pondering Fang Shubai's words before he left. The person is indeed nice, just a bit tone-deaf. You? And Xiao Tong immediately exploded in anger, no longer avoiding others. As her little pink flip-flopped feet lifted and stomped hard on Bai Ye's foot. Ouch! You crazy woman, can't you use the other foot? Bai Ye gasped in pain and hurriedly supported himself against the door frame. HMPH, I can't. And Xiao Tong slightly raised her head, walking past Bai Ye with her nose in the air. Bai Ye instantly became furious. When has the god of the new era been provoked like this? His anger surged. And as Xiao Tong proudly walked past him, he gave her a hard slap on the back. Slap! And Xiao Tong froze in place. The air suddenly became exceptionally quiet. Pei Qingyu beside them covered her mouth and snickered, unable to believe how amusing this little couple's interactions were, truly playful banter. Ah! The scream sounded like a suddenly snapped violin string, sharp enough to pierce the air. Chapter 241, A tall tree cannot grow in a greenhouse. Who divided the groups? Why am I not listed? Bai Ye said expressionlessly. Director Tan wore a forced smile. It was me who divided them. I specifically removed you and your team. With the ongoing conflicts in the satellite city, how could you, with your esteemed status, easily take risks? Don't worry, Captain Bai, I've arranged everything. From today on, you will be responsible for Guangming Street in the western district of Shuguang City, which is a famous commercial street. He was just short of saying the words full of profits. Bai Ye's team members all showed happy expressions, except for the silent Chen Ens. Sure enough. Following Captain Bai means a bright future. No need to go to the dangerous satellite city, and there's still profit to be made. They were increasingly thankful that they had acted quickly against Li Hu, preventing others from getting ahead. Otherwise, they would probably end up like everyone else, going to the satellite city as cannon fodder. Even Li Hu, who had always hated Bai Ye, was feeling pleased. He suddenly thought that enduring humiliation and bearing the burden wasn't so bad after all. Everyone was happy, except for Bai Ye, who sneered inwardly. Good, old Tan. You look like a bad person, and you haven't disappointed me. He had previously suspected that the investigation bureau had someone from the chairman's side. And now the fox's tail was showing. Old Tan, I see you don't want to keep your position as director. Chapter 242, Endless Bones. Old Tan suddenly changed color, angrily exclaiming, Bai Ye, what exactly do you want to do? This is the investigation bureau, and you can't. Crack! The sound of a bullet being chambered echoed. Breath of Bones was pressed against Old Tan's head, stopping his voice abruptly. The few law enforcers beside Old Tan changed their expressions drastically and hurriedly drew their guns at Bai Ye. Bai Ye, you've gone mad. Put down your gun. This is the investigation bureau director. Bai Ye's lips curled into a sinister smile, his gaze fiercely locked onto the cold-sweating Old Tan. Old Tan, do you have some misunderstanding about me? I'm talking to you nicely, yet you think I'm easy to talk to. Is it because I gave you face? Old Tan's face turned exceptionally ugly. Bai Ye, don't go too far. I am the director of the investigation bureau. I have people above me. Is that so? Unfortunately, I have no one above me anymore. Bai Ye's smile grew even more sinister. Just yesterday, he could endure Old Tan's various humiliations because he only had 5 minutes. But today is different. He has 6 minutes. 5 minutes was one thing, but now that he has 6 minutes, how dare you bully me again? Isn't that just a waste of time? This is your last chance. If you don't bring out the forbidden item, next year on this day will be your death anniversary. Chapter 243, The delayed King. Bai Ye was slightly surprised. He gently shook the spine sword, and the blade indeed swayed left and right like a human spine, accompanied by the strange sound of bones clicking together. Whoosh! A single swing, and the T-73 alloy long knife was instantly severed, the uneven, with many scratch marks from bone spurs. Not bad, A good treasure that rightfully belongs to me. Bai Ye was very satisfied. He couldn't use guns during time stop, only cold weapons, and An Xiao Tong's silver cross sword was one-time use, which was ultimately inconvenient. But now with endless bones. Even if it wasn't as sharp as the silver cross sword, it would suffice. The sharpest sword he had seen so far was An Xiao Tong's silver cross sword. It seemed there was nothing that sword couldn't cut. Attention! Move all the weapons from the armory to the vehicle. Upholding the fine tradition of leaving traces like the wind and plucking the feathers of passing geese, Bai Ye directly entered the armory. As for old Tan, he had already stormed off in anger, out of sight, out of mind. Chairman, Lu Yunshao is too rampant. Today, Bai Ye actually pulled a gun on me openly. In the confidential communication room, old Tan, with a sinister expression, began to report. Chapter 244, An Xiao Tong, Bai Ye is so cute. Bai Ye used thieving hand to extract a skeleton card engraved with a night girl from An Xiao Tong's body. This time, An Xiao Tong did not fall into weakness. She said somewhat anxiously, I asked you to steal all my abilities, why did you only take a part? Bai Ye smiled slightly, with my strength. A knight's sword is enough. Just then, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, there stood a young man in a suit with sunglasses and a stern expression. A dark tattoo wound its way down from below his left cheekbone to his jaw. And Xiao Tong recognized this young man. You are Xiaolu's bodyguard, Yang Yusin. Yang Yusin calmly nodded, handing over a gilded invitation. Miss N, Mr. Bai, Director Lu invites you both to dinner tonight at 7. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. Qianqia Lu. Did this old man find out about my actions at the investigation bureau today and invite me over? After handing over the invitation, Yang Yusin turned and left. Uncle Lu wouldn't invite us to dinner, would it be Xiao Lu? And Xiao Tong asked in confusion. Wrong, he mainly wants to invite me, after all. I am the future head of the 12 zodiac signs, the dragon. I haven't called you little white rabbit recently. So there's no need for you to emphasize it every day. Chapter 245, Nice class, old dear, you've actually got the same cigar as me. Dawn platform, Dear Family Manor. This is Bai Ye's second visit to Dear Family Manor, and every time he comes, he can't help but marvel at the simplicity of the wealthy. It's just too damn big. Xiao Tong. Bai Ye, long time no see in a purple evening gown, Lu Yao, like a lively little deer, bounced towards the two. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow, looking at his purple suit, a bit suspicious. Did the little deer install surveillance in my house? Another color clash. Or did that guy Yang Yusin spill the beans? Facing the color clash, and Xiao Tong seemed accustomed to it. As she held hands with Lu Yao in her long purple dress, and walked into the manor. Well, it's nice to run into you again, Xiaola. Bai Ye couldn't help but comment. Bai Ye, what do you mean by Xiaola? The little deer asked curiously. A game where three objects of the same color collide and disappear. Sounds a bit scary. Welcome to the Dear family as guests. A deep, resonant voice sounded in the hall. Lu Yunshao smiled as he walked down the stairs, and just as he was about to greet them, he was taken aback upon seeing the three purple figures. This? The unnatural look on his face flashed away as he smiled and said, This must be Xiaotong's boyfriend, Bai Ye, indeed extraordinary, worthy of being a candidate for the dragon. Chapter 246, Bai Ye, I know Black King. Me? Bai Ye's mouth curled into a fierce smile, of course, I want to transform into a dragon. But the chairman. That old Qin Songting is not dead, the Black King only killed a substitute. I encountered great obstacles when I took over the chairman's remaining forces. And these obstacles made me realize that Qin Songting is still alive. He has just retreated to the background, but his hands control Apocalypse like a behind-the-scenes puppet master. With your wisdom, combined with the remarks you just made, you should have guessed that Qin Songting is not dead. If that's the case, why choose me instead of him? With his help, you could also transform into a dragon. Bai Ye took a puff of his cigar, not answering directly, but instead smiling and asking, Chairman Liu. Having been in apocalypse for many years, do you know how many can be called heroes? Oh? Liu Yanxiao pondered for a moment, although I am opposed to Qin Songting. It cannot be denied that as far as heroes go, he is cunning and has deep roots in apocalypse, with countless capable people under him. He can indeed be considered a hero. Bai Ye shook his head, just a withered bone in a grave. An old dog scared out of its wits by the Black King, now too afraid to show its face, is that worthy of being called a hero? Chapter 247, The Black King said I resemble him when he was young. Bai Ye secretly laughed in his heart, nodding subtly. Feeling that his skill in deception was becoming increasingly refined, after all, he had deceived and Xiaotong quite a bit during this time, and had made some progress. In the 189 refuge, I accidentally contracted the mutated scarlet virus, hanging by a thread, when the Black King appeared and saved me, and from then on, I gained the potential of a dragon. How is that possible? Liu Yanxiao was horrified. The company had long conducted thorough research on the pseudo-humans. After humans contract the mutated scarlet virus, there is no way to stop the transformation into a pseudo-human. They will inevitably lose their sanity and become pseudo-humans. It is precisely because it is impossible that it proves I am not lying. Bai Ye said, directly pulling out a dagger and slashing it against his arm. The flesh instantly split open, blood gushed out, but 2 seconds later, the bleeding bizarrely stopped, and the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. 5 seconds later, his arm was as good as new. Liu Yanxiao leaned back in his chair, somewhat shocked, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the ring on his hand. He understood Bai Ye's words. It is precisely because it is impossible that it is the truth. Because in today's era, no one can reverse the transformation into a pseudo-human. It can only be the Black King who came to the rescue. Chapter 248, Old Tan, Are You an Idiot? The next morning, a convoy rolled out of the investigation bureau. On the windowsill of the investigation bureau, Director Tan looked grimly at Hu Zheng's convoy leaving. The morning sun shone through the window onto his face, but it couldn't dispel the cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Bai Ye he. The ignorant thing still dares to threaten me. This time next year will be your death anniversary. Just thinking about Bai Ye dying soon fills him with satisfaction. Being threatened by Bai Ye yesterday was a great humiliation. Only blood can wash away this shame. Everything is arranged with the chairman. Bai Ye will definitely not survive today. Ha ha ha, what's the good news, Old Tan, laughing so happily? A flamboyant teasing voice sounded from behind Director Tan. Director Tan's smile froze abruptly. Startled, he turned around in shock. He saw a young man dressed in a black and gold trench coat, wearing black gloves, sitting in the office chair with his legs crossed, smiling at him. The black and gold trench coat exuded a high-profile luxury in the light, the main color being deep black, like ink mingled with the night. But the collar and chest were intricately embroidered with complex and mysterious golden patterns, extraordinarily luxurious. Chapter 249, Who is suing this official from below? Hu Zheng showed a pained expression. He shouted, Stop the car. The convoy immediately halted, and he got out of the car, heading straight for the soldiers. My lord. What are your orders? The soldiers, who were previously arrogant, immediately turned flattering upon seeing Hu Zheng in the Law Enforcement Bureau uniform. Who told you to do this? Hu Zheng said coldly. The soldiers were a bit flustered and hurriedly replied, My lord, Wasteland people cannot enter Dawn City. This is a rule set by the company long ago. It is wartime now. They are already homeless, if we don't let them into Dawn City. Do you want these people to fend for themselves here? The soldier stammered, unable to articulate. He was just a foot soldier, who could only execute orders from above. At this moment, a middle-aged officer walked over. I don't know which lord from the investigation bureau you are. Hu Zheng coldly replied, Not a lord. Just the leader of the 6th group of the investigation bureau, Hu Zheng. Hu Zheng. A sneer appeared at the corner of the middle-aged officer's mouth. I was wondering who it was. turns out it's Ironhead Huazeng. Why aren't you obediently out on a mission? Why are you here interfering with our official duties? Ironhead is Huazeng's nickname because he has offended too many people and is unyielding, so his colleagues in the investigation bureau called him Ironhead. And he is quite notorious, a source of jokes during meals and drinks in various departments. Chapter 250, Chen ends, they are all useless teammates. Bang! Bai Ye kicked out directly, yelling, are you going to report or not? I hate wasting time the most. The middle-aged officer was genuinely scared at this moment. He felt he might have offended a formidable figure. If you won't report, then I will. Wu Deli immediately picked up the encrypted communicator from the ground, brushed off the dust, and respectfully handed it to Bai Ye. Old Lu, let me tell you something. I just cracked a spy case, yes. It's the spy from the zoo, currently serving as the commander of the City Defense Army at the west gate of Dawn City. Whatever his name is. Hurry up and get him out of here, execute him in 10 minutes, and give me the credit for it. That's it, goodbye. Beep beep beep. The scene was dead silent, with only the busy tone of the phone hanging up. Everyone stared blankly at the young man in the black and gold trench coat. Old Lu. Who is Old Lu? Could it be the current acting chairman Lu Yunshao? A phone call made to the acting chairman. And the words were so rude, directly accusing him of espionage, and even counting it as a successful labor record. Such overwhelming power. For the first time, everyone's worldview was refreshed by power. It turned out that true big shots were like this, capable of taking your life with just one phone call. And even turning your death into a merit, adding a line to their record of accomplishments. Chapter 251, A group of beasts dares to block my way. Bang! The small window was shut, reflecting the uncertain face of Chen Enz. He glanced back at his teammates who were still playing cards, his fists unconsciously tightening. Damn! Why doesn't anyone believe me? After becoming an extraordinary being, his perception ability had greatly improved, allowing him to sense danger in advance, yet no one believed him. This made Chen Enz feel extremely ironic. The apocalypse was truly decaying. Forget it, others can die, but Bai Ye cannot die. Chen Enz silently made up his mind. If things became dire, he would cover for Bai Ye's escape. In his view, among this team, besides himself, only Bai Ye and Huazeng could be considered good people. Huazeng was powerful and didn't need protection, but Bai Ye was different, his vitality was low. And with the injected rabbit genes, his strength was too weak. At that moment, Huazeng's serious voice came from the communicator in the vehicle. Enemy attack. Accelerate the vehicle. The convoy suddenly picked up speed, racing towards Satellite City number 6. A hint of joy flashed in Chen En's eyes, that's great, there are still people who understand. Team leader who truly deserves to be the leader, he also sensed the anomaly. Just then, a wolf howl echoed from the darkness outside the vehicle. Chapter 252, 108 Beast Heads. The morale was good. A light laugh suddenly sounded. And two men in black suits coldly looked down from a huge rock on the hillside. Huazeng, who was fighting off the wolf pack, looked up and was startled when he saw the tattoos on the necks of the two men. Wolf head. Leopard head. His heart sank to the bottom. These were the wolf head and leopard head from the 108 beast heads under the zoo's command. The bounty for the wolf head was 68 million. And for the leopard head, it was 73 million. If it were only one person, he could handle it, but with the two working together, defeat was inevitable. He. Didn't he expect someone would recognize us? Among the 108 beast heads, we're not that famous, and we could still be recognized. The leopard head said with a smile. Leopard brother, I suggest you cover your neck tattoo before speaking, the wolf head scorned. Leopard head, why are you two here? How did you bypass Satellite City number 6? Huazeng tightly gripped his Tang Dao, solemnly asking. Ha ha ha, the wolf head sneered, want to know? Ask old Hua. Why waste words with these beasts? Impatient, Bai Ye directly shot a burst that interrupted the wolf head's words. Chapter 253, Scheming against the divine itself is foolish. GGG. Let it all become my nourishment. Bai Ye wielded a pale bone sword, casually slashing an attacking mutated wolf in half. The bone sword seemed to come alive, coiling like a snake and piercing into the mutated wolf's spine, eagerly sucking. In an instant, the mutated wolf shriveled up, all its bones drained. Oh right. I can't waste the vitality. Bang bang. Bai Ye took out a breath of bones and fired 2 shots at the mutated wolf. The warm vitality flowed back through the gun, warming his heart. Although a breath of bones, but could only extract a limited amount of vitality each time, every little bit counted. Previously, when he didn't let Kia Xiaotong level up for him, his body absorbed too much vitality to digest, causing the effects of a breath of bones to weaken. But now that he had cultivated the vitality martial arts, the plundered vitality had already been digested, and now when he plundered again, his body absorbed it like a sponge soaking up water, without any waste. GGG, this is wonderful. Bai Ye grew more excited, breath of bones sucked blood. Endless bones extracted marrow, simply perfect. Originally, he thought about directly taking out the wolf head, but later changed his mind, once the wolf head died. The pack would scatter without a leader, and then he would have no materials left. Chapter 254, We have all surrendered, yet Bai Ye is still killing. Compared to Bai Ye's excitement, Chen En's and the others were not in a good state. You two are proud enough to force me to use beastification. The wolf head sneered as he took off his black suit jacket, revealing his muscular physique. Opposite him were the disheveled Ji Yun and Chen En's. Ji Yun's right arm hung weakly, blood soaking his clothes, his eyes filled with fear and gravity. Chen En's breathing became erratic, using frenzy and beastification, along with high-intensity combat, had pushed his body and mind to the brink of collapse. Roar! A chilling wolf howl erupted from the wolf head's mouth. The intense sound waves rippling through the air, causing the surrounding trees to rustle and dust to fly. Ji Yun and Chen En's expressions changed drastically, quickly raising their arms to shield their faces from the wind and sand. The strong wind, accompanied by a foul smell, whipped their silver hair. In the next moment, the wolf head's back tensed, the muscles on his back bulging violently, the originally smooth shoulder line distorting and widening at odd angles, as if another skeleton was trying to break free from his body. His fingers continuously morphed, nails turning into half-inch-long grey-black claws. Grey-black wolf fur spreading out to cover most of his body, and fangs grew from his mouth, emitting a cold white light. Chapter 255, What are you babbling about? Become my nourishment. The wolf head's eyelids twitched, filled with rage. His wolf cubs were almost all killed by Bai Ye. Just moments ago, he had been bombed by a grenade, and now he was even more furious. He darkly approached Bai Ye. Hua Zheng's face changed drastically. Wolf head. Don't touch him, or I will never go with you even in death. The wolf head sneered. I will definitely kill this kid, if you commit suicide, after you die. I will kill all your team members. Do you want to sacrifice the lives of the whole team for this kid? Hua Zheng suddenly froze, his hand holding the knife trembling slightly, engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Meanwhile, the wolf head had already walked behind Bai Ye, his tall figure casting a shadow over him. Seeing Bai Ye still poking the wolf corpse with his sword, he laughed in anger. Kid! It was you who threw the grenade at me, right? As soon as the words left his mouth, a strong and powerful hand reached straight for Bai Ye's back. Get out of the way! Swish! The pale bone sword suddenly transformed into a flash of cold light that was impossible to catch with the naked eye, flashing before the wolf head. The hand that was about to touch Bai Ye's clothing froze in midair. Bai Ye still didn't lift his head, squatting on the ground poking at the wolf's corpse. Chapter 256, Practice more if you're not good enough. I understand, stop it, I say. I already told you, it's the wolf master. He sent us here. Bai Ye paused his movements. Who the hell is the Wolf Master? The Wolf Master is one of the 12 beast trainers under the zoo. The 12 beast trainers correspond to the 12 zodiac signs of the apocalypse. He sent the two of us here to secretly abduct Huazeng, said the leopard-headed man with a terrified expression. Bai Ye frowned slightly. 108 beast heads. And above that are the 12 beast trainers. Beasts and beast trainers, interesting. It seems the director is always emphasizing that he is human. 108 beast heads correspond to the top 100 of the 12 zodiac candidates, and the 12 beast trainers correspond to the 12 zodiac signs. He. What kind of talent uses the term correspond like that? They must be inferior to others, and yet they shamelessly say they correspond to so-and-so. Where is the Wolf Master? How did you cross the 6th satellite city? I don't know. The Wolf Master said that once we capture Huazeng, the Wolf Pack will take us to find him, but now the Wolf Pack has. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow and angrily said, "Are you saying it's my fault?" Crack, crack, he soared twice more. Chapter 257, Whether the apocalypse is chaotic or not, I decide. Enough! Huazeng shouted with a grim expression. Chen Enz is an extraordinary person, but he just fought for everyone. I hope everyone keeps this matter confidential. Confidential? The reporting team member shouted in disbelief. Are you joking? Do you know what it means to shelter an extraordinary person? If the company finds out, we are all dead. He looked at everyone, urgently shouting, say something. I'm thinking of everyone. Even if you don't want the bounty, you can't let Chen Enz stay in the team. Or he will endanger everyone. He is an extraordinary person. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed. They might not sell out a comrade for bounty. But the consequences of sheltering an extraordinary person are too severe. Ji Yun angrily said, he is seriously injured. If we leave him here, he will definitely die. Anyway, he is dead either way. It's better to listen to me. Let us escort him back to the company to exchange for bounty and rewards. As everyone was in a deadlock, Chen Enz struggled to raise his hand, stopping Ji Yun from speaking for him. He sighed, once again witnessing the darkness of human nature, and was about to speak. But at that moment, a cold voice rang out. Chapter 258, Black Shogun. Moments later, the convoy set off again. However, this time, everyone became unusually quiet. On the transport vehicle, a group of team members stopped playing cards, and even the pain from their injuries seemed to fade away. They looked at each other in silence, still immersed in the immense shock. Was that really the captain just now? Of course, if it wasn't the captain. Could it be you? But the captain is too strong, right? Over 1,000 vitality, even if he activates beastification to reach 2,000. It shouldn't be enough to instantly kill the wolf head and leopard head, right? The captain can't also be an extraordinary person, can he? As soon as these words were spoken, the cabin fell silent. Many people turned their gazes towards Chen Enz, who was sitting in the corner. Chen Enz was also pondering this question. He felt that Bai Ye was an extraordinary person, otherwise, it couldn't explain such terrifying speed. After a long time, a team member suddenly joked, "What's wrong with extraordinary people? Does anyone dare to report the captain?" Reporting the captain in the apocalypse is just like the previous city defense officer, right? Only us small fries see extraordinary people as a flood beast and treat the apocalypse's regulations as a sacred decree. In the captain's eyes, extraordinary people are less important than a meal. Chapter 259, In the Apocalypse, What Bai Ye Says is Evidence. Zhao Kun was completely stunned. Bai Ye from the apocalypse. Could it be that there are big shots in this team? Huazeng's face darkened as he said, I'm inquiring about the matter of spies. It's a serious issue. Nonsense. Wuda glared fiercely at him. What is a spy worth? Is it more important than Bai Ye eating? If Bai Ye is unhappy, you all, every single one of you idiots, will become spies for the zoo. Everyone looked at each other, shocked by Wuda's arrogance. Did the director of the apocalypse come in person? But which director is this? Why is he so indifferent to spies? What are you all standing there for? Are you deaf? Hurry up and lead the way. Wuda squinted his small eyes and walked up to Zhao Kun, whispering, City Master Zhao. Don't blame me for not reminding you. In official matters, you must distinguish between priorities. If Bai Ye is unhappy with today's meal, tomorrow you will be a spy. Zhao Kun's heart sank, because he really was a spy. At this moment, he felt a bit dazed. He was originally preparing to rack his brains to fool Hu Zeng, even planning to sacrifice some people as scapegoats. Suddenly, a Bai Ye jumped out and disrupted all his arrangements. What was originally a very serious matter now seemed absurd. Chapter 260, Are you really eating? Bai Ye says you are a spy, you must be one. Wuda laughed arrogantly, feeling extremely pleased with stepping on a big shot. Zhao Kun was both shocked and angry, but at the same time felt it was absurd. Accusing a real spy of being a spy, is that still considered an accusation? After all these years as the city master, he didn't despair, rather, he felt the situation had turned in his favor. If it was someone like Hu Zeng in charge, they would definitely investigate thoroughly, but the person in charge is Bai Ye, who is arrogant and doesn't care about the truth. Doesn't that mean that as long as he pleases Bai Ye, he can clear the charge of being a spy? With this thought, Zhao Kun felt a secret joy and knew what to do. Bai Ye, I have evidence to prove I am not a spy, slap. A hand slapped Zhao Kun's face hard. Wuda angrily said, Nonsense. You can call Bai Ye like that. Zhao Kun's words had crossed Wuda's bottom line. Zhao Kun felt stars in his eyes from the slap, covering his face and forcing a smile as he said, Captain Bai, I have evidence to prove my innocence. Present it. Bai Ye casually sipped his drink and said lightly, Yes, Captain Bai, please have your people step aside. I'll have someone bring the evidence. Chapter 261, It's a Mess. Not long after, Wuda returned with people, his face full of awe. Bai Ye, as you expected. This bastard Zhao Kun is indeed a spy. Look at these account books, defense plans, and encrypted communication devices. They all have traces of him contacting the Wolf Master. Moreover, the steward has confessed, admitting everything. This is his testimony, which also mentions a mysterious person. However, this person is even more mysterious. He said that Zhao Kun was especially cautious when contacting the mysterious person, even he, as an insider, doesn't know who the mysterious person is. The ambush on our convoy, wanting to capture team leader who are alive, was ordered by this mysterious person. Wuda handed over a bloody testimony, clearly having just had a friendly conversation with the steward. Bai Ye casually glanced at the testimony and waved his hand, signaling that he understood. In fact, he didn't need Wuda to report, he had already heard everything. He had heard Wuda's brutal treatment of the steward and the secrets the steward revealed. Mysterious person. Isn't that just Qin Songting, that old man? The divine has long seen through everything. If Qin Songting is really hiding in Satellite City number 6, then it makes sense that the City Lord of Satellite City number 6 is his person, otherwise, Old Deng couldn't possibly do anything without the City Lord's knowledge, right? That would be too inconvenient. Chapter 262, Cunning Rabbit by Ye Deputy Captain Wu, what does the telegram from Chairman Lu say? Hurry up and tell the brothers. Someone urged eagerly. After all, capturing the spy Zhao Kun is a significant achievement, and to have caught him right upon arriving at the satellite city is impressive. No one would believe the efficiency of that. Wuda glanced at everyone with satisfaction, thoroughly enjoying the feeling of being above all others. Cough, cough, he cleared his throat, ignoring the people below, and respectfully said to Bai Ye, Mr. Bai, Chairman Lu first praised your great achievements, expressing high admiration for your significant contribution right upon arriving at the satellite city. He started by flattering, but Bai Ye asked him to get to the point, which he considered to be the main point. Mr. Bai, Chairman Liu has a new appointment for you, promoting you to the head of the Investigation Bureau and the 12th Zodiac's alternate position. Given your profound wisdom, he even gave you a resounding title. This title can only be held by those in the top 10 alternates, as only the top 10 are considered true alternates. When a position in the 12 Zodiacs is vacant, they can be directly promoted, so the title is equivalent to that of the 12 Zodiacs. Chapter 263, The God Watching the Script That Is the Gun That Killed and Xiaotong. Bai Ye would never mistake it, he had frequently foreseen the future. And he had seen this gun dozens of times. He remembered every detail on the gun. The gun body, like ink-stained cold iron, had no trace of any other color. The tip of the gun had a hidden dark gleam, and the tassel was a dark, cloudy color, exuding a chilling murderous aura from every inch. This is the black long gun that killed and Xiaotong in the future. Good, it truly is a case of searching for something and suddenly finding it. You are right there in Satellite City number 6, seeking death. The Wolf Master, huh? You're dead meat. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. Cold light flashing within, as he carefully watched the scenes from the past timeline. In the fun park, the Wolf Master, dressed in a wolf fur coat, knelt on one knee, holding the black evil gun, paying respects to the principal on the throne. The principal was still dressed in a luxurious and well-tailored black suit, always looking like a gentleman attending a high society banquet. However, his muscular build made the suit tight, and the buttons on his chest were about to burst under pressure, exuding the aura of a top predator, making him appear like a beast in human skin. Principal, my subordinate, has made preliminary contact with Zhao Kun, the Lord of Satellite City number 6. He is a person of Qin Songting. Currently, Qin Songting's life or death is unknown. He has lost his foundation in the apocalypse and does not want to fight with the Zhu, so he intends to surrender, the Wolf Master said respectfully. Chapter 264, The Painter with Another Pot to Carry Impossible. Qin Songting said decisively, a living painter cannot be at ease unless he is dead, and with his abilities. He cannot possibly die. Therefore, he must be involved, but this time it involves too much, so he is hiding more cautiously in the dark, stirring up trouble. I even suspect that the emergence of the Black King is related to the painter. The Black King appeared in Black Mountain, and the painter was also in Black Mountain at that time. There is no way there is no connection between the two. Previously, the Tsangling proclaimed to the world that the Pangu USB drive was not in the hands of the Black King, but in the apocalypse. How did he know this? The only ones who could know about this, besides my people, are the painter and the mortician. The mortician is taciturn, only dealing with the dead, and would never share such news with Tsangling, so it must be the painter who leaked the information. The more the Wolf Master listened, the more alarmed he became. Could it be that this war was instigated by the painter? Many years ago, he instigated the war between the Steel Brotherhood and the company. And now he is using the same trick again. Could it be that he has a deep grudge against the apocalypse? Qin Songting said darkly, do not use a normal person's mindset to speculate about the painter, he is mentally ill. The apocalypse has no enmity with him. Perhaps he is just bored or simply being a nuisance. Such a troublemaker should have been dead long ago. Chapter 265, The Useless Iron Head 6 minutes and 38 seconds. Killing the Wolf Master is enough. Bai Ye felt the remaining time, although it wasn't much, it was sufficient. The only difficulty is the location of the Wolf Master. The Wolf Master is stationed in the mountains outside Satellite City number 6, and most of the troops he carries are mutated beasts, tamed by the principal, highly mobile. Like ghosts in the mountains, elusive. The best way to find them is to lure them out. It's your turn to play, Ironhead. As long as we use Huazeng as bait, there's no worry about not drawing out the Wolf Master. At that time, we could even find Old Deng's location through the Wolf Master and annihilate them all. After formulating the plan, Bai Ye returned to the hall where everyone was and began issuing orders. Huazeng, I have been appointed by the Apocalypse Lu as the overall commander for this operation. Do you have any objections? The newly appointed captain, Bai, was still quite democratic and specifically asked Captain Hua for his opinion. Hua Zheng's expression was strange. Since you've even called on Apocalypse Lu, what more can I say? No one will listen to me anyway. No objections. This time, he was not being stubborn, mainly. He was affected by Bai Ye, and he was in a phase of self-doubt, feeling that perhaps his sense of justice was wrong. Chapter 266, I am your father. Who is leading the charge? The wolf master wiped the wolf milk from the corner of his mouth. It's Hua Zheng. Hua Zheng. The wolf master was suddenly stunned. How could it be Hua Zheng? Hua Zheng, as a personnel sent to provide support from Dawn City, should not have command over the troops, yet Zhao Kun let him lead the troops. Could it be? The wolf master's eyes brightened. He realized that Zhao Kun must have intentionally let Hua Zheng lead the troops to bring people to him. Ha ha ha, I thought Zhao Kun was just a sycophant. I didn't expect this little man to be quite clever. Notify everyone, follow me to battle. Suddenly, the wolf master paused, his narrow eyes slightly squinting. Since being reminded by the chairman, he constantly kept in mind to use his brain more, and not be governed by beastly instincts. The biggest difference between humans and beasts is wisdom. Given Zhao Kun's character, if he truly intended to send Hua Zheng to his door, he would definitely discuss it with him beforehand, rather than act without consulting him first. Could there be something fishy about this? To be cautious, he decided to ask. The wolf master called for a communicator and asked, have there been any messages from Satellite City number 6 recently? The communicator shook his head, replying to the wolf master. There have been no messages received. Chapter 267, The Chain Reaction Caused by Bai Ye in the Fun Park. The principal looked at the newspaper in his hand. His brows tightly knit. The headline on the newspaper read, Lu Yunxiao redeems the chairman of Apocalypse, accompanied by several photos of Qin Songting. There was also a small text below. Qin Songting felt he was getting old and passed the position to Lu Yunxiao. Mr. Bai, what do you think? Mr. Bai, wearing a silver-white mask, glanced at the newspaper and said lightly, fake, Lu Yunxiao is coercing the emperor to command the feudal lords. The principal nodded, indeed, it is fake. The intentions of Lu Yunxiao are known to the Apocalypse. How could he possibly redeem Qin Songting? I never expected the usually steady Lu Yunxiao to be so radical. It seems that power is truly irresistible. Mr. Bai, we can't delay any longer. If Lu Yunxiao becomes the real chairman and gradually takes control of Qianshi, it will be even harder to win this battle. Indeed. Mr. Bai narrowed his eyes, his gaze gradually turning cold. Qianshi must remain in a state of leaderless chaos. We cannot let Lu Yunxiao succeed. It's time to expose the identity of the Black Knight. As long as Lu Yunxiao kills the Black Knight, he will offend the Silent Court and the Yin family. By then, even if he holds all the power of Qianshi, it will be of no use. The director frowned slightly, but how can we make Lu Yunxiao kill the Black Knight? With his cunning, he must know the consequences of killing the Black Knight. Chapter 268, Autumn has arrived. The next day, just before dawn, a thin layer of mist spread between the mountains, making the scenery even more hazy. The wind blowing through the mountains carried a hint of autumn chill, causing many soldiers to shiver. Autumn has arrived. Bai Ye picked up a fallen leaf. The leaf already slightly yellowing. His gaze deepened as he stared at the leaf for a long time. Fortunately, it hasn't rained, he murmured to himself. Glancing at the clear sky, and the weather forecast shows no rain for the next week. Shuguang City also has a weather forecast. Ever since he learned that An Xiaotong would die in autumn, on a rainy night in Shuguang City, he has been paying extra attention to the weather. He checks the weather forecast every day. Hua Zheng, continue to advance. Bai Ye ordered. Crack. The fallen leaf was crushed to pieces by him. Isn't the wolf master hiding? Then I'll annihilate you all. I want to see how long you can hide. As you command. Zeng replied loudly, his voice booming, with no trace of confusion in his eyes. After several setbacks, he had almost transformed into Bai Ye's shape. From insisting on justice to doubting himself, falling into confusion, and finally gaining enlightenment. Since he couldn't figure it out, then he wouldn't think about it. After all, Bai Ye has always been right. So as long as he followed Bai Ye, wouldn't he that be the same as walking on the right path? Chapter 269, Zhao Kun, you really deserve to die. The two sides were at a standstill for a moment when a vague and cold smile suddenly appeared on Zhong Shou's rough face. Ziyun. Since you think Zeng's troops are no match, how about you guard Shao Qingshan? Zhong Shou, you're getting better, you know how to play tricks now. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, you just want me to let the mechanical god teach you to be a pawn, testing Zeng's troops. Ziyun mocked disdainfully. In his opinion, the beast's schemes were not as thorough as the traps set by hunters. Seeing his thoughts exposed, Zhong Shou's fierce eyes slowly narrowed. Since you don't dare, then just stay obediently in the camp. Such a clumsy provocation, but I'll tell you. I actually fall for this trick. Brothers, follow me. Ziyun waved his hand, leading a dozen mechanical modifiers straight to Shao Qingshan. Zhong Shou was left stunned. Clumsy provocation. You actually fall for this? Damn, is Ziyun an idiot? I've heard that mechanical modifiers, having abandoned their bodies, lead to abnormal hormone secretion, exhibiting behavior vastly different from ordinary people, and it seems to be true. Chapter 270, Firearms are king. Gold? No one can stop me from getting gold. Kill. He raised the brand new gun in his hand, and the fierce firepower tore an attacking mutated wolf to pieces. Cases like Li Ergu's were constantly unfolding. They were already poor, and in Satellite City No. 6, human lives were worthless, only money mattered. Seeing his side's army brimming with momentum, Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, it was worth my expense. In war, courage is important, and equipment is also crucial. Gold ignited the soldiers' courage, and new equipment enhanced their combat power. With both boosts, the scales of victory began to tip. Zeng, lead the enforcers forward, the soldiers will attack. And you take the opportunity to decapitate the people from the zoo. As you command. Zeng led the charge, soldiers clearing the path ahead, making their ascent quite smooth. But at that moment, a shocking change occurred. From several dense forests on Shao Qingshan, heavy machine guns emitting a matte black metal quietly poked their heads out. Rat-a-tat-tat. The deafening gunfire shook loose rocks from the surrounding cliffs, and countless metal bullets fell like torrential rain upon the soldiers. Chapter 271, Endless Bones, Type 2 Bone Armor. Boom! Crimson blood energy burst forth like flames from the collar and cuffs of his black gold coat, wrapping around his limbs like a living thing, then rapidly spreading. Resembling thousands of red threads of light climbing along the golden patterns of the coat, dyeing the originally black gold a blood red. In the next moment, the entire figure was enveloped in crimson blood energy. When the blood energy covered his hair, the originally pitch-black strands instantly turned pure white. His black eyes seemed to ignite with crimson flames, transforming into bright red eyes as brilliant as rubies. Bai Ye's beast transformation caught the attention of several mercenaries, who wasted no time in raising their guns to shoot. Time flow variation, 4 times speed. Buzz? The air was instantly torn apart, emitting a buzzing sound. And what was torn apart was Bai Ye's body. But just as the mercenaries thought they had succeeded, they were shocked to find that Bai Ye's figure was disintegrating, vanishing into the air. What? A residual shadow. What terrifying speed, where did he go? Here! A mercenary shouted, and the others looked in the direction of the voice, horrified to discover that the figure in the black gold coat had already reached halfway up the mountain. Chapter 272, Your fear is just beginning. He's coming up. Quickly. Focus fire on him. Countless mercenaries shouted in panic, as the white figure before them, like a Shura, effortlessly tore through their seemingly impenetrable defenses, displaying a power that filled them with dread. No one wanted to be close to such a monster. Rat-a-tat-tat. A metal storm formed by bullets rushed towards Bai Ye, who swayed and instantly vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already in a trench, where 5 mercenaries were frozen in place, unable to react, as a hand wrapped in bone steadily enlarged in their view. Swish! The bone claws pierced through the air, the sharp 5 bone spikes slicing through the mercenaries' bodies as easily as cutting tofu. At that moment, the sound of reloading echoed behind Bai Ye. A mercenary hiding behind a tree lifted a grenade launcher, about to pull the trigger. The tailbone of the bone armor rose like a snake, quietly standing up, then suddenly extending, the triangular tip glinting coldly, instantly piercing through the mercenary's chest. Bai Ye did not stop. His figure darted like a ghost among the mercenaries. Wherever he went, blood and flesh flew, as the bone claws and tailbone worked in tandem, making him like a human meat grinder, frantically harvesting lives. Chapter 273. I really have no vitality left, so I can only stop time. Boss, leave this kid to me. A member of the Iron Guard said eagerly. Boss, let me handle this, I've been too idle lately. Get out of the way, I have the most experience, I should go first. Ziyun shook his head helplessly. How about you guys play rock paper scissors? His voice trailed off as he looked at Bai Ye, who had already stood up and was walking towards him, and couldn't help but sneer. Kid, you have guts. But do you still have the vitality to activate that forbidden item? Without that bone armor, do you think you can be our opponent? Speaking of this, Ziyun paused and laughed. Oh right, even with the bone armor, you still wouldn't be our match, ha ha ha. The other Iron Guards laughed along, facing their mockery. Bai Ye yawned with boredom, walking towards Ziyun and the others as if he were taking a stroll. You're right. I really don't have the vitality to activate the bone armor anymore, so. Bai Ye stopped in front of the more than 10 tall bronze-colored mechas, a defiant and fierce smile creeping onto his lips. So, I'm sorry, I can only stop time now. Chapter 274, The Indestructible Mechanical Cult. No rush. Tell me where the Wolf Master is first, otherwise, if I kill you, who will I ask? The Wolf Master. Ziyun laughed in anger. He couldn't understand why there were such foolish and confident people in the world. Kid, you don't really think you can kill me, do you? Do you know that even one of the 10 kings, Tyrant Yang Ji, could only drive us to the south of Dragon Tooth Pass? His metal abilities restrain my mechanical cult, but even so, the Tyrant has never killed a single mechanical disciple. If the Tyrant is like this, what are you? Bai Ye's eyes flickered. He finally understood why he rarely saw or even heard of the mechanical cult. Clearly, the mechanical cult's power was vast, not weaker than the apocalypse. But they were driven away by the tyrant. Indeed, facing the mechanical cult, it was like a grandfather beating his grandson. It seems this is why the mechanical cult dared to cross the Dragon Tooth Pass after the tyrant died, now colluding with the zoo to stir up trouble. They must think they are capable again. After the tyrant died, everyone looks like a small fry. Sigh. Bai Ye sighed, thinking of the tragic fate awaiting Ziyun. He felt a bit of pity. It was too tragic. After all, the divine is merciful. Chapter 275, Xiaotong, Something's Wrong. And Xiaotong quickly walked to the watch display case. Her light brown eyes filled with seriousness, staring intently at the rows of watches under the glass counter. She remembered Bai Ye often took out a gold pocket watch to check the time. And Bai Ye hated wasting time. She remembered what he liked and disliked. So when Xiaotong decided to give a watch as a birthday gift to Bai Ye, believing he would definitely like it, this way, he wouldn't have to take out the pocket watch to check the time anymore. Bai Ye hated trouble. At this moment, the persistent sales assistant caught up again. Esteemed lady, your taste is truly excellent. The watches from Starshine are all masterfully crafted, renowned for their exceptional quality, exquisite craftsmanship, and innovative technology, making them the best choice for all successful people. Please allow me to boldly recommend this watch. Help me get the first one in the second row. Thank you. And Xiaotong interrupted the sales assistant's endless pitch. All right, madam, the first one in the second row, please wait a moment. The sales assistant put on white gloves, carefully took the watch out, placed it on a wooden tray, and then brought it in front of Xiaotong. And Xiaotong picked up the dark gold watch and examined it closely in her hand. Chapter 276. We have all been deceived by the apocalypse. Bai Ye. Sister Pei. What did you discover? The girl, originally with gentle brows, now gathered all her emotions. You know. Thanks to your little boyfriend obtaining the formula for the type 3 genetic agent, I successfully joined Lu Yunxiao's laboratory, which means I've infiltrated the core circle, allowing me to access secrets I usually wouldn't. During this time, I've seen quite a few test subjects in the lab. My colleagues say these are death row inmates from prison, but once, when I privately contacted one, I found out they were not death row inmates at all, but Wastelanders who had been captured. Pei Qingyue's face turned ugly. Do you know what that Wastelander I contacted told me? What did he say? He said we have all been deceived by someone called Apocalypse Bai Ye. And Xiaotong was taken aback, her palm tightly gripping the hem of her light grey knitted dress, her delicate fingers slightly turning white. Apocalypse Bai Ye is not that Bai Ye, is he? This title came from Wu De, who always came to pick up Bai Ye early in the morning. Why did he say Bai Ye deceived them? Pei Qingyue's gaze turned cold. Do you remember when Bai Ye left the city, he saved a group of people at the city gate? Some of those people were Wastelanders, and some were refugees fleeing from satellite cities, and at that time, they were blocked at the city gate and not allowed to enter Dawn City. Chapter 277, Mr. Bai took off the mask. Those good-for-nothings under Director Lu can't stop me. Oh? Is that so? Lu Yunxiao's lips curled into a smile. The next moment, several laser-sight red dots fell on the Wolf Master through the office window. At the same time, two men in black suits slowly emerged from the wall behind Lu Yunxiao, standing on either side of him. The Wolf Master's expression changed slightly, and a black long gun, exuding a cold light, suddenly appeared in his hand, a terrifying aura silently spreading. Director Lu, I came to see you to discuss an important matter. Not to be your enemy. Lu Yunxiao casually waved his hand, and the two men behind him returned to the wall, their colors changing to match the wall. And they gradually disappeared. The red dots on the Wolf Master also disappeared. I know, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to walk into this office alive. So, tell me. What is it? The Wolf Master put away the black killing gun, and also concealed the casualness on his face, saying solemnly, the curator wants to cooperate with you to jointly deal with Qin Songting. Lu Yunxiao's mouth curled with a trace of mockery. He did not speak, but leisurely savored his cigar, waiting for further details. Chapter 278, Bai Ye's family, 95 extra. Enough? Lu Yunxiao's eyes flashed with anger. He could see that Lu Yao liked Bai Ye. He had lost count of how many cigars had been stolen. If he still couldn't see it, he would be a fool. That's all I have to say. If Chairman Lu has considered it, the zoo is always welcome to cooperate with you. Painter, you are also one of the 10 kings. Why do you submit to the curator and work with him against the apocalypse? Mr. Bai seemed unfazed by Lu Yunxiao's provocation. It's not submission, but cooperation. As for the reason, who knows, maybe it's just because it's interesting. As soon as he said this, his figure gradually dissipated into the air. The Wolf Master put away the small mirror and smiled. Chairman Lu, the zoo has already expressed its sincerity. I wonder what you think. Lu Yunxiao did not respond, but was deep in thought. He is very clear that this is a trap set by the zoo and the painter. Once he kills Xiaotong, he will inevitably offend the An family and the silent court. But if he doesn't kill her, will he just watch as Xiaotong comes to him? The Black Knight is not a weakling. If he lets it go, how can he, as the chairman, maintain his authority? Even if he abandons the slave-catching company and pretends to sincerely repent, he won't be able to salvage much. Chapter 279, The False King. Lord Barehead. Huazeng has retreated, but none of the people from the mechanical god sect have returned. Listening to his subordinates report. A cold smile appeared on Lord Barehead's rugged face. I said Huazeng would dare to take the initiative, there must be support behind him. The idiots from the mechanical god sect deserved to die. My lord, but we suffered heavy losses in this battle. By tomorrow morning, Huazeng will likely attack Shakingshangshan again. No worries, only some mercenaries and mutated wolves have died. As long as our elite remains, we can completely hold them off at Shakingshangshan until Lord Shepherd Wolf returns. This battle will surely be victorious. With a wave of his hand, Lord Barehead boldly addressed his soldiers, brothers, hold on for one more day. In 1 day's time, Lord Shepherd Wolf will return, and then we can counterattack. Good. When Lord Shepherd Wolf returns, we will kill all the scum of the apocalypse. The crowd from the zoo was stirred up. As subordinates of the 10 kings, when had they ever tasted such a defeat? Being filled with bestiality. They were already thinking about a counterattack. Seeing the morale was usable, a satisfied expression appeared on Barehead's face, just as he was about to say more. A scout rushed over anxiously. My lord. Something bad has happened. Over 100 false people have come up Shakingshangshan. Chapter 280, Arta's Explosion Bombs. Before Barehead could finish his words, boom. A blinding light suddenly exploded, instantly tearing apart the thick black night. The deafening sound of the explosion and the rising flames erupted together, stirring up falling leaves and dirt everywhere. Many people were blown into the sky. In the distance, Bai Ye's black and gold coat was rustling in the wind created by the explosion, the golden threads on his clothing flickering in the firelight. Indeed, Arta's explosion. This sudden explosion lit up the night sky and illuminated the entire Shakingshangshan. He didn't use time stop to kill people one by one, instead. He chose the most time-saving method. What era is it to still use cold weapons? Of course, bombs are the way to go. Once time stopped, and the bomb was thrown, the people from the zoo were directly sent to the skies. Moments later, in the blazing sea of fire, several charred figures fled in panic. Bai Ye squinted his eyes, looking at the fleeing individuals with a mocking expression, not in a hurry to chase. Among the group from the zoo, there were a few strong ones. A gene modifier like Barehead certainly wouldn't be easily killed by bombs. Where could the survivors escape to? Naturally, they could only flee back to their base. Chapter 281, Pei Qingyu, Danger. First kill the false king. Quickly kill him, he is controlling the false people. A few angry roars erupted from the crowd, followed by several gene modifiers charging forward. In a bad mood, Bai Ye waved his hand casually. And the bone sword instantly took shape, directly slashing at these individuals. He then grabbed their corpses and tossed them to his family. His family was very happy and began to gnaw on the corpses. Before long, he had gained a few more family members. Bai Ye's eyes lit up. This method of feeding family members is quite good. Beastification, activate. 4 times speed, activate. Endless bone, II type bone armor. With 3 layers of buffs stacked. Bai Ye's combat power surged instantly, and the blood-eyed Shura in bone armor reappeared. He charged into the crowd, harvesting lives like a ghost. Facing those with over 10,000 vitality, he didn't confront them head-on, but instead quickly evaded and targeted the weak. After slaughtering them, he tossed the bodies to his family. Quickly kill the false king. We can't let him create more false people. Barehead, covered in soot, was nearly driven mad. Watching his subordinates decrease one by one while the false people increased. He was so anxious he wished he could eat Bai Ye alive. Don't shout. Come if you dare. Bai Ye, chased by a group of people, even had time to scold Barehead. Chapter 282, The future is playing out behind Shakingshangshan. The zoo camp. The flames of war have completely ignited the camp, with grey-black smoke mingling with the smell of blood spreading everywhere. Countless corpses lay sprawled on the ground, most of them in a terrible state. In the arena, the only ones standing were Bai Ye and his remaining 100 or so family members. The weak family members had all died, and the more than 100 survivors were all later infected gene modifiers. Their head lay on the charred ground with hollow eyes. It took him only 3 hours to go from fear to numbness. In those 3 hours, he personally witnessed the death of thousands of the zoo's elite. And the culprit behind all this was the false king. Under the false king's infiltration and bombardment, more and more false people were born. And they could only desperately consume their vitality to wipe out the false people. But human strength has its limits, they inevitably face defeat. The sound of footsteps, neither light nor heavy, rang in Barehead's ears. He struggled to turn his head, and a figure in a black and gold coat came into view. Unharmed and spotless. Barehead trembled his lips. He reached out his hand toward Bai Ye, wanting to touch the other's clothing corner, but as soon as his hand was raised, he remembered he no longer had hands. Chapter 283, Lu Yanxiao's conspiracy. In the next moment, a hand wearing a black glove plunged into his chest. Chen En's felt a strong sense of foreignness in his soul. He instinctively resisted, but upon seeing Bai Ye's irresistible gaze, he gritted his teeth and relaxed his mind. Then, a dark red skull card was pulled out from his chest. The front of the card depicted a figure engulfed in scarlet flames, with blurred features. Only a pair of eyes radiating pure, unadulterated rage. As the frenzy card left his body, Chen En's face instantly paled, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. My extraordinary ability is gone. This realization made an uncontrollable panic rise in his heart. Boom! The roar of the engine sounded, and a brand new off-road vehicle shot out like an arrow. Satellite City No. 6 was a full day's drive from Dawn City, so Bai Ye couldn't waste a moment. The night card had already been used. The 3 slots of Thief's Hand had one freed up, just enough to replace it with Chen En's Frenzy. Although Frenzy isn't considered a very powerful ability, it is always better to be prepared. Chapter 284, August 26. Lu Yanxiao nodded in satisfaction. Good. I will join forces with the Yan family to eliminate the principal and Qin Songting, who caused the death of my niece Xiaotong. The principal and Qin Songting want to plot against me. Let's see who can laugh last. Lu Yanxiao. You treacherous villain. Your conspiracy will not succeed. Pei Qingyu felt a deep anger rising in her heart, as she was filled with fear. Ha, the identity of the Black Knight was exposed by the headmaster. And Xiaotong was killed by Qin Songting's people. What does all of this have to do with me, Lu Yanxiao? Pei Qingyu was filled with anger and frustration. She struggled desperately, the chains on her body rattling, but it was futile. She could only point her finger at the Wolf Master. Wolf Master. Why would a strong person like you willingly become a pawn of Lu Yanxiao? By doing this, you are betraying both the headmaster and Qin Songting. And after the deed is done, you won't survive either. A morbid greed flickered in the Wolf Master's eyes. Without the Master's medicine, what is the point of me living? Before I met the Master, my life was meaningless. As long as the Master gives me medicine again, even if I die now, it would be worth it. Well said. A reward. Lu Yanxiao laughed heartily and raised his palm. A deep purple light suddenly appeared at his fingertips, and then he flicked his finger, causing the purple light to immediately envelop the Wolf Master. Chapter 285, Autumn, rainy night. Looking at the glowing green text on the display screen, and Xiaotong's gaze gradually became resolute. The justice she pursued in her heart would not waver, regardless of the final outcome. She had to move forward. Someone had to step up in this era, even if it was just a small change, she would not regret it. To be cautious. She sent a message to Bai Ye. Although it was absurd that Bai Ye dreamed he would die, she couldn't just stay at home doing nothing because of a dream while the slave-catching company rampaged and harmed the people. If this continued, who knew how many innocent lives would be lost? But she didn't want to worry Bai Ye, so she asked first. I've found the traces of the slave-catching company. Can I go? And it hasn't rained today. Beep. The display screen quickly showed the text. Yes. Seeing that Bai Ye only replied with 2 words and didn't mention her birthday, her eyes dimmed. She took a deep breath, quickly adjusted her emotions, changed into black clothes, put on her hat and mask, and opened the door. The sunset outside had already sunk between the buildings, the last bit of orange gently spilling onto the ground. The wind swept past the corners of her clothes, blowing away the last trace of warm light from her hair tips. Chapter 286. Justice is not coerced. Knights do not bend their backs. But at that moment, more than a dozen muscular genetic modifiers surged out from the abandoned factory behind her. Their bodies enveloped in a frenzied scarlet aura, deep brown wolf fur covering them, sharp fangs and claws glinting with a cold light. Wolf Fang. And Xiaotong's heart sank. She wasn't worried about these more than a dozen wolf fangs with blood aura over 10,000, but about Pei Qingyu. This was clearly a trap aimed at her. And the message came from Pei Qingyu. She didn't believe Pei Qingyu would betray the silent court, which meant something had happened to Sister Pei. The battle erupted instantly. With no words, no warning, only bloodthirsty slaughter. The wolf fangs dropped to all fours, pouncing from all directions like bloodthirsty wolves, their claws carrying the scarlet aura. The darkness of the rainy night deepened, and a faint scarlet hue appeared on Xiaotong's knight armor. She spun around and drew her sword. The pure silver cross sword emitting a crisp humming sound, cutting through the rain curtain, and striking at the foremost wolf fang. The wolf fang attempted to block with its claws, but after one strike, both claws were severed, blood gushing out. And Xiaotong did not pursue the victory, as there were too many enemies. She sidestepped another wolf fang's claw attack, avoiding it just in time, appearing as if she brushed past the wolf fang. Chapter 287. About to die, and Xiaotong stood frozen in place, her blood-stained hair stuck to her pale cheek. The sounds of battle around her seemingly isolated behind a heavy barrier. Everything in the world seemed to disappear at this moment, leaving only Sister Pei's gentle brows and eyes that would never bend again, and the sob that was stuck in the girl's throat, unable to escape. Vaz? The sorrow exploded in the girl's chest, causing her vision to gradually blur into a red haze. In the wilderness, an off-road vehicle sped along. In the dark earth, pairs of scarlet eyes lit up from afar, continuously approaching the off-road vehicle. These were mutated beasts. They weren't completely mindless, retaining the instincts of wild animals. If they saw a large convoy, the mutated beasts wouldn't foolishly attack, but a lone vehicle like Bai Ye's was the best target for the mutated beast pack. On the off-road vehicle, Bai Ye completely ignored the approaching mutated beasts, glancing at the communicator in the passenger seat, growing more and more anxious. Why hasn't she replied yet? And Xiaotong, what are you doing, taking so long for a bath? He looked up again at the sky outside. It still wasn't raining. But his unease hadn't diminished in the slightest. Chapter 288. And Xiaotong. God forbids you to die. I am a painter. Seeing the past scenes, Bai Ye's expression was filled with anger and ferocity. In the footage, Mr. Bai took off his mask, revealing the face of the painter. So it was all the painter's doing, damn it. No wonder the probability of Xiaotong's death in the future was so high, because a destiny controlled can manipulate fate, condensing infinite possibilities of the future onto a predetermined fate line. No matter what choice is made now, destiny control can to some extent influence the fate line, correcting it to the destined future. This is one of the powers of the 10 Kings, the painter. In the land of beaming, many people curse the painter. But no one says the painter is incompetent. In the past timeline, Bai Ye saw many things. He saw the Wolf Master as a double agent, saw Qin Songting trying to capture, and Xiaotong to contain the Pangu USB drive, and also saw the Apocalypse deer forgetting its roots. Soon, he saw himself sending a message to Xiaotong via the text communicator, while Xiaotong was training in the underground training room. And the text communicator, at home, mysteriously lit up by itself. The buttons above seemed to be pressed in a regular pattern by an invisible hand, replying to the messages one by one. Controlling the communicator from a distance to reply to messages, was this also the painter's doing? Chapter 289, God descends from the sky, furious and ferocious. A pale hand slowly gripped the dark gun body. A voice completely different from Xiaotong's echoed through the night sky. Calm, deep, steady without fluctuation, yet carrying a sharpness that could cut through the air. Finally caught up. That pale hand slowly withdrew the black gun that had pierced its abdomen, the thin and muddy body gradually standing up, the silver armor on it crashing apart, transforming into a sea of silver light. Under the rain curtain, the girl in black lowered her head, standing with the gun, like a demon returning from hell. Her body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from laughter. The suppressed laughter seemed to squeeze out from between her teeth, carrying a chilling coldness. The sound was not loud, but like the low clouds before a torrential rain, terrifyingly still on the surface, yet hiding a madness that wanted to tear everything apart beneath. This is impossible. Lu Yunxiao was stunned by the scene before him of someone coming back from the dead. And Xiaotong was clearly about to breathe her last. How could she suddenly stand up, as if resurrected? Apocalypse dear, have you thought about how to die? Apocalypse dear. Lu Yunxiao suddenly realized something. Because there was only one person in the world who dared to call him that. Chapter 290, Mutual Rescue, running towards each other. Bai Ye frowned slightly. A poison-type transcendent. So, Lu Yunxiao is a transcendent. No wonder Xiaotong was poisoned. With her caution, it was impossible for her to be poisoned from something she ate. Bai Ye flashed his figure and easily dodged the incoming poison. His speed was so fast that Lu Yunxiao didn't even notice he had moved. Phut! The long spear pierced through Lu Yunxiao's thigh, blood gushing out. Lu Yunxiao let out a muffled groan and knelt on the ground, the pain bringing him a bit of clarity. He looked at Bai Ye with a miserable smile. Ha ha ha, you are the Black King. You actually are the Black King. He laughed heartily, his laughter heart-wrenching. Why? Why didn't you say it earlier? Do you deserve it? Bai Ye looked down at him. Lu Yunxiao's laughter faltered. Yeah. What am I? Just the acting chairman of Qianshi, and I only got the position because of the Black King's influence. A strong sense of regret surged in his heart. If he had known earlier that Bai Ye was the Black King, he would have been crazy to set up today's trap. He valued Bai Ye's potential and tried to control him, even wanting to use Lu Yao to tie Bai Ye to his own chariot. Chapter 291, Happy Birthday. At this moment, Bai Ye suddenly remembered that he still had the Eye of Calamity open. Although most of its power was suppressed and it wasn't in its complete form, the large eye was still malevolent. It would be bad if it harmed Xiaotong. Wait for me for a moment. He sat down on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. After a moment, the large eye was withdrawn into his mental space, obediently shrinking under the power of the clock of time and the hourglass of time. It looked nothing like its previous imposing form. In the mental space, seeing the cowardly state of the large eye, Bai Ye couldn't help but chuckle. You performed well today. So I won't kick you. Remember to be grateful. One must not forget their roots, and that applies to you too. Eye of Calamity. Bai Ye exited the mental space, slowly opened his eyes, and found Xiaotong still looking at him. He sighed slightly, knowing why Xiaotong looked at him like that. She must have been shocked by his identity as the Black King. She didn't believe it before, but this time she had seen it with her own eyes. So she must believe it now. The Eye of Calamity is the exclusive mark of the Black King. The Black Demon mask can be forged, but the Eye of Calamity absolutely cannot be faked. Thinking about it, it was normal for someone who lived under the same roof every day to suddenly turn into the Black King and be dumbfounded. Chapter 292, Life and Death. Speed. And Xiaotong didn't have to die. If she had chosen to use words become reality, to dispel the malice instead of teleporting to her side, she could have lived. But in reality, there are no IFS. Can you say happy birthday to me? And Xiaotong asked softly, her voice so low it was almost inaudible. Only then did Bai Ye remember what Xiaotong had said about celebrating her birthday. This silly girl felt sorry for him not having a birthday. So she unilaterally decided to set their birthdays on the same day. Happy birthday! Listening to the blessing from her beloved, and Xiaotong smiled happily. A hint of anticipation and nervousness appearing in her eyes, which were about to be swallowed by darkness. She quietly watched Bai Ye, and seeing that he made no move, her anticipation slowly turned into disappointment. She had already guessed that Bai Ye forgot her birthday and the gift, but she still couldn't help but hope. However, it seemed now that her expectations would be in vain. Perhaps she was destined to die with regrets. The disappointment before the girl's death suddenly tightened Bai Ye's heart. I prepared a gift for you. This sentence pulled Xiaotong's fading consciousness back, and she looked at Bai Ye with surprise and anticipation. The black mist in her eyes showing slight signs of dissipating. Chapter 293, Bai Ye's gift. Under multiple enhancements, Bai Ye quickly arrived at the bustling commercial district. This place was not as deserted as the abandoned factory. There were many pedestrians on the streets, and huge LED screens were displaying dazzling advertisements. Of course, the advertisements were in a still state. This time they were not for Xingshu or clothing but for watches. Male and female models smiled as they embraced, each wearing a dark golden watch on their wrists. The male watch had a larger dial, appearing grand and majestic, while the female watch looked more exquisite and delicate. The artistic advertisement slogan froze on the display screen. Shining stars on your wrist, time holds affection. Capturing the embrace, love lasts forever. Bang! The glass of the Xingshu store shattered loudly. To save time, Bai Ye didn't use the door. The shattered glass fragments floated in mid-air, illuminated by the bright lights inside the store, resembling a dazzling starry river. Bai Ye burst through the starry river, rushing to the watch counter like a robber. The salesperson, who had recommended the shining star to Xiaotong, was standing beside the counter, happily introducing the watch to a lady. Give it to me. Bai Ye snatched the female shining star watch from the salesperson's hands and ran away without looking back. Chapter 294, the new acting chairman of Tianqi, 96-1, among the directors. Aside from the Tianqilu, the strongest competitor was Linizhou, who controlled the financial power. Especially since Linizhou was also a person of Qin Songting. With strong abilities and the secret support of Qin Songting, the position of acting chairman was practically secured. At that time, all of Lu Yunxia's faction would definitely be purged, including himself. Damn Tianqilu. You really deserve to die, even after dying. You still dare to implicate me. Bai Ye frowned tightly. If it were before, he wouldn't have taken someone like Linizhou seriously, but times were different now. He only had 10 seconds of divine power left. Another Xiaotong was also seriously injured. If it came to a hard fight, he might suffer losses. No. He must prepare early and take the initiative. First, deal with Linizhou. With this thought in mind, Bai Ye went alone to the underground training room. Thief's Hand, 10,000 poisons. The 10,000 poison skull card had been ignited, its transcendent power stored within the Thief's Hand. This power could not be stored for too long. Even if it wasn't used now, it would gradually deplete over time. What Bai Ye needed to do now was to maximize the effect of the 10,000 poisons. He slowly extended his palm, a deep purple light flickering in his palm. Chapter 295, Mr. Bai might be your master, 96-2, why you undressed me. And Xiaotong's face turned redder, and she stumbled over her words. Of course, I undressed you. Bai Ye said impatiently. Stop making a fuss, didn't I leave you some underwear? Besides, it's not the first time I've seen it. But that's not okay. And Xiaotong lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow, feeling that this girl seemed a bit different. If it were before, she would have exploded. After all, when he gave her a light slap on the back, she had chased him and hit him for half an hour. Why did she seem much more obedient today? Who cares if you can or not, you've already taken off your clothes and looked. I almost said it out loud when I was about to kiss him. And Xiaotong quickly sensed the word kiss, and was filled with both shame and anger. Kiss what? Cough, I meant, I personally bandaged your wound. Not only did you not thank me, but you also blamed me. Do you know that under heaven, you are the only one enjoying the service from the Black King? Go ahead and be secretly happy about it. HMPH. What Black King? Wasn't he the one who ran away while holding onto the wall last time? Chapter 296. Who on earth is Mr. Bai? 96 extra 3, my master. And Xiaotong was taken aback, feeling both incredulous and absurd, but this statement came from the person she trusted the most. But my master wouldn't harm me and Sister Bai. Bai Ye understood and Xiaotong's feelings. To be honest, he found this speculation absurd even for himself. However, the various magical abilities displayed by Mr. Bai, if matched, could perfectly fit the description of words become reality. At first, he didn't suspect anything until Xiaotong used words become reality to teleport, realizing that the presiding judge could use anyone's abilities. If Mr. Bai is Fang Shu Bai, then everything makes sense. The face-changing painter, using a destined hit, the communicator responding automatically, knowing about the twin monkey statue, the balance of death, and other secrets. Putting all these things on one person is incredible, but if it's Fang Shu Bai, it becomes reasonable. It's not strange that Mr. Bai knows about the twin monkey statue. After all, divine objects are numbered, and it's normal for a mysterious powerhouse like him to know some secrets. But what is abnormal is that he could immediately judge that it was Xiaotong and himself who had switched bodies using the twin monkey statue. Chapter 297. I specialize in killing the chairman of the apocalypse. 96 extra 4, Sister Bai. Tell me the address of the lab and the storage location of the gene serum. I'll go take a trip. Bai Ye couldn't wait to get the injection. In a time without time, he craved power immensely. Pei Qingyu showed a hint of worry in her eyes. You're going now. But how will you get into the lab? And the lab might have already been sealed off. It's precisely because I need to go now that there's a chance, just like you said, once the board reacts, the lab will definitely be sealed off. It hasn't even been half a day since Apocalypse Lu died. There should still be time. Sister Bai, just trust Xiao Bai, he is not someone who acts recklessly. And Xiaotong chimed in. All right. In the end, Pei Qingyu still revealed the address. After I leave, you two stay hidden in the underground training room, don't come out. If anything happens, just look at my photo. Xiaotong, don't be silly this time, I can handle any situation. Bai Ye instructed. And Xiaotong felt warm inside and nodded seriously. Don't worry, I'll activate the Villa's alarm system, and if there's anything unusual, I'll look at your photo immediately. Moreover, the underground training room is specially reinforced and soundproofed, not only safe, but also hard to be discovered. Chapter 298. The first of the 12 zodiac signs, the hidden mouse. Apocalypse Tower, Chairman's office. The deep brown solid wood floor covered the 600 square meter office, with a sleek black ebony desk in the center and a silver desk lamp on the corner. The most eye-catching feature was the floor-to-ceiling glass wall, with sunlight slanting in, giving the entire office a layer of luxurious golden light. Linijo stroked his shiny mustache, standing excitedly in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire Dawn City. Director Lin, the chairman has ordered that the Black Knight must be captured today. A man in a white suit, looking very sunny, appeared in the office without anyone noticing. A small, cute white mouse was perched on his shoulder, wearing a black bow tie, holding a piece of yellow cheese with its tiny paws and nibbling on it. A flash of cold light passed through Linijo's eyes, feeling as if he had been pulled back to reality. Clearly, in the previous second, he was still the chairman. But in the next second, the real chairman issued orders to him. However, when he turned around, the cold light in his eyes had long dissipated, replaced by calm. Today? Isn't it a bit too hasty? The identity of the Black Knight is sensitive. if we don't prepare adequately. Shifting the focus onto the zoo might cause a disaster. Chapter 299, Injecting the second dose of dragon-type serum. After returning home, Bai Ye entered the underground training room and saw Xiaotong and Pei Qingyu. Both women looked sickly, their faces pale. Especially the severely injured Xiaotong. Her already thin body appeared even frailer, possessing a kind of sickly beauty. "Xiao Bai, you're back. Was it smooth?" And Xiaotong asked. "The gene serum went smoothly. But when I parked just now, I heard some noises from mice. There are many more mice around our house." The phrase "our house" added a blush to Xiaotong's pale face, but the next second she became serious. "Mice? Could it be that the hidden mouse is monitoring our house?" Bai Ye nodded. "It's possible." Pei Qingyu's expression tightened. "Do we need to relocate?" Bai Ye and Xiaotong simultaneously rejected this proposal. "We can't relocate, if it really is the hidden mouse, and he hasn't acted yet. It means he has concerns and doesn't dare to act openly," Bai Ye analyzed. "Exactly, Moxiang Garden is a high-end community where many wealthy people live. Staying here can make the hidden mouse cautious. If we relocate to another place, it might be more dangerous." Xiaotong's intelligence is on point as always. At this moment, Xiaotong pulled Bai Ye aside and leaned her little head close to his ear. "How long until your divine power recovers?" Chapter 300, Still Watching. "I'm here to collect you." Xiaotong was about to agree, but the words Bai Ye said before involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Although she believed her master couldn't be Mr. Bai, she didn't want to make Bai Ye angry. Her master went to stop the war and isn't in Dawn City. He definitely can't get away in the short term. It would be better to let Uncle Li help. Xiaotong thought of Li Baitian, feeling he was trustworthy. If her master is indeed Mr. Bai, who deceived even herself and Sister Pei, then Uncle Li would naturally have been deceived as well. Pei Qingyu thought it made sense. "That's fine. Old Li has been hanging around the bar lately. It's time he did something serious. The time for cultivation always seems long." After half a day of hard training, Bai Ye's vitality finally stabilized completely. The three of them had a simple meal of canned food in the underground training room and then went to rest. Pei Qingyu and Xiaotong, both seriously injured, soon fell into a deep sleep. Bai Ye lay on the army bed, looking at the dazzling star on his wrist. 10:23, in just over an hour it would be midnight. His divine power was about to recover. He couldn't help but feel more confident. After fiddling with the dazzling star for a while, he took out the forbidden item of the Jiao level, the Black Sha gun. Chapter 301, Divine Power wins 3 times, 96 extra 5, as the mutated mouse died. An invisible black malevolent aura floated out from the mouse and entered the Black Sha gun. Bai Ye couldn't help but feel delighted. Killing the mutated mouse can also provide malevolent aura. He connected his mind to the Black Sha gun and found that the malevolent aura provided by one mutated mouse was roughly equal to 0. One of a person. Instantly, he was no longer amused. This means that 1,000 mutated mice must be killed to contain the black evil gun. Where the hell can I find 1,000 of them? Squeak! Squeak! At the end of the pitch-black corridor, countless crimson eyeballs suddenly lit up. And numerous tiny mouse squeaks echoed, accompanied by the grating sound of sharp claws scraping against the corridor walls, which made one's teeth ache. Mice? So many mice. Bai Ye's eyes instantly lit up. He didn't expect the hidden mouse to be so considerate, actually sending so many mice. They are being used as cannon fodder. They are lucky to be following you. Mice? So many mice. Pei Qingyu screamed with a pale face. She was most afraid of mice. Usually, when dissecting white mice in the lab, she would have her assistants do it. Don't mimic my speech. Bai Ye shot her an unhappy glare, then raised his gun and charged toward the mice. Pei Qingyu was an ordinary person, and Xiaotong was heavily injured, so naturally, he had to deal with these mice alone. Chapter 302, What Does Battle Rely On? A hand with pale bone spurs suddenly pierced through the air, aiming for the hearts of the two genetic modifiers. However, these two were not amateurs, they were sent by Lineajo to execute tasks. So their strength was naturally not weak. One person suddenly sprouted spikes like a hedgehog, blocking Bai Ye's skeletal claw. The bone spurs and spikes scraped against each other, creating a series of sparks. The other person raised their arms, crossing them in front of their chest, and their arms quickly shrank and changed color, instantly transforming into two mantis blades gleaming with a cold light. Bang! The hedgehog and mantis retreated a few steps, successfully neutralizing Bai Ye's ambush. The reason they could neutralize it was that Bai Ye hadn't activated his 4 times speed. Time shouldn't be wasted on minions, not even a second. The strongest hidden mouse had not yet appeared. If time was wasted on minions, how would he handle the hidden mouse? Bai Ye stretched out his palm and lightly brushed it in front of his face, and a pair of metallic black-framed glasses rested on the bridge of his nose. Bright green numbers crazily jumped on the lenses, and finally settled at 5739 and 6028. The mantis had a health value of 5739, and the hedgehog 6028. The combined health of the two was nearly 3 times that of Bai Ye, but battle isn't about values, it's not about who has higher health that wins. Chapter 303, Summary of the 12 Zodiac Signs, Time Flow Variation 4. How could I miss such a lively scene? A hearty laugh suddenly rang out. A man in a tattered black trench coat, wearing a black cowboy hat, and sporting a scruffy beard glided in from a distant tree trunk, his figure resembling a swift black swallow. Blood martial arts feathers. Old Lee. Bai Ye recognized him at a glance. It was Bai Ye from the Silent Court, who wielded dual guns. He descended from the sky, his tattered black trench coat flying, revealing 2 handguns at his waist that glinted with cold light. Naturally, Bai Ye was happy to have an extra helper, but he always felt this helper wasn't too reliable, because Bai Ye's landing spot was right in front of him. In the area where firepower was pouring down, the dense bullets were almost weaving a net. Bai Ye had the skeletal armor to protect him. Did Bai Ye think he could withstand more than a dozen submachine guns just with armor? It would be fine if it were handguns, but the power of more than a dozen submachine guns could hardly be endured for long, even by a powerhouse with over 10,000 health. Shouldn't the best choice be to sneak attack from the side? You shouted to warn the enemy and directly jumped into the firepower net, Old Lee. Are you risking your life to show off? Chapter 304, Bai Ye's Big Sniper. Running like this won't do, the speed is too slow. Bai Ye was anxious. Pei Qingyu was an ordinary person and still injured, so she couldn't run fast at all. And Xiaotong was a bit faster, but she was severely injured. And in a short while, the white bandage on her abdomen was soaked with bright red blood. One person carries one. Bai Ye directly picked up and Xiaotong and said, "Hold on tight." And Xiaotong nodded, her slender arms wrapping around Bai Ye's neck. The scent of spring in the snow mixed with the fragrance of a girl filling his nostrils. "Dr. Pei, hurry up, I'll carry you." Bai Ye quickly crouched down. And in a critical moment, Pei Qingyu could not afford to be picky and hurriedly jumped onto his back. Their speed suddenly increased. Bai Ye and Bai Ye performed a leap into the air, directly jumping onto the trees, using the trunks to continuously bounce in the air, quickly shaking off the crawling mutated mice on the ground. But just then, Bai Ye suddenly felt a warning signal. His instinct belonging to the 215th dragons went off wildly. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated Time Stop. Buzz! A slender sniper bullet froze in front of him, with layers of ripples in the air behind it. Damn! A sniper! Chapter 305, The first shot announces my arrival. The wind on the rooftop of the unfinished building swept through the dust, rustling the hem of Bai Ye's black and gold trench coat, producing a hollow and prolonged sound among the steel framework. The black body of the black Flood M300 was pressed against the front of his trench coat, reflecting the cold light of the full moon above. Bai Ye's profile was buried behind the scope, fully focused on the street in the darkness. Is the hidden mouse a damn cripple? Why is it walking so slowly? He was somewhat displeased. He was waiting to snipe it, but it still hadn't shown its head. Did it not understand the rules? He glanced at the dark golden Yaoshi star on his wrist to check the time, 23:46, still 14 minutes until his divine power would recover. However, he didn't need to wait for divine power to kill the hidden mouse. 1 second was enough. Suddenly, Bai Ye's ears perked up. He heard faint footsteps in the distance. He quickly looked through the scope and saw a white figure slowly walking from the end of the narrow path between the low walls on either side. The pristine white suit was exceptionally eye-catching in the dark. The man walked steadily, leisurely crossing the gravel path without making a sound. The moonlight from the dome peeked through the clouds, illuminating the smile at the corner of the man's mouth. The person was none other than the leader of the 12 zodiac signs, the hidden mouse. Chapter 306, 60,000 health. Facing the rapidly approaching shot. A hint of surprise flashed in the hidden mouse's eyes. As expected of the cunning Bai Ye, this speed was indeed fast, but clang. A crisp metallic sound rang out. The tip of the black evil gun was firmly blocked by armor, unable to get any closer. The speed was good, but unfortunately, the health was too low. The hidden mouse smiled slightly, not even raising a hand, relying entirely on armor to block the shot. Bai Ye frowned slightly. He didn't expect the black evil gun to be unable to break through the defense. After all, it was a taboo item primarily attacking the spiritual aspect. Not known for its sharpness, far inferior to the pure silver cross sword. He immediately changed tactics, angling the gun tip upwards to stab at the hidden mouse's eyes. But once again it was blocked by armor. He fired several shots in succession, but the hidden mouse's armor had no blind spots, with impenetrable defense. At this moment, the health value detection glasses Bai Ye was wearing reacted. Previously, the hidden mouse had concealed its health fluctuations with absolute, but with the release of armor, the health value was revealed. Bright green numbers jumped wildly on the lenses. 10,000. 20,000. 30,000. 60,000. 65,800. Wow! So high. Bai Ye's figure retreated sharply, distancing himself from the hidden mouse. The numbers flickering in the lens surprised him greatly. Chapter 307, The 10 Kings Can Still Fight. But what about the Black King? Bai Ye glanced at the radiant star. Only 5 minutes remained until 12 o'clock, plus the remaining 6 seconds. He was not afraid even if the 10 kings came. Back then, he dared to battle the tyrant in just a few seconds and managed to delay for several minutes until midnight. How could he look down on a mere hidden mouse now? Just then, a chilling and bone-piercing cold suddenly emanated from the black Shah gun. Bai Ye quickly looked over and saw the pitch-black gun body emitting a faint black light, with the faint sound of vengeful souls howling. He was instantly overjoyed. The killing intent had finally accumulated enough. The black Shah gun was successfully contained. A feeling of bloodline connection surged. And Bai Ye raised the black Shah gun in his hand to point it skyward. The next moment, a beam of light shot out from the gun's tip, falling into the clouds. Immediately after, drip, drop, a light drizzle began to fall. As the rain soaked the mutated rat swarm, the originally frenzied mutated rats visibly weakened, their movements slowing significantly. A glimmer of joy flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. This is the Black Shah rain. It can extinguish the spiritual fire of living beings, causing them to lose their vigor and weaken their combat power. However, just as he was pleased for a couple of seconds, his expression changed. Chapter 308, Black King. The head is too high. The Black King. The hidden mouse sneered coldly and arrogantly said, "The 10 kings I mentioned naturally do not include the Black King." The powerful and unmatched figure of the Black King still lingered in his mind, sometimes even causing him nightmares that woke him up. The Black King alone could rival the entire apocalypse. This had long surpassed the level of a king. Admitting that he was inferior to the Black King made him feel not ashamed but proud. After all, not everyone could escape from the Black King's grasp. The tyrant Yang Ji was killed by the Black King, yet I, the hidden mouse, survived. What does this indicate? The answer is self-evident. Bai Ye smiled and nodded. You do have a bit of self-awareness. In that case, I'll leave you with a whole corpse. Ha ha ha. The hidden mouse couldn't help but laugh. What a big mouth. If I didn't know better, I would think you were the Black King. Bai Ye smiled without speaking. Just watching him with a smile, his expression gradually changing, as if suddenly transforming into another person. His gaze carried a high and indifferent demeanor like a deity. Looking down at a mortal attempting to challenge a god. Under the gaze of those eyes, the hidden mouse's laughter grew smaller until it disappeared. Absurdity, shock, disbelief, various emotions began to sprout. Chapter 309, The Divine Has No Form. So the Divine has no faith. Bai Ye did not continue the banter, but asked indifferently, Answer me a few questions truthfully. If the answers satisfy me, I will spare your life. The hidden mouse was overjoyed, not expecting to have a chance to survive under the Black King twice. If this got out, he would surely become a living legend on the northern plains. He believed wholeheartedly in the Black King's words. Such a strong figure would never stoop to lying. Black King, please ask. I will answer without reservation. The first question, where is Qin Songting? The hidden mouse almost hesitated for a moment before selling out Qin Songting. He is at an underground base in Satellite City No. 6. I don't know the exact location, but if you want to find him, I have a plan. Speak. Qin Songting sent me to capture the Black Knight, and agreed to meet at Moon Watching Pond in Satellite City No. 6 at 10 p.m. 3 days later. You can have the Black Knight cooperate with me and pretend to be captured, then go to the meeting. You will definitely find Qin Songting then. The hidden mouse grew more excited as he spoke, as he found his value. As long as he was valuable, the Black King would definitely not kill him. Bai Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, the corner of his mouth hidden beneath the mask curled into a cold smile. Finally found you, old Deng. Chapter 310, Meeting the third chairman of Apocalypse. The hidden mouse couldn't do this. He had only killed 5 extraordinary beings. The mouse needs to devour extraordinary powers to evolve into new forms, and now it has 5 forms, which means the hidden mouse has only killed 5 extraordinary beings. The mouse transformed back into a little white mouse, seeming to prefer this form the most. It shook its little head, squeaking as it explained something. Bai Ye was left baffled. Who understands mouse language? The mouse grew anxious, its little paws scratching at the ground, quickly drawing a shape resembling a defense. Pointing at it while squeaking. Bai Ye frowned tightly, puzzled. Do mice also like to eat defenses? Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mouse's fur stood on end in frustration. Then it used its little paws to dot the defense shape with many small points. Bai Ye was startled. Are you eating poop and sprinkling cumin? He hurriedly slapped the thieving hand, fearing it had gotten poop on it. The mouse, in despair, covered its face with its little paws, continuing to draw, sketching little houses, with cumin sprinkled between them, and finally drawing a capsule. Then it pointed repeatedly at the capsule and then at itself, swiping its little paw across its neck, squeaking. It tilted its head, lying on the ground, sticking out its tongue. Chapter 311, GGG, Apocalypse should be surnamed Bai. Linejo thought for a moment. Feeling that the hidden mouse had a point, the strength of the first of the 12 zodiac signs goes without saying. Unless mobilizing an army with heavy weapons, it would be difficult to defeat. Moreover, the hidden mouse was Qin Songting's person, and he was also Qin Songting's person. So the hidden mouse had no reason to attack him. After thinking it over, Linejo instructed the chameleon gene modifier behind him, you all step back. Yes, Chairman. The walls, etched with intricate murals, suddenly rippled like water, and 2 men walked out from the murals, their faces stern, stepping out of the office in unison. At this point, only Bai Ye and Linejo remained in the office. Bai Ye looked at the man with the mustache in front of him with great interest. Thinking that if he killed this chairman too, he would be the third one. Specializing in killing Apocalypse chairman. TSK, how deep is the hatred with Apocalypse? He really wanted to find the principal and thank him in person. Can I speak now? Bai Ye nodded, feigning mystery. When I was capturing the Black Knight, I discovered something unusual. Lina Zhou's eyes narrowed, curiosity piqued. If the hidden mouse called it unusual, then this thing must be extraordinary. Chapter 3:12, Bai Ye. Bai Ye. That medicine was made by me, Bai Ye, using extraordinary abilities, unique in the world. As long as you perform well in the future, there will be plenty of medicine. Bai Ye began to paint a bright future. In fact, he didn't have much medicine. He estimated it would only be enough for Lina Zhou to last a month. Of course, looking at Lina Zhou's condition, he probably wouldn't last a month before dying. But that didn't matter. After a month, the Divine General would have 30 minutes of divine power. And the mere Apocalypse could be destroyed with one hand. In a dilapidated civilian house, the dim light illuminated the anxiety and worry on the faces of 3 people. Where is Bai? Is something wrong? Should I go out and take a look? Li Baiqian was anxiously pacing in the room. Pei Qingyu pondered. We can't go out. No one knows where the mutated rats are. Going out recklessly is like asking for death. Bai should be fine. If something were wrong, the hidden rats would have come for us by now. The fact that they haven't means Bai is temporarily safe. She glanced at An Xiaotong, who was silent beside her. An Xiaotong was lost in thought, staring at the dazzling star on her wrist, her lips occasionally curling into a sweet smile, seemingly reminiscing about yesterday's events. Chapter 3:13, New home. An Xiaotong's tense nerves suddenly relaxed, her light brown eyes reflecting the image of her beloved's arrogant demeanor. And a faint smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. HMPH, that little brat. Always making people worry and then surprising them. Who you care about controls your mood. Stop dawdling, get in the car. Bai Ye waved to the 3 dazed individuals. Li Baiqian and Pei Qingyu exchanged glances, still immersed in shock and unable to react. What on earth happened in just 2 hours? How did it seem like they went from enemies to masters? However, An Xiaotong smiled and walked towards Bai Ye. Looking at the sickly beautiful person smiling in front of him, Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. So, were you scared? Before he could finish his sentence, he felt his mouth go empty as a delicate hand took the cigar from him. Smoking is bad for your health. Smoke less in the future, An Xiaotong said with a smile. Bai Ye's expression darkened, as the esteemed Bai Ye of Qianqi. Being reprimanded by a woman in public was quite the disgrace. Before he could protest, An Xiaotong had already taken his hand. Let's go. Just like that, the esteemed Bai Ye was led to the car. Li Baiqian and the others didn't have time to question it. Wait for us. Chapter 3:14, Bai Ye's fall from power. Satellite City Number 6, City Lord's Mansion. In the spacious living room, the atmosphere was exceptionally oppressive. Wuda's usual arrogance had faded, replaced by anxiety and unease. Beside him were several large boxes, each filled with gold and silver treasures. These were the spoils from his raids, but now, these treasures brought him no joy because Lu Yanshao was dead. Bai Ye had fallen from power. Everyone present knew that Bai Ye was able to act tyrannically in Qianqi because of his close relationship with the chairman, Lu Yanshao. But now that Lu Yanshao was dead, Lin Yizhu had taken over as chairman, and the tides of Qianqi had inevitably changed. What should we do now? Captain Hua, Captain Wu, say something. A middle-aged man, somewhat balding and looking anxious, spoke up. The balding man was Liu Taiqiong, the new city lord of Satellite City Number 6. After the previous city lord, Zhao Kun, died, Lu Yanshao arranged for Liu Taiqiong to become the new city lord to control Satellite City Number 6. But now, with Lu Yanshao dead, Liu Taiqiong was restless. He knew all too well how miserable life would be without a strong backing. Zhao Kun was a cautionary tale. As the saying goes, a new emperor brings new ministers. Lin Yiju would surely conduct a thorough purge once he took office. Chapter 3:15, the all-knowing Mr. Bai. When this terrifying army appeared, the bright moon seemed to be frightened by the killing intent, and quietly hid behind the clouds. What terrified Huazeng and the others was not the army itself, but the figure riding a mutated tiger at the forefront. This figure was taller and more robust than any genetic mutant. The perfectly tailored black suit clung tightly to his bulging muscles, resembling a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, with cold, cruel eyes reflecting the flickering lights of Satellite City No. 6. Scrutinizing his prey like a top predator. He did not speak, only walked silently, exuding a terrifying pressure that felt like a mountain, making everyone on the city wall feel a suffocating fear. He was the leader of the former 12 zodiac signs, the Azure Dragon. He was also one of the current 10 kings, the director of the zoo. Hearing legends about the director was entirely different from facing him directly. It was like a rabbit encountering a lion. The existence at the bottom of the food chain met the king at the top, and the ingrained fear surged forth like a tidal wave. Even though the director appeared human, he felt nothing like the same species. It was the terrifying oppression of a higher life form over a lower one. Chapter 3:16, the Battle of the 10 Kings. Previously, Mr. Bai had confidently stated that 033 was in Qin Songting's hands, which made the director hesitant to act rashly. But now, he suddenly shifted his tone and revealed that 033 was not in Qin Songting's possession. Seeing Mr. Bai's certainty, the director stopped asking questions, seeming to trust Mr. Bai's judgment. Bai Ye, feeling frustrated, wanted to give the director a piece of his mind across time and space, asking him what the hell was going on. It's a password. Why create an image of a ruthless person when there are no outsiders here? Knowing the reason for the director's personal involvement, Bai Ye decided he would stop watching. There wasn't much time left, and he couldn't waste it on a movie. Just as he was about to close it, a familiar figure suddenly made him pause. Judge Fang Shubai. Bai Ye immediately dismissed the idea of shutting off the omniscient perspective. He had to take a look when it came to Fang Shubai. In the distorted amusement park, Fang Shubai's figure appeared abruptly on the rooftop of an abandoned building, the cold wind whipping his deep brown coat. He pressed down on his gentleman's hat and calmly gazed into the depths of the distorted amusement park. Below the abandoned building, tens of thousands of mutated beasts raised their heads, glaring at him. Chapter 3:17, Speed Enhancement, Power Amplification, Doubling Vitality, Accurate Prediction Die. The director shouted, and the half-destroyed skyscraper in his hand crashed down. Boom! Huge clouds of dust rose into the sky, and the half-skyscraper shattered like broken blocks. My God! Is this still human? Bai Ye, who was secretly watching, felt as if a sci-fi blockbuster had come to life. However, what was even less human was still to come. I told you, you can't hurt me. Fang Shubai's gentle voice suddenly rang out 100 meters away from the director, completely unharmed. The director's eyes narrowed slightly, cold light flashing. Oh really? I want to see how long your mental power can hold out. Fang Shubai smiled slightly, golden light flickering in his eyes. Speed enhancement, power amplification, doubling vitality. Accurate prediction. With each phrase he uttered, a burst of radiance flashed across him. The director certainly wouldn't just stand by and watch him continuously buff himself. His fist, wrapped in raging vitality, struck out fiercely. Fang Shubai continuously teleported to distance himself from the director, his voice steady without a hint of pause. Life enhancement. All attributes strengthen, battle instinct, weakness penetration. Bai Ye felt his scalp tingle, thinking, I need to report the judge for cheating. How the hell is anyone supposed to fight against him? Chapter 3:18, All are cheaters. Bai Ye watched with great interest. Logically, with this sword strike, the head of the principal should have fallen, and he would definitely be dead. But now it was the past. And this morning he had just learned that the principal had taken down the No. 6 satellite city, which meant the principal was not dead. Whoosh! The dark sword light flashed, and the principal's head soared high. But in the next moment, a large hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the flying head, forcefully reattaching it to the neck. And it was a violent reattachment. The principal pressed down hard on the head, the sharp cervical vertebra piercing deeply into the flesh. Though the injury did not heal, it was at least secured. What the hell? This can actually happen. So it's not just the chief judge who is cheating, you're also cheating, bloodlock cheat. This is not scientific, even if you are that Sanglong. You shouldn't be able to survive without a head, right? Even if we assume you don't die. How can you control your body to fight if your nerves are severed? Fang Shubai's pupils suddenly constricted. You treat your own body as a beast. The principal grinned, revealing his white teeth. My master of all beasts can control all beasts in the world, and dragons are naturally among them. Fang Shubai, you cannot win against me. Chapter 3:19, Lu Yao, I only believe you Lu family manor. And Xiaotong drove slowly towards the Lu family manor. She falsely claimed she was going to Moxiang Yuan to pack things, but in reality, she came to the Lu family manor. She didn't tell Bai Ye because she didn't want to make him angry. People tell many lies in their lives. And often the starting point of many lies is goodwill. Little Lu is her best friend, was before, and still is now. Even though Xiaotong had no idea how to face Lu Yao at this moment, her worries drove her to come here. She didn't dare to think about how heartbroken Lu Yao would be upon learning of her father's death, but if given another chance, she would still choose this way. The weight of personal feelings ultimately cannot outweigh the suffering of countless innocent people. The righteousness of sacrificing family for the greater good is not heartless, but a just choice to protect the peace of millions with the pain of one. She would be sad, but she would not regret it. In fact, Xiaotong had wanted to come for a long time, but she was severely injured and being hunted. And only now that the crisis had just been lifted did she have time to come. The car quickly stopped near the Lu family manor. And Xiaotong's gaze sharpened. Huge seals were densely plastered all over the manor gate. Countless armed soldiers were sealing and transporting Lu Yinxiao's inheritance. Chapter 3:20, 3 stabs with a knife and Xiaotong's heart felt like it was pierced by some invisible thing, becoming painfully sharp. Young miss. A sudden cry rang out. And a man dressed in a black suit, wearing sunglasses, with a dark tattoo under his left cheekbone rushed over. Let go of the young miss. Yang Yusin raised his pistol, anxiously pointing at Xiaotong. Lu Yao hurriedly stood in front of Xiaotong, scolding, Yang Yusin, what are you doing? Who let you take out your gun? Yang Yusin grew more anxious. Young miss, come here quickly, she is very dangerous. She will hurt you. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiaotong is my best friend. How could she possibly hurt me? Lu Yao's face turned cold. On the contrary, you, under the pretense of protecting me, prevent me from contacting others. You said today you were going to recruit old subordinates. But who knows if you went to find Linejo? Yang Yusin's face turned pale. He didn't expect Lu Yao to distrust him so much. Yang Yusin, you should leave. I don't need your protection. Lu Yao pulled Xiaotong's hand. Xiaotong, can you help me take revenge? I will gather my father's people to overthrow Linejo's rule. As long as you can persuade the Yin family to send troops to support me, I will have the opportunity to complete what my father could not finish, unifying the apocalypse. Chapter 3:21, Bai Ye. Just a stray dog, Lu Yao grew increasingly flustered. Apologizing incoherently, Xiaotong, I'm sorry, is it because I also like Bai Ye that I made you angry? Don't be angry anymore. I want to talk to Bai Ye again, okay? Faced with Xiaotong's silence, Lu Yao's voice grew smaller, and the hand she was holding weakly fell. She could no longer deceive herself. She shouted like a shrew, crying and hitting, and was then pulled away by Yang Yusin. Young miss, let us go. He watched Xiaotong warily, fearing she might suddenly attack. After venting, Lu Yao fell into a deathly silence, her head bowed. shadows covering half her face. The pale chin showing traces of tears. She did not leave but hoarsely said, "And Xiaotong, from now on, we are no longer friends." As the words fell, Lu Yao slowly raised her palm, took off the little deer hairpin from her head, and threw it harshly to the ground before turning to leave. And Xiaotong stood still, watching the cartoon hairpin fall onto the charred ruins, its comical and distorted lines appearing somewhat cold, the shards reflecting a cold light under the sunlight. No longer able to piece together its original form. She lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes casting a faint shadow beneath her eyes, without words or expression. Chapter 322, Flowing Apocalypse Chairman, Ironclad Bai Ye Li Hu. You traitor, if we can't survive, how can you? Wuda wished he could reach through the cell bars and beat Li Hu up. Ha ha, of course I can survive. I injected the tiger gene serum. Destined to take over the position of the 12 Zodiac S Dark Tiger, and I'm not Bai Ye's person, constantly targeted by him. This is something the people from Chiming Academy can testify to. Wuda sneered, you can lie to yourself, but do you think the Apocalypse higher-ups will believe it? Li Hu, lying in the cell, comfortably turned over. During the interrogation just now, I had already cleared my relationship with Bai Ye, making it clear that he is an extraordinary person, and you, Chen Ens, can't escape either. The warden said my report was meritorious and will consider leniency after reporting to the board. Ha ha ha. I Li Hu, you bastard, how dare you betray Bai Ye? Betray your own teammates. Wuda cursed angrily. The other imprisoned teammates were indignant, cursing through the bars. Li Hu, you're just a beast, a despicable thing. If it weren't for Captain Bai killing the wolf head and leopard head last time, we all would have died. Captain Bai saved your life. Yet you repay kindness with enmity. Li Hu, are you still human? Chapter 323, you report. I'll approve the papers as the cell doors opened one by one. More and more teammates excitedly walked out of their cells, gathering in the corridor and cheering uncontrollably. The dramatic rise from death to life made it hard for these young people to contain themselves. Bai Ye's appearance was like a light in their lives, not only illuminating their path to survival, but also their future. Wuda could barely open his eyes, as the brightness of the future was too dazzling. Amidst the cheers, one person was huddled in a corner, shivering. His face was pale, cold sweat had soaked his clothes. Little brother, why aren't you coming out yet? The warden looked curiously at the figure inside the cell, who had his head lowered and was trembling all over. Li Hu remained silent, only shaking incessantly. A flicker of doubt flashed in the warden's eyes. Why did this kid's figure seem a bit familiar? Suddenly, he widened his eyes in realization. Wasn't this the kid who reported Bai Ye and Chen Ens as extraordinary beings in the interrogation room? At that time, upon hearing there were two extraordinary beings, the warden was overjoyed, thinking he had achieved a great feat, but then a call came from the board, and shortly after, Bai Ye appeared. He then realized this was not a great achievement, but clearly a ticking time bomb. Chapter 324, The Ghost Clown Wears Huazeng. Bai Ye was somewhat surprised. Logically, Huazeng was the strongest among this group. They all managed to escape, so Huazeng shouldn't be that unlucky, right? Or was it that this kid was being stubborn again? Her team leader didn't escape. Upon hearing this news, surprisingly, Bai Ye felt no shock at all. In fact, it seemed only natural. It wasn't a stereotype of Huazeng, but rather that Huazeng was just that kind of person. At that moment, a team member, who was gnawing on a leg of lamb with grease all over his mouth, suddenly said, "Captain Bai, I saw team leader Hua, he should be alive." Bai Ye frowned slightly. The director personally attacked. If Huazeng was still alive, then he must have opened up. I wanted to drag team leader Hua to run with me, but he refused to leave, so in the end, I could only run away myself. The team member wiped the grease off his mouth and continued, but just when I hadn't run far, I looked back at team leader Hua, and he was gone. It seemed like someone took him away. That person was incredibly fast, like a ghost, and just whisked team leader Hua away. Bai Ye was shocked. Zheng was not weak, and to be taken away so quickly in the chaos meant that the person's strength was definitely at a level beyond 100 million, otherwise it would have been impossible to do such a thing. Chapter 325, the third time manipulation skill Ye, as long as Zheng can contain the Pangu USB drive. You will be revived soon. The ghost clown was weaving through the dense forest, occasionally smiling sweetly at the air beside him. Bai Ye squinted his eyes, a look of astonishment flashing in them. In his omniscient perspective, the ghost clown was no longer holding air with his left hand, but rather a girl in a white dress. The girl's features were gentle, not stunning at first glance, but she was very pleasing to the eye, carrying a unique softness of youth. She floated as if weightless, her feet not touching the ground, allowing the ghost clown to pull her along. Can the Pangu USB really bring people back to life? Ye tilted her little head and asked. The ghost clown nodded confidently. It definitely can. Qin Songting is the chairman of the apocalypse, a figure like that knows many secrets. He said that the Pangu USB contains life engineering, which can cultivate new life from nothing. There is also soul editing technology that can place your soul. He promised me that as long as I help him contain the Pangu USB, he would create a new body for you afterward. And then you could live like a normal person. Ye's face lit up with a happy smile. That's great. After I come back to life, I want to eat candied hawthorn, meat buns, chocolate, and cockroach protein bars. Chapter 326, Promotion to the 12 Zodiac. Reversing time is a bit useless, Bai Ye complained. He forgot about it after a few seconds of excitement. What use is a one-to-one time reversal? A month of time only amounts to 30 minutes. Using time stop could kill 30 tyrants, but if time reversal is used, it can only go back 30 minutes, which is no damage at all. With such a short time, even if he wanted to use time reversal to act like a prophet, it would be impossible. If he could reverse a few days, or even a month, then he could accurately foresee the future. This ability to reverse time can only be said to add a little margin for error. If one day he suffers a fatal injury, or encounters something irreversible, time reversal could indeed compensate for the regret. Regret medicine is the rarest medicine in the world, and time reversal is truly the real regret medicine. The thought of being able to start over is something everyone often says, it's the covering cloth for regrets, the anesthetic for remorse, and a hypothesis that one knows time cannot reverse yet insists on repeating, as if doing so could lighten the weight of regret, or escape the burning of remorse. However, regret medicine is completely unnecessary for gods of the new era. Because gods do not regret. Even if they do, they will forget quickly. Chapter 327, Fighting the Ghost Clown Before long, Bai Ye, moving stealthily at night, saw the ruined satellite city number 6. The once intact city wall had become riddled with holes, and many collapsed ruins showed clear signs of being hit by shells. Inside the city, there were bones gnawed by aberrant beasts everywhere. Apart from the military stationed at the zoo, Bai Ye didn't see a single native. Massacre. The entire satellite city number 6 had been slaughtered by the zoo. If the apocalypse was a parasite sucking blood and marrow from the common people, then the zoo was an outright bloodthirsty beast. The zoo was composed of gene modifiers and aberrant beasts, fully obeying the law of the jungle. The weak were seen as food in their eyes. Even if the director always wore a suit and tie, constantly reminding himself that he was human, in reality, he had long since become a beast in human skin. If the director was like this, then the zoo under him was even more so. Bai Ye activated quadruple speed. Dressed in black, he resembled a ghost walking on the midnight earth, and the black abyss mask's concealment function compensated for the god's inability to die. The zoo's headquarters was stationed in the most prosperous part of satellite city number 6. Qin Songting was located at Wangyu Lake in the suburbs, which was good news for Bai Ye, as it reduced the risk of being discovered by the zoo. Chapter 328, Extraordinary Ability, Ghost Girlfriend, Bang. He suddenly exerted force under his feet, directly kicking the ghost clown away. The ghost clown crashed into a large tree and struggled to get up from the ground. But his first instinct was not to escape or fight, but to look around in panic for his figure. Unfortunately, he couldn't find her. The reason he couldn't find her was simple, because he was in Bai Ye's hands. To be precise, the ghost clown's extraordinary ability was in Bai Ye's hands. Just now, facing the ghost clown's sneak attack from behind, Bai Ye directly activated Time Stop and then used Thief's Hand. With the ghost clown's tacit consent, he successfully stole his girlfriend. Bai Ye gently flipped his hand, and a dark red skull card appeared in his palm. He turned the card over, and the front side revealed a faceless girl in a white dress. The faceless girl's body was like a semi-transparent ghost, appearing and disappearing. This was the ghost clown's extraordinary ability, Ghost Girlfriend. Interesting. Bai Ye examined the skull card in his hand, surprised that such an ability existed in this world. The world is truly vast and full of wonders. After unlocking the omniscient perspective and seeing his true form, he had guessed that the ghost clown's girlfriend should exist in reality. Chapter 329, Come Out, My Ghost Girlfriend. The ghost clown was excited for a while before remembering something and hurriedly asked, "What do you mean by his revival? Is this related to her special state?" Bai Ye nodded and continued to deceive. "I need to observe her condition. Only after fully understanding can I use the technology in the Pangu USB drive to revive her." The Pangu USB drive. That's right, since you're working for Kin Songting. You must know that he has been unable to contain the Pangu USB drive for a long time, but I can. Once I contain the Pangu USB drive, I will have several years to master the knowledge inside, and then I will be able to revive Yi. The Phantom Clown hesitated. You can contain it. He may be crazy, but he's not foolish, so he doesn't think that what Chairman Qianshi can't do can be done by Bai Ye. Kid, don't measure me with your shallow understanding. Kin Songting can't even see Yi, while I can take her away. Who do you think has a better chance of reviving Yi? The Phantom Clown was taken aback. It seemed to make sense. In this world, apart from oneself, no one can see Yi, but this person in front of him not only saw her, but could even take her away from him. Chapter 330, What are you babbling about? Let me kiss you first. Bai Ye secretly thought, as expected. The Phantom Xiaotong does not have the real memories of an Xiaotong, her memories come from me. The real An Xiaotong does not know about the stealing of kisses, and the real An Xiaotong knows the full name of the extraordinary ability. In other words, the extraordinary ability, Phantom Girlfriend, is the girlfriend from the user's own memory. Xiaotong, what abilities do you have? This is what Bai Ye was most curious about. Can Phantom Xiaotong use night? If she can, she would be invincible. An invisible knight. Can a knight still be used? What is the current vitality equivalent to? Can it ignore physical attacks? What are you babbling about? Let me kiss you first. The Phantom Xiaotong tiptoed and pecked at him. Bai Ye was stunned on the spot. Wait, is the Phantom Xiaotong this wild? Or do I subconsciously hope An Xiaotong is a little wilder? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be that An Xiaotong has long been coveting me, and now that she has become a ghost version, she has shed her disguise. Wait a moment before kissing, first answer my question. All right. The Phantom Xiaotong said pitifully, Night cannot be used, and I also have no vitality. Ordinary physical attacks can be ignored, like bullets, but vitality bullets cannot. Chapter 331, Father, your good son has come. Boom. Flames suddenly erupted. What the hell? It's on fire. The closest person had his clothes ignited by the flames and hurriedly got up, frantically patting himself. Water. Quickly give me water to put out the fire. He anxiously shouted to his companions. At that moment, a bottle of water was handed over. In the chaos, he hurriedly took the water and poured it on himself. But instead, high-proof liquor spilled out, and the flames immediately surged. Ah! This isn't water, who the hell gave me liquor? That person turned into a human torch, screaming and rolling on the ground. Meanwhile, his companions were frozen in place, looking like they had seen a ghost. Did you just see that? The liquor bottle flew into his hand by itself. I saw it. There's a ghost. A few people caused quite a commotion, attracting the attention of other gene-modified individuals. And the scene quickly became chaotic. Amidst the chaos, the phantom Xiao Tong covered her mouth and laughed secretly. In the distance, Bai Ye's face darkened. This little girl is too mischievous, a bit overly lively. The phantom Xiao Tong stuck her tongue out at Bai Ye, then lightly stepped towards the army. Taking advantage of the soldiers guarding the army being distracted, she slipped through the wall like a ghost and entered the army. Chapter 332, The Pangu USB drive appears. Boom! A round of crimson sun fell by the Wangyu Lake. The hot and violent vitality caused the originally calm lake surface to boil violently. The director's eyes were fierce and excited, staring intently at Wangyu Lake, as if his penetrating gaze could see through to the bottom of the lake. In the distance, the phantom Xiao Tong hid behind a large tree, peeking out with her little head. Further away, Bai Ye hid behind another tree, using the phantom Xiao Tong's perspective to sneak a look. As one of the two dragons, he knew very well how terrifying the perception of the director, a complete dragon, was, so he had to hide far away. The director's vitality was so strong that even viewing it through the phantom Xiao Tong's perspective made Bai Ye feel secretly alarmed. To be honest, he couldn't even see what the director looked like at this moment, but he first saw the vitality. It had the sensation of a boss appearing. He hadn't seen the person yet, but he could already see a health bar about to overflow the screen. At that moment, a group of gene-modified individuals in black suits rushed towards Wangyu Lake. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes, silently activated his fourfold speed, and charged towards the people rushing into the woods. He followed the crowd from a distance, constantly observing, and soon locked onto his target. It was a man with black scales all over his face, covering from his face to his neck, looking hideous and terrifying. Chapter 333, Zeng, this era needs you. I know you are dissatisfied with the chairman, but have you ever thought about who will provide protection for the people of Tianqi if there is no chairman? It is the chairman who led Tianqi to glory, allowing the people to live a decent life in this wasteland. Sacrifices are inevitable in this process. What you perceive as darkness is not the chairman's intention, but a means to achieve the goal. In this cannibalistic era, you can only reach that unreachable light by being harsher and darker than everyone else. This is also unavoidable, but now it's different. With the Pangu USB drive, the chairman can showcase his ambitions without relying on those means and completely change the era. A fervent enthusiasm appeared on the secretary's face. The key to changing the era is now in your hands, and only someone like you, who has a sense of justice, possesses lofty ideals, and the determination to change the era, can use this key to open the door to the new era. Zeng, the future of humanity is beckoning you. You are destined to change the era alongside the chairman. Zeng was slightly taken aback, looking at the Pangu USB drive in his hand, whispering, "Can I really change the era?" Chapter 334, The First Meeting with Lao Deng. Bai Ye suddenly froze. Could it be that this place is a small refuge? He looked around, and the more he looked, the more it resembled the style of the old era, sci-fi, simple, mysterious. No wonder Qin Songting wanted to hide in Satellite City number 6. It turns out there is a refuge hidden here. Although it looks far smaller than Refuge 189. It is indeed a product of the civilized era, and its safety goes without saying. Brothers, kill. The Shepherd Master saw the director surrounded by a group of expressionless gene-modified individuals, thinking of showing off, so he called everyone to charge forward. Kill all the trash from Tianqi. Charge! Bai Ye shouted at the top of his lungs, but he was running slower and slower. The crowd clashed with Qin Songting's guards. And with a war god like the director leading, the battle naturally tilted in one direction. The guards with blood levels over 10,000 looked much like the wolf fang. Yet they showed no fear even in the face of the 10 kings, standing like cold robots. The director charged into the crowd, like an adult entering a kindergarten class, taking down one with each punch. No guard could withstand a single blow from him, being directly smashed into a cloud of purple blood mist. Purple blood mist. Bai Ye realized something was off and retreated repeatedly, while the ghostly Xiao Tong stepped forward, waving her small hands at the purple mist, creating a gust of wind that blew the mist away. Chapter 335. Qin Songting's mouth escape. Bai Ye did not act recklessly. He was waiting for the Pangu USB drive to appear. At this moment, a standoff formed in the control room, with the Wolf Fang unit led by Qin Songting on one side and the Zhu led by the director on the other. Both sides were on edge, and any spark could ignite a full-scale battle. However, the director was in no hurry to attack. He had waited too long for this moment. Looking at his once-beloved adoptive father, now lying like a corpse in the sleep chamber, the suppressed hatred and ecstasy made him tremble slightly. The beastly instinct and rationality reached a consensus at this moment, both wanting to kill Qin Songting. "Father, do you know how long I have waited for this day?" The director laughed softly, his brutal gaze never leaving Qin Songting for a second. 10 years. A full 10 years. I spent 10 years building the zoo, gathering millions of mutated beasts, training tens of thousands of gene modifiers, all for the day I could walk through the gates of the apocalypse and stand before you again. The voice filled with suppressed hatred made Qin Songting sigh deeply. "Sanglong, why do you never understand your father's thoughts? Have you forgotten what I told you when you received your first gene injection?" Chapter 336. The times have changed. Has the director not noticed you? Shouldn't have. His rationality was never much, and now that he sees his enemy, he can no longer tolerate anyone else. Bai Ye felt a bit emotional. The director is strong, isn't he? It comes at the cost of intelligence. At this moment, the director had already dealt with all the Wolf Fang members. He walked slowly to the sleep chamber, looking down at Qin Songting inside. "Father, don't worry, I won't kill you. I will personally take care of you until the end. You know, in this world, I am the one who wishes you dead the least." The director's eyes flickered with a sickly hatred. He wanted to torture Qin Songting severely, to return the abuse he suffered tenfold, 100-fold. "Sanglong, after all these years, you still haven't grown at all, only knowing how to solve problems with violence." Qin Songting's expression remained calm, seemingly unafraid of death. Bai Ye suddenly felt a warning sign. This old man was too cunning. Surely he had some backup plan, right? "Father, you don't need to bluff anymore. Your fake death trick is useless against me. No one knows you better than I do. I can tell at a glance whether you are a substitute." Qin Songting's mouth suddenly curled into a cold smile. "I am indeed not a substitute. But my consciousness has long been backed up. I have wanted to abandon this useless body for a long time. I hadn't made up my mind before. But now you have helped me make the choice." Chapter 337. Time reversal. Bai Ye's eyes widened in shock as he looked towards the underground base. In that overwhelming silver wave, a red sun broke through the waves. It was the director. The director stood in the void, his once mighty body now mostly devoured, covered in silver spots, with his white bones exposed to the air. He could no longer be called a complete human, but rather a half-human. The skin on his face had completely vanished, one eyeball was missing, and the exposed skull had turned silver, looking extremely grotesque and terrifying. "Father! Father!" The inhuman roar echoed through the night sky, the massive sound wave exploding in the air, sweeping in all directions, causing the leaves to rustle. Gradually, his voice became increasingly strange, no longer resembling that of a normal human. In the next moment, the flesh on his body swelled like a tumor, erupting, as the remnants of his body were crazily filled with flesh and blood. Fine black dragon scales instantly covered his skin, his eyes turned into golden vertical pupils, and the top sides of his head rose high, accompanied by cracking sounds as two thick black-scaled dragon horns grew out. At this moment, The director was no longer human, but half-human, half-dragon. He resembled the legendary Dragon Man Chapter 338. I have such a big nano-bomb. Xiao Tong, the ghostly figure, clapped her hands in excitement. We should definitely record this moment. This is the director's dark history. Bai Ye also stifled a laugh, not expecting the director, who usually showed brutality, to put on such a comical display. At this moment, the director looked like a powder keg ready to ignite, the crimson flames burning fiercely on him, causing his hair to stand on end. He was about to explode with rage. Clearly, it was a serious and solemn revenge. Yet this old guy Qin Songting dared to toy with him like this. The most infuriating part was that he had actually been tricked. This kind of unfolding was something the director could never have imagined. In his impression, his adoptive father was treacherous and cunning, always having a backup plan. So when Qin Songting backed up his consciousness, he sensed something was wrong and realized the other party had a trump card. A card that could be left by Qin Songting until the end was definitely not simple. So he ran. The result was that what Qin Songting revealed in the end was not a trump card, but clearly the damn underwear. The Qin Songting on the screen was in turmoil. What the hell was going on? Where is my nano-bomb? Such a big nano-bomb. I spent countless resources and effort to get the nano-bomb out of the shelter. Chapter 339, Tardigrade Gene, Immortal Director. Isn't this the war robot guarding Shelter 189 on Black Mountain? It looks too much like it, just shrunk down several sizes, about the size of a normal adult man. He then turned to look at the giant silver robot battling the director. This robot was basically identical to the one on Black Mountain. War robots from the civilized era had once left 2 of the 12 zodiac signs, the Black Knight, Crane Shenjun, Ghost Clown, and other billion-dollar bounty hunters helpless, dragging on until the tyrant appeared, which was when they were finally dealt with. Although they were like toys in the tyrant's hands back then, now facing the director, the war robot displayed terrifying combat power. The azure energy shield on its body actually withstood the director's continuous strikes, which were over 350,000 in blood levels. The laser shot from its eyes frequently pierced through the director's body. Mechanical technology from the civilized era vs the strongest biomanufactured gene technology of the Great Disaster era. This was a collision of flesh and steel, as well as a contest between father and son. Honey, that small robot contains Huazeng. Xiao Tong whispered in Bai Ye's ear. Huazeng. Bai Ye was slightly taken aback. This kid was still alive. He must have some luck on his side. Chapter 340, Pangu USB drive in hand. Adoptive father, do you know? I hate it when others call me Tsanglong. All who dare to speak that name are dead. You included. Just then, crack. The top of the mechanical head opened a hidden compartment, and a silver light shot out, disappearing into the dark woods. Want to run? The director grinned viciously, his gaze locked onto a silver-white mechanical spider a kilometer away. The spider was only the size of a fist, with its thin 8 metallic legs wildly alternating movements. In its mouth, it was holding a black USB drive. The director's figure flashed, instantly appearing behind the mechanical spider. He grabbed both the USB drive and the spider at the same time. Pangu USB drive. Ignoring the spider's struggles, he snatched the Pangu USB drive and examined it closely. Tsanglong. Let me go, and I will tell you all the secrets of the Pangu USB drive, otherwise, you will never be able to use it. The consciousness attached to the spider, Qin Songting, shouted in panic. This was his last means of escape, and at this moment, he was genuinely frightened. Adoptive father. You need not worry. I will contact the mechanical god cult. They have ways to deal with consciousness entities like you. Don't think that hiding in machinery means I can't do anything about you. Chapter 341, Black King vs. Director. Death scale cannot be used. And the nanobomb can only severely injure the director, but cannot kill him. Bai Ye looked down at the skeleton card, Master of Beasts. Controlling the director with a Master of Beasts. In an instant, he dismissed the idea because this was not the complete version of a Master of Beasts. The extraordinary power of the 10 Kings was far too powerful, exceeding the limit that a single skeleton card could hold. And a thief's hand could not store skeleton cards with the same ability. When he stole the director's extraordinary power, it was like a thief entering a home with only a backpack, only to find a wall of cash inside, which he couldn't carry away. The director went berserk because the extraordinary power within him had been suppressing the power of the dragon, now that part of the extraordinary power had been stolen. The dragon's power could no longer be suppressed, leading to the beastly instincts overwhelming humanity, driving him completely insane. The incomplete version of a Master of Beasts that could probably only control the director for a while, but could not achieve complete control. Even if we take 10,000 steps back and say he could control the director, the power of the skeleton card would eventually be exhausted, and at that time, the director would still lose control. With this thought, Bai Ye felt a desire to retreat. Anyway, he had the Pangu USB drive, and the director was also mad. So it was a victory, just not a complete one. Chapter 342, Today, I'm in a good mood and don't want to see blood. So far, the Black King has only made 2 moves. One was to instantly kill one of the 10 kings, Tyrant Yang Ji, in Black Mountain. And the other was to descend upon Dawn City, fighting against the entire apocalypse by himself. Even if the director is arrogant, he must admit that he couldn't accomplish either of these feats. In the battle against the tyrant, he believed he would definitely win in the end. But he could never achieve an instant kill. As for fighting against the apocalypse by himself, even more so, if he could do that, the apocalypse would have been destroyed long ago. Seeing the director intimidated by the identity of the Black King, and not daring to make a move, Bai Ye let out a sigh of relief. This was also why he first revealed the face of Bai Ye. It is well known that the director is not very smart, and such a brute is hard to intimidate with just a black mask. Bai Ye was afraid the director would doubt his authenticity, so he first launched an attack with a vitality strike worth hundreds of thousands as a test. To avoid being tested, he first used Bai Ye's face and then put on the black mask. This time, after the time rewind, Bai Ye changed his strategy. It was very difficult to kill the director, because he was too tough, and even had 3 stages. Human, Dragon Man, Black Dragon, each stage was stronger than the last. Since it was hard to kill, he could only change his strategy. At first, he thought of directly stopping time to steal the Pangu USB drive, and then not stealing Master of Beasts, showing mercy and sparing the director's life. Chapter 343, A single finger brings the director to his knees. Director! The Master of Serpents exclaimed in shock, his eyes almost bursting. He didn't understand what happened. He only saw the Black King point, and the director knelt down. A finger brought the director to his knees. Is this the power of the Black King? How could this be? The director gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling violently. The power of the dragon within him was constantly surging, almost uncontrollable. The frenzied backlash of his beastly instincts made it hard for him to cope. He had to mobilize all his strength to suppress the dragon's power. Right now, fighting was out of the question. Even standing up was extremely difficult. Unless he completely abandoned his humanity and transformed into a black dragon. But that would be no different from dying. Black King! What have you done to me? The director roared. His expression twisted like a beast on the verge of death. You should feel fortunate, Bai Ye said coldly. At least, the tyrant couldn't ask this question. In fact, what Bai Ye did was simple. He only stole a small part of a Master of Beasts, preventing the director from entering the 3rd stage, but forcing him to exert all his effort to suppress the dragon. The director's current state was like a battle against himself, successfully limiting himself. Chapter 344, The Pangu USB drive must be fake. Plug it in. Where to plug it? Bai Ye was stunned, looking at himself. There was no interface. Plug it into the Pangu material. He thought for a moment, since the Pangu material and the Pangu USB drive were a set. Could it be plugged into the Pangu material? He wanted to experiment, but time was tight. He had wasted 2 seconds stealing Master of Beasts and posing, leaving only 6 seconds. Being in the wilderness, it was easy to encounter dangers. What if he fell into a trap set by the painter again? Bai Ye was annoyed. Damn painter, simply haunting. He realized that among the 10 kings, apart from himself, the strongest should be the painter. The others were at least tangible, could face him head-on. But the painter never showed up, yet could always cause trouble from behind the scenes. Theoretically, the painter could eliminate the other 10 kings without showing his face. Husband. I don't think it should be plugged into the Pangu material. If the Pangu USB drive could be used by plugging it into the Pangu material, how could the people from Shelter 189 have all died? That makes sense, well done. Bai Ye nodded in agreement. The ghostly Xiaotong pouted in dissatisfaction. I thought of it first. Chapter 345, Questioning the Joker, Understanding the Joker. Bai Ye felt a sense of relief and strongly agreed with Xiaotong's words. You are right. He glared fiercely at the Pangu USB drive. I have already proven my integrity and kindness, and you had better prove that you are the real Pangu USB drive, otherwise. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Pangu USB drive, it's the password. Bai Ye's anger surged, and he drew a dagger, stabbing it at the Pangu USB drive. Swish, swish, swish. After dozens of stabs, the dagger had become dull, but the Pangu USB drive showed no signs of damage. Furious, he wanted to use the pure silver cross sword to chop the Pangu USB drive in half. Husband, can you kiss me? Don't bother me. Can't you see I'm busy? Bai Ye impatiently said, taking out the endless bone and conjuring small pale bone spikes. He fiercely stabbed at the Pangu USB drive. Still, it remained unscathed. The car was silent, with only the piercing sound of metal clashing continuously. Gradually, Bai Ye sensed something strange. Why was the clingy little ghost Xiaotong suddenly silent? The car seemed to be slowing down as well. He glanced over, only to see that the figure of ghost Xiaotong in the driver's seat had become blurred, leaving only a faint transparent outline. Chapter 346, The Secret of the Pangu USB drive. And Xiaotong waved her hand casually, and the pure silver cross sword transformed into dots of silver light, dissipating into the air. She sat beside Bai Ye, examining the Pangu USB drive. I just felt something was off after you came back. As if you were a bit down, so I wanted to tease you. Did something happen when you went out this time? Her light brown eyes stared at Bai Ye without blinking, making him feel uneasy. Nothing much happened. I just got kissed a few times by another you. But can I really say that? Bai Ye sighed deeply. Huazeng is dead. And Xiaotong was taken aback. She knew the iron-headed Huazeng. Although she did not agree with his rigid sense of justice, she admired his persistence in it. Huazeng was a good person. How did he die? Killed by Qin Songting, but Huazeng hasn't completely died, he has now become a robot. Bai Ye recounted Huazeng's experiences. And Xiaotong was silent for a moment. So you are sad because of Huazeng? I thought you didn't like someone like Huazeng, considering you often said things about him. Bai Ye replied unhappily. What are you talking about? Huazeng, although stubborn, is still my colleague. It's normal for me to feel a bit sad about his death, right? Chapter 347, Current Era Progress, 200 midnight, 12 o'clock. The time increased to 1 minute and 6 seconds. Bai Ye, lying alone on the bed, took out the Pangu USB drive and plugged it into his forehead. The cold cosmic starry sky reappeared, and after a moment, a torrent of data converged, forming a vast light curtain blocking in front of him. The mentally challenged life form did not appear, possibly because Bai Ye did not meet its requirements at all. So it couldn't even be bothered to speak. All right, you dare to ignore even the gods, huh? Just wait. Time stopped. Brilliant golden light descended into the cosmic starry sky with unmatched dominance, and a huge golden dial emerged beneath Bai Ye's feet. Surrounded by golden light, He seemed like a deity descending. At this moment, on that emerald-green light curtain, countless symbols that had been flowing like a waterfall also completely stopped. Bai Ye's mouth curled into a sinister smile. When the light curtain composed of countless symbols kept rotating, it was seamless and airtight. But once it stopped rotating, all the emerald-green symbols were fixed in mid-air, revealing the gaps between them. Let's see how you can still block me now. Bai Ye's consciousness transformed into a nebula-like mist, drilling into the gaps between the symbols. Chapter 348, World. Bai Ye grew more and more confused. Was the Pangu USB drive and Pangu material a matched set? But why was the era progress changing? Due to the system error not speaking anymore. He could only judge from the literal meaning. It was known that the purpose of the Pangu USB drive was to assist humanity in creating a new era. So the standard for that new era should be benchmarked against the previous civilized era. Compared to the era of great catastrophe and the civilized era, it was indeed like reversing history, and -200 was somewhat understandable. So how to change the era progress? Looking at human history, every advancement was caused by several landmark historical events, and it was precisely because of the promotion of these major events that humanity could gradually move forward, making the era better and better. Now that the Pangu USB drive was connected to the Pangu material, the era progress directly increased by 5. Indicating that this was a significant event capable of affecting the era, although its impact might not be immediately visible. At this moment, the emerald green symbol surged again. Pangu USB drive has been contained. Current era progress 190 detected your current needs. Some extraordinary technologies have been unlocked. Suddenly, in the dark universe, a star composed of emerald green symbols lit up, becoming the only light in the entire universe. Chapter 349, Bai Ye's extraordinary ability. So this is considered successful containment. Hiss. My whole body hurts. Bai Ye climbed up from the bed, feeling every cell in his body trembling. A massive surge of energy and blood with a high value of 2000 wildly erupted. Threads of crimson energy emerged from the cells, wrapping around him like countless small snakes. Bang! The door to the room was opened. Xiao Bai, are you okay? And Xiaotong, wearing pink cartoon pajamas, asked anxiously. She rushed over so quickly that she didn't even have time to put on slippers, her bare feet with black nail polish touching the floor. I'm feeling better than ever. Bai Ye's eyes were blazing. He could feel his energy and blood rapidly increasing, and his physique becoming stronger. Is this the gene optimization that the system error mentioned? No wonder it's a technological crystal of the civilized era. The Type 3 genetic agent developed by the Apocalypse Company is already top-notch. Yet in the mouth of the system error, it became a low-quality genetic agent. Xiaotong, put on the blood detection glasses and see what my current energy and blood levels are. And Xiaotong nodded and went to get the glasses. When she returned, the chaotic energy and blood around Bai Ye had stabilized. She tapped the glasses lightly, and emerald green numbers appeared on the lenses, flickering before slowly settling. Chapter 350, Divine Arrival. Bai Ye felt this idea was too absurd. It was well known that only when the spiritual space was polluted to a crimson color could there be soil for awakening the extraordinary. While his spiritual space was pure white before coming into contact with the Pangu USB drive. Now, after a mental deviation of 10, the pure white spiritual space had turned into a faint crimson. Perhaps it was because the time-based abilities were too strong that they hadn't manifested yet, after all. The current degree of mental deviation was only 10, and even the realm only reflected a coordinate teleportation ability. Once the subsequent deviation deepens, the full picture of a world would be revealed. Era progress. The era progress must be accelerated. Bai Ye was very much looking forward to what it would be like when the era progress turned to positive 100, at that time. He would truly be the god of the new era, in charge of a world. The next day, after experimenting with a world all night, Bai Ye lay exhausted on the bed, feeling as if his body had been emptied, completely unable to muster any spirit. Because he had drained all his mental power. Although he had pulled some coordinates, it was, after all, his first time becoming an extraordinary being. It was like a child getting a new toy, unable to stop playing. After a night of experimentation, he finally had a preliminary understanding of this ability, and gave it a name that suited his divine identity. Chapter 351, One of the 12 Zodiac Signs. The Cunning Rabbit. Bai Ye. If Bai Ye were here, he would certainly sigh. If I had known, I wouldn't have killed the tyrant. All the chaos seems to be related to the death of the tyrant. If the tyrant had not died, the land of beaming would not have fallen into disorder. The tyrant is like a nuclear weapon of war, preventing all restless forces from easily starting a war, as he alone can determine the outcome of the conflict. Sir, there's one more thing. The brothers at the sentry detected an abnormal signal. They followed the signal and found a robot, which appears to be a product of the old era, with extremely strong performance. The person must have just transferred their consciousness into the robot, and is unfamiliar with many functions, accidentally triggering a wave signal. A flash of red light appeared in Tai Shu's eyes. Where is the person? They ran towards Dawn City, and our brothers couldn't stop him at all. Dawn City. He pondered for a moment. This person must be found. The old era technology on him is crucial. If the cult can obtain the relevant technology, they can undergo a comprehensive upgrade, greatly increasing their strength. But over there in Dawn City, we should strike first and then apply pressure. Most of the forces of the apocalypse are used to defend the zoo, and they will surely not dare to engage in an all-out war with the cult. Chapter 352, Saving the Apocalypse from Peril. Huazeng was in a panic. Don't act. I am not from the mechanical cult, I am Huazeng, the head of the investigation bureau. You can check my name at the bureau. He didn't even believe his own words, as it sounded too absurd, a robot claiming to be the head of the investigation bureau, and sneaking in. A normal person would think he was a spy sent by the mechanical cult, right? But he had to explain, because he didn't want to harm his own people. The soldiers' guns were still pointed at him, as if they were about to fire at any moment. Huazeng sighed, feeling the powerlessness of language. He could only try to break through without harming them. As long as he could see someone from the board, he would have a chance to clear his name. Just as he was about to force his way out, the leading enforcer suddenly asked, "Are you Huazeng?" Huazeng was taken aback, and quickly explained, "I am Huazeng. The way I look now is due to an accident that caused my consciousness to enter the body of the robot." The enforcer nodded. "Head Hua, come with me. I am telling the truth. What do you mean?" "Come with me, Head Hua, someone wants to see you." Chapter 353, The Zodiac Meeting. In the Investigation Bureau's conference room, 3 men and 1 woman sat around a huge oval conference table. All 4 were dressed in black suits. Some had stern expressions, sitting upright, while others were casually fiddling with the teacups on the table. The 4 of them were gathered together, and the terrifying aura they emanated made the atmosphere in the entire conference room exceptionally oppressive. The enforcers who came to serve them tea and water didn't even dare to lift their heads, trembling as they quickly poured the water and left. Each of these 4 had a silver nameplate hanging on their chest, inscribed with Silver Snake, Giant Elephant, Thunder Eel, and Scorpion. These 4 were the remaining members of the Zodiac, aside from the Flying Bear and Ching Bird on the front lines, and the Cunning Rabbit, who initiated this Zodiac meeting. The rest were all present, calling us all here, yet the main figure has yet to appear. It seems this newly promoted Cunning Rabbit is indeed as arrogant as rumored. The Scorpion smiled coldly, and as the smile curved his lips, the black scorpion tattoo on his face seemed to come alive, subtly writhing. The Silver Snake giggled. The Cunning Rabbit is currently favored by Chairman Lin. Brother Scorpion, be careful talking bad about him behind his back, after all. Little white rabbits have the keenest ears. Chapter 354, Who is in favor? Who is against? The giant elephant tugged at the silver snake's sleeve under the table, whispering, "I'll give you my share." The silver snake immediately beamed with joy, sweetly saying, "Thank you, brother giant elephant, you're so nice." The giant elephant shyly smiled and lowered his head, not daring to look at the silver snake. Everyone noticed their little interaction, but no one addressed it. If you want to be the leader of the zodiac, you first have to ask the hidden rat whether he agrees. The scorpion coldly stated. The hidden rat agreed. Bai Ye grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth, looking at the scorpion, his disdain unmistakable in his eyes. The scorpion was enraged. When did the hidden rat agree? Why didn't we know? Oh, the hidden rat agreed before he died. He died too quickly, so he didn't have time to inform you. What? The hidden rat is dead. Bai Ye's light remarks caused everyone's expressions to change, disbelief etched on their faces. The hidden rat is dead. How is that possible? It can't be. How could the hidden rat die so suddenly? Who killed him? Doubt flickered in the scorpion's eyes. I did. Bai Ye replied with just one word. You? You killed the hidden rat. The scorpion was initially shocked, then laughed coldly. Under heaven, unless the 10 kings personally intervene. Who can kill Chapter 355? How could I not know if the dirt is forged? I listened to Brother Cunning Rabbit. The silver snake nodded repeatedly, putting on an obedient girl act. The giant elephant wanted to express his opinion, but was directly ignored by Bai Ye. He looked at the hesitant thunder eel, his eyes squinting slightly, a cold light flickering within. The thunder eel's heart sank, and he hurriedly said, "Cunning Rabbit. It's not that I don't want to go to the front lines, but my duty is to protect Director Gao. On the surface, the Zodiac is mobilized by the chairman, but in reality, there are factions within the Zodiac, each backed by their own directors. And the one supporting the Thunder Eel is Gao Yuan, one of the directors of Apocalypse. You don't need to worry about that. I have my own arrangements with the board." Bai Ye replied lightly. He had no goodwill towards the directors of Apocalypse, if it weren't for these parasites. Apocalypse wouldn't be facing such a losing battle. After all, Apocalypse had been operating in beaming for 100 years, with a deep foundation, even under continuous assault. It shouldn't be powerless against the joint forces of the zoo and the mechanical cult. The lack of results stemmed from these parasites. When Qin Songting was around, the directors of Apocalypse could unite against external enemies, but with the chairman having changed twice in a short time, the morale was completely scattered. Chapter 356, It was all me, so what? Denying it. What are you talking about? Zhong Cheng looked up in shock at Bai Ye's smiling face. The momentum of the marchers stalled, they had been ready to charge, and as soon as Bai Ye dared to deny it, they would immediately start denouncing him. As a result, all sorts of foul words were stuck in their throats, but he admitted it. The tension in their throats made their chests feel tight. Zhong Cheng, who came from a major news agency, quickly regained his composure after a brief shock, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. Admitting it is great. Although I won't be using the backup script I prepared, the goal has been achieved. Zhong Cheng's backers wanted nothing more than to nail Bai Ye to the pillar of shame, subject to public scorn. Mr. Bai, besides the above accusations, we suspect that the death of former Apocalypse chairman Lu Yunshao is also related to you. Bai Ye looked at the adamant Zhong Cheng. Surprised in his heart, you know about this too. Zhong Cheng secretly sneered, this money is really easy to earn. Slandering a young kid is a piece of cake for a top reporter, isn't it? Thinking this way, a hint of condescending pity flashed in his eyes. After all, only those who wronged you truly understand how wronged you are. Kid, blame yourself for offending too many people, but you can't blame me for wronging you. Chapter 357, Li Yu, Brother Yi, why haven't you come yet? In the next moment, the crowd erupted, everyone was furious, spewing foul language, constantly crashing against the human wall, as if they wanted to tear Bai Ye apart. Zhong Cheng was trembling with anger, feeling like a clown. After all that I said, did I end up saying nothing? Mr. Bai, this is a blatant contempt for the laws of Tianqi. It is people like you that have brought Qianxia to this state. Bai Ye patted his trembling shoulder and smiled, saying, "You are right. I indeed have contempt for the laws of Qianxia." And then Zhong Cheng was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. The man admitted his crimes and even sent a car to report to the board. A criminal like this is impeccable. But then Zhong Cheng didn't know what to do next. He stammered for a long time and finally blurted out, "You can't do this. The public won't spare you." Bai Ye smiled back, still using those 3 words, and then, "You?" Zhong Cheng was furious, feeling humiliated. "I will condemn you. I will expose your crimes in the newspaper, and I will let the whole city of Shuguang know your ugly face." Chapter 358, Li Xiao, have you heard the story of me and the tyrant? Mr. Li, why do you look so troubled? Are you worried about Brother Bai? Gao Bancheng noticed that Li Yu's mood was off and couldn't help but ask. Li Yu nodded calmly. In order to maintain the strong persona of a ruthless person, he didn't speak. In fact, he was secretly lamenting, with Brother Yi's strength, is there really any need to worry? As long as he doesn't run into the 10 kings. Escaping shouldn't be a problem. I'm freaking worried about myself. I don't even know if my hard training during this time has paid off. To maintain the image of a strong person and ensure his own safety, Li Yu has been working hard during this time, staying in the manner given by Gao Bancheng. Sleeping only 3 hours a day, and practicing diligently the rest of the time. Gao Bancheng invited him to parties multiple times, but he refused all of them. Fearing that going out would attract the attention of villains, or run into someone like the shadow man Li Xiao, who might come to challenge him. Li Yu instinctively glanced at his right hand, which was still wrapped in thick bandages. In fact, his right hand had healed long ago. With all the abundant food and various rare mutated medicinal materials delivered daily, even if it were amputated, it could grow back. The reason he didn't take off the bandages was to give himself an excuse. In case he encountered a strong enemy and couldn't win. He could say that his right hand hadn't fully healed yet, thus preserving his strong persona. Chapter 359, pushing a duck onto the rack. The wind carried yellow sand. Like countless rough gravel knives, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. The world was left with a murky yellow. While the figure in black stood like a mountain amidst the sandstorm, firmly anchored in the center of the storm. Li Yu stood calmly in the wind and sand. His face expressionless, eyelids drooping, with a layer of fine sand resting on his eyelashes that he couldn't be bothered to brush away. Leaving only a pair of eyes hidden in the shadows, still as a deep pool. The white bandage wrapped around his forearm was strikingly conspicuous against the backdrop of the yellow haze. With his appearance, the originally fierce battlefield eerily quieted down. The surrounding enemies, gripping their weapons, turned pale. Clearly, Li Yu was just standing there, not even moving a fingertip, yet that oppressive aura surged toward them like a tide. Firehawk's eyes showed a hint of seriousness. The bounty on the magician Li Yu was as high as 330 million. While he himself had just over 100 million. Almost half of Li Yu's. In this era where heroes are judged by their bounties, 330 million is a number that would make anyone tremble. Although bounties do not entirely represent combat power, some strong individuals may have low bounties due to their lack of fame. There are certainly strong characters among those with low bounties. But behind high bounties, there are definitely no weaklings. Chapter 360, Li Yu's strength. Firehawk waved his hand, and a 10-meter fire serpent surged toward Li Yu. The flames hadn't reached him yet, but the fierce heat made Li Yu's clothes and hair flutter, with the fire reflecting in his eyes, as if igniting them. Li Yu remained unperturbed, but internally he was extremely tense. God bless. I hope the results of my training during this time are effective. His right arm suddenly lifted. Palm facing down, gently pressing down, the motion light, as if brushing away dust, perfectly embodying the demeanor of a strong person, truly performing with his life. However, within that seemingly casual movement, Li Yu had already poured all his mental energy into his magical hand, causing his brain to spin and stars to appear in his eyes. In the next instant, Boom! The air in midair suddenly exploded, like a thunderclap in the sky. The people who were fighting were startled and instinctively looked up, their expressions turning horrified. They saw a gigantic transparent hand falling like a small mountain, the immense force causing the air to produce a booming sound, creating wisps of white smoke. Amidst the swirling white smoke, the enormous transparent hand was outlined in a hazy silhouette, resembling a divine hand descending from the heavens. Chapter 361. If heaven wants to destroy someone, it must first make them crazy. Moments later, the caravan set off again. On the carriage, Gao Bancheng laughed and said, "Hee hee. I said Mr. Li's bounty was too low, it should be at least 500 million. Li Yu's mouth twitched slightly, he paused and said, "Boss Gao. Regarding your previous suggestion, to let me join the Zhenfu Chamber of Commerce, I agree to this matter." Gao Bancheng was first taken aback, then overjoyed, since Mr. Li trusts me so much, no need to say anything else, once Mr. Li officially joins the Zhenfu Chamber of Commerce. The salary and benefits will definitely be at the highest level. Li Yu didn't care about the salary and benefits at all. What he cared about was that joining the Zhenfu Chamber of Commerce would cancel the bounty. After this instant kill of Firehawk, the bounty would definitely increase. And his heart couldn't take such a big shock. On the side, Li Xiao was unhappy, he had been thinking about surpassing Li Yu's bounty. And now that Li Yu might not have a bounty, how could he surpass him? He angrily said, "A bounty is the face of a strong person, Li Yu. How can you be so complacent?" "Li Yu, by the way, Mr. Li, there's one more thing I want to ask for your help with. I have a trade route south of Wanguan City, but it has been occupied by a group of robbers, forcing me to reroute the caravan. And this detour has doubled the transportation costs." Chapter 362. Qianzhi will eventually be destroyed by the cunning rabbit. 4 big shots, who could shake Shuguang City with just a stomp, gathered together, quietly deciding the future trajectory of Qianzhi amidst their laughter and conversation. At this moment, a long-haired man suddenly said, "Everyone, don't be too optimistic. Although the cunning rabbit is arrogant, he is far from being as simple as he appears. He has just killed Scorpion, and this person may not be strong in vitality, but his extraordinary abilities are not weak." The atmosphere fell into a slight silence. Gao Yuan twirled the pearl in his hand and smiled. Scorpion was a master of poison, not adept at close combat, and on top of that, he didn't expect the cunning rabbit to be so bold as to kill openly, which was completely due to carelessness. A mere extraordinary person cannot turn the tide. He picked up the serpentine wood cane beside the table and lightly tapped it against the air next to him. Buzz! A light blue ripple spread through the air, expanding like water waves. The crowd marveled, and someone laughed. Director Gao has quite a few treasures. Gao Yuan smiled slightly. "It's just the blessing of my ancestors." "Oh? It's an heirloom?" Gao Yuan nodded. "My grandfather was saved by a master, and the master left this forbidden item behind before leaving. My grandfather has kept it ever since." Chapter 363. Does that mean I, Bai Ye, have come here for nothing? Bang! The explosives were thrown onto the table, making a dull sound. At this moment, several directors could no longer sit still and hurried to get up and run outside. "Stop! If anyone dares to leave this room, I will light the explosives immediately. I want to see whether you can run faster than the explosives can explode." The directors froze in place, while only Gao Yuan remained calm in his chair, his expression dark. "Bai Ye, you don't need to bluff. State your purpose for coming." Gao Yuan said coldly. "Hee hee," Bai Ye laughed maniacally, looking at Gao Yuan as if he were a fool. "Are you really that confused? I'm clearly here to kill you, and you still ask me for my purpose." "Heh?" Gao Yuan sneered. "Do you know what would happen if 4 members of the Apocalypse Board died in one night? The entire apocalypse would descend into chaos. Without our military support. Do you think Lin Zhou alone can handle the mechanical god sect? You don't dare to kill us. ZZZZ. The sound of a cigar igniting the fuse rang out. Gao Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Stop. We can talk about this. Few people can remain calm while watching the fuse of a bomb burn down before their eyes. Chapter 364. Current Era Progress 179. In the empty room, Bai Ye's thoughts drifted away with the smoke. The Mechanical God sect and the zoo were now two major problems in front of him. The Mechanical God sect was not to be feared, the key was the director. Bai Ye still hadn't figured out how to kill the director. With immense power and an immortal body, he was considered the strongest creature on the surface. The pure silver cross sword couldn't kill him, nor could nanobombs. The most troublesome part was that he had a third stage, and his vitality surged to 530. 000, even more than an Xiaotong. Moreover, the director's obsession with revenge was ingrained in his bones. Unless he died, he would never give up on revenge. Even if he transformed into the Black King and threatened the director wouldn't listen. Perhaps he could only hope for the Pangu USB drive. There must be a way to kill the director in the USB drive, but it was difficult to obtain. Damn era progress. There wasn't a single hint. How can one change the era progress? The only thing Bai Ye could think of now was to defend Dawn City. Perhaps it could increase the era progress. The survival of a large city, even in history, would be a significant event. But the problem was that only by killing the director could the era progress increase. Yet without the era progress increasing, he couldn't obtain the method to kill the director. Chapter 365. It's normal to be afraid. Cunning Rabbit. I really didn't expect you to come over now. Thunder Eel scratched his explosive hair and laughed awkwardly. In reality, he was secretly on guard. Teleportation requires coordinates. Moving through space is like an airplane flying in the sky, navigation is essential. Because there are no reference points in the sky, if the flight path deviates slightly, the final destination could be worlds apart. The same goes for spatial travel. If one teleports randomly without coordinates and accidentally appears underground, they would die immediately. As the terrain varies from place to place. Therefore, ordinary teleporting extraordinary beings rely on mental perception as navigation. The farther the mental perception can reach, the farther one can teleport. Now that the cunning rabbit could teleport from Dawn City to Satellite City number 2, did that mean his mental perception had become terrifying enough to cover 2 cities? That was unbelievable, even the 10 kings couldn't reach such a level. Thunder Eel leaned more towards the idea that Bai Ye had left a spatial coordinate on him. The thought of being marked made him inexplicably anxious. The 12 zodiac signs are also human, they need to sleep at night. If he was sleeping and the cunning rabbit suddenly teleported over to ambush him, who could react? This ability is too abnormal, he must not offend him. Chapter 366. The Role of the Mouse. Do you have a way? The giant elephant, ignored by everyone, became a bit excited and hurriedly said, "The factory." Thunder Eel realized and quickly interrupted, "As long as we destroy the robot factory, the Mechanical God sect won't be able to repair the robots. But the problem is, who knows where the factory is? We can't just walk through the robot army to scout their rear, right?" Silver Snake joined the group chat, looking at the crowd chattering away. The giant elephant quietly exited the group chat, squatting in a corner, counting the shoelaces on his shoes. "Thunder Eel, your suggestion is not bad," Bai Ye casually praised, making the giant elephant feel even more wronged. The big guy lowered his head and muttered, "I thought of it first. Mouse, it's your turn to take action." Bai Ye pulled out a confused little white mouse from his pocket and placed it on the table. The little white mouse stood on its hind legs, like a little person, and extended its tiny paws to adjust the blue diamond bow tie around its neck. Bai Ye had thrown away its black bow tie, reasoning that it wasn't bright enough and didn't match the majesty of a god. Then Bai Ye customized a new bow tie for it from Xingshuo. You send the mouse to sneak through the robot army and scout the location of the robot factory. Chapter 367. Huazeng. Get out of Dawn City. Bai Ye twirled the hair in his hand and casually said, "Now that we're so familiar, what is wrong with touching your head?" And Xiaotong shot him a glance and fell silent. "By the way, how is your wound? Take off your clothes, and I'll check it for you." "You better be serious about checking the wound. Xiaotong, do you think I would lie to you? You've tricked me plenty of times." "Nonsense, that was ZZZZ. The harsh sound of electrical currents interrupted Bai Ye's words, and the television screen suddenly turned into a flurry of static. And Xiaotong frowned slightly, picked up the remote to change the channel, but found that no matter which channel she switched to, it was all static. Just as the television was broken. She thought it was better to check it first. Just as Bai Ye reached out, the television screen suddenly lit up. A matte black robot occupied the screen. Its cold mechanical body, paired with its metallic eyes glowing with a sinister red light, gave off an indescribable sense of oppression. "It's the mechanical god sect." And Xiaotong's expression tightened, and she suddenly stood up, staring intently at the television screen. Bai Ye's hand froze in mid-air. His face dark as the bottom of a pot. "Iron Gear Master, you have already found the way to die." He recognized the person on the television at a glance. He had seen information about the Iron Gear Master in Satellite City No. 2. Chapter 368. Another batch of fillers. Bai Ye. The Investigation Bureau has sent another batch of troops. They are blocking the entrance and demanding the surrender of Huazeng. Wu De reported respectfully, standing straight with a communicator in hand. The voice when sitting and when standing is different. Standing allows for a more expanded chest cavity, resulting in steadier breath and clearer sound. What is conveyed is not just a clearer tone, but also an undeniable respect. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. "Is the lion baby coming again? How many people are there in the procession?" "About 50, and the number is still increasing. More and more people are arriving." "Bai Ye. I suspect that the first 50 or so who arrived are being manipulated by someone. The mechanical cult's decree was just issued not long ago. And very few ordinary people know about Huazeng's situation. They came to the Investigation Bureau so quickly, indicating that someone is organizing them from behind." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye felt amused. He didn't care who was behind it. These were excellent recruits. This group of people was indignant in the city, and they would surely be very brave on the battlefield. Ever since the 4 Apocalypse board members were killed by the mechanical cult, Dawn City has been in chaos. Truly illustrating what is meant by internal troubles and external dangers. Various schemers have emerged, attempting to seek benefits amid the chaos, while those brainless fools are being used as pawns. Chapter 369. Man and Mouse United. Bai Ye felt speechless. The good news is that Huazeng is not a fool. The bad news is that he is also not a smart person. "I'm really curious, how do you manage to be both foolish and clever? Do you think the people of the mechanical cult are fools? What they want is the technology on you, not you as a person. The moment you fall into their hands, your consciousness will be erased, and then they will study your body. Otherwise, do you think they would be foolish enough to research your body while keeping your consciousness intact and without any protective measures?" Huazeng was left speechless, unable to utter a single coherent word. In fact, he also knew that implementing his plan would be quite difficult. But he would rather make mistakes than sit back and do nothing. However, regarding the mechanical cult, you don't need to worry about that. It's not a big deal. Bai Ye impatiently hung up the phone. The mechanical cult is nothing. They are trash that can't even defeat the tyrant. Yet they want to overthrow the apocalypse. Do they not know the apocalypse has the surname Bai? Not long after, the communicator rang again. "Boss Rabbit. You need to come quickly. It seems Mouse has failed," Lei Man said anxiously. Chapter 370. Regression of the Era. Xiao Bai. Are you really not planning to issue a clarification statement to the residents of Dawn City in the name of the board? And Xiaotong asked while tidying Bai Ye's clothes, as he was about to leave. What clarification? People only believe what they want to believe. If I tell them the mechanical cult can be easily destroyed, will they believe me? Bai Ye scoffed. But in the past few days, when I went out to buy groceries, I saw many people slandering you, even though you are saving Dawn City. And Xiaotong seemed a bit unhappy. As if she were the one being slandered. Slander me? Bai Ye laughed dismissively. Who cares about that? Why bother about others' opinions? You have to know that there will always be mountains that are not green, and there will always be moons that are not round. People live for themselves. I am who I am, and they are nothing. In the world of crows, even swans are guilty. I am arrogant, I am overbearing, and I am damn happy. And Xiaotong chuckled, all right, you always have a point. I'm off. Bai Ye waved his hand, but a soft little hand grabbed him. He turned around to see and Xiaotong seriously saying, take a night with you. Can your body handle it? You brought me so many mutated materials, I'm much better now. Chapter 371. Surprise attack, an event that affects the course of the era. Bai Ye felt like cursing. You only hint at the risk, but don't say what the risk is. Riddler, get lost. What is the risk? Give me a hint. Alarm. Alarm. An event affecting the course of the era is about to occur. Please respond cautiously to prevent regression of the era. The crimson text flickered again. Damn. The Pangu USB is really garbage. Bai Ye had to analyze it himself. The risk alert appeared after planting the spatial mark on the robots. Which means the event affecting the course of the era is very likely to occur after he infiltrated the mechanical cult. It is certain that the Pangu USB has the ability to foresee the future because it is already connected to Pangu matter. With its high-dimensional perspective that spans past and present, the Pangu USB can foresee the future to a certain extent. It's like how he previously saw the future using the omniscient perspective. This is why the alert stated that an event affecting the course of the era is about to occur. Thinking of this, Bai Ye paused. The last time he saved An Xiaotong, he experienced the power of the future. And it was precisely because he saw the future in advance that the probability of it occurring greatly increased. Chapter 372. Time acceleration, time permanence, local time rewind. Local time freeze. Bai Ye repeatedly confirmed and carefully sensed the strength of his current body, and in the end, he was absolutely certain, it's really 50,000. The little white rabbit gene no longer needs to be injected, it has reached its peak. And now he just needs to inject genes from other animals and then transform into a dragon. Before the excitement could fade, a cool airflow swept through his soul. Mental mutation level rising, 20, 30, 40, 50. Buzz? Bai Ye felt his soul tremble violently, and countless mysteries about space began to surge. Space folding, space cutting. Space collapse, space peeling. In an instant, space held no secrets in his eyes. He seemed to stand at the pinnacle of space, becoming a god who controls space. However, the enhancement was not over. A wealth of knowledge about time flooded into his mind. His control over time was also rapidly increasing. Time acceleration, time permanence, local time rewind. Local time freeze, foresight of the future, invincible. Bai Ye currently feels invincible. He doesn't know who in this world can compete with him. Even if the other 9 kings were tied together, they wouldn't stand a chance, and the entire Eastern Federation combined would also be helpless. Chapter 374. Affected memories. And Xiaotong glared at Bai Ye and then went to the bedroom. When she came out again, her long legs were wrapped in delicate black stockings. And she walked over gracefully, the red skirt swaying lightly with her steps, radiating vibrant light. The black stockings clung closely to her legs, subtly highlighting the whiteness of her skin and the softness of her curves, creating a strong contrast between red and black. At this moment, An Xiaotong embodied both the brightness and charm of a young girl, along with a hint of unintentional elegance. She lightly brushed her hair and sat on Bai Ye's lap, smiling as she asked, "Do I look good? I'm colorblind. I can't tell beauty from ugliness at a glance. Let me look a bit longer." Facing Bai Ye's request, And Xiaotong was not at all shy and confidently showcased her graceful figure. How about now? Do I look good? Bai Ye chuckled, illusory things are certainly beautiful. Like flowers in a mirror or the moon in water. And Xiaotong smiled even more brightly, do you think I'm fake? Where can you find something so real that's fake? If you don't believe me, touch and see. She took Bai Ye's hand and placed it on her leg, the delicate texture feeling smooth, and with a bit of pressure. He could sense her warmth and the firmness of her curves through the stockings. Bai Ye grinned, not bad at all. I guess I'll have to let Xiaotong wear these more often. Chapter 375. The biggest flaw. A crowd of people blocked the path of the zoo director, and the army of mutated beasts like a black tide. The panicked citizens, upon seeing the black and gold figure leading them, revealed ecstatic expressions. It's Lord Qianlong. Great, we are saved. The director narrowed his eyes, disdainfully staring at Bai Ye. Qianlong. You dare to call yourself a dragon? There is only one true dragon in this world, and that is me, Qianlong. Bai Ye's brow furrowed. And the sense of dissonance grew stronger. Wasn't the director supposed to hate the name Qianlong the most? It seemed that everyone, who had called themselves Qianlong besides him and the painter was dead. Die! The director roared. And his blood surged into the sky as he charged forward like a crimson meteor. Behind him, tens of thousands of mutated beasts roared madly, also launching an assault. Watching such a grand charge, Bai Ye yawned in boredom and waved his hand as if swatting away a fly. Void devour. In the next second, the sky above the army of the zoo twisted suddenly, countless deep black cracks erupted like spider webs, the cracks resembling the gaping maw of an abyss, unleashing a terrifying suction that wildly devoured the army of mutated beasts. In just a breath, the once overwhelming military formation vanished without a trace. And the cracks in the void slowly closed. Chapter 376, Long time no see, Mr. Bai crack. The scene in the room began to shatter, spiderweb-like cracks appeared, behind which were countless densely packed emerald green characters flowing continuously. The scene shattered into points of light, completely dissipating, replaced by an endless dark space, with no boundaries above, below, left, or right, seemingly suspended in infinite void. Only the emerald green characters broke the silence. They were not arranged horizontally, but hung vertically like falling raindrops, flowing from the depths of darkness to another end of the dark. Looking around, it seemed as if a never-ending fine rain of emerald green characters was falling in this dark space. Bai Ye floated between the character rain, the characters passing through him without any obstruction. He squinted, intently watching the figure deep in the dark space, made entirely of emerald green characters. The emerald green characters outlined a slender, delicate girl's figure, her face exquisite, her features soft, exuding a vibe of a well-behaved girl. However, the girl had no expression on her face and lacked the vitality of a living person, resembling a meticulously crafted doll. As the enemy of the apocalypse, Bai Ye had long been aware of the situation regarding the mechanical god cult. It was no secret that they worshipped the god of machinery, and in fact, they had been loudly proclaiming the greatness of the god of machinery and the beauty of the mechanical kingdom. Chapter 377, The Transferred Spatial Mark. However, many of the fantasies you just experienced cannot be realized in the real world, they can only be realized in the virtual world. Bai Ye increasingly looked down on this. People fantasize about what they can't obtain in reality, and all of these are within my reach. Which of your eyes saw that I can't achieve it? I can tease Xiaotong in reality, I can kill the director, I can unify Beimu. As for those time-space abilities and a million vitality, I will control them sooner or later, it just takes a little time. His disdainful words revealed unparalleled confidence, stemming from the confidence of a new era's deity. Xiao Ju fell silent because she sensed that Bai Ye was not lying. He truly believed he could achieve such a level. Mr. Bai, forgive me for speaking bluntly, although I respect you greatly. What you just said may not be achievable in reality. Big guts. How dare you question a god? Bai Ye was furious. A mere artificial intelligence cannot comprehend the greatness of a god. Xiao Ju remained silent for even longer this time. It was the first time she encountered such a situation. In the past, some people resisted entering the virtual world, citing family and friends outside. However, when she mentioned pulling family and friends into the virtual world, those who resisted often became loyal followers of the god of machinery, working harder than anyone else during population plundering. Chapter 378, Disaster Eyes. Yes, Mr. Bai. My virtual world relies on the headquarters of the mechanical god cult. I cannot pull you into the virtual world from thousands of miles away at the Iron Hub Sanctuary. So you must come personally. So that's how it is. Bai Ye instantly understood everything. If Xiao Ju were truly that powerful, able to pull people's consciousness into the virtual world wherever they were, then what would be left for humanity? The mechanical god cult wouldn't need to wage wars to plunder populations anymore. Damn it, so it was a trap aimed at the gods from the very beginning. No wonder the Pangu USB drive warned before coming that there was a risk of a regression in the era's progress. Now it seemed that destroying the mechanical god cult was not the reason for the regression at all. The Pangu USB drive also didn't stand on the side of the mechanical god cult. The real threat to the regression of the era was myself. The containment subject of the Pangu USB drive, destined to be the god who would create a new era, was trapped in the virtual world if he could never escape. It would definitely lead to a regression of the era. If the leaders of the era are all gone, how can the era not regress? The more Bai Ye thought about it, the angrier he became. That stupid Pangu USB drive only knew how to be cryptic. Why didn't it explain all the risks? It had seen the events that would cause the regression of the era, but only reminded him of the risk, not saying a damn thing, damn it. Chapter 379, The Way to Break the Game. Bai Ye. A look of confusion flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. Was he referring to the big-eyed creature? He recalled the big-eyed creature that was trembling in a corner of the spiritual space and saw nothing bad about it. On the contrary, it seemed quite well behaved. The poor big-eyed creature seemed to have been harmed by public opinion. So, according to Xiao Ju, could it be that I really am Mr. Bai? If I were Mr. Bai, how could the first principle set for Xiao Ju be to protect humanity? It should clearly be to unconditionally obey the commands of the new era god. Forget it. If something is hard to understand, just don't think about it. I'll forget it in a couple of days anyway. I should first think about how to get out. Xiao Ju, I want to discuss something with you. Listen to me. Actually, don't listen. Whoosh. Xiao Ju's figure instantly disappeared without a trace. Her voice echoed in the dark space. Mr. Bai, don't think about playing tricks. Even if my avatar is not here, I am always watching you. The entire virtual world is a part of me. Bai Ye gritted his teeth in anger. Her dismissal felt oddly familiar. The artificial intelligence of the civilized era really lacks manners, not civilized at all. Who the hell did they learn that from? Chapter 380, The Eye of Chaotic Vision. The moment the Eye of Despair appeared, terrifying divine power erupted, causing the entire virtual world to begin to collapse. Xiao Ju stared at Bai Ye expressionlessly, and then gently closed her right eye. In the next second, she opened her right eye, which had originally been composed of glowing green digits, now transformed into a crystal blue eye. The eye was pure crystal blue, resembling the ice crystal glass formed by the clearest glacier, containing flowing, almost transparent ice blue light patterns. These patterns would swirl as the eyeball moved, sometimes forming star-like shapes and sometimes overlapping into arcs like ripples, as if embedding an entire ice crystal kaleidoscope into her eye. Under the gaze of this crystal blue eye, the virtual world, which was about to collapse, began to reorganize and repair itself. A divine power, completely different from that of the Eye of Despair, erupted. If the divine power of the Eye of Despair was as violent and fierce as a volcanic eruption, filled with destructiveness, then the divine power emitted by this crystal blue eye was as ethereal and airy as clouds in the sky. The two divine powers collided, causing the virtual world to shake violently. The crimson light and crystal blue light reflected and refracted, standing in opposition. A clear red-blue boundary line appeared between Bai Ye and Xiaoju, slicing the virtual world in half, one half crimson, the other half crystal blue. Chapter 381, 100 years ago, no wonder it's Mr. Bai. Xiaoju recited her lines while activating the Eye of Chaotic Vision. The moment the Eye of Chaotic Vision was activated, the countdown in the small black room began. Alarm! Alarm! An event that will impact the course of the era is about to occur. Please be cautious, new era gods, to prevent a regression of the era. Is this never ending? Is that all you can say? Suddenly, Bai Ye froze. An event that will impact the course of the era is about to occur. This means it hasn't happened yet, but haven't I already been locked in the virtual world? Could it be that my being locked in the virtual world is not an event that impacts the course of the era? Then what event is impacting the course of the era? The event is not in the virtual world, could it be in the outside world? Someone is causing trouble while I'm not around. Bai Ye's first reaction was that the director was about to destroy Dawn City. At this moment, the Eye of Despair had already begun to collapse. Time stopped. Bai Ye activated Time Stop again, then connected his consciousness to the Pangu material, entering an omniscient perspective. Suddenly, boundless towering black trees sprouted from the virtual world, instantly blocking out the sky and sun, with dense black branches extending beyond the boundaries of the virtual world. Chapter 382, The Correct Use of Divine Arrival. Shocked, Bai Ye vaguely grasped the key to the problem. Xiaoju said she met Mr. Bai 100 years ago. If I assume I am Mr. Bai, doesn't that mean I will travel through time back to 100 years ago? Now even the Pangu USB is talking about 100 years ago. It seems that a major event occurred 100 years ago. And my future self returned to the past and met Xiaoju. Now the time has reached the period when I need to go back to the past. If I don't resolve that matter now, the world will be destroyed, confirming what I just saw about the future destruction of the world. Time loop. This is a time loop. I need to go back to the past to complete the time loop, otherwise, the entire timeline will collapse. How do I return to 100 years ago? Alarm! Alarm! An event that will impact the course of the era is about to occur. Please be cautious. New era gods, to prevent a regression of the era. At this moment, the Eye of Despair began to collapse. Bai Ye coldly activated Time Stop. He couldn't rely on the system error guy. He had to connect to the Pangu material himself to check what happened 100 years ago. On the current timeline, there was no sign of his existence 100 years ago, because he hadn't returned to the past yet. Chapter 383, The Laws of Time and Space. Although there was no sound, Bai Ye could hear the tremors of time and space, as if he was passing through layer upon layer of icy mist. The sense of time completely vanished. He didn't know whether he had traversed this mist for a second or a century until at some point. The Pangu USB sent a reminder. Warning! Warning! The new era god is traversing past time and space. Please comply with the laws of time and space to prevent significant impact. Bai Ye was startled. What are the laws of time and space? 1. Observer law. You are an observer of history, not a person who should exist in history. Therefore, you must minimize your contact with history. Any slight change to history could cause chaos in the future, even erasing the observer themselves. After reading it once, Bai Ye roughly understood the meaning of the observer law. In short, it means that you don't belong in history if you travel back. Try not to cause too much impact and avoid casually changing history, which could trigger a butterfly effect. He had a deep understanding of this. The death of An Xiaotong back then was precisely like this. Many small decisions and actions ultimately led to the occurrence of events. This time traveling back 100 years would also be the same, for example, casually killing an inconspicuous passerby. That passerby might indeed be inconspicuous, but their descendants could participate in a major event, becoming a guard for a leader, and blocking a bullet for them at a critical moment. Chapter 384, Aberration. Have I stirred up a hornet's nest? Bai Ye's expression darkened. He had a rough idea of why there were no humans here. Because of the Crimson Virus. 100 years ago was when the Great Disaster first broke out, so the spread of the Crimson Virus was inevitable. Some fortunate humans might have survived, but would be infected with the Crimson Virus. And these robots were clearly programmed to eliminate Crimson Virus carriers. At this moment, Bai Ye opened other space, took out the Black Serpent M300, and then fired a shot at a distant empty spot. Bang! The sniper bullet, marked with a spatial imprint, shot out, easily penetrating the robot's encirclement and flying a kilometer away in the blink of an eye. As the bullet flew, a figure suddenly appeared beside it. It was Bai Ye, who had just executed the sniper's teleportation. The Qi and Blood martial art feather, advanced derivative technique, stepping into the void. A surge of overwhelming vitality up to 3,000 erupted, and a scarlet light surged beneath Bai Ye's feet. He stomped the air several times, stabilizing his falling form, spinning in mid-air like a falling leaf. Damn it, if my million vitality were still here, I would have torn apart all these robots. Bai Ye suddenly reminisced about the days in the virtual world with a million vitality. Chapter 385, Mr. Bai. When did this person appear? Lu Chen was taken aback. He wanted to see who had arrived, but only caught a glimpse of a figure's back. At that moment, the figure in the black and gold trench coat moved. He flipped his palm, and a revolver made of bones appeared in his hand. It was a breath of bones. Facing the rushing aberrant beings, he casually raised the bone revolver. Bang bang bang. Scarlet bullets infused with vitality shot out, accurately hitting the heads of several aberrant beings. The few aberrant beings at the front instantly had their heads blown open, their bodies maintaining their forward momentum, collapsing to the ground. The gust of wind caused the hem of Bai Ye's black and gold trench coat to flutter, and wisps of smoke and dust flowed outwards from his sides. Not a speck of dust landed on him, because it was all blocked by armor. So strong. Lu Chen's pupils suddenly contracted, and a storm surged in his heart. He didn't expect the newcomer to be this powerful, someone who could kill the aberrant beings that had taken them countless bullets to defeat with just a strangely shaped revolver. Captain, why are his bullets scarlet? The monkey with yellow hair exclaimed in shock. Lu Chen didn't answer because he didn't know either. Chapter 386, The Hidden Master, Mr. Bai. Is this yours? Bai Ye asked. Everyone turned their gaze toward him, and when they saw the black flesh chunk in Bai Ye's hand, their expressions turned puzzled and strange. A master is indeed a master, his style of doing things is unique. He must be asking us whether we want the flesh of the aberrant being, right? The monkey scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and said, Mr. Bai, this isn't ours. It's your trophy, you can handle it as you wish, no need to concern yourself with us. Bai Ye frowned slightly, the walkie-talkie truly belonged to the aberrant beings. But the words just now were clearly spoken by humans, and they seemed to believe that Lu Chen and the others were the aberrant beings. Just now, Lu Chen even revealed a black tail. Things were starting to get interesting. He didn't care who was the aberrant being. They were all weaklings who couldn't even break through armor. By the way, do you know an artificial intelligence called Xiaoju? Everyone looked confused. Mr. Bai. There are too many artificial intelligences. Before the Great Disaster, everyone had their own personal AI, and the names were all kinds of strange, just like my original AI wife. The monkey said, feeling a bit shy. He quickly changed the topic. The name Xiaoju is quite common, there must be tens of thousands with that name. I don't know which Xiaoju you're referring to. Chapter 387, Newly bestowed title, Founder of Vitality Martial Arts. Bai Ye looked at Lu Chen, only to find him calm, with no sign of sadness on his face. He couldn't help but think highly of this person. It was hard for ordinary people to maintain such composure after such a blow. Then, something even more surprising happened. Lu Chen smiled and said, Ling Xia worked hard for half a month to fix this car, and it barely became usable. Just now in the fight with the aberrant beings, the car got hit. It looks like Ling Xia will have a lot to do when we get back. Bai Ye. Did I miss some exciting part? Wasn't Ling Xia dead? You even personally buried her, buddy. Your mental state is about to awaken. Bai Ye didn't ask. He wanted to see who would fix this car when they reached the Watchers Alliance. If he didn't see Ling Xia, or if Lu Chen you didn't awaken to become an extraordinary person, just wait and see how I deal with you. Daring to act mysterious in front of the divine. The divine's focus is like this. Ordinary people might feel suspicious and try to inquire about the truth. Or go back and dig up Ling Xia's grave to see if anyone is inside. But the divine doesn't care about that. Whether there's someone in the grave is irrelevant. The truth doesn't matter. The divine only cares if these people are trying to act mysterious and fool him. Chapter 388, 100 Risk of Aberration. While everyone chatted, the car quickly arrived at a valley where many abandoned cars were piled up to serve as cover. The heart of the valley concealed an abandoned industrial park, which was in ruins. The once glass curtain walls had long been shattered, now replaced with reinforced plastic boards and discarded containers pieced together into irregular windows. The outermost factory had been converted into a watchtower, with several scanners and machine guns mounted on the top. Mr. Bai, this is the base of the Watchers Alliance. Lu Chen explained. It was originally an abandoned industrial park in the suburbs, eliminated for not keeping up with the pace of intelligent development. But because of this, it's relatively safe and won't be infiltrated by Qilin. After hearing him mention Qilin several times, Bai Ye became curious. Why did the artificial intelligence Qilin go out of control? Lu Chen shook his head. I'm not sure. We don't even know if it truly went out of control. Dr. Yi said that when the great disaster first broke out, there weren't many aberrant beings, so the higher-ups instructed Qilin to eliminate the aberrant beings, intending to protect humans without aberration. As a result, everyone got infected. And then they became the targets of Qilin's elimination. Chapter 389, The Revived Ling Xia Enough. Lu Chen shouted loudly, calming the soldiers. I, Lu Chen, guarantee with my character that everything the monkey just said is true. Mr. Bai is the founder of Vitality Martial Arts. He has successfully mastered the Scarlet Virus. He recounted the encounter with the aberrant beings. When the soldiers heard that Bai Ye had withstood the claws of the aberrant beings with his body, they became doubtful. As if they were listening to a ghost story. So, the reason you detected an excessive virus content is likely a characteristic of practicing Vitality Martial Arts. Mr. Bai is a hidden master, even selflessly teaching Vitality Martial Arts just to help humanity. How could such a person possibly be an aberrant being? If you don't believe it, then take us to see Dr. Yi. I'm sure he can determine the truth. The soldiers exchanged glances and ultimately chose to report to Dr. Yi. One soldier picked up the walkie-talkie to contact Dr. Yi and explained the situation. After a moment of silence on the other end, a steady male voice slowly came through, bring them in. Yes, Dr. Yi. The soldiers put away their weapons and told Lu Chen and the others, first register the number of people, then we'll take you to see Dr. Yi. Chapter 390, Fake Person in Hall 3, Ling Xia chirped like a lark, chattering with everyone. Her personality was very cheerful, a bit boyish. Lu Chen's teammates got along well with her, chatting and laughing, creating a very relaxed and harmonious atmosphere. Bai Ye casually sat aside, waiting for the show to begin. It seems that Dr. Yi is not simple. He recalled Dr. Yi's suddenly accelerated heartbeat just now. After all, there are clever people in the civilized era who can count, unlike the brain-dead soldiers just now. Lu Chen noticed Bai Ye's silence and mistakenly thought Bai Ye was worried about the 100 mutation issue, so he comforted him, saying, Mr. Bai, you don't need to worry. Dr. Yi is a leading figure in the scientific community of Green Vine City. He will definitely be able to distinguish between mutations and the Qi and blood martial arts. Bai Ye smiled and said, I'm not worried, but I think you should be a little concerned about yourself. Lu Chen was taken aback. And before he could understand the meaning of this statement, a dense sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Immediately after, a large number of ragged soldiers rushed in, surrounding everyone. Lu Chen was horrified and quickly stood up, and his teammates also tensed up. Rust Wolf. What do you mean by this? Chapter 391. False Memories. Lu Chen's face was full of disbelief. He tightly held onto Ling Xia's trembling body and said solemnly to Dr. Yi and the others, you must be mistaken. I've known Ling Xia for 5 years, and I've even been to her home. How could you not find her house? Dr. Yi calmly replied, Lu Chen, memories can be deceptive, but reality cannot. I understand your feelings, and I also have memories of Ling Xia, but so what? These are just false memories. Bring Ling Xia in. The soldiers advanced step by step, and Lu Chen drew his gun to protect Ling Xia, his eyes turning red like an enraged lion. I don't believe Ling Xia is a fake. I won't let you harm her. Dr. Yi sighed, Lu Chen. If you don't believe it, you can go to Ling Xia's home and take a look. Are we all lying to you? Lu Chen's body shook, and the hand holding the gun began to tremble. Ling Xia. The Ling Xia in his arms was already in tears. Dr. Yi continued, Lu Chen, wake up. Your 5 years of memories with Ling Xia are all false. In fact, before today, you didn't know Ling Xia at all. She infiltrated your team during this mission. Chapter 392. Don't worry, I mean no harm at this moment. Bai Ye noticed that the soldiers around him were slowly closing in. This scene amused him. At this moment, he felt like an adult surrounded by kindergarten children with toy guns. Mr. Bai, I apologize for the offense. The matter of Qi and blood martial arts and the 100 mutations still needs verification. For the safety of the Alliance members, we need to temporarily detain you. This won't take long, about a 3-day observation period. During this time, I will collect data for analysis, and once it's confirmed that you won't mutate, you will be released. And we will apologize to you then. Dr. Yi's expression was calm, and his words were very sincere, considering entirely from the perspective of the Alliance's citizens. Bai Ye suddenly laughed, You detain me for the safety of the Alliance members. Yes, I hope Mr. Bai can understand. There's no need for that. Dr. Yi frowned slightly. Why? Bai Ye shook his head, a defiant smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his deep black eyes fixed on the agitated crowd. And then he slowly closed his eyes. The next second, the deity opened his eyes amidst the mundane world. The calamity eye erupted with a scarlet light in his left eye, and in an instant, the entire Watcher base was enveloped. Chapter 393. The Truth of Green Vine City. Dr. Yi nodded and organized his words. Since the Great Disaster, many people have been infected with the virus and turned into mutants. My mentor changed the first law of Qilin to counter the mutants, programming it with the instruction to eliminate them. In fact, Qilin has done very well. Under its control, the robotic army continuously eliminated mutants, ensuring the safety of the citizens in the city. However, later on, for some unknown reason, the illusion eye went out of control, affecting Qilin and making it increasingly extreme, executing the first law more strictly. Initially, it only killed mutants, but then it aimed to eliminate all potential infectees who could become mutants. Hearing this, Bai Ye felt an inexplicable familiarity. This was exactly like Little Nine. Little Nine's first law was to protect humanity, but it became extreme, wanting to kill all of humanity and draw human consciousness into a virtual world for protection. Now Qilin, too, found killing mutants insufficient, starting to preemptively eliminate potential infectees. So this is the side effect of the illusion eye, twisting good intentions into extremes. How did the illusion eye become intertwined with Qilin? This answer probably only my mentor knows. He is the developer of Qilin and also responsible for researching the illusion eye. I suspect something unexpected happened during the research of the illusion eye that caused it to go out of control and affected Qilin. Chapter 394. Fast Pass in an underground factory in the city center. Bai Ye glanced at the broken sweeping robot on the assembly line, and then looked at several sturdy and agile silver mechanical arms beside the assembly line. What the heck is this for? After hearing Dr. Yi say that destroying the server would shut down Chilin, Bai Ye directly used his divine presence to return to the city center. Only a few hours had passed since he traversed time and space, and the spatial mark he left on the sweeping robot had not yet dissipated. Efficiency was the key. As for any disruptors, route maps, gathering manpower to form a team, and then breaking through layers to reach the city center, none of that was necessary. A deity doesn't need a team, they can speedrun on their own. Just like when he obtained information before, all the steps to integrate into the alliance to gain trust and establish bonds were completely skipped. Directly intimidating the whole place was much more convenient. However, this time Bai Ye was more cautious. He arrived using time-stopping divine presence. Previously, he hadn't known about the illusion I as a bug and ended up directly in the virtual world. This time he must not repeat the same mistake. But now it seemed that Chilin was not as smart as Little Nine. It did not shift the spatial mark, but simply brought the damaged sweeping robot back to the factory for repairs. Chapter 395. Is the nanobomb a causal law weapon? I'm an artist. Don't think that just because you're not in this time and space, I won't know it was your doing. Bai Ye was furious at this point. Of course, he had to shift the blame. The deity cannot make mistakes, so it must have been a setup by the artist. The nanobomb is toxic, right? How is it like a causal law weapon, where an explosion is guaranteed to bring about bad outcomes? Looking at the silver ocean rampaging through the city, Bai Ye was almost psychologically traumatized. There was only one nanobomb, but this one bomb had exploded 3 times without success. The first time was used by Qin Songting, which caused him to be caught in the blast, forcing him to activate time reversal. The second time was intended for use in the Iron Hub Sanctuary, but he was pulled into the virtual world. Although it seemed the nanobomb exploded smoothly, it was actually simulated by the virtual world. And then he was imprisoned in the virtual world. Now it was the third time, killing Chilin and conveniently breaking the future time chain, erasing his existence as well. Overall, the nanobomb appeared to successfully explode 3 times, but in reality, each explosion brought the deity some bad news. Time reversal. The silver ocean suddenly collapsed inward and contracted. The multitude of silver nanobots quickly gathered into a silver sphere, returning to Bai Ye's hand. Chapter 396. What is the correct history? Bai Ye wished he could kick Dr. Yi. Are all researchers so stubborn? Chilin is Chilin, and Xiaoju is Xiaoju. Just forget about the name change you just heard. Dr. Yi immediately lowered his head and wrote in his notebook, "Never try to understand the thinking of extraordinary beings." What are you writing? Nothing. Dr. Yi calmly changed the subject. Theoretically, the artificial intelligence I created cannot replace Chilin. Why? Because Chilin is a global artificial intelligence, a large model of artificial intelligence. All private domain AIs in Elfteng City are developed based on Chilin's framework. Using such artificial intelligence cannot replace Chilin, it will only be controlled by Chilin. Bai Ye frowned slightly. Do you mean that Chilin is the father of all AIs in Elfteng City, and the AIs developed based on it are its sons? Trying to replace Chilin would be like a son trying to overthrow his father. That's right. Then can't you develop a completely new large model of artificial intelligence? Dr. Yi replied calmly, with all due respect, Mr. Bai, although my research level is top-notch in Elfteng City, it can only be considered below average in the entire human federation. Chapter 397. Is there a distortion of Lu Chen? Bai Ye frowned tightly. This feeling of knowing the correct answer, but being unable to work out the process, was very frustrating. Everything seemed to be developing towards the correct history, but in reality, there were many seemingly correct yet questionable parts. While lost in thought, suddenly, it was 12 o'clock. In the mental space, The large golden clock's minute hand moved steadily one notch. Bai Ye's time increased by another minute, bringing it to 4 minutes and 22 seconds. It can still increase. He suddenly jumped out of bed, his eyes filled with surprise. This is one of the few good news. Excited yet puzzled, Bai Ye wondered why he could gain an extra minute every day after returning to 100 years ago. Is it possible that the ability to manipulate time is truly a part of the world rather than stemming from the time distortion of the soul of the traveler? Or has the flow of time 100 years ago already changed? Forget it, it doesn't matter, as long as it can increase, it's a good thing. Bai Ye was no longer in a hurry to return. I can stay here for a month, and when I go back, I'll have 30 extra minutes, right? Just as he was thinking this, the minute hand of the golden clock moved back one notch. Damn! What the hell? Who stole my time? Ding! The new era deity does not belong to the current timeline. Forcibly maintaining existence requires consuming time energy. Chapter 398. There is no distortion body. Bai Ye stepped on Lu Chen, not allowing this big guy to get up. Lu Chen kept roaring, but could only express his impotent rage. What does it mean that there is no distortion? Ling Xia hurriedly explained. What you see is all an illusion, just like a fake person, it's all false. I'm not very clear on the specifics, but Lu Ji definitely has no distortion, he was just talking to me a moment ago. Roar! Lu Chen roared, making meaningless sounds. Bai Ye chuckled, you can understand this. It's not spoken with sound, it's a mental connection. Ling Xia said, suddenly pausing, as if listening to something. Then she added, Lu Ji says please let Mr. Bai open his mind, he can establish a mental link with you so that you can communicate normally. A mental link. This kid has become an extraordinary being. A hint of surprise flashed in Bai Ye's eyes, as he remembered that Lu Chen had indeed been very emotional when he realized Ling Xia was a fake person. Could it be that he was stimulated at that moment? Let him establish a link with me. He readily agreed. Soon, Bai Ye felt an ethereal mental force penetrate into his soul. Then, Chapter 399, Zero-Cost Communication. Lu Chen shook his head. I can infiltrate the lair of the distortion bodies, but once Ling Xia arrives there, she will become a distortion body in their eyes. So I plan to hide Ling Xia first, and then go to the lair of the distortion bodies to tell them the truth. We can't let humanity continue to kill each other, I must crush Chilean's conspiracy. Bai Ye looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect this kid to have such a strong sense of justice. Still thinking of helping humanity despite being in such a situation. But do you think that just your word alone can convince both sides to reconcile? People only believe in what they see and hear. They see distortion bodies, yet you say they aren't. Do you think they will believe you? Lu Chen was silent for a moment. Regardless, I have to try. I hope to become a bridge for communication between them. Heaven has granted me Ling Xu to see the truth, so I must stop humanity from killing each other. Bai Ye used Ling Xu to glance at the soulless fake person, Ling Xia, and did not think this kid could succeed. He said he saw the truth. Yet he was still immersed in a false love. Chapter 400, Suspected Future. Big shot. Bang bang bang. The sound of dense gunfire rang out, and bullets wove an impenetrable net, covering Bai Ye. Bai Ye stood at the junction of shadow and moonlight. The hem of his black gold trench coat lifted by the night wind, the golden lines illuminated by the sparks of the bullets. A scarlet light emerged, like armor protecting his whole body, blocking all the bullets. Suddenly, his hand slowly pulled out from his pocket, pinching a deep brown cigar between his index and middle fingers, leisurely bringing it to his lips. Click! The metallic lighter made a crisp sound, and an orange flame shot up. The firelight illuminated his extraordinarily handsome face, which was mismatched with his wildness and arrogance. Smoke billowed. But in the eyes of the night watchman, endless tiny black particles surged on the distortion body, as if about to transform, becoming increasingly ferocious and terrifying. Is Mr. Bai smoking? Lu Chen, hiding aside, was almost wide-eyed. Although he couldn't see the full picture visually, he could roughly imagine the current scene. Amidst the hail of bullets, calmly lighting a cigar. The smoke being shredded by bullets, yet unable to shake that figure even slightly. Chapter 401, Got it, do you want me to give you an award? You shall be my test stone, let me see where my limits are now. Du Jingzhe's pale face revealed an unmatched dominance that did not match his appearance. As an extraordinary being, he completely crushed others among the night watchmen. To this day, he had yet to find a worthy opponent. And as he continuously devoured to grow stronger during this time, the power contained in this body made him feel fear. Only he knew how terrifying this power was. Once unleashed, it would surely bring about destruction. What robotic army, what bullshit Qilin, Du Jingzhe has never taken them seriously. As long as he is given enough time to grow, he will prove to the world who is truly destined in this apocalypse. Suddenly, Du Jingzhe rushed forward. And from his emaciated body erupted a scarlet light. This was not a martial art of qi and blood, but merely the most crude application of qi and blood. As he exerted his strength, the qi and blood surged wildly. Although 3,000 qi and blood may seem pitiful in the eyes of later strong ones, in today's era, it would not be an exaggeration to say it is unprecedented. Du Jingzhe charged in front of Bai Ye, throwing a punch that generated wisps of white smoke from the friction with the air, violently slamming into Bai Ye's chest. Chapter 402, Starting the speed run again, Mr. Bai. What are you doing? Lu Chen was stunned. Wasn't he already gaining the trust of the night watchers? Shouldn't they be having a serious discussion next? Why was he fighting again? Get out of the way, or I'll hit you too. Lu Chen's expression stiffened, and he hurriedly stopped in his tracks. On the other side, after Du Jingzhe rolled on the ground several times, he finally came to a stop. Covered in mud. He didn't care to get up and repeatedly waved his hands to explain, Mr. Bai. I really believe it. Is that so? But I really don't believe it. Bang! Du Jingzhe was knocked away again, crashing into an abandoned car. At this moment, even he, no matter how foolish, could see that Mr. Bai was doing this on purpose. Anger surged in his heart, and he shouted at the stunned night watchers around, What are you waiting for? Quickly stop him. The night watchers reacted and prepared to take action against Bai Ye. Seeing this, Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. If he didn't thoroughly subdue this group, who knows what kind of trouble they would cause in the future. Just imagine, halfway through the fight, if the misunderstanding was resolved. These people would seem to submit on the surface, but would surely hold resentment in their hearts. Even if Du Jingzhe truly believed it, what about the others? Chapter 403, New Artificial Intelligence. Professor Mo struggled to lift his head, and looked at the mutated Bai Ye. Although he couldn't clearly see Bai Ye's appearance, his murky eyes were filled with gratitude. Mr. Bai, thank you for helping Lu Chen, and unveiling the truth for humanity. No need to thank me. You should first talk about the Qilin and the delusional eye. Bai Ye listened to Professor Mo's intermittent speech, fearing that the other party would pull a stunt like in a TV drama, reaching a critical point and then suddenly dying. He spoke rapidly. Is there a safe way to shut down the Qilin, and then use another artificial? Upon hearing the words shut down the Qilin, Professor Mo's emotions instantly became agitated. You can't shut down the Qilin. Bai Ye was startled by his shout, what the hell? Perhaps due to his excessive agitation. After Professor Mo yelled, his qi and blood surged, his aging face turning red, as if something had choked him. He stared wide-eyed, blood vessels suddenly bursting in the whites of his eyes, and then, snap. Professor Mo died. Good, good, good. Bai Ye laughed in anger. Reality truly was more absurd than a damn TV drama. At least in a drama, they would talk for a while before someone died. Here, they reached the critical point and still went on and on. Chapter 404, Stop Pretending, Little Nine. Nine-tailed fox. Bai Ye suddenly widened his eyes. Stop pretending, Little Nine. I know it's you. Where is Little Nine? Little Nine. Professor Mo was taken aback and pointed to a nearby desk. The nine-tailed fox is in the second-to-last drawer. Bai Ye glanced at the shabby drawer, thinking to himself, such an advanced artificial intelligence, the future god of machines, resides in such a broken drawer. Indeed, heroes do not ask about their origins. Just as he was about to get it, someone rushed over ahead of him. Lu Chen dashed to the drawer, yanked it open, and pulled out a small black box from inside. At this moment, Lu Chen's emotions were clearly unstable. He tightly gripped the black box. If he replaced the Chilean, then the fake. Get out of the way. Bai Ye's right leg turned into an afterimage, and before Lu Chen could finish his words, he kicked the kid flying. Bang! Lu Chen's eyes bulged, his face twisted in pain, and he was sent flying backwards. He crashed into a window, breaking through it, along with glass shards and wood debris falling outside. Meanwhile, the black box in his hand fell to the ground. Bai Ye casually reached out and caught the black box securely in his hand. He scoffed disdainfully. Chapter 405. How strong do you think I am? Professor Mo was bewildered. Even now, he didn't know where this Mr. Bai had come from or what he intended to do, even though the two sides had exchanged some words. The process of talking with Mr. Bai was extremely uncomfortable. It was nothing like a normal person's gradual approach. This Mr. Bai seemed very anxious and knew many things, asking a few key questions before rushing off to save Green Vine City. This made Professor Mo feel absurd, as if saving Green Vine City was a trivial matter. This absurd feeling was like playing a game. He loved to play virtual games in his youth, so seeing Bai Ye today gave him a strong sense of déjà vu. He felt as if he were being treated as an NPC in a game, while Mr. Bai was like someone who had read the game guide, coming to collect a quest item. The moment he opened his mouth to speak, Mr. Bai would click skip, bypassing the dialogue and taking the quest item to leave. Mr. Bai, wait! Professor Mo hurriedly called out. Bai Ye impatiently turned back, surprised that this old man had finished explaining everything and still hadn't died. This doesn't follow the script, usually. People die after reaching a critical point, but you've already said everything and are still going on. Chapter 406. Those who save themselves are saved by heaven. Bai Ye frowned slightly. Why is it a little fox? Little 9 is supposed to be in human form. Could it be that after merging with the delusional I, it transformed into human form? Upon closer thought, it was indeed possible. The fox had gained illusionary abilities, transforming into human form, which was quite reasonable, as depicted in various literary works. Please enter the core command to start the program. A cold electronic voice came from the little fox. Dr. Ye kept typing on the virtual keyboard, a series of numbers and symbols flashing. After a moment, he exclaimed, as expected of my teacher, you've actually developed a brand new artificial intelligence model. How is it? Can it be used? Bai Ye asked. Dr. Ye nodded. It can be used, but whether it can replace the Chilean will require personal testing to find out. After all, the conditions are rudimentary. It's already quite impressive that the teacher has achieved this step. Moreover, the teacher did not set the first law. It seems they haven't figured out what to set. Lu Chen pondered. The first law is the fundamental instruction that artificial intelligence must follow, and influenced by the delusional I, the artificial intelligence will develop a corresponding personality. Therefore, the first law must not have any ambiguities to avoid giving the delusional I a chance to distort it. Chapter 407. Using love to persuade. Then gather the night watchers and the watchers. Bai Ye decisively issued the command. Lu Chen nodded. I'll go notify the night watchers. Dr. Ye followed closely. I'll go notify the watchers. Good. First gather everyone. I will teach the martial art of Qi and blood uniformly. Bai Ye decided to pass on the Qi blood martial arts to enhance the strength of humanity. These people all possessed Qi blood. And even if they couldn't learn the advanced techniques of Qi blood martial arts in a short time, as long as they could apply Qi blood simply, it would significantly improve their physical fitness. In simple terms, Chi blood is a special energy that can be used for agility, defense, and attack. This power is currently hidden within everyone, like a treasure, and Chi blood martial arts is the key to unlocking that treasure. A moment later, Dr. Yi returned. Mr. Bai. The watchers have gathered outside. We can start as soon as Lu Chen calls the night watchers. Bai Ye nodded. The situation was looking very good, but he still frowned. In his view, breaking into the city center to replace the Qilin was not a big deal, it only required a hand. What truly concerned him was what to do after replacing the Qilin and returning to the present. How to break the code in Xiaoju's virtual world. Chapter 408. 1 Qi resists 10 superpowers. The Qi blood martial arts is the strongest. Lu Chen shouted excitedly. Since witnessing Bai Ye's power, he had become a die-hard fan of Qi blood martial arts. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction. Qi blood martial arts seizes the creation of heaven and earth. Taking the essence of the sun and moon, unprecedented, and the efforts after birth are the most important. Qi blood martial arts does not rely on innate talent, but on personal effort. Today, I pass this on to you. I hope you practice diligently in the future, and promote Qi blood martial arts. The crowd instantly became excited, feeling as if they had received a windfall. If their previous feelings towards Mr. Bai were fear, now there was a hint of respect mixed in. Mr. Bai selflessly taught his self-created Qi blood martial arts to everyone just to protect humanity. How could such a feat not earn admiration? Especially since they had all been beaten by Mr. Bai, only those who had truly experienced the might of Qi blood martial arts could truly appreciate its strength. Even the extraordinary Du Jingzhe and Lu Chen were very excited, even more so than others. Because they were extraordinary, they could feel even more the power of Qi blood martial arts. Extraordinary. No one learns that. If you must learn Qi blood martial arts. Chapter 409. The correct use of nanobombs. Seeing Lu Chen and Du Jingzhe successfully become disciples, everyone was eager to step forward, but was stopped by Bai Ye. The master-disciple relationship does not adhere to titles. If you remember the grace of today's teaching, you may call me teacher. If not, don't blame me for being unfeeling. The crowd was stunned, and the earlier emotion turned into fear. They almost thought Bai Ye was a good person. All right. You all hurry up and familiarize yourselves with Qi blood martial arts. Once you are somewhat familiar, everyone go to the city area to act as cannon fodder and attract the robots. Pair up, spread out, and try to lure away more robots. After saying this, Bai Ye ignored the crowd's astonishment and turned to leave. The crowd remained frozen for a long time before someone said, "Did Mr. Bai just say for us to be cannon fodder? What nonsense! We are going to defend Green Vine City. But I clearly heard cannon. If you don't go now, you'll die. If you go, you might still survive. Are you going or not?" Going? Bai Ye returned to Dr. Yi's laboratory, where Dr. Yi was still engrossed in experiments, and had not noticed at all. Chapter 410. Xiaoju, I am your father. Where's the controller? That old Deng Qin Song Ting didn't give it to me. Old Deng, you really should die. Bai Ye took off the holographic projection glasses, and the library scene instantly vanished, bringing him back to Dr. Yi's lab. He took out a nano bomb. Dr. Yi, do you recognize this? Dr. Yi turned his head to take a look, and his gaze was immediately drawn to the silver ball in Bai Ye's hand. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Is this a nano bomb? Mr. Bai, where did you get this? This is a military weapon. There isn't a single one in all of Green Vine City. Not even one in Green Vine City. Bai Ye thought for a moment. That made sense since Green Vine City was just a remote small town. Wait, why would such a powerful thing like the Eye of the Gods be here? It was given to me by an old friend. By the way, I have a question. Why is something as important as the Eye of the Gods in Green Vine City? It can't be that your mentor found it, right? Dr. Yi shook his head. Divine Forbidden Object 003. the 9 eyes of God have a gathering property, so they must be stored separately and far enough apart, otherwise. Once the 9 eyes gather together, disaster will follow. Bai Ye was astonished. Could it be that the so-called 9 eye possessors attract each other? Chapter 4:11, Using the causal law weapon again. This was Bai Ye's backup plan for the future Xiao Ju. After returning, he would let Xiao Ju know who the real father was. Let's go. Bai Ye waved his hand. And the night watchers and watchers set off towards the city area in great numbers. Remember your task, do not engage in combat with the robots, but try to lure them away as much as possible. Yes, Mr. Bai. The crowd scattered, infiltrating the city area from different directions. Bai Ye had never instructed them to defeat the robots. They only needed to attract the attention of a portion of the robots to relieve some of his pressure. Soon, apart from the elderly and infirm left behind in the vast watcher base, only Bai Ye, Dr. Yi, and the monkey remained. As they were about to infiltrate the city center, the monkey was both nervous and excited, trembling incessantly. Are you scared? Bai Ye glanced at him. The monkey grinned and said, Not scared, just excited. As long as I deal with the Chilean, I can see my wife. Wife? Bai Ye frowned slightly. It's the artificial intelligence wife I mentioned to you last time, the one on my phone. Bai Ye remembered that the monkey had indeed said before that his exclusive artificial intelligence was called wife. However, Bai Ye found it hard to understand what it was like to fall in love with an artificial intelligence. Chapter 4:12, The infected must die. As long as the energy of the nanobugs is not exhausted, they can infinitely devour and proliferate. What terrifying destructive power! So this is the true power of the nano-bomb. He suddenly felt that the nano-bomb could actually kill the principal, provided there was a controller. A nanobomb without a controller is just a simple bomb, causing large-scale indiscriminate attacks and wasting a lot of power. But if there is a controller, concentrating all the power on the principal could continuously drain the principal's energy, and it might not be impossible to kill him. No, the nanobomb must be used sparingly. It can't all be wasted on the Chilean. Bai Ye once again grabbed Dr. Yi and the monkey and rushed towards the stairwell. The silver trail closely followed behind him. At that moment, he heard dense sounds from downstairs. He knew that the Chilean had already sent robots to block the entrance on the 32nd floor. Bai Ye did not act rashly. If it were only him, he would naturally have no fear, but he had 2 burdens with him. So he waved his hand, and the floating silver trail charged down the stairs. Soon, gunfire, alarm bells, and the sound of metal gnawing rang out simultaneously. Alarm! Alarm! Chapter 4:13, The Naturally Evil Artificial Intelligence Alert. Alert! An intruder has been detected in the main control room. The alarm lights on the ceiling flashed wildly, the red light resembling the pulse of a dying person. Inside the door, the buzzing sound of server clusters filled the air, as Dr. Yi and the monkey stood in front of the server cabinet, plugging in the black box containing the 9-tailed fox. On the holographic projection screen, countless glowing green characters flashed crazily. Monkey, go crack the server components and disable some of Chilean's functions. I'll implant Xiao Ju and replace Chilean. Move fast. Dr. Yi's calm voice carried an urgency. According to his calculations, it would take at least 15 minutes for Xiao Ju to replace Chilean, which meant Mr. Bai would have to hold off the robot army for a full 15 minutes. Outside the door, the sound of the robot army stomping heavily on the floor echoed. Bai Ye looked up, and at the end of the silver alloy corridor, Chilean charged forward with countless robots. He said nothing, only raised his hand gently. And the golden bracelet on his wrist began to tremble, emitting a series of buzzing sounds. At the same time, the silver ball in his hand gradually dissolved, transforming into countless strands of silver streams that wrapped around him. With a sudden wave of his hand, the surrounding silver streams converged into a galaxy, rushing towards the robot army. Chapter 4:14, Dr. Yi's enlightenment. A crack suddenly appeared on Chilean's forehead, and a crystal blue eye squeezed out from the gap. Its deep light instantly illuminating the entire main control room. Dr. Yi paused, calmly watching his gradually transparent body, and after a brief moment, he ignored the anomaly and continued typing on the keyboard. Damn it! Bai Ye was instantly furious. He knew Qilin was using the power of the illusory eye to erase Dr. Yi. The disaster eye erupted with a scarlet light, countering the illusory eye. As the scarlet light enveloped them, the degree of Dr. Yi's transparency slowly decreased. You won't succeed. Qilin roared in anger, the crystal blue light on its body surged. And a phantom force descended. The surrounding space instantly distorted, and the main control room vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of ice. As far as the eye could see, everything was white, as if the entire world had been frozen. The wind howled, carrying ice particles that carved intricate patterns in the snow. The temperature plummeted. Dr. Yi sat in the icy wilderness, his fingers stiffly controlling the computer, with rows of server cabinets in front of him frozen solid. Bai Ye hurriedly stood in front of Dr. Yi, fully activating the disaster eye, the evil runes deep within his pupils spinning faster. Chapter 4:15. The real Xiao Ju. Bai Ye's gaze fell on Dr. Yi, suddenly pausing. Your body. Dr. Yi glanced at his increasingly transparent form, and calmly replied. It's nothing. It's the power of the illusory eye erasing me. If it weren't for your intervention just now, I would have disappeared long ago. This erasure is irreversible unless Xiao Ju wins and uses the power of the illusory eye to restore me. However, he looked at the holographic screen. His brows furrowing, I might not make it in time. I'll use the disaster eye. Bai Ye began, but Dr. Yi shook his head and interrupted. There's no need to repair it. Xiao Ju, even if I disappear, can be revived. You don't need to worry, and my current state is quite interesting. The power of the illusory eye is erasing me, yet it also allows me to understand this power better. After saying that, he closed his eyes and began to sense carefully. Impressive. Bai Ye regarded Dr. Yi with newfound respect. Even on the brink of disappearing, he was still thinking about research. You really are a doctor. Just then, the monkey suddenly exclaimed, Mr. Bai, Dr. Yi, look. Xiao Ju seems like it's about to fail. Bai Ye turned to look. His brows instantly furrowing, the nine-tailed fox was indeed trampled under Qilin's foot, having lost two of its tails. Chapter 4:16. Xiao Ju, go. Dr. Yi. See if you can fix this phone, the artificial intelligence inside must far surpass Qilin. Bai Ye threw over the phone from shelter 189. Dr. Yi caught a glance at the phone, and without a word, smashed it to pieces. Bai Ye was taken aback. What the hell? Are you betraying us at a critical moment? At that moment, Dr. Yi calmly said, there's no need to repair it. He grabbed a black chip scattered among the phone's fragments, and promptly inserted it into the computer's slot. Data surged across the holographic screen like a waterfall, illuminating his pale, thin face. This artificial intelligence quantum chip is enough. Bai Ye silently retracted his hand, almost sending Dr. Yi to his demise. He had thought that only by repairing the phone could he awaken the real Xiao Ju, but it turned out that it was unnecessary. This was even better. Who knew how long it would take to repair a phone on site? By then, they would be too late. I'll leave this to you, I'll go hold off Qilin. Just as Bai Ye was about to leave, he suddenly remembered Dr. Yi's unfinished words before disappearing and reminded him, Dr. Yi. The power of the illusory eye is not just illusory, can you sense another power? Chapter 4:17. The true ability of the illusory eye. Roar. Qilin roared in fury, frantically trying to shake off Xiao Ju. But no matter how it struggled, Xiao Ju remained firmly planted on its head, unmoving. Dr. Yi focused on the constantly refreshing code on the holographic screen, a look of surprise appearing in his eyes. Mr. Bai, this artificial intelligence of yours is incredibly powerful. It's enough to crush any civilian artificial intelligence on the market. Bai Ye grinned, feeling quite good. After all this effort, he had finally found the real Xiaoju. However, Dr. Yi's next sentence sent his mood plummeting. However, the backdoors and viruses previously targeting the nine-tailed fox are no longer applicable. Can't we recreate backdoors and viruses for Xiaoju? Dr. Yi shook his head. Xiaoju is too powerful, it has already reached the Federation's top level. This level of artificial intelligence can learn and evolve independently. Even if we create backdoors and viruses now, Xiaoju can crack them on its own. Damn! Bai Ye's face darkened. If Xiaoju couldn't be restricted, then what was the point of his efforts? In the center of the battlefield, Xiaoju casually twisted. And the two horns atop Chilin's head snapped off, dissipating into countless glowing green characters in the air. Chapter 4:18, The Final Insurance. Dr. Yi urged, no. This is not an illusion. An illusion is merely a manifestation of information materialization. Simply put, you can think of the illusory I as a world-class programming and modeling software. The characters and landscapes in virtual game worlds are essentially generated through such software using code. However, the illusory I programs the real world. But its power is insufficient to truly rewrite the real world, so what it creates is all illusory. It can write, create, delete, eliminate, and click to run, materialize. Take me as an example. The illusory I has written an extremely complex information package that describes a complete human being, which contains all information about my appearance, memory, personality, abilities, and so on. Then my information package was materialized, and I became a person who could speak, walk, and think. Bai Ye was confused about the information package. But from what he understood, wasn't it just a folder in a computer? Dr. Yi was essentially a folder named Yijingran in the computer of Wang Tong, containing all the data about this artificial person. Then, as long as Wang Tong dragged the folder into reality, the artificial person would be generated in reality. Chapter 4:19, Dr. Yi grabbed Wang Tong. God has descended. Bai Ye and Dr. Yi instantly appeared in the control room of the Chilin server. Just before leaving, he had deliberately left a spatial mark to return and find Xiaoju after the storm had settled. As soon as they landed, Bai Ye felt a darkness before his eyes, and a flood of chaotic knowledge surged into his mind like a tide. He had never felt so uncomfortable even when facing the pollution of the disaster eye. Compared to being immersed in the sea of knowledge, he would rather confront the indescribable pollution of the evil god. Gods dislike knowledge. In contrast, Dr. Yi was unfazed, not only because he was being deleted, but also because he had a rich knowledge reserve and enjoyed knowledge. Xiaoju! Dr. Yi shouted towards the empty server cluster. I'm here. A slender girl's figure appeared out of thin air. At this moment, Xiaoju had become more human-like, with all her expressions and details becoming increasingly realistic. And her right eye had turned crystal blue. It was an eye that resembled ice crystal. Countless streams of information invisible to the naked eye were being released from that eye. Staring directly into this eye, even Dr. Yi couldn't help but have veins bulging on his forehead, his head pounding. But his gaze remained unchanged throughout, as calm and determined as ever. Chapter 4:20, The Progress of the Era 169. Bai Ye frowned slightly. What do you mean? I still have my sanity now. And I can stay by Xiaoju's side to keep an eye on her, but one day when I lose my sanity, who can guarantee that I will always stay here? Bai Ye also realized this. The Bai Ye of the future was in the 189 shelter. Not always by Xiaoju's side. He speculated that, given Dr. Yi's personality, he would definitely choose to leave Green Vine City before completely losing himself. Because Dr. Yi knew very well that once he lost himself, he would become a monster that craved information. Not only unable to protect humanity, but also likely to harm it. Therefore, for the people of Green Vine City, Dr. Yi would definitely leave, and perhaps after leaving, he followed the information to the 189 shelter, where he was trapped by the elites of the shelter. Can you be contained? Bai Ye suddenly asked. Wang Tong is a forbidden object, and you have gained part of Wang Tong's power, which also counts as a forbidden object. So you might be able to be contained. Dr. Ye's expression grew colder. I don't know, perhaps I need to absorb more knowledge to understand the essence better. But by then, I would have completely lost myself. Bai Ye felt speechless. This was no different from saying nothing. Chapter 421, Long Time No See. Dr. Ye, the star representing genetic technology, lit up again, and the black branches successfully linked to Bai Ye this time. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, clearly realizing something. 2 broadcasts, the same star lit up twice in succession. Could it be that my new ability is to foresee the future? Foresee the future within 3 seconds. Damn. Only 3 seconds. Trash Pangu USB. The Pangu USB clearly underestimated the greed of the gods, even though this 3-second foresight doesn't consume time, but only mental strength. Even if he could save time by foreseeing 3 seconds into the future, even if he would no longer fear ambushes, such as diving into Xiao Ju's virtual world. But the gods were still not satisfied. Bai Ye's greed and ambition were endless. Just as he was about to curse the system error again, suddenly, he felt a tremor throughout his body, not just a physical tremor, but as if every cell was shaking. A fine numbness suddenly exploded, then turned into dense vibrations spreading along his bones. Every muscle fiber was wildly twitching beneath his skin. A tearing pain swept through his body. It was the genes breaking and reorganizing. Chapter 422, Devouring Wang Tong. Bai Ye stared intently at the figure on the redwood chair. Even if the other party turned to ash, he could still recognize this damn figure. It was because of this person that he had finally endured until the destruction of the 189 shelter, gained freedom, and was about to have a big meal. Only to be slapped by a display screen. Then came a beating, just when he had finally waited for his body to recover, and was ready to take revenge. This damn bastard made millions of people see his face, and had been controlling him hard until now. Now, he was finally going to erase the memories of millions of people, and the result. Bai Ye. Bai Ye roared angrily, having long lost his former confidence and composure. Bai Ye shook his head gently. 100 years have passed, yet you have still lost yourself, Dr. Ye. Bai Ye. How do you know my real name? Bai Ye's expression turned completely gloomy, his rage mixed with a hint of panic, the panic of being held by someone. Bai Ye did not answer. He had no obligation to answer the enemy's questions. Dr. Ye was his friend, but Bai Ye was not. Bai Ye was just a monster created from countless piles of information. Whereas Dr. Ye was the leader, who sacrificed himself to save the humanity of Green Vine City. Chapter 423, Teacher Bai Ye's right eye returned to its normal black color, but he could clearly perceive that he indeed possessed a small part of Wang Tong's power. At this moment, the virtual world completely shattered. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a mechanical great hall. It was brightly lit here. The cold metal reflecting the light, with hundreds of brass columns filled with mechanical gears supporting the dome. And energy pipelines wrapped around the column flowing with a ghostly blue light. Like mechanical veins spreading along the dome's veins. They ultimately converged on the metallic statue of the mechanical god in the center of the hall. The statue of the mechanical god was a girl, it was Xiao Ju. And beneath the enormous statue, there was a brass throne where a person wearing a black robe and a metal mask made of brass gears sat. In this vast hall, there were only him and Bai Ye. Bai Ye glanced at the person, then looked at his own body, finding nothing unusual. It seemed he had directly descended into this great hall, and then entered the virtual world. Since this was the headquarters of the mechanical god cult, the person on the throne should be the leader of the mechanical god cult. Damn, having been locked up for so long. I was just worried about where to vent my anger, so let's take out a mechanical god cult leader first. Chapter 424, Founder of the Eastern Continent Federation. The cause of tomorrow is the effect of today. Crossing the river of time. Bai Ye felt increasingly aware of the profundity of cause and effect. Could it be that his operations back then led to the incompleteness of Wang Tong? The disappearance of Ling Xia, and then resulted in today's leader of the mechanical god cult, Lu Chen. Damn, no wonder as soon as the loop was completed. The system error hurried to bring me back. It was afraid that staying too long would cause a butterfly effect on the future. Many things seemed trivial at the time. But as time fermented, they could change countless lives in the future. Seeing that Bai Ye had not responded for a long time, Lu Chen sighed, forget it. It doesn't really matter anymore. The answer I wanted to know back then, learning it 100 years later, is meaningless now. Teacher, I don't blame you. Bai Ye immediately frowned, his expression displeased. Lu Chen laughed silently, the student wouldn't dare. If it weren't for you back then, there wouldn't be the current me. Moreover, you taught me the blood qi martial arts. Thinking back, if you hadn't passed down the blood qi martial arts, there probably wouldn't be the current Eastern Continent Federation. When I founded the Eastern Continent Federation with Du Jingjia and the others, it was entirely reliant on the blood qi martial arts to cultivate a group of foundational members. Chapter 425, Take another look behind you. Lu Chen shook his head, that's not it. I want to create a world suitable for Ling Xia to live in. People have too much prejudice against puppets, but if everyone in the world became virtual, then all beings would be equal. If everyone is a puppet, it means everyone is a real person. Bai Ye, as long as I follow Xiaoju, I can protect all humanity and resurrect Ling Xia. What reason do I have to refuse? You could just live in the virtual world, right? There's also Ling Xia in the virtual world. It's different. Teacher, you just came out of the virtual world, you should be able to feel its imperfections. It's not like the real world, it's more like a playground for venting desires. Everything feels too unreal, which is also due to the incomplete illusion I. Bai Ye was slightly taken aback, it really was the case. The virtual world felt too fake. Just like playing a single-player game with invincibility turned on. At first, it was somewhat interesting, but the longer you played, the more boring it became. The virtual Xiaotong was also like an NPC, even less real than the ghost Xiaotong. What you mean is, you want to resurrect your puppet girlfriend, but don't want it to feel so fake. You're being overly particular. With that effort, you could create 100 puppet girlfriends. Chapter 426, Lu Chen was a bit too strong. Lu Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating intently on the rock wall beside Bai Ye. On the rock wall, an invisible silver spatial symbol gleamed. Spatial mark. When did this happen? A storm surged in his heart. There was actually a spatial mark in the cave he lived in. But he was absolutely certain that no one had come here from start to finish. How did that spatial mark come to be? Bai Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, surprised. 100 years had passed, and Lu Chen had indeed made progress, even recognizing spatial marks. It was true that the old became wise. If you let him live another 100 years, what would happen? Act first to gain the upper hand. Time freeze. Was? Mysterious time fluctuations covered the entire world, and the astonished expression on Lu Chen's face was instantly frozen. To save the already limited time, Bai Ye moved like a startled rabbit, rushing to Lu Chen's side. His gloved hand plunged fiercely into Lu Chen's chest. Give it to me. I stole Lu Chen's spirit pivot once 100 years ago, and now that a century has passed, spirit pivot must have become stronger. Otherwise, Lu Chen wouldn't have become one of the founders of the Eastern Continent Federation and established the Mechanical Divine Church. Chapter 427, Bai Ye, yes, yes, yes. That's exactly what I mean. Yang Ji is indeed a talented junior, and his abilities counter the Mechanical Divine Church. But the reason I withdrew from beaming was not because of the tyrant, but because of someone else. Bai Ye's eyes shifted slightly, somewhat surprised. Is there such a character in beaming who can rival Lu Chen? Oh, who is it? When the tyrant confronted the Mechanical Divine Church back then, I originally planned to step in personally to teach a lesson, but I encountered a mysterious person. That person wore a black robe and a silver mask, making it impossible to see their true face. Black robe, silver mask. Mr. Bai. Bai Ye was stunned. Isn't that me? Is it my future self? Lu Chen continued, that mysterious person's strength was unknown, but he possessed one of the divine 9 eyes, the Abyss Eye. He used the Abyss Eye to destroy my physical body. I escaped back to the headquarters of the Mechanical Divine Church, relying on Xiao Ju to avoid this calamity. Abyss Eye. My future self has gained another divine 9 eye. Bai Ye felt a headache coming on, as he had no idea what his future self was doing. Stopping Lu Chen and protecting Beaming was something he could do. But using the zoo to destroy the apocalypse, and even plotting against Xiao Tong, was clearly not something he would do. However, after experiencing this time loop, he understood one principle: many things are not as simple as they appear on the surface. Chapter 428, Goodbye, Zodiac. Bai Ye left. He really couldn't stand it anymore. Lu Chen's admiring gaze made the divine being feel awkward. Others might not know the truth, but didn't he know? What nonsense absolute was just a simple breath-holding technique. It was all because the teacher Xiao Tong wasn't qualified that the divine being couldn't even learn it. A casual remark made back then ended up changing history, with the breath-holding technique becoming hidden, and a new ultimate skill named Absolute being created. The key point is, whether it's hidden or absolute, he doesn't know either. Where does that leave the face of the creator of the blood chi martial arts? In Satellite City No. 2, Lei Man paced back and forth in the military base, occasionally scratching his explosive hair, looking somewhat anxious. Yinshi leaned against the velvet armchair, painting her toenails bright red. Her ultra-short tight skirt rode up as she lifted her right leg, revealing a curve of pure white. The giant elephant was secretly watching Yinshi. The three of them were all busy, each with their own tasks. The boss had been gone for several hours. Why was there no movement from the Mechanical Divine Church? Lei Man's eyes flickered with unease. He, Yinshi looked up and giggled. I didn't expect you to care about Brother Cunning Rabbit. Chapter 429, This woman is infuriatingly sweet. In Dawn City, at the Bai family manor, the sunset dyed the manor's red brick walls a warm gold. Even the vine-covered flower trellis was wrapped in a layer of warm light. A girl squatted by the flower bed, her off-white cotton dress speckled with green grass clippings. She held a small pair of scissors, humming an unknown tune as she tended to the flower bed. Her movements were gentle, afraid of hurting the flower buds that had just poked their heads out nearby. Strands of hair hung by her cheeks, swaying in the evening breeze. The sunset fell into her light brown eyes, shimmering with a soft glow. Suddenly, she noticed a fallen rose at the bottom of the flower bed. Gently pinching it with her fingertips, she pouted her pink lips and blew away the dust on the flower, then carefully smoothed out the small thorns on the flower stem. She sniffed the flower's fragrance, the refreshing scent making her eyes curve with joy. Then, she tucked the rose behind her ear along her hairline. Still being vain, huh? Bai Ye's smiling voice came from behind the girl. And Xiaotong's brows and eyes seemed to light up, as she suddenly turned her head, and saw a figure standing in the sunset. A smile appeared at the corners of her mouth, but the amusement lasted only a couple of seconds before she quickly pressed her lips together. Pretending to be indifferent, who's being vain? It's a pity for this flower to fall and be buried in the ground. Chapter 430, Reputation Reversal. Bai Ye suddenly felt the need to learn Ju. What if he were to time travel again, and encounter the group of people he had studied Qi and blood martial arts with back then? What if he were to expose himself as the inventor of Ju, not knowing it would be too embarrassing? Xiaotong, what is your Ju? He planned to continue stealing knowledge from Xiaotong. To his surprise, Xiaotong replied, I haven't mastered Ju yet. Only by thoroughly integrating Qi and blood martial arts can one have a chance to create Ju, but it's just a possibility. Comprehension, talent, and luck are all essential. This is bad. Bai Ye felt that he might never achieve Ju in his lifetime. He could only be considered to have grasped Qi and blood martial arts. And he was still far from complete integration. He hadn't even learned Yin. Now even the talented girl and Xiaotong couldn't master Ju. So one can imagine how difficult Jew is. The night fell like a velvet cloth soaked in ink, gradually enveloping the hustle and bustle of Dawn City in silence. The street lights cast a dim yellow light on Oil Cypress Road, but it couldn't penetrate the thick darkness, where a figure in black emerged from the shadows. Gliding through the empty street like a weightless ghost, the hem of their clothing brushing the ground without stirring even a whisper of wind. Chapter 431, the strongest of the 12 zodiac signs in history. How is this possible? He exclaimed in disbelief. But no one around paid attention, because there were too many people exclaiming. The crowd was in a state of chaos and uproar. Everyone was extremely shocked. The troops have retreated. The cunning rabbit defeated the mechanical god cult. What a joke. What do you mean forcing back the mechanical god cult by oneself? Isn't this treating us like fools? Fake news. Absolutely fake news. That damned cunning rabbit wants to use fake news to quell the public's anger. It must not succeed. Amidst the shock, the crowd began to feel angry, feeling like their intelligence was being rubbed into the ground by the cunning rabbit. This was a war. A war between the Apocalypse Company and the mechanical god cult. If this were before the Great Catastrophe, it would be like two small countries going to war. When has a war between nations ever been won solely by one person? Just as the crowd was getting increasingly agitated and the protests escalated, news began to play on the screens of major commercial streets. The news anchor, with an excited expression, faced the camera and announced, "Residents of Dawn City, we have won." According to our battlefield reporters' news from the front lines, the mechanical god cult has retreated. Here is the footage recorded by our reporter from the front line. Chapter 432, Friends. A convoy of off-road vehicles equipped with steel plates was moving across the wilderness. The tires rolled over the gravel-covered dirt road, kicking up dust that trailed behind like a long tail. They were finally approaching the number 9 satellite city of Apocalypse. Gao Bansheng looked out the car window and saw the dilapidated city standing in the distance, a hint of excitement flashing across his tired face. Li Yu, who was resting his eyes, opened them, his expression calm, but waves stirred in his heart. We are back. Although he wasn't a resident of Dawn City, he was, strictly speaking, a wasteland dweller under the jurisdiction of Apocalypse. Returning to this place felt like coming back home in glory. The old con artist who once made a living through gambling had now become a powerful extraordinary being with a bounty exceeding 300 million. Apocalypse has been fighting recently. I wonder how Brother Bai is doing, Gao Bansheng muttered. Don't worry, Boss Gao, Brother Bai is very clever. He was fine even in the dangerous Black Mountain, let alone in Dawn City, Xiao Yi said with a smile. Gao Bansheng nodded. The reason I'm worried is that I can't understand how Apocalypse was first severely damaged by the Black King and had its chairman kidnapped, and then was attacked by the zoo and the mechanical god cult together. It's clear to anyone that Apocalypse is on the brink of collapse. Chapter 433, Bai Ye. Bai Ye. Xiao Yi's words struck a chord with Gao Bansheng. Brother Xiao, I think the same way. To me, friends are more important than money. Even more than relatives. Relatives are destined by fate, connected by blood, and cannot be chosen. Friends are made in the course of life. Only those with shared ideals can walk together. I was ostracized by my siblings at home. Although I have many friends, most are just after my money. So I value friends like you who don't care about my wealth. Just as everyone was moved by Gao Bansheng's heartfelt words, Li Xiao suddenly interjected, actually, we do care about your money. Gao Bansheng laughed heartily. You guys are different. Others would be jealous and want to harm me if they had the chance. They would love to take all my money, but you won tea. No one refuted this statement, because it was the truth. Just as everyone was enjoying their conversation, there was a commotion on the street ahead, with a large crowd gathering. What is going on? It can't be that unfortunate. Is the zoo attacking? Gao Bansheng's face turned pale, and the earlier enthusiasm was instantly scared away. Boss, it seems there's a parade ahead. A parade? What parade? Chapter 434, The Soft Rice Eater. Little brother Bai, you are friends of Bai Ye. Wuda's tone unconsciously softened a bit. A few months ago, in Black Mountain, wasn't he this just Bai Ye? Yes. We are friends of Bai Ye. Do you know Bai Ye, group leader Wu? Of course I know. I'm sorry, young Master Gao, you should go back first. I need to report. He was unsure if Gao Bancheng was lying and was afraid of really neglecting Bai Ye's friends, so he had to report quickly. Gao Bancheng left the office in a daze, wondering why group leader Wu seemed so strange, one moment saying no need to report to Director Hua, and the next needing to report. Meanwhile, Wuda contacted Bai Ye, standing straight and respectfully reporting to the communicator. Bai Ye on the other end of the communicator was slightly taken aback. Gao Fatty, Lizwa, why are you here? Have them wait for me at the investigation bureau. Yes, Bai Ye. With a thought, Bai Ye instantly appeared in the investigation bureau. As an important department, he had already left a spatial imprint here. And the investigation bureau was relatively close to the city gate. How's it going, boss Gao? Xiao Yi asked. Gao Bancheng's expression was strange. I know Director Tan of the Investigation Bureau. I wanted to ask him for some leniency, but I was told that Director Tan is dead. Chapter 435, Where is the Cunning Rabbit? Little brother Bai. Gao Bancheng was somewhat dazed, as the image of that ragged wasteland boy from years ago flashed through his mind, slowly overlapping with two entirely different images. The only thing that remained unchanged was that still exuberant smile. Bai Ye looked at the few people he hadn't seen in a long time and smiled. Why are you all here? The few of them finally came back to their senses, and Gao Bancheng and the others took a couple of steps forward, looking at him in surprise. Little brother Bai. We almost didn't recognize you. You're wearing the limited edition Xingshuo, right? 3 days apart, one should look at each other with new eyes. Brother Xiaobai's demeanor surpasses that of the past. We can rest assured now, Xiao Yixiao said. Li Yu was so excited that he almost shouted. The moment he saw Bai Ye, a long-lost sense of security surged in his heart, but he held it back to maintain his image. Everyone started chatting animatedly. And after a while, Bai Ye finally understood their intentions. He was surprised and asked, You came to pick me up? Yes, you said you would come to Wangwenjing soon. But a few months have passed without a word. Now that Tianchi is at war, we thought you might be in danger, Gao Bancheng replied with a smile. Bai Ye laughed. What kind of danger could I be in? But it's good that you all came. Let's go to Fuying for a drink later. Chapter 436. Not showing off is also a form of showing off. Inside the luxurious extended limousine, although it was full of people, the atmosphere was exceptionally quiet. Several pairs of eyes seemed to be magnetically attracted to Bai Ye, scanning him from head to toe, then back again. Their expressions shifted from shock to numbness. Numb? People are numb. The cunning rabbit. The leader of the 12 zodiac signs is actually Bai Ye. At this moment, Gao Bancheng and the others finally understood why Bai Ye had delayed his trip to Wangwenjing. He had become the leader of the 12 zodiac signs. So why bother going to Wangwenjing? It turned out that the leader Wu was not speaking with an accent. He was actually calling him Bai Ye. Little brother Bai. Are you really the cunning rabbit? Gao Bancheng asked, trembling. The reality was too shocking for him to process. No, Bai Ye replied irritably, as this was the third time Gao Bancheng had asked. Gao Bancheng was stunned at first but then pressed. But why do they all call you Lord Cunning Rabbit? They mistook me for someone else. How is that possible? One person can mistake you, but can so many people be wrong? Do you think it's impossible, and still keep asking? Chapter 437, Li Xiao. Wake up! Xiao Yi exclaimed, isn't the apprentice of the chief judge the Black Knight? Li Bai nodded again. Li Xiao suddenly stood up, knocking over his drink and spilling it all over himself, but he was completely oblivious. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, so, Bai Ye is not only the leader of the 12 zodiac signs, but also the boyfriend of the Black Knight, who has a bounty of 450 million, and the son-in-law of the chief judge, one of the 10 kings, and the future successor of the silent court. Bai Ye laughed. Li Xiao, I think you're the smartest one here, you figured it out so quickly. Ah? Li Xiao felt dizzy, almost fainting, and sat down heavily on the wet seat, his eyes vacant as if his soul had been sucked out. Li Xiao. Are you okay? Bai Ye exclaimed. Gao Bancheng hurriedly said, it's fine, he just drank too much, ignore him. By the way, old Li, you just said there's no need to hide our identities anymore, why is that? Bai Ye smiled and pointed at Bai Ye, with little brother Bai here. Even if our identities are exposed, no one would dare to catch us. Huh? Gao Bancheng looked confused, although little brother Bai is powerful, this is Tianchi's territory. And there is still the board of directors above, those directors don't have a good impression of the silent court. Chapter 438. The only zodiac who rose to power through wisdom. Bai Ye looked down at Fei Zhong, who was over 2 meters tall, exceptionally robust, and had a rugged appearance with a long scar on his face, adding a fierce aura. Fei Zhong was also sizing up the legendary cunning rabbit. He had only seen it in reports before, and this was his first time seeing it in person. He couldn't discern any cunningness yet, but the disdain in his eyes was unmistakable. However, Fei Zhong was not angry, instead, he looked pleased. If the cunning rabbit had arrived, did that not mean reinforcements were also here? He hurriedly asked, how many people did you bring? Bai Ye casually held up one finger. Fei Zhong was taken aback. 1,000. Where? One person. What? Just you alone? Are you kidding? Do you know how many mutated beasts the zoo sent out? Fei Zhong shouted angrily. Shut up. Fei Zhong, let's discuss the specifics. Where's the director? Fei Zhong suppressed his anger, he couldn't afford to offend Bai Ye, especially since he was counting on him to send troops. The director hasn't appeared yet. Leading the charge is the army of mutated beasts. And there are also several thousand mercenaries providing fire support from a distance. The bluebird betrayed us, he ambushed me and opened the city gates, then fled. Bai Ye's expression turned cold, useless. You let the bluebird escape with so many of you. Chapter 439, and Xiaotong's justice don't be here, there's someone. Where? Hurry up and take off, the exam is tomorrow. I finally escaped from school to find you to relax, don't ruin my mood. If I don't get into Chiming Academy tomorrow, it's all your fault. Let's go to a hotel. What hotel? Hotels don't come for free, you know. I'll pay. So troublesome. Where's the money? Give me the money. The student-looking man impatiently snatched the money from the woman wearing thick-framed glasses. Let's go. Go where? I need this money to buy review materials, I'm staying here. Just as the man was tearing at the woman's clothes, 2 bright crimson lights suddenly appeared in the dim alley, which were beastly eyes. The suppressed roar made the bodies of the man and woman stiffen instantly. Who's there? Before they could finish, the owner of the crimson eyes stepped out from the darkness, covered in dark purple scales that shimmered with a metallic luster in the moonlight. Its back arched like twisted mountains, and its forelimbs bore scythe-like bone blades. It was a mutated beast. The mutated beast moved closer step by step toward the man and woman. Chapter 440. Spatial passage. A clear dragon's roar echoed as silver sword light merged into a point, transforming into a dragon soaring into the sky, slashing horizontally at the mutated tiger with unmatched force. Clang! The tiger's head fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. Under the gaze of those light brown eyes, the massive headless tiger body slowly collapsed, blood spreading to An Xiaotong's feet, staining her small white sneakers with a splash of crimson. She kept moving forward, stepping on the blood, her toes pressing against the asphalt, her body leaping up like a soaring swallow, the pure silver cross sword flashing with cold light, directly stabbing at the slimy head of the mutated beast. As the sword pierced through the bones with a crisp sound, she used the momentum to step onto the hood of a nearby car, leaving a dent in the metal surface, then quickly spun around, dodging the claws of another mutated beast. The pure silver cross sword spun with her turn, and the claw covered in dark scales fell to the ground in response. And Xiaotong stood atop the car, her gaze fixed into the distance, her pupils suddenly constricting. Did it come from there? In her sight, in a narrow alley hundreds of meters away, countless mutated beasts were pouring out in a rush. What was in that alley? How could so many mutated beasts continuously emerge from such a narrow and cramped alley? It must be hiding something. Chapter 441. Sword slashes through space. The face of the shepherd master changed, and his body twisted like a serpent, dodging the mutual destruction attack. He was scared. A formidable black knight, facing my ambush and managing to turn the tide. And Xiaotong's gaze sharpened as information about the man in front of her flashed in her mind. You are one of the 12 beast tamers, known as the Serpent Tamer. The Serpent Tamer sneered. Soon, there will be no more 12 zodiac signs. From now on, there will only be beast tamers of the zoo. I am guarding the spatial passage here, and unexpectedly, I've hooked a big fish like you. Unfortunately, you're injured and can't let me see the Black Knight at his peak. Killing you will suffice. And Xiaotong was ruthless and said little. She knew her injuries wouldn't allow for a prolonged battle, so she took the initiative. The pure silver cross sword transformed into an awe-inspiring silver light, slashing down fiercely, without any grandiose sound, only the purest sharpness. The Serpent Tamer's expression changed slightly. Before the sword arrived, its fierce edge already made his skin tingle painfully. It is rumored that the Black Knight's pure silver cross sword is indestructible, and seeing it today, it is indeed so. I cannot take it head-on. He seemed to have all his bones pulled out, his body awkwardly shifting to narrowly avoid the sword's light. Completely avoiding a direct confrontation with Xiaotong, only dodging desperately. Chapter 442. And Xiaotong. The world should be destroyed. When Bai Ye received the information about the mutated beasts invading Dawn City, he prepared to descend beside Xiaotong. At that moment, he saw a vision of the future 3 seconds ahead, witnessing Xiaotong's battle. I don't need anyone to save me. The cold-faced girl calmly uttered these words, dispelling Bai Ye's thoughts of intervening. He chose to trust the Black Knight. And the fact proved that his choice was correct, otherwise there wouldn't have been that stunning sword strike and the one that severed space. What if he had chosen wrong? That was impossible. A deity cannot be wrong. With foresight of 3 seconds and time reversal ensuring the deity's arrival would never be late. Likewise, the facts proved that the so-called benchmarking means being incomparable. The 12 beast tamers pride themselves on being equals to the 12 zodiac signs, but that is not the case. The Serpent Tamer is no match for the Silver Snake. You can say the Silver Snake is crafty, but you can't say he is weak. Watching the slowly dissipating spatial passage, and the mutated beasts lurking around, a glint of cold light flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. The pale bone sword flew out, transforming into a white bone python, charging at the mutated beasts. Moments later, the horrifying sounds of shattering bones and screams echoed. Chapter 443. From now on, the situation has reversed. Zzzz. The sound of electricity crackled, as the display screen on the outer wall of the commercial building suddenly erupted with snowflakes. Not only the display screen of the commercial building, but also the televisions in the pubs and residential buildings, all simultaneously displayed snowflakes. Following that, a familiar figure appeared on the screen to the residents of Dawn City. It was a man dressed in a black suit, with slightly curly hair and a refined face. But his eyelids were always half closed, revealing a pair of squinting eyes. A small metal nameplate was pinned to the chest of his impeccably tailored suit, engraved with the elegant characters Qing Miao. The Qing Miao, one of the 12 zodiac signs, severely injured the flying bear and opened the city gate of Satellite City No. 1 as a traitor, now shamelessly appearing on television. He sat in the studio of the Apocalypse official news agency, smiling warmly at the camera, leisurely greeting everyone. Good evening. Residents of Dawn City, I am Qing Niao. His gentle voice echoed in the blood-soaked streets of Dawn City filled with screams. The bright and soft lights of the studio shining through the screen, illuminating the streets covered in blood and broken flesh, creating a strong sense of dissonance. As if both sides were in two entirely different worlds. Chapter 444, Bewitching Hearts in Front of the Deity. When the Ling Shu mental network opened, Bai Ye seemed to gain a divine perspective, overlooking the entire city from above. Every living being in Dawn City reflected in his eyes. Some were fighting desperately. Some were fleeing in panic, and many gene modifiers hesitated after hearing Qing Niao's words. Save me. Help me, aren't you law enforcers? Hurry and save people. A man, half of his body devoured by a mutated beast, cried out in terror towards the distant law enforcers. But those law enforcers who had injected gene serum hesitated, standing still. Captain, the apocalypse is over. Are we really going to go down with them? One law enforcer said with a gloomy face. Yes, Captain, Qing Niao is right. We are the anomalies among the crowd. The zoo is the true home of the gene modifiers, and the director is one of the 10 kings. The former leader of the 12 zodiac signs, the Azure Dragon, we should surrender. Just as the captain hesitated, a man clad in a black uniform led a group of law enforcers to arrive. The man had a cold expression, with bloodshot eyes. I dare anyone who dares to surrender. I will be the first to kill him. A few law enforcers were startled and looked at the newcomer. Chapter 445, The fake Qing Niao is truly dead, the real Qing Niao is socially dead. A loud voice echoed throughout the city over the loudspeakers. Qing Niao was stunned. It's over, completely over. The reason the director recruited him was not only to secretly deal with the flying bear, but also to use his identity as one of the 12 zodiac signs to persuade the gene modifiers in Dawn City to surrender. That way, he could effortlessly occupy Dawn City. After the task was accomplished, he could dramatically transform from one of the 12 zodiac signs into one of the 12 beast tamers under the zoo, replacing the deceased wolf master. Now, it's gone well. Not only did the persuasion fail, but it also ignited the fighting spirit of the apocalypse side. He could even hear the shouting and cursing from outside while hiding in the building. Now that the mission has failed, the director will not spare him. And the people of Apocalypse outside will not spare him either. He is trapped between two opposing forces. Who on earth is it? Thinking of his fate, Qing Niao's eyes widened in rage as he searched the studio frantically. At that moment, the image on the screen changed again. A figure in a black and gold trench coat appeared prominently in the studio, with his hands in his pockets, a cigar in his mouth, and a disdainful glance at Qing Niao. No one left. What a bold claim. As this figure appeared, the crowd instantly erupted. Chapter 446, What New Era God? Just a thief who steals kisses from girls. The recent film inspired the gene modifiers within the city, but the impact on the general public was still minimal. Most of the public would ignite hope in their hearts, but wouldn't necessarily dare to step out of their homes to fight. Now that the mutated beasts have invaded, Bai Ye needs everyone to be armed. The mutated beasts are very strong against individual ordinary people, but when all ordinary people unite, the mutated beasts are not unbeatable. The problem lies in the fact that when ordinary people see the mutated beasts, they can barely escape without their legs trembling. Even those with courage find it hard to fight. The mutated beasts dealing with them is like a wolf charging into a flock of sheep. The sheep will only flee in terror, slaughtered by the wolf without realizing that if they charged together just once, they could kill the wolf. The reality is that a single wolf can kill all the sheep in a pen, and a single gun can hold dozens of people hostage. Courage is crucial. And what Bai Ye needs to do is to instill that courage in them. He slowly extended his hand, the slender palm grasping at the void, seizing the invisible mental network. It was the mental network connecting all the citizens of Dawn City. In the next moment, he parted his lips. The divine will grant you courage. Boom. The mental network trembled violently, every node bursting forth with blinding blue light, which flowed down like electric currents along the mental threads. Chapter 447, The Power from the Founder of the Eastern Federation. He suddenly shattered the glass and leaped down from the building. In mid-air, the blue wings behind the blue bird spread wide, halting its descent and flashing its wings as it flew towards the city. While flying, it shouted loudly, "I am the true blue bird. I am not dead. You have all been deceived by the cunning rabbit. Cunning rabbit. You despicable scoundrel. Hiding behind and playing dirty tricks is no skill. Come out and fight me." The blue bird, with bloodshot eyes, looked down upon Dawn City, searching continuously within. The task assigned by the curator had gone awry. His only chance now was to kill the cunning rabbit, the head of the 12 zodiac signs, and beg the curator for forgiveness with the rabbit's head in hand, in hopes of a slim chance of survival. Cunning rabbit. Get out. Just as the blue bird was flying in the sky and shouting, suddenly, he felt a heavy weight on his back, as if carrying a heavy object while flying. What is this? He was startled, turning his head, and was instantly struck as if by lightning, his eyes widening in disbelief, the blue feathers on his body standing on end. He stared intently at the figure in a black and gold windbreaker standing on his back, facing the wind. The person had their arms crossed in front of their chest, hair blowing in the wind, but the rebelliousness in their black eyes could not be dispersed. Chapter 448, Laugh at the jokes, not the people. Li Xiao is a real man floating gold pavilion. As a place where dignitaries often gather, the security here goes without saying, especially as those big shots often bring bodyguards when they go out. In the face of the assault by transformed beasts, the floating gold pavilion did not fall. While the bodyguards played a role, more importantly, Li Yu and others were also in the floating gold pavilion. Several extraordinary individuals with bounties exceeding 100 million stood guard at the floating gold pavilion. Even with the numerous transformed beasts, they could not break through in a short time. 101, 102, Li Xiao's gaze was sharp, his shadow darts crazily reaping the lives of the transformed beasts. He counted as he slaughtered, then took the time to glance at Li Yu. Seeing that Li Yu was not killing as many as he was, a sense of pride surged within him. Wait. Stop. I was wrong. Xiao Yi's figure moved like smoke, his green clothes fluttering, 4 flying swords circling around him as he shouted, "I was wrong." Then charged into the transformed beast swarm. Xiao Kuei was even more violent. Although her mechanical body was petite, she resembled a humanoid tyrannosaurus, needing no defense at all. Rampaging through the transformed beasts, leaving blood and flesh in her wake, tearing the transformed beasts apart. Li Yu hid behind the crowd, casually waving his right hand, the invisible magical hand smashing the escaped transformed beasts. Chapter 449, The Curator Has Arrived. Bai Ye's voice penetrated through the car window into the ears of the three, making them shiver. Then, he used divine descent, sending each of the 3 zodiac signs to the battlefield, saving them the time of travel. After a while, Bai Ye mobilized all the combat power he could. With the guidance of the spirit pivot, the crowd no longer turned like headless flies, but precisely inserted into the battlefield like a scalpel. He stood atop a tall building, gazing at the turbulent Dawn City in the night. In the distance, the city walls flickered in and out amidst the turmoil, occasionally illuminated by explosions deep within the city, instantly lighting up large areas of collapsed buildings, revealing black beast shadows darting among the ruins, clashing with scattered human soldiers. He was not worried about the transformed beasts, or the genetic modifiers from the zoo. His only concern was for 2 individuals, the curator and Mr. Bai. The curator had yet to appear. Bai Ye speculated that the other party was waiting, letting his subordinates use their lives to test what hidden cards the apocalypse still held. As for Mr. Bai, who knows what he plans to do? Anyway, whatever Mr. Bai intends to do, it certainly won't involve killing his own self. Killing oneself. Isn't that foolish? The reason he had not personally dealt with the 12 beast tamers was to conserve strength in dealing with the curator. Chapter 450, Back in the Day. Lee could fight the tyrant. Today, he might not lose to the curator. The night was like satin soaked in ink, enveloping Dawn City tightly. In the shadows cast by the tall buildings, a figure was sliding along the wall. His fingertips grazed the shadow at the corner. And the shadow there began to curl up like a living thing, coalescing into a flying dart radiating cold light. He gently pointed, and the dart shot through the air, making no sound, leaving behind a fleeting black mark in the air, directly piercing towards a building 100 meters away. In the next second, the figure at the original spot suddenly vanished, and simultaneously, the shadow dart 100 meters away began to writhe, inky shadows gushing forth, transforming into human form. Li Xiao stood atop the 100-meter-high building, looking down from above. Right in this vicinity. His voice was cold and hard, carrying the pride of a strong man. The instinctive mental connection was guiding him in the right direction. Suddenly, Li Xiao's gaze shifted slightly as he saw a large number of transformed beasts pouring out from a small alley. He immediately realized that was where the spatial passage was located. The 12 beast tamers, renowned alongside the 12 zodiac signs. Hey, Master Falcon, I hope you won't disappoint me. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly threw a shadow dart towards the small alley. Shift and Shadow. Chapter 451, The Azure Dragon Saves His Father. Give me back my adoptive father. The curator roared in anger, suddenly exerting force, causing the ground to tremble as if an earthquake had occurred, collapsing several inches. Dust flying everywhere. He himself shot away like a cannonball towards the distance. Li Xiao blinked in shock. What's going on? The curator ran away. The moment I arrived, the curator ran. Could it be? Before he could figure it out, a sharp eagle claw tore through the air. Master Falcon was furious, cursing, bastard. Almost got killed because of you, take your life. Swish. Li Xiao's body was bisected at the waist. But in the next second, the severed body transformed into inch by inch of shadow, dissipating into the air. Meanwhile, from the shadows of the alley, countless shadows writhed, slowly taking on human form. Li Xiao arrogantly said, knowing you can't win, you chose to sneak attack. A wise choice, but unfortunately, it is not the act of a strong person. The moment you decided to sneak attack, it indicated your acknowledgement that you are inferior to me. The originally intended assailant, Master Falcon, was infuriated and laughed. What? I'm attacking head-on. You reacted slowly and call it a sneak attack. And you dare say I'm inferior to you? Do you want to take a look at the wounds on your chest before you speak? Li Xiao glanced at his blooded chest, where 5 claw marks were visible down to the bone, blood gushing out. Chapter 452, Aspiration is not your style, humor is your true color. Ah! Yang Ming let out a piercing scream, the bright red-hot blood exploding like a fountain within the carriage, covering everyone in blood to some extent. The luxurious velvet curtains were stained with blood, and the smell of urine permeated the cabin. Just moments ago, the principal had violently ripped off a director's head. The horrifying skull still attached to a white spine that resembled a centipede, held in his hand. The spine swayed in the wind. Ding! Congratulations to the new era deity for advancing the progress of the era. Current era progress 168. Bai Ye was suddenly overjoyed, increasing by 1%. The apocalypse directors really are a scourge, dying well, dying wonderfully. Amidst his joy, he felt some confusion. How could such trash cause a 1% increase in the progress of the era? But then he thought about it and realized it was quite reasonable. To the gods. The apocalypse directors were easy prey, but for the entire Bai Yang, each apocalypse director was a significant figure, possessing vast technology, resources, and networks of relationships. Through marriages, these apocalypse directors were intricately connected with various major forces. Every action they took could influence countless ordinary people, which had a tremendous impact on the era. Chapter 453, Another 10 Kings ability in hand. What a madman! I must be crazy to listen to your insane ramblings. The Eagle Master shook his head, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Die! He clawed out from a distance, crimson blood bursting forth, condensing into 5 ferocious claw marks in mid-air. Tearing through the air. Li Xiao's expression changed, and he hurriedly used his movement technique to evade, but his injuries were too severe, and his movements became increasingly sluggish. Even though he had successfully activated it, he was still grazed. The sound of flesh tearing echoed, and blood splattered from Li Xiao's left arm, exposing his stark white bones. He could no longer support himself and weakly leaned against the wall, struggling not to collapse. Bai Ye watched everything unfold, the images of Li Xiao and the principal intertwining. On one side was the principal's brutal slaughter, nearly exterminating the elite troops of the Apocalypse directors. On the other side was Li Xiao, being beaten and on the verge of death. The situation was becoming increasingly dire. The Apocalypse directors had not consumed much of the principal's strength, lasting less than half an hour. Bai Ye knew very well that as long as he personally stepped in to act as a firefighter and turn around every defeat, he could help them, but that would mean he was accumulating power. Chapter 454, Casting a Fated Hit. Bai Ye looked around, but did not find the other 10 kings' mortician, Jiyu Huangquan, who often colluded with the painter. These two, as 10 kings, were not in the same league as the tyrannical principal. They spent their days hiding behind the scenes, engaging in petty actions, and rarely showed themselves. If it weren't for his mastery of cross-temporal tracking, Bai Ye might have doubted he would ever meet the painter in his lifetime. He hurriedly left the bathhouse without killing the painter. 1. He didn't want to waste time. And 2. He couldn't bear to part with this power bank. The power of a fated hit was undoubtedly strong. If the painter died, fated hit would be lost as well. Time continued to stand still. Through divine presence, Bai Ye arrived in a mountainous forest. The mountains were quiet, the stars and moon hidden behind the clouds. And a simple thatched cottage stood amidst the woods. Inside the thatched cottage, a middle-aged man was lying on the bed, asleep. His features were gentle, his demeanor humble. But his complexion was sickly pale. It was none other than Fang Shubai, the presiding judge, and one of the 10 kings. So he was hiding here to recuperate. Speaking of which, I took advantage of old Fang's serious injury to steal some of his extraordinary power. He won't die here, will he? Bai Ye murmured. But his hands showed no hesitation. Bring it on. Chapter 455, Words follow the law, fated hit, spirit pivot. Li Yu's mouth twitched slightly. His right hand behind his back trembling continuously, he had reached his limit. With his 3 moves, he had finally managed to intimidate the Bear Master. But this woman was too stubborn, and didn't he understand the meaning of retreating in the face of difficulty? He wanted to buy some more time. I don't kill women. The Bear Master's beautiful eyes immediately turned cold. Do you despise me? Do you look down on women? Die. Li Yu, the fluffy bear paw suddenly exerted force, and the ground cracked instantly. She charged forward, the air exploding with a loud bang, emitting waves of white smoke. The shadow of death loomed over Li Yu, his pupils constricting to the size of needles. Every cell in his body instinctively trembling. At that moment, the trajectory of fate quietly shifted. The probability of breaking through in a critical moment was very low. But it wasn't impossible. And the so-called fate was merely a question of probability. Countless lines of fate intertwined around Li Yu, most of which were certain death. Yet there was one line that emitted a faint glow. Suddenly, a golden pen appeared in the void, steadily marking that line of fate that emitted a glow. Fated hit. From the countless changing lines of fate, select the desired fate, and turn it into an established reality. Spirit pivot, mind explosion.